Chapter 531 Ways to Escape. Zhu Shizhou swore that what Su Chan said just now was the most shocking thing he had ever heard in his life. Side dishes were made more than once. What do you mean? Zhu Shizhou was shocked and still couldn't believe that there was someone in the world who could say such shameless words openly and confidently. But this sentence was very reasonable when it came from Su Chan's mouth. I don't know why. You didn't hear it wrong. It's what you understood. For some reason, Zhu Shizhou always felt that when Su Chan spoke, there was always a sense of gritting her teeth and hating her for not being able to make up for her. But Su Chan was obviously emotionally closed, so this feeling was just an illusion. Su Chan said, I didn't expect that I would be so perverted during the emotional recovery period. Because I can't understand myself during the emotional recovery period now. It's hard to grasp what will happen next. If I don't stop it, I'm worried that my personality will become more distorted. So you came to ask for help, wanting me to help you transform yourself during the emotional recovery period? Yes. This is an unstable factor after all. And it may even affect the grand plan of the chess club. Su Chan is very rational. So she realized at the first time that her perversion may bring worse effects. After realizing this, her perversion is not just her own business. More importantly, everything she did during the emotional recovery period must be borne by herself after the emotional closure. And she has to clean up her own mess. Which makes Su Chan extremely want to change herself from the root. Zhu Shizhou did not refuse. Then I'll think of a way. After all, up to now, Su Chan can be regarded as his friend. In order to make his friend have a normal mentality, he is willing to help with this little favor. Su Chan nodded freely, and put her own affairs aside for the time being. Then let's discuss how to let you escape the fate of having your sperm taken. Needless to say, you definitely don't want to be with me. Right? Yes. Zhu Shizhou nodded awkwardly. After hearing that Su Chan used him as a side dish, it was a bit awkward to discuss the two of them being together. It's just that Zhu Shizhou is the only one who is embarrassed. And Su Chan doesn't care. Su Chan said seriously. Then exclude this path. It is an evil way after all. She didn't mention Zhu Shizhou's way of being with others. And it was obvious that she wanted to block this path. The reason why she didn't struggle in this regard was precisely because of this. What she couldn't get, others couldn't get either. If Zhu Shizhou turned his attention to others, she would lose a lot. Do you remember how you avoided the semen extraction before? Before? Zhu Shizhou was stunned. When I was notified to extract semen before, I was sent out on a mission. Taken by Jingji to do a mission. The mission had a higher priority than extracting semen. So the semen extraction was postponed. But this obviously cannot be replicated. Because he is now an informal elite black soldier, and is not qualified to do missions alone or lead a team. Su Chan shook her head. She didn't want to talk about that time. But what about after you came back from the mission? After I came back from the mission, I was injured. So the semen extraction was postponed. Do you want me to pretend to be injured again? Zhu Shizhou probably understood what Su Chan meant. And was thinking. It's not pretending. It's really hurt. Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and said. That won't work. Because my plan is to quickly improve my strength in a short period of time. If I get hurt, my strength will stagnate. I can't lose the big picture for the small. Su Chan said. You don't understand what I mean. Do you know why the organization uses the form of notification to inform the students? That's because the organization wants to give the students a preparation time, so that the students can adjust their bodies to the best condition. If it is another man, if he fails to adjust his body to the best condition within a certain period, he may still not be able to escape the fate of being semen extracted. But you are different. The organization must want you to adjust your body to the peak before taking your semen. Zhu Shizhou was a little surprised. Is it so exaggerated? You don't realize your own value. Such as your sixth sense that appears in advance, which the organization has not yet thoroughly studied. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. That's right. Why did his sixth sense appear in advance? Is this ability hereditary? Will forced sperm extraction erase the originally hereditary ability? In the unknown, the organization will definitely be very cautious. Only Zhu Shizhou, who is in a state of confusion, will not realize the organization's intentions. In short, if you want to avoid sperm extraction, you can try to get hurt intentionally. And it should be the kind that is so reasonable that no one can doubt it. For example, Su Chan gave Zhu Shizhou a seemingly feasible idea. And he simply stopped thinking about it. This feeling of not having to use his brain is still quite refreshing. I heard that you have been exercising in your spare time. Don't look at me like a stalker. This information was sent to the forum by a courier. And the courier said that this is the secret of your strength. Su-chan turned the topic back to the main topic. We can start from this aspect. If you want to reasonably hurt your body, then exercise more crazily. As long as your body can no longer bear the pressure of your exercise, your body will always be in a tense extreme state, and the organization will have no way to forcibly extract sperm. That makes sense. Zhu Shurjiu was convinced by Su-chan. The dog-headed military advisor's method is quite reasonable. Su-chan was relieved to see that Zhu Shurjiu had accepted her method. To be honest, she was not sure what the organization was thinking, whether it would really give Zhu Shurjiu extensions again and again. But as long as she could convince Zhu Shurjiu, everything would be fine. Her focus was to make Zhu Shurjiu agree to the transaction and transform the socially anxious Su-chan. After finishing his own questions, Zhu Shurjiu began to care about Su-chan. By the way, how did you enter the emotional closure period again? I had long expected that I would do something unreasonable during the emotional recovery period. So in order to prevent me from having problems during the emotional recovery period, I saved up points and prepared a secondary black soldier potion for myself. Su-chan sneered, as if she was mocking her original personality. Then no, it should be that guy. After doing it many times, she finally couldn't stand the guilt in her heart. In order to escape the guilt, she injected the secondary black soldier potion and forcibly closed her emotions. When Su-chan said these words, it was as if she was describing another person, separating the current self from the original personality in the emotional recovery period. Zhu Shurjiu hesitated a little, but finally asked, "Are you born so, perverted? Or is this a personality acquired after birth?" Su-chan said without hesitation, "If you ask me this question during the emotional recovery period, I will definitely not answer. My personality is acquired. But there are also some innate factors." Chapter 532, Entering the Hospital Again. Su-chan comes from a single-parent family. Her father died when she still had no memory. She was raised by her mother. Because of this, she became a sensitive and shy girl due to lack of fatherly love since childhood. It is also because of this that she became a weirdo in the eyes of others. When other children were playing with each other, she could only watch from afar with envy. But when someone really invited her, she stammered and refused, and never took the first step. In the end, she became a dark weirdo who only liked to peek at other people's play in the eyes of other children. So over time, children of the same age did not like to be in Su-chan's sight even when they were playing. In the end, Su-chan did not even have room for envy because everyone avoided her. Without social skills, she had no friends. When she encountered difficulties, she could only solve them by herself. She grew up like this, secretly heard many comments about her, and her heart was hurt and gradually twisted. It's not because other people's comments are too hurtful, but because, no matter if others curse her or slander her in secret, she can get pleasure from it. Which means that someone is still paying attention to her. But gradually, even those who are willing to talk about her behind her back are gone. She dropped out of school when she was in the 3rd or 4th grade of elementary school. Her self-study ability has allowed her to learn junior high school courses. So she was selected as a student of the Children's Palace of the National Talent Cultivation Program, and officially entered the ranks of geniuses. It is understandable that geniuses have quirks. So her social phobia was not corrected, but was always left alone. In the Children's Palace, she still had no friends, grew up lonely and beautifully, and her psychology became more and more distorted. She began to fantasize that she was the center of attention, and she longed for such an existence. She fantasized wildly in her heart, hoping to get attention from others, but she didn't want others to pay attention to her. This contradictory psychology created her personality, and she closed herself in a copper wall. "Actually, you are the kind of person I admire," Su-chan said to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu finally understood how Su-chan's twisted personality was developed. Su-chan lacked fatherly love in her family environment, and she was very shy when she was a child, which led to her having no friends. If there was a good teacher at that stage, her personality could be corrected. But Su-chan was selected into the National Talent Training Program because she was a genius. Then the twisted personality was not corrected in time, and when she grew up, this personality was fixed. Su-chan became a mean corner who could only secretly peek and envy others. And Zhu Shurjiu was the perfect person in Su-chan's eyes. No wonder Su-chan would set her sights on him. When you came back from the mission and told me about the existence of the chess club, I was on the verge of lifting my emotional blockage. At that time, the reason why I agreed to participate in your plan was because I wanted to be someone like you and was happy to be valued by you. Then, it was the same when I used you as a side dish. What made me climax was not you as a person, but your image that attracted everyone's attention. I was madly yearning for you. But again and again, the strong sense of guilt made me feel more and more despicable. Stop! Zhu Shizhou quickly stopped Su Chan's confession. Su Chan really shut up. Zhu Shizhou said awkwardly. I'm not interested in your psychological process when you soothe yourself. Anyway, I accept it. I have to consult a professional psychologist about how to improve your personality. Su Chan nodded. Anyway, just don't forget it. If you really can't do it, you can come to me about sperm collection. I am willing to give myself to you. Su Chan was kicked out of the room. Zhu Shizhou was a little tired. Can he really change Su Chan? This child has been perverted since childhood. He can only say that he can try. But it is difficult. He also understood what Su Chan didn't say, because he was the object of admiration and side dish of Su Chan, who was socially anxious. He was the most likely person to change Su Chan. We need to think about this in the long run. Anyway, he found a way to avoid sperm extraction. Zhu Shizhou put Su Chan's matter aside and entered the time of squeezing his body again. But this time, he squeezed harder and gave himself almost no time to breathe and recover. That night, Zhu Shizhou was rushed to the infirmary. There was a large-scale fracture of muscle fibers throughout the body, and severe wear and tear of bones and joints. This was the preliminary test result of the hospital. But the reason for his admission to the hospital was not this, but that he was dehydrated. When Zhu Shizhou woke up within 4 drip, he saw the familiar ceiling of the hospital. The slightest movement of his body caused severe pain all over his body. But Zhu Shizhou easily endured this pain. What he cared about now was the result of his crazy training. The medical ability of the Black Soldier organization was very trustworthy. People who were seriously injured and dying could be rescued. The injuries caused by training were just simple and could be treated. Are you awake? The woman next to him made a concerned voice. Zhu Shizhou turned around and saw Luo Suyi. Why are you here? Zhu Shizhou tried to get up from the bed. Luo Suyi rolled her eyes. It's because of your phone call during the day. Zhu Shizhou recalled that he had called Luo Suyi during the day to collect sperm, but he was reluctant to speak. In Luo Suyi's eyes, it was obvious that he had encountered some difficulties that he couldn't say. So after hanging up the phone, she began to pay attention to Zhu Shizhou's situation. As a result, Zhu Shizhou was sent to the hospital because of excessive exercise at night. It was said that it was a female classmate who sent Zhu Shizhou to the hospital. It's nothing. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. I'm glad you're fine. Do you want an apple? Although Luo Suyi was very concerned, she didn't ask much and started to peel the apple. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, It's not like I can't move. Just put it down. Shut up. Luo Suyi said calmly. Since you don't want to tell me about your difficulties, I can't help you much. I can only peel apples for you. Zhu Shizhou could naturally hear the resentment in Luo Suyi's tone, and immediately explained, It's not that I don't want to say it, but it's really not convenient. Luo Suyi sighed. You have already handed over the insect research materials and experimental data to me. Don't you still trust me? She mistakenly thought it was something serious. But because they didn't trust her, the chess club chose to solve it themselves. It's not that. Then tell me, am I so untrustworthy? This is not a question of trust or not. It's really not convenient. And it's too presumptuous. This is distrust. If you really trust, you won't feel presumptuous. It's you who feels presumptuous. Aren't we partners? If you have any difficulties, as long as I can help, I will definitely help you solve it as soon as possible. Zhu Shizhou blurted out, Then can you help me have a child? The atmosphere fell into stagnation. Luo Suyi widened her eyes and looked at Zhu Shizhou with a slightly red face. It seems that she didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to say such a fierce word. Zhu Shizhou pulled the corner of his mouth and simply broke the jar and said, You know I called your. The reason? I received a notice during the day. He said it all in one breath, including the real reason he went to the hospital to avoid sperm collection. Now it was Luo Suyi's turn to be embarrassed. She blushed and lowered her head, her chin almost poking her chest. After a period of awkward silence, Zhu Shizhou changed the subject. The apple, isn't it peeled yet? Oh, I'll be there soon. Luo Sui sped up and handed the apple, which was peeled to a core, to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu, your skill in peeling apples needs to be improved. Chapter 533 Love. Zhu Shurjiu usually has no idea what girls are thinking. After the awkward silence, he and Luo Sui ran out of topics to talk about. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not last long. The arrival of the doctor saved the unspeakable atmosphere. The doctor opened the door and saw Luo Sui sitting beside Zhu Shurjiu's bed, and Zhu Shurjiu sitting in a daze on the bed. The atmosphere between the two seemed as if they had done something shameful in the ward. You are so young. The doctor ignored the awkward atmosphere. After sighing in his heart, he walked straight to Zhu Shurjiu's bed. Zhu Shurjiu? Have you recovered almost? Zhu Shurjiu saw the doctor's purpose at a glance. The doctor just wanted to give him a physical examination and confirm that he could arrange for sperm extraction after he fully recovered. But Zhu Shurjiu, who was already prepared, knew his physical condition very well. He smiled and said, "Sorry, my body hasn't recovered yet. It's a pity." The doctor looked at Zhu Shurjiu suspiciously. "You guy, are you deliberately making your body worse and avoiding sperm collection? How could it be? Why not? You are in the emotional recovery period now, and you have a normal sense of honor and disgrace. It is normal to have shameful thoughts and avoid sperm collection. But I want to remind you that if you can restore your sperm cells, it will be beneficial to the whole world. I hope you can have a high enough awareness." Zhu Shurjiu pulled the corner of his mouth, wanting to say that you overestimated me. But it is not appropriate to be stubborn now. So he said, "I just didn't grasp the degree of exercise well. Don't think too much." The doctor looked at Zhu Shurjiu and said, "That's good. Is this your girlfriend?" The doctor turned his gaze to Luo Sui. Just as Zhu Shurjiu was about to speak, Luo Sui took the initiative to say, "Yes." Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. The doctor's eyes lit up and said, "Have you two done it?" If this question was asked in the normal society outside, it would be pure hooliganism. But it was normal in the Black Soldier organization, because both Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui knew the purpose of the doctor's question. Luo Sui replied calmly, "We haven't done it yet. But soon. We have entered the stage of holding hands and hugging. The next stage is kissing and dating. And then?" The doctor complained. "Are you elementary school students? Do you have to be so innocent?" Luo Sui's ears turned red. But she still said, "Is there any problem?" The doctor was silent for a while. "No problem. As long as you are happy. But you two have to hurry up," Luo Sui said. "If you want us to hurry up, don't disturb us casually. We are cultivating our relationship." The doctor responded quickly, saying, "Then, I won't disturb you anymore," and left the ward, leaving the space for the two people to be alone. However, after the doctor left, Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help looking at Luo Sui. "What did you say just now? Are you serious? When did you become my girlfriend?" Luo Sui seemed calmer than Zhu Shurjiu. "Don't worry. Don't you just want to avoid sperm collection? There is no need to be so strenuous. The purpose of your calling me before was not to let me cooperate with you to play a couple. If possible, I will combine with you again." "That's right. But this is obviously not normal. If he really did this, wouldn't he be a scumbag?" Because Zhu Shurjiu knew very well that he might have an ambiguous relationship with Luo Sui at the moment. But he definitely didn't love her yet. Luo Sui shook her head slowly. "No, we don't need to really have sex. No matter how powerful the Black Soldier organization is, it can't shorten a woman's pregnancy. And how long can you stay at the training base?" Zhu Shurjiu's heart suddenly shook. He didn't tell Luo Sui that he was currently planning to graduate within 2 months. Luo Sui seemed to see Zhu Shurjiu's inner shock. "Do you think I can't guess? You are too impatient. Since you joined the organization, you have been advancing at an astonishing speed. The speed of progress is shocking. I don't know how talented you are. I can't imagine that level anymore. But even the most talented people who want to achieve your level must make unimaginable efforts. I know that there is actually no love in your eyes. Your eyes are always looking at the distance that ordinary people like us can't reach. Although you didn't say anything, I know that you will definitely graduate from the Black Soldier training base at an even more amazing speed. How long can this time be? You have already started to challenge the graduation assessment of each course. How long do you plan to graduate? 1 month? Or 2 months? Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shurjiu, who had lost his mind, with a little heartache. So the solution to your sperm collection problem is actually very simple. That is to pretend to be in a relationship with me. The organization will naturally not force you to collect sperm, but will urge the two of us to give birth to offspring as soon as possible. So my plan is that we pretend to be in a relationship during the training period, and you speed up your graduation. When you are sure that your condition has reached a point where the organization can no longer force you to collect sperm, we will break up. In this way, you can avoid collecting sperm. After Luo Sui finished speaking, Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. The key point of this plan is that even the organization can't imagine how fast he will graduate. So when the organization still thinks that Zhu Shurjiu is developing a relationship with Luo Sui, he will graduate at the speed of light and become a black soldier. The plan is a good plan. But if it is really implemented, Luo Sui will be equivalent to destroying his own reputation. Both Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui know that the two of them are just friends now. But Zhu Shurjiu did not dissuade. Nor did he, but looked at Luo Sui seriously and confirmed it again. Are you sure? Luo Sui smiled and asked. Is this plan not good? Okay. After a long silence, Zhu Shurjiu nodded with a complicated expression. Zhu Shurjiu didn't understand what Luo Sui was thinking, but he knew that from now on he had a girlfriend, although it was only in name. In order to allow him to escape sperm collection, this relationship must not be concealed. At the same time, this also means that if his plan for the organization is exposed, Luo Sui will inevitably be targeted by the organization. She not only offers her good name, but also trust. Zhu Shurjiu did not refuse. It was precisely because of this that he could use his relationship with Luo Sui to force Luo Sui to die in his car. That night, Zhu Shurjiu posted a photo of himself and Luo Sui holding hands on the forum. The two people in the photo behaved intimately and smiled naturally. At first glance, it was a photo of a normal couple. Although it was late, the release of this photo immediately caused an uproar on the internet. The reason was naturally that there were many female students coveting Zhu Shurjiu's level of genius. And there were many women like Su Chan. There was a lot of discussion on the forum. Fuck. Shu is in love? I know this woman. She is the rookie king of the reconnaissance department. And she is also a genius. It is said that she has a terrifying memory of millimeter level. It's a pity that I didn't act earlier. And she was snatched away. Woo woo woo, my brother Zhu. Don't go crazy here upstairs. I saw your information. You are a man. What kind of hammer is it? People's sexual orientation is free. Come in fencing with me. 6. Zhu Shurjiu flipped through the messy messages on the internet, and his heart was not moved. After completing the discharge procedures from the hospital, he returned to the dormitory. When passing by the first floor, the dormitory manager looked at Zhu Shurjiu strangely at the window. What are you looking at? Looking at you, ahem. No. You'll know if you go upstairs and take a look. Good luck. Here's a suggestion for you. Relationships are not a joke. When you start a new relationship, you should handle the previous one well. Zhu Shurjiu roughly understood what was going on, and went upstairs decisively. He saw Su Chan standing against the wall with her arms folded at the door of his room. Just when Zhu Shurjiu was about to ignore Su Chan and open the door, Su Chan asked, "Why did you choose her?" Zhu Shurjiu was helpless. It was arranged by the higher-ups. The advantage of having a fake chess club is that any of his actions do not need to be based on his own subjective will. He can make up lies at will and put everything on himself. So if Su Chan wants to blame someone, she should blame the so-called higher-ups. Sure enough, Su Chan groaned and accepted this statement. But she hesitated a little and said, "Do you mind having another underground mistress? Get out." After locking Su Chan out of the room, Zhu Shurjiu put everything behind him and began to modify his plan for skipping the level assessment. The original plan was no longer suitable, because in his original plan, he had set many course goals as simple midterm skipping, not necessarily graduation. But today's incident disrupted his plan. So after thinking it over, he decided to be a little bolder. Chapter 534 Su Chan's Midterm Assessment. The next day, Zhu Shurjiu came to the headquarters, as usual, to attend the command class. He didn't expect that his official announcement of love would attract so much attention. As soon as he arrived at the command class, someone shouted at him, "Zhu Shurjiu, I heard that you are in love. Please consider me." Zhu Shurjiu was surprised that someone could be on par with Su Chan. Well, the person who shouted was Su Chan. So it's okay. After experiencing the emotional recovery period, Su Chan was injected with a secondary black soldier potion, and her emotions were closed again. so she naturally couldn't ask for leave again. But Zhu Shizhou didn't quite understand what Su Chan meant by courting him so openly, and he blushed and sat down next to Su Chan. Zhu Shizhou asked, "Do you come so early every day?" At this time, there were only a few people in the classroom. It was obvious that there was still some time before the class started. Even Instructor Mo hadn't come, but Su Chan had already arrived in the classroom early. "Not really, but I had something I wanted to do, so I came early." Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Chan in surprise, but didn't ask. "What about you? Normally, even if you attend the command class, you attend it in person, right? What brought you to the classroom today? Did you decide to take a day off because of your relationship?" I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Chan sounded sarcastic. But it was true that if Zhu Shizhou was going to attend the command class, he would prepare in advance at the entrance of the alien insect forest before class, and he wouldn't have to step into the classroom. But today, he came to the classroom in an uncharacteristic way, which was indeed very rare. Zhu Shizhou didn't mean to hide it, and replied, "No, I'm here to apply for the graduation assessment." Su Chan looked at Zhu Shizhou and said, "Well, I guess so." Zhu Shizhou has graduated 3 courses in succession. 1 for the Emergency Mobility Department, 1 for the Reconnaissance Department, and 1 for the Logistics Department. So far, many people on the forum have paid attention to this matter, and are wondering when he will touch the Command Department course. Some gamblers even opened a point betting game on the forum. Su Chan suddenly asked, "When are you going to graduate from the training base?" "This month." Su Chan. Oh. Zhu Shizhou was surprised. This guy's reaction was so calm. Something was wrong. It felt like he had expected it. But it seemed that he had not told Su Chan about his graduation plan. However, what he didn't expect was that Su Chan also said calmly, "Can you guess what I'm doing here today?" Before Zhu Shizhou could answer, Su Chan took the initiative to say, "I'm here to apply to Instructor Mo for a skip-level assessment." Zhu Shizhou almost couldn't hold back his expression. "Are you crazy? Are you sure you want to do this? Skipping level assessment is not a joke. The remote command of the command class is just an initial course. If you are taking a skip level assessment, even if it is a midterm skip level assessment, you have to go out in person. Do you have the strength to go out in person?" Su Chan was very calm. "Do you think I don't know the danger? Why? You Zhu Shizhou can do it. But I Su Chan can't? It's not a question of whether to do it or not. Even if you want to do it, you have to consider your own situation. I am a special case. No need to say more. I have studied the assessment videos of my predecessors many times, and I think I can do it. You are about to graduate. Should I stay in the initial student stage and stagnate?" Zhu Shizhou was suddenly speechless. After a while, he asked, "Is it because of me?" "It's also for myself. Don't think too much," Su Chan said lightly. "If I just stay content with the status quo and watch you graduate from the training base without doing anything, I will definitely feel even more ashamed the next time I recover my emotions, which is not good for my plan to improve my personality. So I have to make myself truly aware that I am also a genius who is not inferior to others." More importantly, Su Chan did not tell Zhu Shizhou that Zhu Shizhou chose Luo Sui, which meant that the possibility of her hooking up with Zhu Shizhou did not exist. So she decisively chose to give up her original plan to hook up with Zhu Shizhou, and instead set her sights on the chess club behind Zhu Shizhou. Why did the chess club let Luo Sui become Zhu Shizhou's object? In Su Chan's opinion, it was nothing more than the chess club seeing Luo Sui's talent and thinking that Luo Sui was stronger and more potential than her. So it gave Zhu Shizhou the secret weapon, a good seed. So in theory, as long as she showed her strength, the chess club should also take similar measures. Considering the above reasons, Su Chan decided to apply for a skip-level assessment. Zhu Shizhou gave up after persuading her. Su Chan, who was emotionally closed, was decisive, and it was difficult to change her decision. She could be called an elite. It was too difficult to change the decision of such a person. Su Chan could see that Zhu Shizhou was still worried about whether she could pass the skip-level assessment. So she took the initiative to say, "Don't worry. The midterm assessment is nothing more than the difficulty of you going through the alien insect forest in person. I have simulated it in my mind more than once. You just need to watch it yourself. That's why I'm worried." Zhu Shizhou was speechless. You know, he died countless times when he personally went to the battlefield for the first time. Now Su Chan doesn't have the same ability to rewind as him, and doesn't have the sixth sense. Can she really pass the test? Forget it. If Su-chan really died in the alien insect forest, then he will rewind once and try his best to stop Su-chan. Just as he was thinking this, people in the classroom arrived one after another, and Instructor Mo also came to the classroom. Instructor Mo raised his eyebrows when he saw Ju Sergio. Heh. Have you finally decided to come to me? Is it an ordinary skip level or graduation test? Graduation test. Instructor Mo supported his forehead. To be honest, this is the first time in history that I have encountered a crazy guy like you. You have to think about it carefully. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Moreover, the graduation test of the command center is different from that of other departments. If you fail, you will bear a deep sin. Sin? Ju Sergio was stunned. You will know when the time comes. The graduation assessment of each command class is a secret. Other assessments are recorded, but the assessment of the command class is top secret. After saying this mysteriously, Instructor Mo did not wait for Ju Sergio's further questioning. He looked at Su-chan and smiled. It was a smile that only appeared on his face when he saw a good student. It can be said that in this class, Instructor Mo's favorite student is Su-chan. Even Ju Sergio's love for him is not as high as Su-chan. The reason is simple. Because Su-chan was brought up by him. And Ju Sergio. This guy was crazy and against the sky from the beginning. He didn't teach him anything at all. He was embarrassed to tell others that he brought up Ju Sergio. As for Su-chan, from being clumsy at the beginning to being experienced enough to take the midterm assessment, he watched this child grow up with his own eyes. And he passed on his experience to her bit by bit. So far, it has only been a month. If Ju Sergio was not in the command center, Su-chan would definitely be the well-deserved ace. Su-chan, you told me yesterday that you would take the midterm assessment. You haven't regretted it now, right? Su-chan calmly replied no. Okay. Then I will personally take you to the entrance of the insect forest. Ju Sergio was puzzled. Her midterm assessment is also in the insect forest. Then won't our venues overlap? Instructor Mo rolled his eyes at Ju Sergio. Su-chan's midterm assessment is in the insect forest. But who told you that your graduation assessment venue is in the insect forest? If it's not in the insect forest, where is it? Shut up first. I'll take Su-chan to the insect forest first. And then I'll take you to the graduation assessment venue. Ju Sergio. Why did he feel out of favor for no reason? Instructor Mo took Su-chan away. Ju Sergio was not in a hurry either. In fact, he had the whole day free and did not need to rush. So it did not matter even if he watched the entire midterm assessment process of Su-chan. Chapter 535 Graduation Assessment of Command Course. The midterm assessment is generally held for all students after they have studied for half a year. Although no students have died so far. The high mortality rate emphasized by the examiners and department heads when selecting departments is not false after all. Generally speaking, the first large-scale death of students is during the midterm assessment stage. Because the midterm assessment means that the students will start to formally contact actual combat. The midterm assessment of the command course is to personally lead the experimental subjects to fight against the alien insects. And the goal is to pass through the alien insect forest. Instructor Mo returned to the classroom after bringing Su-chan to the entrance of the insect forest. Seeing that Ju Sergio was still sitting in his seat and had no intention of leaving, he said, "Actually, the actual combat is not much different from remote command. But it is equivalent to losing the god's perspective, which is a great hindrance to people with insufficient ability." But Su-chan, Instructor Mo smiled with relief. She has achieved the ability to have a global overview. It doesn't matter whether she has a god's perspective or not. She was able to remotely command the team to pass the insect forest before. And now she can do it. Ju Sergio originally wanted to continue watching. But after seeing that Su-chan had entered the venue safely and orderly, he felt a little relieved. Instructor Mo has been teaching students for so long. He should be very clear about the student's strength. He said that Su-chan could pass the midterm assessment, so it should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Ju Sergio no longer stayed in the classroom and stood up from his seat. "Let's go!" "What? Don't want to watch anymore," Ju Sergio simply replied. There is no point in continuing to watch. So, under the worshipful gazes of the students, Ju Sergio was led out of the classroom by Instructor Mo. After leaving the classroom, Ju Sergio asked, "Now you can tell me, where is the assessment location? And what do you mean by failing the assessment is a sin?" Instructor Mo sighed with emotion. In fact, I really don't recommend you to take the graduation assessment now, because I don't know your actual situation, and I dare not assert what level you are at now. If you take the graduation assessment now, I am worried that you will let some innocent brothers die in vain. Zhu Shurjiu was confused. What's going on? The graduation assessment of the command class focuses on command, and it is not like playing house to command the experimental subjects to shuttle through the monotonous scene of the alien insect forest that we carefully arranged and cultivated, but a real battlefield. Zhu Shurjiu's pupils shrank slightly. There are countless battles of all sizes happening all over the world right now, and everywhere is a battlefield of confrontation between Zerg and black soldiers. But as you know, our black soldiers are losing ground to the Zerg, and our defenses are almost collapsing, and a good commander can turn the tide of the battle. I'm going to take you to the Illumination Command Center, where you will conduct actual combat command. Zhu Shurjiu was really stunned. He finally understood why the graduation assessment of the command course was not announced to the public, because the fact that the defense line almost collapsed was still a secret, and the black soldiers' deployment against the Zerg was naturally not known to outsiders. And the sin that Instructor Mo mentioned. It is also very simple. If his ability is insufficient, not only will he kill the black soldiers that the organization has worked hard to train, but it is also likely to cause the collapse of the defense line of the war zone he is responsible for. No wonder I am so amazing. But you still don't think highly of me. Zhu Shurjiu muttered to himself. Instructor Mo twitched his eyebrows and said, You also know that you are amazing. But it is too late to regret now, because I have already applied to the higher-ups, and your quota has been approved. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help asking, why is the organization so confident in letting the students command the real battle? Instructor Mo rolled his eyes at Zhu Shurjiu and said, Students? Among the students who applied for graduation assessment, which one is not a nearly qualified commander? Pay attention. The students who really graduate step by step have all possessed qualified qualities. Unlike you, hee. Zhu Shurjiu was ashamed. But the organization approved your application because it has high expectations for you. And so do I. You have created miracles time and time again. So the organization will give you the opportunity to take the graduation assessment. Just like Commander Su, you have already entered the vision of the upper echelons. Zhu Shurjiu was alert. But at the same time, he suddenly realized that this was also an opportunity. Where is the opportunity? As long as he can shine in this command, the organization will entrust him with important tasks, just like Su Feng, and embark on the road of rapid promotion. Su Feng's promotion is not only because he is the son-in-law of the former commander, but more because he has strong abilities. But no matter how strong his abilities are, he needs an opportunity to show them. Su Feng chose to hook up with women to quickly get the attention of Commander Su. And perhaps the current graduation assessment of the command course is the best way for him to climb up. Instructor Mo took Zhu Shurjiu out of the training base and registered at the gate. A bus was already waiting outside the training base. Zhu Shurjiu took a quick look after getting on the bus. The bus had 20 to 30 seats, but there were only about 10 people sitting on the seats. They were all the same command center students who were preparing to take the graduation assessment. He should call these people seniors. The seniors looked at Zhu Shurjiu with no joy or sadness. They did not look up to him because of his reputation. Instead, they all had the traditional Sima face of the command center students. Zhu Shurjiu did not greet them, and went straight to the middle of the last row of the bus and sat down. Instructor Mo did not get on the bus. The bus started quickly. In a silent and solemn atmosphere, the bus drove for about an hour and drove from the bustling streets into a steel forest composed of buildings. The pedestrians on the street also changed from ordinary people to elites walking hurriedly. The elites were all dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they were extraordinary in their gestures. As the bus shuttled along, Zhu Shurjiu naturally noticed the road signs on the street, which marked the names and directions of the surrounding buildings. For example, 50 meters ahead is the High-Tech Research Institute. 200 meters ahead turn left is the Armed Resources Production Base. 350 meters ahead turn right is the International Joint Strategic Consultation Department. Just when Zhu Shurjiu was distracted, the bus passed by a villa residential area, which was the residence of the family members of the organization's senior executives. Zhu Shurjiu knew without anyone explaining that this was probably the central core area of the entire Illumination Island, which was difficult for ordinary people to set foot in. Finally, the bus drove to a place similar to a military zone and finally stopped in front of a tall steel wall. The steel wall was endless on both sides. But it can be imagined that the steel wall surrounded more important military areas. The bus passed through layers of core areas all the way. And it was obvious that this was the real core. Boys, it's time to get off the bus. The driver's emotionless voice sounded, reminding everyone who was in a daze. There was a rustling sound, and the seniors were the first to leave. And Zhu Shizhou got off the bus behind everyone. The bus drove away quickly, leaving only 7 people including Zhu Shizhou in a daze. However, they were not in a daze for a long time, because there was a rumble from the wall in front of them. And then the ground began to shake, and a huge steel door appeared on the wall, and slowly opened to both sides. No, this huge steel door did not appear suddenly, but because this door was perfectly integrated with the city wall. So they had not noticed that there was a door here before. Zhu Shizhou thought that if the rebels who wanted to make trouble wanted to break through here, they might not even find the door. After the huge steel door opened, the first thing that appeared in front of everyone was 2 rows of elite black soldiers holding guns, stepping out in an orderly manner like emotionless machines. And walking in the middle of the 2 rows of black soldiers was a man who was not much older than Zhu Shizhou, who looked about 27 or 28 years old. The man came to stand in front of everyone, looked at them one by one, and then shook his head with emotion. There are only 7 people this time, so there will probably be only 2 or 3 left in the end. Come on, follow me. Wait, don't you introduce yourself first? Someone asked. The man said without even turning his head. Forget about introducing yourself. The identity of each commander is generally confidential and cannot be revealed to the students who are about to be eliminated. Although it may be a bit cruel to say this, it is very likely that none of you are qualified to know my identity now. Oh, by the way, who is Zhu Shizhou? Finally, the man suddenly turned around and asked. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand. The man nodded to Zhu Shizhou. You should be prepared, because the difficulty of your assessment should be a little greater than that of others. Chapter 536 Command Center. My assessment is more difficult than others? Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment. Why? Because the organization has high hopes for you, and those who are capable should work harder. What if I fail the assessment because the organization increases the difficulty? The man sneered. Then go back and continue studying. Zhu Shizhou fell into deep thought. Does anyone else have any questions? The man glanced at the other 6 students. The other 6 students did not have any questions. Very good. Keep up with me. Zhu Shizhou, you haven't taken a few command classes, so watch and study hard. I don't expect you to become the top commander now. You may even be the one with the worst performance in this graduation assessment. Be prepared. Zhu Shizhou. What's wrong with this guy? He praised him and criticized him at the same time. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand what this man meant. Is he saying that he has a promising future? But not now. However, Zhu Shizhou's doubts only lasted for 10 minutes. The man took everyone to the command center. The scene in the command center was very different from the solemn scene in Zhu Shizhou's imagination. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but complain the first time he entered the command center. Are you sure this is the command center, not the customer service center? To be honest, when Zhu Shizhou saw the scene in the command center, he actually thought of telephone customer service. The scene he saw now was extremely similar to that of the customer service center. Each commander had a headset on his ear, and they were equipped with a computer in front of them. The computer screen displayed complex systems and various data. The entire command center was noisy, and the commanders were giving instructions one by one into the headset, making the space extremely noisy. This scene is very much like a telephone customer service communicating with a customer through a headset. However, the other end of the headset is not a customer, but a team of black soldiers under each commander. The man smiled. When I was brought in, I had the same idea as you, but you will get used to it in the future. Oh, it's too early to tell you this now. You haven't officially graduated yet. Zhu Shizhou thought. Here it comes again. This guy started to praise him again, as if he was sure that he could enter the command center. Just as he thought so, suddenly, a roar broke out in the command center. Ah, dead, dead, dead. All dead. Ah! Ha ha ha. I'm fucking. Ha ha ha. Alien insects. Alien insects. Alien insects. Shit, alien insects. A man suddenly dropped his headset, crying and laughing like crazy, holding his head and screaming. His face was distorted, as if he had experienced some great terror that could break his psychological defenses. His red eyes were full of bloodshot. Just like a madman, His body was still shaking. And he looked crazy. Zhu Shizhou's eyes widened. And the other students were also shocked. This is, however, the man just glanced at it and said as if it was nothing special. It's normal. Nothing serious. It's just that a commander couldn't bear the blow in his heart and had a mental breakdown. He will be taken away for treatment soon. Sure enough, not long after the man finished speaking, a group of people in white clothes ran up and quickly took away the madman who had gone crazy and even started to attack other commanders. The man smiled calmly. Haha. What is the fastest treatment method you can think of? Emotional erasure potion. This is the answer from the other 6 seniors. Tranquilizer. This is Zhu Shizhou's answer. Both sides answered at the same time. And both sides were stunned for a moment after the answer was completed. After a brief thought, the 6 seniors changed their words. We were wrong. It should be tranquilizer. The man asked. Why? One student said. Because the emotional erasure potion has no emotional recovery period. And the commander just now was obviously not in a normal emotional erasure state. Which means that he did not inject the emotional erasure potion. The treatment method that can be taken should be tranquilizer. And perhaps a little psychological counseling. The man looked at Zhu Shizhou again. Zhu Shizhou said. After the emotional erasure, it will affect normal decision-making. If it is a black soldier, it doesn't matter. But if the commander loses the judgment of a normal person, the order given will inevitably be inaccurate. For the first time, the other students looked at Zhu Shizhou squarely. From the perspective of understanding, Zhu Shizhou's answer crushed them. The man smiled with relief. Not bad. Not bad. I really didn't misjudge you. Then the man explained the situation to the new students with emotion. The commander was in charge of the command project in the Southeast Asian theater. A battle kept him awake for several days and nights. He was constantly commanding, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. In addition, the successive failures and large-scale deaths also made him feel incomparable guilt. Can you imagine? After his orders were issued and perfectly executed, a large number of people died. The commander just found out that his orders were wrong, and that he killed his own black soldiers. This despair and helplessness were superimposed again and again, and repeated again and again, like an inescapable curse, entangled in the commander's heart. Every night when falling asleep, the commander will clearly remember the orders he has given, and can also clearly recall the black soldiers he has killed. Some commanders even suffer from insomnia because they cannot bear the pressure that accumulates bit by bit, and have to inject drugs to fall asleep every night. Neurasthenia, depression, schizophrenia, mania, hysteria, persecution, delusion, any mental illness you can think of has happened in this command center. However, this kind of despair and helplessness is something that every commander will experience. If you can bear it, continue to bear it. If you can't bear it, then continue to bear it after receiving treatment. Once you enter the command center, you will never be able to get out of this situation. All the students were stunned. The man glanced at the people who were already in a trance and said, Now I give you a chance to quit. If you choose to give up the graduation assessment and stay as a student, it's actually not bad. No one spoke. What a joke. Since they entered the training base, they have been studying the command course, overcoming all difficulties, and going through the actual combat with alien insects. And now they are asked to give up? The man focused on Zhu Shizhou and said, Especially you. Everyone in our command center has heard of you. You are an all-round genius. So you have more choices. Choice? Zhu Shizhou smiled. Choose to become a machine that can only charge under the commander? The man did not persuade him. Zhu Shizhou asked. In fact, after graduating from the command course, students don't necessarily have to come to the command center. Aren't there still external missions? This kid really grasps the key points better than ordinary people. The man nodded. Yes, except for staying in the command center behind or going to the front line. There is no other choice except these two. One student was stunned. No. What about our instructors? Aren't they our instructors? The man said quietly. What if I tell you that your instructors didn't pass the graduation test of the command course at all? Strictly speaking, they haven't graduated yet. Ah? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 537. A group of monster commanders. The instructors of the command are all black soldiers who have not graduated yet. Due to the harsh requirements of the command, there are many students who cannot graduate every year because their abilities do not meet the standards. But their abilities have reached the standards of normal black soldiers. So there are two paths before them at this time. One is to transfer to another department and then graduate normally as a member of another department. The other is to stay in the command and do some work that can compensate for the position in the command, such as instructors. Both of these paths can obtain the official status of black soldiers, which is a special case of not graduating and is tacitly approved by the organization. Although your instructors have not graduated from the command, their abilities and levels are enough to teach you. The organization cannot arrange a commander who has already graduated to teach you. So in order to reduce the pressure on talent resources, the position of instructor was born. The man said so, and then smiled at the stunned crowd. Besides, do you really think you are more capable than your instructors? Now, I don't know who among you can pass the assessment. Even if you pass the assessment, it doesn't prove that you are more capable than your instructors. Because many people voluntarily give up the assessment to become instructors in order to avoid the choice of entering the command center and going to the front line. The other 6 students and Zhu Shizhou all muttered in their hearts, wondering which type their own instructors belonged to. Zhu Shizhou felt that according to Instructor Mo's personality, he should not be the type to give up voluntarily. Maybe he was really rejected because of his lack of ability. However, the reason why this man said become an instructor was probably to screen people. Zhu Shizhou secretly looked at everyone, and sure enough, one of them looked shaken. The man obviously noticed the shaken student like Zhu Shizhou, and deliberately asked, "I'll ask one last time. Is anyone giving up?" "Me." The shaken student finally stood up. "I give up." The man nodded. "Okay. You can go." The student seemed to want to explain. So he said, "If becoming an instructor can also have a formal black soldier organization, I don't know what the point of graduating from the command class is. And becoming an instructor can also shine for the organization." Okay. There is no need to explain. Everyone has their own choice. I have seen people who choose to become instructors countless times. If you insist on being strong, I will look down on you. You know, there are many commanders who have successfully entered the command center and regret it all day and night. The man said this, and the student was relieved. Before leaving, the student bowed to everyone and turned to leave. The man looked at the others again. "What about you?" Other students replied, "I believe my value is not limited to being an instructor. I want to be a commander." Zhu Shizhou laughed. "I joined the Black Soldier organization not to have a regular position after graduation, but to save the world." The guy who just left actually took the graduation test to become a formal black soldier. So it is obvious that the low risk of being an instructor is very suitable for him. This is actually a wave of belief screening. With the guy's belief, even if he becomes a commander, he will eventually become a black sheep. The man was very satisfied with their answers. So he took everyone to the corner of the command center. Although the entire command center was extremely noisy. In fact, the space of the command center was quite large. There were noisy places and quiet places. The corner where the man took them was a quieter place than other places. No. Rather than saying it was quiet, it was better to say it was dead silence. The layout of the corner of the command center was exactly the same as that of other locations. There was a table for each person, a computer in front of each commander, and a commander sitting on each seat. But unlike other locations, the commanders in this corner did not give any instructions to the headset. Zhu Shizhou took a look and saw that some commanders were sitting cross-legged and eating biscuits. Some were sitting in their seats expressionlessly. Some were smiling at the computer screen. Some were doing nothing, openly browsing their phones. Some were looking at the screen and smoking. There were 7 or 8 ashtrays full of cigarette butts on the table. And some were simply sleeping on the table. What kind of monsters are these? Zhu Shizhou complained in his heart. Ahem. Don't be idle. All the team stand up. The man shouted at him. The next moment, the commander who was eating the biscuits stuffed the biscuits into his mouth, puffed his mouth, and touched his stomach and stood up. The commander who was sitting in his seat seemed to have recovered a little bit of energy, but he still stood up slowly like a zombie to line up. The commander who was grinning at the screen suddenly had a polarized expression, from a happy grin to tears in an instant. The commander who was slacking off on his phone stood up and lined up, but he didn't raise his head and continued to swipe his phone. The smoking man put out the cigarette butt, sighed, scratched his messy hair that hadn't been washed for a few days, and came over. The one who was sleeping was still fucking sleeping. The man walked up and kicked the sleeping commander. However, the commander did not wake up. He was kicked to the ground, but his eyes were still closed and his body was limp. Just when Zhu Shizhou thought that this guy was a great sleeper, the man was stunned, then squatted down to check the commander's condition, and then stood up as if nothing had happened. It's no big deal. He just fainted. Zhu Shizhou was confused. Is this not a big deal? Soon a group of white clothes came up and dragged the fainted commander away, which made Zhu Shizhou's eyebrows twitch. Smoking dog? He is right next to you. Don't you know he fainted? The man questioned the yawning commander. Zhu Shizhou looked over and found that the smoker commander had a scruffy beard and messy hair, as if he hadn't washed it all day. The man called him smoker. He didn't care, but waved his hand. He hasn't slept for a week, so it's reasonable for him to sleep. Okay, don't look at me like that. I was wrong. I should care about the physical condition of the team members in the spirit of unity and friendship. The man glanced at the smoker coldly. But now was obviously not the time to pursue responsibility. He coughed twice. I told you before. These are all newcomers. Each of you lead one, and then evaluate their performance and write an analysis report for me. Yes, team leader. The commanders responded. At this time, the expressionless zombie commander hunched over and trembled and raised his hand. One is missing, the man explained casually. A student gave up voluntarily. Oh! The zombie commander put his hand down again. The commander, who was eating cookies, swallowed the food in his mouth reluctantly. Do they choose us or do we choose them? The man didn't want to waste time talking to these people. The task was assigned yesterday. They can do whatever they want as long as they can achieve the result. So the man turned around and left, leaving only 4 words. It's up to you. The remaining group of commanders and students stared at each other. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou didn't want to choose any of them. A smoker, a foodie, a communication disorder, a mental disorder, a slacker, and another fainted and was carried away. I don't know what kind of personality he has. It's difficult to deal with. However, he didn't want to choose the commander. But someone was eyeing him. The foodie commander glanced at everyone. Who is Zhu Shizhou? Zhu Shizhou stood up helplessly. I am, the foodie said. How about following me? I will try my best to beautify you in the report. And I guarantee you can graduate. Chapter 538. Don't even think about getting started. The words of the foodie shocked all the students, especially Zhu Shizhou, who twitched his eyebrows and said, Forget about cheating. I can pass the test without your good words. The other students also frowned. This undisguised difference in treatment made them feel underestimated. Zhu Shizhou is a genius, and they could understand that the commander asked Zhu Shizhou the first question. But this blatant cheating is really unbearable. But fortunately, Zhu Shizhou did not agree, which means that Zhu Shizhou will definitely not choose this commander next time. This gives the others a chance, since this commander wants to cheat for Zhu Shizhou openly. If they have a good relationship with this commander, can they also let the commander say a few good words for them in the final analysis report? Some students who feel that they are not strong enough have become active, but no one answers. At this time, the commander, who was addicted to smoking, took out a lighter and a cigarette from his pocket, lit it up again, took a deep puff and smiled. Don't listen to his nonsense. The analysis report must be the most fair, and the few compliments are just a few compliments on your hard work. The final evaluation result still depends on your command ability. You can see it by looking at us. That guy even eats cookies while commanding. Do you think this kind of compliments can affect your evaluation results? No one knew whether what he said was true or false, and no one said anything. But it is true that these guys don't act like commanders at all, but like a bunch of idiots. The smoker grinned and said with a cigarette in his mouth, Come with me. The battle zone I'm in charge of should be the one with the best chance of survival. He didn't make any promises, but just explained the situation of the battle zone he was in charge of, and no one else interrupted, which showed that what the smoker said was indeed true. But Zhu Shizhou was more concerned about the guy who fainted and was carried away before, so he asked a question. I don't recommend choosing him. The smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. The situation in the battle zone he is in charge of is complicated and changeable. Didn't you see that he hasn't slept for several days and nights, which has caused him to be exhausted? If you go to his side, you will definitely not end up well. Although the biggest feature of our group is that we take over some dying games, which is just suitable for students to practice for graduation assessment. But if you can revive a dead game, it counts as your ability. His battle zone. I think there is little hope of a comeback. Whoever takes over will die. However, Zhu Shizhou made a decision unexpectedly on the spot. Okay, Then I will choose him. Everyone was shocked. Especially the smoker who had just advised Zhu Sergio. He choked while smoking and coughed several times. Didn't you listen to me? I said that almost no one can turn the situation around. Why did you choose him? The other students also looked at Zhu Sergio in confusion. Zhu Sergio said, you also said that almost no one can turn the tables. So if I turn the tables, wouldn't that reflect my value? In addition, you said that your war zone is the most viable. If you can revitalize your war zone yourself, then what do we need to do? Do we still have room to play? After hearing this, the students immediately reacted. Zhu Sergio was right. The graduation assessment evaluates the ability behind each student's command behavior, not whether the battle is won. In other words, the more complex the war zone, the more room they have to play. Didn't you see that the commander was carried away because he was exhausted? As long as he is chosen, he will definitely have the opportunity to participate. In the seemingly easy war zone, they can't do much. It's good enough that the commander doesn't mind them making trouble. Seeing that the key was so easily discovered, the smoker laughed awkwardly a few times, and then said, it's up to you. But I have to remind you that the guy who was carried away for treatment was entrusted with an important task because he is very capable. The stronger his ability, the more paranoid and demanding perfection. If you want to intervene, you must make him recognize your ability. After the smoker reminded him, he naturally knew that Zhu Sergio would not choose him again, and decisively turned his target to another student. Soon, several people chose their own team commanders and were taken to their seats by the commanders. The commander in charge of Zhu Sergio was still in the treatment and had not returned. So Zhu Sergio simply sat on the commander's chair and looked at the complex computer screen. There are several windows above the computer screen, showing real-time battlefield images. Some are overview images from drones looking down from high altitude. Some are obviously real-time transmission images from cameras on black soldiers. And some are remote-controlled low-angle upward images. All are equipped with ultra-high-speed camera functions, which can be paused, rewound, and adjusted at any time. The central area of the screen is a three-dimensional terrain map simulated by the system, which can be freely enlarged and reduced, so that the combat terrain map can be clearly seen. On the left side of the screen is a mathematical image formed by a large amount of complex material data, as well as a map with various markings. On the right side is a note annotation text window, which is full of many precautions, including that a certain team is in critical condition, a certain team urgently needs treatment, and a certain team is waiting for support. There is also a series of hidden windows below, all of which are related to logistics docking work. The dense and huge amount of information is spread out on this computer, and it feels extremely complicated at first glance. However, this is also because Zhu Sergio jumped too far. Generally speaking, these remote operations will be taught to students one by one in the middle and late stages of the command course. Zhu Sergio is like choosing skip the novice tutorial when playing games, and then turning on the cheats and facing the complex game mechanism with a confused look. Although it is very sloppy. But Zhu Sergio is a cheater after all. Do you understand it? Just after Zhu Sergio's neighbor smoked a puff of cigarette, he saw Zhu Sergio clumsily fiddling with the mouse on the screen, obviously familiarizing himself with various windows and screens. So he asked directly. Zhu Sergio did not show off. Shaking his head, I don't understand. It is normal that he can't understand it, because he has not learned the later content of the command course at all. Hee. The command class is all about how to command a single combat team in the early and middle stages. And the key is to learn complex and changeable large-scale battles in the middle and late stages. In fact, we all believe that you can pass the graduation test, but not now. Zhu Sergio endured the smell of smoke and asked, what do you mean? Everyone knows your talent, so the organization will not waste your talent wantonly. Other courses are easy to say, but the command class cannot be sloppy. Therefore, the organization will never let you pass the test easily while keeping a close eye on you. In other words, if your performance is just average or worse, the organization will force you to go back to study. Zhu Sergio finally understood what the man who brought them here meant when he said that the organization gave him a harder test than others. So that's it. Zhu Sergio was filled with emotion, but asking him to go back to study the course, Zhu Sergio could only say no way. Skills can be trained, but others don't have such a good opportunity to go directly to the end to fight the boss battle to train themselves. And the experience gained can only be shallow theoretical knowledge after all. But he is different. No matter how many times he fails, he can restart and directly gain advanced experience and take the shortest shortcut. Zhu Shurjiu didn't speak arrogantly, because it's too early to show off now, and he really doesn't know anything at the moment. On the other side of the smoker, the students he led have already started to get familiar with it. The smoker asked the student to try to retrieve information from the computer and conduct integrated analysis. The student had completed the later courses seriously, so he frowned and started to think deeply without any guidance. After the smoker chatted with Zhu Shurjiu for a few words, the commander Zhu Shurjiu was waiting for came back. Who are you? The commander looked very young. Zhu Shurjiu thought that this guy looked younger than him. He had a baby face, but dark circles under his eyes, was not tall, and had dry and yellow hair. He looked like a malnourished high school student. Me? I'm Zhu Shurjiu. I'm here to take the graduation test. However, unlike other commanders who were very enthusiastic when they saw Zhu Shurjiu before, this guy's reaction seemed very flat, and he even frowned. Oh, get out of the way. Not easy to get along with, Zhu Shurjiu thought. But he still decisively got out of the way. After all, this was someone else's chair. After the commander sat down, his eyes stared straight at the computer screen, and he said stiffly, I don't care if you are a genius or something, but don't think about getting involved in my battle. You can ask questions if you have any. If I'm not busy, I will answer you. But I still say that you can't get involved. Chapter 539, Liberia War Zone. This guy is too outspoken. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. The smoker was doing nothing and laughed. I reminded you that this guy is a paranoid. No one pursues perfection more than him. If you intervene, he will think you have ruined his original plan and may even turn against you. The paranoid commander said coldly. Paranoia? You think so because you are not strong enough to make me change my decision. So I am considered paranoid if I do not accept your suggestions. But if Commander Su comes and he disagrees with me, I will definitely obey Commander Su's orders without hesitation. The smoker shrugged at Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu immediately felt the character of this brother. In short, he is conceited, extremely conceited, and it is obvious that his personal ability supports this conceit. The paranoid commander glanced at Zhu Shurjiu and said, Don't feel dissatisfied. Since you have chosen me, then watch and learn well. If you don't understand, I will teach you. If you are willing to learn humbly, you will definitely learn a lot, and it will not be in vain for your graduation assessment this time. Okay. The words are true, but the tone makes people want to beat him up. Zhu Shurjiu took a deep breath and smiled. Don't worry. I'm here to learn this time. The paranoid commander didn't expect Zhu Shurjiu to be so humble, and was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but other commanders, who were secretly waiting for Zhu Shurjiu to clash with this guy were also stunned. If they were a genius like Zhu Shurjiu, who was destined to shine in history, they might be more conceited than the paranoid one. But now in the confrontation between the two geniuses, Zhu Shurjiu was the one who lowered his head? The paranoid commander quickly recovered. His tone was much more relaxed, and nodded. It's good that you know. I am, my name cannot be told. You can call me a sickly ghost. That's what they all call me. Zhu Shurjiu had wanted to ask for a long time. Why can't I reveal my name? Neither the man who brought them in nor the commanders, who were responsible for assessing them, revealed their names. And Zhu Shurjiu was already extremely curious. The sickly ghost was just as he said before. Zhu Shurjiu answered all the questions without any intention of hiding anything. Because most commanders do not erase emotions. They cannot give up some things that tie them down, such as family affection. So after every commander becomes a commander, their family will be strictly protected and classified as top secret. No one with ulterior motives will be allowed to threaten the lives of the commander's family, and let the commander deliberately lead the war into a dangerous situation. After we become commanders, our file information will be completely deleted, whether in the outside world or in Illuminiscen. This can also be regarded as a means of protection. Family. Zhu Shurjiu thought of his parents and sister. Before he set out to Illuminiscen, Su Feng temporarily stood on the same front with him, and promised to help him take care of his family. He didn't know whether he took good care of his family. It looks like you have a family. The sick ghost saw the slight concern in Zhu Shurjiu's eyes, and made an accurate judgment. Zhu Shurjiu also noticed something from the sick ghost's question and asked tentatively, Don't you have any? The sick ghost replied coldly, I'm an orphan. Okay. He was abrupt. Skipping this topic, the sick ghost and Zhu Shurjiu got closer after a brief greeting and began to introduce the war zone he was in charge of. This war zone is in Liberia in West Africa. Before the alien Zerg touched it, Liberia was one of the least developed countries in the world. After the alien Zerg appeared, many areas like Liberia were planned as key war zones. The Black Soldier organization paid a lot of money to drive the alien Zerg in Africa to Liberia, and then built a defense base in Liberia. The alien Zerg had been unable to advance for many years after being driven to Liberia by the organization. So they took root and built nests in Liberia. There is Papua New Guinea in front and Liberia in the back. Both regions are poor and backward, and there are a large number of alien Zerg entrenched. Many questions that Zhu Shurjiu was not convenient to ask before can now be asked. The Zerg are entrenched in poor and backward areas. Is this phenomenon common? The sickly ghost stared at Zhu Shurjiu in surprise. This is the current situation. If the Zerg invade the prosperous areas of humans, it will be a real disaster. The current situation was created by Commander Su, through the deployment of tactics to lure the enemy around, and thousands of large and small battles. The Zerg were blocked in these backward areas. Our mission is to stop the Zerg from breaking through the defense line. The sick ghost told Zhu Shurjiu that Liberia was just one of the defense points in West Africa, focusing on blocking the outbreak of the Zerg nest. And as for the Zerg that were scattered and attacked the prosperous areas of humans, the free forces were responsible for searching and killing them. If the defense base in Liberia is breached, a large number of Zerg will pour in from Liberia and destroy the remaining defense bases one by one. You must know that each of our defense bases can only barely block the impact of a Zerg nest. If the Zerg in Liberia breaks through to any other defense base, the Zerg will snowball and eventually we humans will have to give up the entire war zone in West Africa. After the introduction of the sick ghost, Zhu Shurjiu understood the seriousness of the situation. Hearing you say this, the Zerg seemed to have tactical wisdom. The sickly ghost sighed and said, "You also know that the average intelligence level of the Zerg is the same as that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. But no one knows whether there are special super intelligent individuals among the large number of Zerg. And no one knows whether individuals with intelligent potential will be born among the Zerg after decades of reproduction. So we humans don't know how intelligent the Zerg are. And the reason why they go down the river along our defense base and break through the defense base one by one may be just because the people in the West African war zone have basically been dispersed by us. So the Zerg can only smell the pheromones on us. So I prefer to believe that rather than saying that they have tactical intelligence, it is better to say that their behavior of chasing pheromones objectively has tactical intelligence." Zhu Shurjiu understood. And the sick ghost also told him that the current situation was indeed critical. But similar crises, where the defense base was almost overturned, had not happened before. How was it solved before? Zhu Shurjiu asked. The sick ghost smiled dryly and looked at Zhu Shurjiu. I have read your information. Have you experienced the Death Rose mission in Papua New Guinea? This confidentiality level mission is not higher than the commander's authority. The sick ghost said. The reason why our command center values you is precisely because of your performance in Papua New Guinea. To be honest, your performance there has basically reached the level of a frontline commander. But rear-line command is different after all. The sick ghost lightly dropped a heavy bomb. Papua New Guinea activated the Death Rose with the approval of our command center. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised. But wasn't that the application submitted by Thorn? At this time, the sick ghost smiled bitterly. Yes, it was her application. But it was approved by our command center. Have you ever thought about why she submitted the application? Without waiting for Zhu Shurjiu to answer, he said to himself, because this is already a common method of our command center. Once our defense base cannot stop the outbreak of an alien worm nest, we will activate weapons similar to the Death Rose to directly destroy the war zone. Of course, the power is limited to the range of destroying an alien worm nest, and it will not annihilate the continent. As for the defense base in the war zone, it needs to be rebuilt after being destroyed. During the reconstruction period, the support troops will arrive seamlessly and try to clean up the mess. After the reconstruction, it will enter a new round of defense where both sides will lose. Zhu Shurjiu opened his mouth and asked, Then, what about the black soldiers in the defense base? The sick ghost squinted at the screen and said calmly, They ascended to heaven with the Zerg. Chapter 540. Let's give it a try. Letting the black soldiers and the alien Zerg perish together is the last resort. This means that the commander has no means to save the war situation. The war situation has reached the point of being on the verge of collapse. If there is any hope of a comeback, the commander will not approve the strategy of dying together. Once the decision is made to perish together, the black soldiers still in the defense base will have only one choice, which is to delay time as much as possible and wait for the annihilation weapons to be in place, because it will be meaningless to kill the alien Zerg at that time. These living black soldiers will become natural bait to attract the alien Zerg. Most black soldiers will release their pheromones as much as possible before perishing together to attract all the alien Zerg to the defense base. Just like the operation of using the insect girl Misha in Papua New Guinea at that time. Then can't we retreat first and then execute annihilation? Zhu Shizhou said with some emotion. The sick ghost sneered. Retreat? Where to retreat? How to retreat? Your bait plan in Papua New Guinea is a miracle that cannot be replicated. You only used yourself to attract the alien Zerg on the island to rush to you. But the reality is that not everyone is like you, and can attract alien Zerg by one person. The black soldiers in the defense base cannot retreat, because the alien Zerg are trapped in the nest because of their pheromones. Once the black soldiers retreat, a large number of alien Zerg will follow the black soldiers. And with the mobility of the alien Zerg, hee. So if the black soldiers in the defense base cannot stop the alien Zerg in the alien Zerg nest, their fate can only be to burn the last pheromone as bait to force the alien Zerg to stay where they are, in order to ensure that the defense base can be rebuilt and the defense line does not collapse. The weapons used to annihilate the Zerg cannot be too powerful, and can probably destroy 90% of the Zerg in the Zerg nest. The remaining 10% will be left to the support troops to deal with. After the defense base is rebuilt, a new round of defense will begin, over and over again. In this cycle, almost all the defense bases of the black soldier organizations in the world have been destroyed by annihilation weapons. The black soldiers in the defense bases will inevitably be wiped out once in a short period of 1 or 2 years, or 3 or 4 years. The sick ghost roughly introduced the situation of the war zone he is currently responsible for. There are still 3,728 black soldiers in the defense base. So many black soldiers? Zhu Shizhou was a little frightened. This means that if Liberia is about to fall, 3,728 black soldiers will disappear from this world when the tactic of mutual surrender is finally adopted. The sickly ghost was choked by the second-hand smoke from the smoker next to him. He coughed twice and sighed. It's already considered a small amount, compared to this war zone. Smoker, stop smoking. If you smoke again, I will smoke you. The smoker had been listening to the conversation between the sickly ghost and Zhu Shizhou. He smiled and extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray, and added, These nearly 4,000 black soldiers are the result of reinforcement. You should know that the number of black soldiers in the defense base of the Liberia war zone was less than 2,000. Now the organization is still sending reinforcements and replenishing manpower. So Zhu Shizhou, you have to work hard. Zhu Shizhou thought about it and understood. The reason why the organization keeps sending reinforcements is because the organization feels that there is hope for a turnaround after the reinforcements. Since there is hope for a turnaround, it cannot give up in the end and keep adding manpower. The reason why the sick ghost kept thinking non-stop until he fainted and rushed back after being treated was because he didn't want all the nearly 4,000 black soldiers to die in this battle. If it really came to that end, then the sick ghost would really be to blame. At this time, the sick ghost was still constantly mobilizing the black soldiers to conduct reconnaissance, defense and assault. There was a simple route map on the computer screen. Any marks and routes he made on the map would be shared with all the black soldiers in the defense base in real time, including the number of alien Zerg, where support was needed, in which direction the alien Zerg gathered to execute tactical detours, etc. All were clearly displayed on the map. As for the rest, anything could happen on the ever-changing battlefield, so the commander would often make on-the-spot adjustments. As for the black soldiers, all they could do was obey orders, no matter how dangerous or even deadly the tasks the commander asked them to perform. They would execute them without hesitation. After briefly introducing the basic situation to Zhu Shizhou at the beginning, the sick ghost never paid any attention to him again, and began to concentrate on the command. Zhu Shizhou did not disturb him, but stared at the computer screen silently without saying a word, trying to familiarize himself with every interface, and trying to understand every operation of the sick ghost. But it is obvious that the situation is not optimistic. Otherwise the sick ghost would not be overworked to the point of fainting. This won't work. If we take this route, the risk is too great. Can they hold on? No. They are already at the end of their strength. So let's be conservative. No. If we don't make some changes, we will only retreat again and again. So what about this? The sick ghost talked to himself, staring at the computer screen, mumbling and biting his nails to weigh the various decisions that popped up in his mind. But the current situation did not allow him to make a decision casually, because it was very likely that his words would cause the entire battle to collapse. Just as the sick ghost was thinking selflessly, and almost forgot that Zhu Shurjiu was sitting next to him, a voice suddenly came from the side. What are you hesitating about? Shut up. Damn it. I told you not to. The sick ghost cursed halfway. Then he remembered that the person next to him was not the smoker, but Zhu Shurjiu. But he did not apologize, but said stiffly, Be quiet first. Don't bother me when I'm about to make a decision. After that, he continued to think. But Zhu Shurjiu insisted. Tell me about it. Maybe I can give you some inspiration. And I am a genius anyway. Why not ask for my opinion? The sick ghost frowned. I asked you to sit here to observe my decision, not to let you dictate the battle situation. Zhu Shurjiu said indifferently. If you don't want me to dictate, tell me what you are thinking about, and let me help you think about it. The sick ghost cursed again, but seeing Zhu Shurjiu's firm expression, he knew that if he didn't tell Zhu Shurjiu would continue to disturb him. What a waste of time. The sick ghost muttered a few words, then pointed at the computer screen and drew a route on it. I am thinking now whether to send more personnel to use this place as a breakthrough to forcibly tear apart the alien insect swarm. Draw out about 10% of the alien insects, and then send another force to surround from the side. If the tactics are successful, it should be possible to forcibly reduce the number of alien insects by 10%. Zhu Shurjiu glanced at the route pointed out by the sick ghost. The tactics are simple and clear, and it is easier to understand with reference to the terrain. Isn't this good? Why not do it? The sick ghost frowned. But the problem is that if you want to forcibly split the alien insect swarm, you must use the large force as bait. Release pheromones after rushing into the alien insect swarm to attract the large force of the alien insect swarm, and hold on until the encirclement force kills the 10% of the alien insects that have been cut off. If the effect is not ideal, then losing half of our manpower will be considered a light loss. Then, the sick ghost marked several locations on the map. Here, and here are all the places where the Zerg used to nest. None of us knows whether there are still a large number of Zerg sleeping underground. So the bait army must avoid these points when attracting the Zerg. This means that the route forward for the large army to leave is extremely limited. The troops cannot be dispersed, which will cause the large army to be surrounded and difficult to use their fists. Also, the encirclement force that eliminates the remaining 10% of the Zerg needs to grasp the accurate timing to dispatch. If the timing is not grasped well, the split plan will not work. After encircling the Zerg, this encirclement force needs to eliminate the 10% of the Zerg as soon as possible, and then turn around to tear open the Zerg encirclement. Form a pincer attack with the large army. Tear open a gap to join the large army, and finally retreat and fight again, and return to the defense base. At first glance, it's all risky, and our people have been holding on for a long time. Their bodies are already on the verge of limit. To be honest, the possibility of failure after execution is even greater, so I am struggling whether to implement this tactic. After listening to the concerns of the sick ghost, Zhu Shurjiu pretended to think for a long time, and then patted his shoulder and said firmly, I think it is feasible. Execute it. The sick ghost almost laughed out of anger. Execute it. Although he proposed this plan, the risk is indeed too great. He, a veteran commander, is always hesitant. But Zhu Shurjiu is so easy to say that the plan is feasible. It's really easy to talk. Just when the sick ghost was about to make a sarcastic remark, Zhu Shurjiu said faintly, Believe in yourself, and believe in the judgment of a genius like me. I think this plan can succeed. The sickly ghost's sarcastic words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them out. Many miracles have happened to Zhu Shurjiu. Until now, he is still secretly compared with Commander Su of the past, which is enough to prove that this genius is something. But the sickly ghost can enter the command center, so he must have been a genius. The words that Zhu Shurjiu said that made him waver were not the second half of the sentence, but the first half. Believe in yourself. Did he gradually begin to doubt his own decisions because of his repeated failures in the battle? If a commander can't even believe in his own decisions, how can he succeed? Zhu Shurjiu saw the wavering of the sickly ghost and uttered two words. Try it? The sickly ghost gritted his teeth and said, Hack it. Let's try it. Who cares? If it doesn't work, just adjust the plan on the spot. Being able to adapt to changes is also his strong point. But he still added sarcastically, "But don't get me wrong, Shu the genius. This is not your idea, but my decision alone." After saying that, without waiting for Zhu Shizhou to reply, the sickly ghost picked up the mouse and adjusted the microphone of the headset. Everyone listen up. Chapter 541, the second tactic of the sickly ghost. Restart. Half an hour later, the sickly ghost collapsed, holding his head, his face pale, and his lips trembling as he looked at the computer screen. Lost. Completely lost. His words, "Let's try it," caused nearly 60% of the black soldiers to die. A 3 East Division will make a small detour from the southeast of Point C to meet the remaining B1 Battalion. Integrate the team and retreat tactically. The West Battalion will split into 2 teams from the east and west. The East team will support the A3 East Division, and the West team will support the A3 West Division. The remaining members of A1 will retreat tactically after integrating the team. The route and dangerous points have been marked on the map. Please pay attention to the detour. Over. The pale and shocked sickly ghost finally insisted on spitting out the above instructions with a trembling body. Even though he had failed, he still insisted on completing the finishing work. This is the basic quality of a commander. Grief, anger, regret. He had to suppress all his emotions in the deepest part of his heart until the finishing work was completed. And he must not let these emotions affect his decision-making. Zhu Shizhou watched the battle collapse the whole time. The development of the battle was not complicated. It was nothing more than that when the large army tried to split the Zerg swarm, the Zerg misjudged the actions of the black soldiers. Or perhaps the black soldiers on the scene did something unknown. In short, the number of Zerg separated from the Zerg swarm exceeded 20%. This caused the remaining black soldiers of the encirclement force to be stretched to the limit. And finally they fought hard to encircle and eliminate 20% of the black soldiers. But the large army of black soldiers surrounded by the remaining 80% of the Zerg did not wait for timely support, resulting in a large number of counterattacks. This plan is not feasible. Compared to the collapsed sick ghost, Zhu Shizhou seemed very calm and made this judgment in his heart. In the eyes of outsiders, he was like an emotionless monster, almost watching the sick ghost command a failed battle with cold eyes. He did not participate in the command throughout the whole process, but watched the sick ghost's operation silently. Now recalling it, even he can point out the sick ghost's operation mistakes in hindsight. And these mistakes, before the battle became uncontrollable, no one could see them. Even if the veteran commanders were to examine them, they would only think that the sick ghost's decision at the time was not a problem. However, the root cause of the failure was that the sick ghost impulsively executed this plan under Zhu Shizhou's persuasion. If you want to blame the sick ghost for wanting a victory too much. The more he insisted, the more desperate he was about the current situation of the battle. No matter how he felt, he could only feel irreversible despair in his heart. So he was very hesitant before he decided to give it a try. At this time, Zhu Shizhou appeared. Zhu Shizhou's determination shook his hesitation. So he, who had always been seeking stability, began to seek change and boldly executed the tactics. But the result was complete. Damn it. The sick ghost slammed the table with red eyes. But he did not blame Zhu Shizhou, because he emphasized from the beginning that this was his decision alone. So this guilt will always be borne by him. He did not want Zhu Shizhou to participate in the battle, and also to prevent Zhu Shizhou's hands from being stained with sin when the battle failed. Although Zhu Shizhou could not be blamed, he was a little upset when he saw Zhu Shizhou's careless appearance, as if Zhu Shizhou did not regard the black soldiers as human lives. And he did not even waver in the slightest. His determination was so strong that it was almost heartless. Just as the sick ghost glared at Zhu Shizhou angrily, Zhu Shizhou began to ask about the details of the previous battle, especially focusing on why the alien insects were not cut off by 10% as they expected. The sick ghost felt more and more that Zhu Shizhou had no empathy for the casualties of the black soldiers. You guy, do you only regard the lives of the black soldiers as cold numbers? The sick ghost trembled with his lips, and almost raised his fist to punch Zhu Shizhou in the face. Zhu Shizhou said seriously, "Of course not. But compared to the failed battle, the reason for the failure is more important to me. This will help him make corresponding adjustments next time." The sick ghost naturally couldn't understand what Zhu Shizhou meant. He resisted the urge to act, supported his slightly dizzy head, and gritted his teeth and said, "Because my original plan was just an ideal plan. Although I have taken the physical conditions of the black soldiers into consideration as much as possible, I still overestimated them. Their physical conditions are worse than I thought, which makes them unable to perfectly control their own pheromones. With the pheromones scattered, they naturally cannot successfully execute the plan. I see. Zhu Shizhou silently digested and absorbed, and asked, then if you can go back to the time before the plan started, what adjustments would you make? The sick ghost collapsed in the chair with despair on his face. How can this be possible? It's too late to say anything now. The number of existing black soldiers has returned to the beginning, with only more than 1,000 black soldiers left. The organization had originally sent people to support, because the Liberian defense base could not hold on. Now I have wasted the opportunity, and the organization is unlikely to send people again. Zhu Shizhou patted the sick ghost's shoulder in a comforting manner. I know. But we always have to learn from the experience of failure. Tell me, if you go back to the past, what adjustments will you make? The sick ghost looked at Zhu Shizhou with even colder eyes. Not only him, but even the other commanders, who noticed what happened here, stared at Zhu Shizhou with cold eyes without saying a word. They all understood at this moment that this guy just regarded this battle as a tool for his growth. He didn't care how many people died. He only cared about what he could learn from failure, and how he could grow. Asshole. However, Zhu Shizhou didn't care about what others thought of him at all, and he didn't even bother to pretend. He still stubbornly asked the sick ghost. The sick ghost took a deep breath and tried to calm down his emotions. If I could go back to the beginning, I wouldn't choose this tactic, because the black soldiers no longer have the physical strength to support this tactic. However, from the battle just now, I saw another way. But this tactic is more complicated than the original one, involving the deployment of multiple points, and requires a strong ability to control the overall situation. The sick ghost closed his eyes and recalled the situation at the beginning. Suppose we divide the entire army into 28 squads and 2 battalions, and let the 2 battalions attack the Zerg team from the southeast and northwest respectively. Then the 2 battalions can divide the Zerg swarm into 50 to 50. Then order 28 teams to insert from the center, and attack and devour the Zerg swarm back to back with the 2 battalions. In this way, the 2 battalions and 28 teams can release pheromones to support each other to relieve pressure when they are tired, and can also fully guarantee the chance of survival. The sick ghost opened his eyes, and unwillingly pointed out another tactic he had in mind to Zhu Shizhou on the map. For example, if the 2 battalions are on the verge of physical limit, then the 28 teams in the center will release pheromones to attract alien insects to attack, and the 2 battalions can take the opportunity to recover and play a supporting role. And if the 28 teams can't hold on, then the 2 battalions will implement the bait tactics to give the 28 teams in the center a chance to breathe. For the 28 teams in the center back to back, they can also take care of each other, and divide their troops to take care of each other when any one side can't hold on. After the whole process, if it is executed perfectly, it should be possible to eliminate about 20% to 30% of the alien insects before the alien insects notice and flee. Zhu Shizhou asked in confusion. Then why didn't you choose this tactic before? There must be a reason. Right? This must be asked clearly. Because he doesn't want to die in vain. The sick ghost sighed. Because this tactic is too complicated. If something unexpected happens on the spot, I can't grasp it at all. Well, what are you doing? After hearing the last part, Zhu Shizhou didn't listen anymore and decisively chose to go back. Worried about unexpected events that are beyond your control? Why would you be afraid of that when I'm here? Chapter 542, Your tactics are good. Copy yours. I don't care if you are a genius or not. But don't think of taking over my battle. As usual, the sick ghost gave him a warning. Or rather a warning. In the last round, Zhu Shizhou still didn't understand what the sick ghost meant. He simply thought that the sick ghost looked down on him and didn't want him to interfere. But after witnessing the grief and despair of the sick ghost after his failure, he didn't think so anymore. Perhaps the sick ghost just didn't want him to be affected by the heavy sins, and chose to take all the responsibilities alone. Now the sick ghost has just been treated and is still weak. However, Zhu Shizhou didn't remain silent this time. In the last round, he had a general understanding of the current situation. If he didn't want to learn more, he would have taken advantage of the sick ghost's absence to take over directly. I just took a look. Is this the war situation in Liberia in West Africa? The situation is urgent. What tactics are you going to adopt to deal with the Zerg offensive? If we delay any longer, they will not be able to hold on. The sick ghost stared at Zhu Shizhou suspiciously. Can you understand? Not only did he point out the war zone he was responsible for in one sentence, but he also pointed out the biggest problem at the moment. Thinking of this, the sick ghost glanced at the smoker beside him. The smoker took a puff of cigarette and waved his hand quickly. It's not that I'm not me. I didn't teach him a word. He should have studied it by himself just now and understood it by himself. Genius. Not rare. The sick ghost frowned. If I'm not mistaken, you should not have studied the later courses of the command class? It stands to reason that Zhu Shizhou should not even understand the various windows on the screen, let alone how to analyze the key points from these complex data. Zhu Shizhou casually said, although I haven't taken the later courses of the command class, I have still prepared for it. Otherwise, how dare I come to take the graduation test? Really? Forget it. Since you know that the current situation is urgent, don't interfere recklessly. Even if you want to interfere, I will refuse. If you are unwilling, then find someone else to lead you. The sick ghost didn't care about Zhu Shizhou's learning progress. After being easily perfunctory, he turned his head and stared at the screen. Zhu Shizhou now only wants to promote the execution of tactics, without any nonsense. He directly cuts to the point. What tactics are you going to execute? The sick ghost didn't let Zhu Shizhou interfere, but it didn't mean that he was unwilling to answer Zhu Shizhou's questions. I'm going to send people to split up the Zerg swarm. The first tactic of the last week was blurted out by the sick ghost. He didn't know that this tactic would cause the number of black soldiers in the current defense base to drop by 60%, resulting in a complete loss of hope of a comeback. Since Zhu Shizhou knew the problem, he would not sit idly by. He said bluntly, have you considered the physical condition of the black soldiers? The key to this tactic is the pheromone bait of the black soldiers. But if their pheromones are now dry, their physical condition no longer allows them to execute this tactic? The sick ghost frowned and silently gave Zhu Shizhou an evaluation in his heart. Very sharp. He grasped the key point at once and reacted very quickly. Although he lacked experience, he still detected the key to his tactics through his keen sense of the battle situation. The sick ghost adjusted his attitude towards Zhu Shizhou in his heart and replied, I know. It is because I know that I am struggling whether to implement this tactic. Just like the last round, the sick ghost was struggling. And if it were not for Zhu Shizhou's instigation last week, the sick ghost would not have made such a hasty decision. In fact, this tactic is not only risky, but also too rough. He has another more complex and more labor-intensive tactic in his mind. But that tactic is not suitable for the black soldiers, who are now at the end of their strength. At this time, he suddenly said, since this tactic doesn't work, then I have a tactic. Can you listen to me? When these words came out, not only the sick ghost was stunned, but also the other commanders, who had been secretly paying attention to Zhu Shizhou's situation, were stunned. What tactics can a student who has not yet graduated have? Even if Zhu Shizhou is a genius, it is hard for everyone to believe that Zhu Shizhou can come up with a decent tactic in a short time. After being slightly stunned, the sick ghost said, tell me about it. He had already made up his mind to scold Zhu Shizhou after he said it. He felt that Zhu Shizhou wanted to run before he learned to walk. He was really ambitious and overestimating his own abilities. My tactics are a bit complicated. I call it a two-way central coordination tactic. It involves multi-point deployment and requires a strong ability to control the overall situation. Hearing Zhu Shizhou's shameless opening, the other commanders all laughed softly. But the sick ghost was slightly stunned, because the second tactic he had in mind was also the same. And the name of the tactic proposed by Zhu Shizhou seemed to be very consistent with the tactic he was thinking of. Zhu Shizhou continued, first, we divide the black soldiers into 2 large forces and 28 small teams. Let the 2 large forces besiege the Zerg from the southeast and northwest respectively. Separate the Zerg swarm. And then the 28 small teams cut in from the center. Zhu Shizhou shamelessly plagiarized the tactics that the sick ghost said in the previous round word for word, which made the sick ghost dumbfounded. The other commanders did not know the situation of the battle at the Liberia defense base, nor did they know the difficulty of executing the tactics. But just by listening to Zhu Shizhou's talk, they also felt that Zhu Shizhou had something. An ordinary graduate student might not be able to analyze a certain tactic as well as Zhu Shizhou. The smoker glanced at the student next to him, who was still thinking hard about analyzing the battle situation, and fell silent. Zhu Shizhou sat in his seat for a while before the sickly ghost came back. In such a short time, Zhu Shizhou judged the situation and proposed a tactic that he didn't know if it was feasible. But the students who were about to graduate like him were still slowly analyzing it. What a gap. Should I say he is really a genius? Did you really come up with this tactic yourself? After listening to it, the sickly ghost showed an expression of disbelief for the first time. Zhu Shizhou shamelessly said, "Yes. What's wrong? Your tactics are good. Copy yours. What's wrong?" But the sickly ghost still couldn't believe it. He grabbed the smoker who was watching the show on the side, and didn't dislike the smell of smoke on the smoker, and asked quickly, "Did he ask you for advice?" The smoker was shocked by the performance of the sickly ghost, and reacted in an instant. Could it be that Zhu Shizhou proposed a wonderful tactic that made the sickly ghost unable to control his emotions? The smoker answered with interest, "No." The sickly ghost let go of the smoker, and then stared at Zhu Shizhou with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Zhu Shizhou pretended not to know. "What's wrong?" Because it was too coincidental. The tactics proposed by Zhu Shizhou were exactly the same as the tactics he had in mind. It was exactly the same. He almost suspected that Zhu Shizhou had some superpower to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. If it was just roughly the same, he would still think Zhu Shizhou was a genius, and would not be so shocked. But the 28 teams mentioned by Zhu Shizhou, the number of teams is the same as the number of teams he planned. This can no longer be explained by coincidence. Is it a unique resonance between geniuses? The sickly ghost said with emotion. To be honest, the tactics you mentioned are exactly the same as the backup tactics I thought of. I was originally thinking that this tactic was not very successful, but now I am hesitant. Hearing what the sickly ghost said, everyone was stunned and looked at the sickly ghost with a strange expression. The smoker even said directly, "You tuberculosis ghost. Can you have some shame? You copied someone else's answer and said it was your own. I can't do such a thing." Tuberculosis ghost. Chapter 543 Execution. Tactic B. It was not only the smoker who suspected that the sick ghost copied other people's tactics, but other commanders also thought so. The tactics that Zhu Shizhou came up with in almost no time were exactly the same as the tactics in the mind of the sick ghost. How could he deceive a 3-year-old child? How could there be such a coincidence? So a very reasonable speculation emerged in their minds. They seriously suspected that Zhu Shizhou's tactics were not very good, and the sick ghost just wanted to find a scapegoat. The sick ghost had been tortured by the war situation in the Liberia war zone in recent days. Perhaps he had lost the basic qualities of a commander in this extreme torture, causing him to have mental problems, and began to give up on himself. The appearance of Zhu Shizhou was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to pass the buck, as long as the sick ghost adopted Zhu Shizhou's tactics. Even if he failed, he could claim that most of the responsibility was on the tactics and reduce the guilt. The smoker squinted his eyes, and guessed so while puffing out smoke. He could almost imagine what the sickly ghost would say after the command failed. It was nothing more than saying that he easily believed the judgment of Zhu Shizhou, the genius, or that he chose this tactic because of Zhu Shizhou's instigation. However, the sickly ghost's next words surprised the commanders, including the smoker. He had no intention of letting Zhu Shizhou take the blame, and said to Zhu Shizhou similar words to the previous round. "This tactic just fits the tactic in my mind. Even if you want to implement this tactic, it's not your idea, but my decision alone." Zhu Shizhou naturally saw the sickly ghost's intention to take responsibility. But before the tactic succeeded, no matter what this guy said, he only thought about one thing. That is, to win this battle and successfully pass the graduation assessment of the command course. I was still hesitating whether to implement this tactic. But since you think so, it means that this tactic still has some possibility of being implemented. Let me think about it. The sickly ghost's languid and exhausted spirit was slightly lifted up. After all, in the midst of setbacks, he gradually lost his confidence as a commander and began to doubt himself. Sometimes he even felt that he was incompetent and was a complete waste. Under the huge pressure, this self-attack tortured him to the point of going crazy. At this time, Zhu Shizhou suddenly appeared and affirmed the tactics in his mind. How could he not be excited? The word paranoia is the most suitable for him. In most cases, his decision-making is reasonable, rational and correct. So there is no problem with paranoid determination of tactics. But paranoid people have a disadvantage. That is, if the direction chosen at the beginning is wrong, they will also be paranoid and go all the way to the end, and even fail to realize that there is a problem with their decision-making. Now the sickly ghost is like this. The tactics that Zhu Shizhou, a genius, came up with are highly consistent with the tactics he figured out. Which means that this tactic is generally fine. He didn't believe in Zhu Shizhou's judgment, but in his own decision. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "The tactics can be implemented." Other commanders were shocked by the decision of the sickly ghost. The foodie commander was sitting at the workstation behind the sickly ghost eating snacks. When he heard what the sickly ghost said, he turned his head and said, "You guy, take it easy. Are you sure you don't want to pass the buck?" The sickly ghost sneered disdainfully. "Pass the buck? The premise of passing the buck is that my tactics will fail. But I believe my tactics are fine." Everyone was speechless. Damn. Isn't this Zhu Shizhou's tactic? What are you talking about here? They still didn't believe that things could be so coincidental. They even wanted the sick ghost to stop working and get some mental treatment. They thought that the sick ghost was now hypnotizing himself. Hypnotizing a lie into a truth that even he believed. It's not that similar things haven't happened before. There was a commander who seemed to be fine before commanding a battle. But the battle ended in a disastrous defeat, resulting in the death of thousands of black soldiers, the collapse of the war zone in charge, and a large riot of alien insects, which almost affected the defense lines of other defense bases. Then the commander couldn't accept this fact, and subconsciously hypnotized himself during a mental breakdown, making himself think that the battle he commanded was a great victory, and completely forgot the result of the disastrous defeat. The end result was that the commander was sent to a mental hospital and has not come out until now. It is normal for a commander to have mental problems under huge pressure. The smoker even considered calling the white-clothed man to do a mental evaluation for the sick ghost. But before he could make any move, the sick ghost took the lead in deploying the black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou watched very seriously, because in the last round, the sick ghost only told him the theoretical tactics and did not actually operate them. So he had to remember them with all his strength. If there is a problem later, he can review where the mistake was made. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou was watching seriously, the sick ghost began to actively explain the meaning of his various operations, partly to seek resonance between geniuses and partly to teach Zhu Shizhou, including the division methods and route selection when dividing the troops, the advance arrangements made to deal with possible accidents, and the backup plan that was not mentioned in the previous round. Although you have the same idea as me, the risk of this plan still exists. So we should prepare a backup plan. The sick ghost made various marks on the map while deploying the team. The biggest risk of this plan is that if the 28 teams forcibly inserted into the center are too popular, they will be easily surrounded by the alien insects. Therefore, the two large forces on the outside need to play a leading role at the beginning. Burst pheromones to attract the attention of the alien insects, and then make temporary adjustments according to the actual situation. But now the black soldiers are already at the end of their strength. What if they fail to attract the alien insects? What should we do in that case? Zhu Shizhou asked. The sick ghost's finger slid across a semicircular trajectory on the map. The large forces on both sides detour from the side and merge into one. In this way, even if their pheromone bursts are weak, they can successfully attract the alien insects. Zhu Shizhou understood. To put it bluntly, it is quality is not enough. Quantity makes up for it. The two large forces merged into one, which can attract alien insects 100%. In this way, the number of alien insects in the 28 teams surrounding the center can be reduced by at least 80%, and they can take this opportunity to break out. After breaking out, they will go around from the rear and join the large force, and then retreat and fight, return to the defense base, and stalemate with the alien insects. This is a conservative backup plan. The sick ghost said again. But if we retreat, then this tactic will fail, and our people will be reduced by at least 20% for no reason. Next, the sick ghost gave Zhu Shizhou a detailed introduction to the various operations that need to be paid attention to in this tactic. After listening, Zhu Shizhou thought he had understood all the theoretical details of this tactic. Of course, it was only in theory. No one could predict what would happen in reality. So the next step was actual combat. The sick ghost spoke less. He is such a person. Once the battle begins, it is difficult for him to care about others. He will concentrate on commanding. The Southeast Brigade will advance along Route A. The Northwest Brigade is expected to advance towards Route B in 3 minutes. The Central Squadron will disperse and insert from the marked routes. Chapter 544. The situation is declining? Die again. The sick ghost cannot be considered an excellent teacher, because he is too focused in the process of commanding. and will not waste time and energy to explain to Zhu Shizhou the details and meanings behind each of his operations. Therefore, if you want to understand the meaning of each operation, Zhu Shizhou has to think carefully and understand it himself. But the problem soon appeared. Often a certain instruction came out of the mouth of the sick ghost, when Zhu Shizhou was still trying to understand it. The sick ghost issued the next instruction. The ears could hear it, but the brain could not react. One step behind. One step behind. Quite like a college advanced mathematics class. Lowering his head to pick up a pen, and raising his head to not understand it. Of course, he is not distracted now. Not only is he not distracted, his brain thinking speed, which has been strengthened many times, is at least 2 or 3 times that of ordinary people. But even so, he still can't keep up with the sick ghost's command ideas. The picture on the computer screen is clear at a glance. The 2 large forces advancing from the southeast and northwest arrived at the map marked point one after another, and successfully divided the entire Zerg swarm into 2 halves, making the Zerg swarm look like being cut in half by a huge knife. This is the perspective of the drone looking down. The fog, composed of individual Zergs, was easily divided into 2 halves. Now it was the turn of the dispersed forces to appear. A total of 28 teams plunged into the gap between the separated Zerg swarms like a cone, and then separated in a linear shape, forming a wall dividing the battlefield. Zhu Shizhou could not hear the reports of each team in the headset worn on the ear of the sick ghost, but he could see the changes in the situation on the field clearly. After the 28 teams from the central area entered the battlefield, the overall battlefield had been divided and had a fixed shape. The overall shape had been formed, which meant that the extremely important first step had not gone wrong. So the sick ghost finally had a chance to breathe, perhaps to take care of Zhu Shizhou's feelings. He took the initiative to explain to Zhu Shizhou, when fighting against Zerg, the most important thing is the overall situation, and then you can take care of the details. What do you think is the biggest difference between a swarm of Zerg and a single Zerg? Zhu Shizhou said without hesitation. Number. The sickly ghost rolled his eyes at Zhu Shizhou. Are you talking nonsense? Zhu Shizhou smiled embarrassedly. In addition to the number, it should be the fighting method. Zerg swarms and single Zerg will greatly change the fighting method of the black soldiers. That's right, the sickly ghost said with a teachable look. This is exactly what I want to say. If I didn't remind you, would you think that the fighting method of the black soldiers facing a swarm of Zerg and facing a single Zerg is not much different? I didn't notice that, Zhu Shizhou humbly admitted. The black soldiers fought against the Zerg swarm, and the main fighting method was a tactical extermination method. You may not understand what I mean, but you can understand it if you just imagine the 2 sides of the battle as a simple number of troops. I will show you a practical demonstration. Speaking of this, the sick ghost adjusted his headset, stared at the computer screen seriously, and quickly issued a few instructions. So the situation on the field, which had just stabilized, changed slightly. The black soldiers of the Southeast Army suddenly separated a small force to attract a small part of the alien insects. Then, when the alien insects left the main battlefield, the large army sent another part of the force to surround the small group of alien insects, and then quickly eliminated them in a very short time. This is tactical elimination. It is not a one-on-one fight with alien insects through hard power, but by using the majority to bully the minority, dividing the alien insect swarm into smaller parts, and then bullying them with a huge disparity in strength, and nibbling the alien insect swarm in the easiest way. What I just demonstrated to you is the simplest tactical elimination method. The sickly ghost told Zhu Shizhou that this can not only save the black soldiers' physical strength, but also eliminate some alien insects with 0 casualties. If they encounter a single alien insect, the black soldiers will choose to fight and kill it more directly. The battle of each defense base is a protracted war, so the head-on killing has become a tactical annihilation, including the current overall situation. It is also a tactical annihilation idea. The sick ghost pointed to the huge swarm of alien insects in the bird's eye view. But in terms of quantity, the number of alien insects is much larger than the number of black soldiers. This not only means that there is a gap in strength between the alien insect swarm and the black soldiers, but also means that the alien insects can freely divide any number of alien insects to surround and erode our combat power. After the sick ghost explained, Zhu Shizhou understood that as long as a small part of the huge alien insect swarm was divided to implement tactics like humans, the black soldiers would be helpless no matter how well they had. Therefore, the primary goal of the black soldiers is not to annihilate the alien insects, but to curb the alien insect swarm from using tactics. My southeast, northwest, and 28 teams in the center. From the moment they appeared on the scene, the biggest role was not to stop the alien insect offensive, but to stabilize the overall battlefield. This fixation makes the Zerg only fight us in the battlefield area we have planned. We are equivalent to using less troops to surround the entire huge Zerg group. Zhu Shurjia was a little surprised. Isn't it said that the Zerg only have the wisdom of a 7 or 8-year-old child? What tactics can they use? What wisdom does a 7 or 8-year-old child have? In a normal human society, it is the level of a kindergarten graduate or a primary school student. Don't underestimate the Zerg. Their biological instinct to eat is engraved in their bones. So even if they have no wisdom, they will make the most favorable behavior for their hunting from the biological gene. Of course, this behavior will not be too complicated. At best, it is just the simplest tactic of dividing troops and surrounding. So, the basis of the black soldiers' use of the few to bully the many is this tactical means of extermination. As the sick ghost explained little by little, time passed slowly, and Zhu Shurjia soon discovered that the demonstration given to him by the sick ghost was really just a demonstration. And in actual command, there was no battlefield that could be separated separately for the sick ghost to use tactical extermination. In actual operation, tactical extermination took place inside the battlefield, and many operations were dazzling. Sometimes Zhu Shurjia thought that the sick ghost wanted to attack the alien insects and commanded the team to rush into the dense swarm of alien insects. But in fact, he let the black soldiers form a bait force to attract the alien insects, forming an empty area, and then further lure the alien insects into the empty area. The moment they entered the empty area, the black soldiers blocked the gap again, forming an encirclement to eliminate the alien insects. There are countless such operations, which are dazzling. Zhu Shurjia was more and more frightened. He finally understood why this position could make a black soldier who had reached the graduation standard exhausted to the point of fainting. This was not something a human could do. The mental effort required was too terrifying. And the sick ghost said before that this tactic was too complicated. And it was indeed complicated. It was far less simple than the tactic that had been proven to fail. As time went by, a layer of fine sweat appeared on the forehead of the sick ghost. And just when Zhu Shurjia thought that the situation was almost clear and the sick ghost could perfectly execute the tactic, an accident happened. At first, only one of the teams was attacked by a large number of alien insects. It was really that simple. But the problem soon appeared. It was almost the same reason for the defeat as when the first tactic was executed. The black soldier team attacked by the alien insects had problems in dealing with it. The black soldiers' bodies were already on the verge of their limits. When this attack team was attacked, it only held on for a little while before being easily overwhelmed. The result is predictable. It was like a hole appeared on the dam that blocked the flood. This hole caused the Zerg to surge like a flood. And as a result, 10 teams were suddenly overwhelmed. The remaining 18 teams barely withstood the impact of the Zerg. But they could not stop the general decline. Things happened very quickly. The biggest problem in fighting Zerg is here. No matter how fast the commander reacts, once a problem occurs, it can only be made up, but not prevented in advance. The sick ghost's expression changed, and he immediately ordered the 2 large troops to burst pheromones separately. The battle in the central area slowed down slightly, but a large number of black soldiers were seriously injured and could not be made up. Damn it! The sick ghost clenched his fist and slammed the table. He was about to adjust the headset and issue the next command. However, when he reached out and touched it, he felt a warm and sticky hand, and the entire computer screen was suddenly stained by the scarlet liquid that splashed out. The sickly ghost looked to the side in daze and astonishment, only to see Zhu Shurjia throwing the pieces of meat on his neck to the ground and giving him an ambiguous smile. Chapter 545: The Third Counterattack on Zerg. The third time, Zhu Shurjia sat down in his seat, waiting for the sick ghost to come back after treatment. As soon as his buttocks touched the chair, he held the mouse in his hand and stared at the computer screen with a serious look, and began to think about how to break the deadlock. It can be said that whether it was the last time or the time before, the problems after the execution of 2 different tactics were very clear. The physical strength of the black soldiers was on the verge of limit. No matter how to use the black soldiers, as long as a little pressure is applied, the black soldiers will have problems. Some black soldiers are like a vase that will break at a touch, just like the miscellaneous soldiers in the game with only 1 drop of blood left, and will die if they are lightly touched by the monsters. Doesn't the sick ghost know that the physical strength of the black soldiers is on the verge of limit? Of course he knows. But as a commander, he must not be able to feel the physical condition of the black soldiers in person. At most, he can only give the black soldiers what he thinks is the most reasonable arrangement from the perspective of the overall situation. In fact, his operation can't bring the ability of each black soldier to the limit. In other words, there must be a lot of black soldiers in good physical condition who were assigned to positions with less pressure, while black soldiers who were on the verge of physical limit were assigned to difficult positions. But Zhu Shizhou, who had seen 2 consecutive failures, knew the problem very well. Since he knew which black soldiers would have physical problems in the battle, he put the black soldiers with physical problems in easier positions, and put the black soldiers with remaining physical strength in more difficult positions. This can at least make up for the cause of the defeat in the previous round. Yo, are you analyzing? The smoker came over from the side, glanced at the computer screen, and talked to Zhu Shizhou happily. From the perspective of others, Zhu Shizhou's actions were rather strange, because Zhu Shizhou had almost no hesitation when selecting people, and he picked the sick ghost at once. When they returned to their seats, Zhu Shizhou immediately entered the state, and just after sitting down, he began to analyze the battle situation. And the action of holding the mouse and clicking continuously was very smooth and natural, which really looked like that. So the smoker was very curious about what this genius was thinking, and what he analyzed from the current situation. Zhu Shizhou knew that this time he would probably have to go back, so he ignored the smoker's talk, and didn't even turn his head to respond. He continued to analyze and wait for the return of the sick ghost. The smoker, who was asking for trouble, curled his lips, but didn't try to talk to Zhu Shizhou again. As long as Zhu Shizhou was not bold enough to start commanding the battle situation while the sick ghost was away, he really couldn't control Zhu Shizhou. The sick ghost came back soon, and when he came back, he saw Zhu Shizhou sitting in his seat with his mouse in a serious manner and clicking randomly. I know. I won't interfere with your battle. I won't do unnecessary things. I will ask questions if there are any, but I won't disturb you when the battle is tense. Do you have any questions now? Sickly ghost. Oh my god! This guy is quite considerate. When the sickly ghost was stunned, Zhu Shizhou had already stood up and pulled out the chair to invite him to sit down. Sickly ghost had nothing to say, and sat down obediently after a while. Just when the sickly ghost sat down and was about to check the computer to see if Zhu Shizhou had done anything on his own, Zhu Shizhou spoke without stopping. Just now, I analyzed the battle situation and came up with 2 tactics. I don't know if they are feasible. After this, the sick ghost was a little speechless. But since he had just tacitly agreed to answer Zhu Shizhou's questions, and now he had not started to command, he naturally had time to listen to Zhu Shizhou's talk. He really wanted to hear what brilliant tricks this genius Zhu Shizhou would say. Zhu Shizhou spoke out the tactics implemented in the first 2 rounds very smoothly, and after speaking, he pretended to be humble and asked, "What do you think?" The smoker on the side and other commanders who were paying attention to the movements here were originally prepared to see Zhu Shizhou make a fool of himself and be scolded. Even the sick ghost himself was prepared to do so. But what he never expected was that the sick ghost was strangely silent after listening to Zhu Shizhou's tactics. After a long silence, the sick ghost spoke again. Zhu Shizhou interrupted. I didn't ask other people for advice. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. What do you think of these 2 tactics? I personally prefer the latter tactic. Although it is a little complicated, it can counterattack the alien insects to a greater extent. The former is too rough and reckless. The sick ghost was dumbfounded again. He has been guessed one after another since he first appeared on the stage, and he has not even said a complete sentence. However, he can still talk smoothly with Zhu Shizhou. This feeling is extremely weird. Fortunately, his next sentence was not interrupted again. The second tactic is too complicated. Just like the previous round, the sick ghost pointed out the shortcomings of the second tactic. Zhu Shizhou did not interrupt, and after listening, he pretended to be enlightened, and then asked humbly, "But the second tactic should be more feasible, right?" To be honest, Bing Kugui was struggling with this, and actually preferred the first tactic in his heart. But when he heard Zhu Shizhou think the same as him, and thought of all the miracles that happened to Zhu Shizhou, he began to hesitate. Another reason for hesitation was that he had spent too much time on this war zone, and had been seeking stability before. But the effect was not very great. If he wanted to change the current situation, he had to adopt a more proactive approach. Zhu Shizhou did not wait too long. Just like last time, Bing Kugui finally chose the second tactic. However, just as he was putting the headset on his ear and giving orders, Zhu Shizhou suddenly interrupted halfway through. "Are you sure you want to put this team in the central battlefield team?" The sickly ghost frowned. Didn't this guy say he wouldn't bother him? Why did he interrupt when he was giving orders? But before he could scold him, Zhu Shizhou said, "Before you came, I looked at your text notes. This team seems to be short of physical strength. One of the black soldiers was even seriously injured before, and was forcibly treated. If they are placed in the central battlefield, they will easily become a breakthrough for the Zerg." Zhu Shizhou didn't get this information from the previous round, but from this round when he sat down and analyzed it actively. After the tactical failure, he remembered the team that was the cause of the failure. And then he specially looked for the information of this team when he restarted. As expected, he found the previous treatment record of this team in the text window created by the sickly ghost. The treatment record shows that one of the black soldiers was hit by alien insects in the waist and abdomen a month ago. Although he received timely treatment, he did not rest and recuperate after the successful treatment, and was rearranged to the battlefield. Such a small comment. If it is a small comment, it will not be noticed by ordinary people. Only a hacker like Zhu Shizhou will deliberately find it out and regard it as a hidden danger. Zhu Shizhou seriously suspected that the real reason for the defeat of this team last time was that this black soldier made a mistake. And as expected by Zhu Shizhou, the sick ghost did not care too much. And he even thought that Zhu Shizhou was making a fuss, because he wrote that comment a month ago. If Zhu Shizhou had raised this point a month ago, he would have cared about the physical condition of this black soldier. But a month has passed. With the speed of recovery of the black soldier's body, it should not be a concern. Right? But the sick ghost did not rush to refute Zhu Shizhou. After thinking about it, he still adhered to the cautious mind of seeking verification and directly contacted the captain of the team through the headset. "Black soldier number 18792837. Please report the specific situation of each member of your team. Repeat." After some communication, the sick ghost let go of the headset with a complicated expression and looked at Zhu Shizhou with an ambiguous look. "You are right." He threw out this sentence reluctantly, and then operated this team with a team in the Southeast Army. At this moment, the sick ghost no longer dared to underestimate this long-renowned genius. Zhu Shizhou threw out two tactics that he had already thought of in his heart, and then pointed out the problems that even he, the commander, had not noticed. How long had Zhu Shizhou sat in his seat? Abnormal, he muttered in his heart, and looked at Zhu Shizhou with a more serious look, in order to prevent Zhu Shizhou from pointing out problems that he had not noticed. He carefully checked all his arrangements, and after some thinking, he made a few careful adjustments. Zhu Shizhou did not say anything else. He just silently updated the tactical arrangement he had memorized. Under his surveillance, the third counterattack against the Zerg in the Liberian theater began. Chapter 546, Tactical Victory and Surprise. It must be said that after Zhu Shizhou pointed out the problem, the self-adjustment of the sick ghost was quite effective, at least extending the command time of the entire battle situation by a full hour. But it was only extended by an hour. An hour later, a new problem appeared. The black soldiers in this war zone are simply riddled with holes. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but sigh. Why did he have such a sigh? Naturally, it was because the problem this time appeared on the black soldiers again. That's right. If we only talk about tactics, there is actually no problem with the entire battle process, and each tactical goal has achieved a good effect. Under the careful command of the sick ghost, the alien insects were slowly devoured by about 10%. If they retreat to the defense base after reducing 10% of the alien insects, then facing the subsequent alien insect offensive, the pressure on the black soldiers in the Liberia war zone will be relieved to a certain extent. So Zhu Shizhou judged that there was no problem with the tactics of the sick ghost. But the core problem is that the black soldiers have really been stretched to their limits. The original plan of the sick ghost was to carefully judge the situation while executing this tactic. If he sensed that the black soldiers were unable to resist, he would proceed to the next step, which was the retreat strategy. The core of the retreat strategy lies in the two large forces in the southeast, northwest and northeast. At the beginning of the entire tactic, the large forces in the southeast, northwest and northwest divided the Zerg into two major war zones, and the 28 teams in the center took the opportunity to insert themselves. which on the one hand consolidated the situation of the battle, and on the other hand served as a means of rear harassment for the two war zones. But there is a hidden danger. That is, it is easy for the Central War Zone team to enter, but difficult to get out. After the Central War Zone team forcibly inserted into the center to demarcate the boundary, they were destined to withstand the impact of alien insects from two directions. Although they only faced a small part of the entire alien insect swarm, the real majority of the troops were mainly attracted by the two large forces. But the pressure should not be underestimated. More importantly, after they entered the Central War Zone, they were restrained by alien insects from two directions, which made it difficult for them to easily escape from the battle. Of course, as a commander, the sickly ghost would naturally not ignore such a big hidden danger before deciding to implement the tactics. The solution is very simple. That is, to release pheromones through the large forces in the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions to pull the two halves of the alien insect swarm apart, just like pulling a cookie with a crack in the center to both sides. If the execution is successful, the black soldiers in the Central War Zone can successfully take the opportunity to escape. But the problem arises here. The black soldiers did follow the instructions of the sick ghost, and the pheromones of the two large forces were also released. Logically speaking, the two large forces should be able to successfully release pheromones that are enough to attract alien insects in terms of the number and quality of black soldiers, and the tactical goal can be achieved. However, unexpectedly, the two large forces successfully released pheromones, but the reaction of the alien insects was mediocre. The alien insect swarms that were in direct contact with the two large forces in the southeast, northwest, and northeast were attracted away, but most of the alien insects were left in the central theater. Even when the two large forces were pulled apart to the sides, some of the alien insects that were originally staring at the two large forces turned around and stared at the central theater team. How is it possible? How could this happen? Faced with such an extraordinary situation, the sick ghost was pale, staring at the screen, puzzled. He even suspected that the black soldiers in the Central War Zone had also released pheromones without authorization. So he immediately contacted the captains of the teams in the Central War Zone. But the replies of the captains of the teams, who were struggling to support, were very consistent. None of them did such a stupid thing. They all knew that their mission was very dangerous, and the only chance to escape from the battlefield was the two large troops. So how could they release pheromones casually? The release of pheromones is the last resort, and it can only be used when executing bait tactics. In the process of tactical elimination, every professional black soldier will save physical strength as much as possible, especially in the current crisis. The release of pheromones is purely insane. But why did the alien insects ignore the pheromones of the two large troops and only focus on the Central War Zone team? No one can explain. Zhu Shurjiu remembered what the sickly ghost had told him not long ago, that although the alien insects had no intelligence, their hunting instinct would make them objectively implement tactics against humans. So he guessed that perhaps the alien insects did not gain any advantage in the battle with the black soldiers, and their hunting instinct told them that even if they chased the two large troops, they might not get a good result. So they simply chose the bottom line. What is the bottom line? Without a doubt, it is the 28 teams trapped in the center. Although their number is not as large as the two large troops, they at least have visible and tangible food. But in any case, it is too late to think about the cause of defeat now. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the sick ghost. Sweat broke out on the sick ghost's forehead, and his already sickly pale face became even uglier. He coughed twice, and his eyes did not leave the screen for a second. It was obvious that he was thinking about a way out. That's right. He did not give up, but commanded the two large troops to return and stabilize the situation at the beginning. This is obviously a temporary solution, not a fundamental solution. Why did he implement the retreat strategy before? Wasn't it because he felt that the black soldiers could no longer hold on? Now, in order to save the black soldiers in the Central War Zone, he chose to let these black soldiers, who could not hold on for long, return to the battlefield. Which means that he has little time left. If the sick ghost does not come up with a strategy to save the central team in time, then the black soldiers will really not be able to hold on. And I am afraid that the entire battle situation will fall into the abyss. While thinking about a way out, the sick ghost frowned and bit his fingernails. Zhu Shurjiu did not disturb him, but he was ready to go back. But it could be said that Bing Kugui was also a genius. The guy who could independently take charge of such a critical war zone should not be underestimated. He chose to split up the troops. Is it appropriate to split up the troops at this time? Even Zhu Shizhou could see that the black soldiers had reached their limit and were no longer suitable for executing overly complex tactics. The more complex it was, the greater the burden on their bodies. And naturally, problems were more likely to occur. From the very beginning, Bing Kugui had not thought of complex tactics. So the tactics he had executed so far were not complex. But this move just now, to be honest, Zhu Shizhou really admires the sick ghost. He did the opposite. And his unique courage as a commander prompted him to choose to split the troops. Not only the large army was divided, but also the 28 teams in the central war zone. The already out-of-control war situation became extremely chaotic. This guy, the sick ghost, actually wanted to muddy the situation and then rescue the rescue team, like taking chestnuts from the fire. Since time is not available, then don't delay. Try the last bit of possibility. Squeeze the last bit of limit of the black soldiers. Disrupt the situation and create a chance of victory. Can it succeed? Zhu Shizhou had doubts in his heart. But after only 10 minutes, his doubts turned into admiration. Under the command of the sick ghost, a large number of scattered teams began to attack the alien insect swarm, fighting east and west. But the overall situation was controlled by the sick ghost. As time went on, a prototype that was enough for the Central War Zone team to attack appeared. The thick force on the outside of the Zerg was forcibly thinned, with the help of the inside and outside. 25 of the 28 teams in the Central War Zone successfully broke through. As for the remaining 3, they remained in the Zerg swarm forever. Such a loss seemed to be acceptable. The large force of the black soldiers successfully joined together and then retreated smoothly. However, this did not meet the psychological expectations of the sick ghost. You must know that his original psychological expectation was to eliminate 20% of the Zerg, and the war losses would not exceed 10%. However, now, the war losses did not exceed 10%. But only 10% of the Zerg were eliminated. And the bigger problem was that due to something wrong, the overall endurance of the black soldiers was greatly reduced. Because of this, although the current tactics are a small victory, the future may not be the same. When the battle finally stabilized, Zhu Shizhou also made a summary in his mind, and then asked, Bing Kugui, what do you think is the real problem of tactical failure? Are there other better options? Bing Kugui looked bitter, but he also seemed to be sorting out his thoughts. And he told Zhu Shizhou the truth. You should know the real problem without me telling you. But the better choice? Well, if it's hindsight, it's better to prevent it in advance. Just for prevention, I can think of several. Chapter 547 Betting. Command. It's better to take precautions in advance. I've already thought of several preventive measures. For the 4th time, Zhu Shizhou swore to the sick ghost all the backup tactics he copied from the previous round. The sick ghost was stunned. Of course, his shock at this time did not mean that Zhu Shizhou's tactics were so smart. It was purely because the tactics Zhu Shizhou just mentioned were all backup tactics for the failure of the retreat strategy. In other words, they were all prepared to prevent the failure. This made the sick ghost a little upset. Do you think the retreat strategy will fail? He asked one more question. Here we have to focus on the whole process from meeting Zhu Shizhou to now. Zhu Shizhou not only proposed this tactic himself, but also led him by the nose everywhere, and even gave several bad strategies for adjusting the troops according to his text annotations. Now he has formulated a backup tactic, which can be said to be meticulous and flawless. For a moment, he didn't even know who was the student, and who was the real commander. But unfortunately, the backup tactics proposed by Zhu Shizhou at the end were not that important to him, because the pheromones released by the 2 large forces in the southeast, northwest and northeast could not drive away the alien insects. He could only say that this possibility was very small, and Zhu Shizhou was too cautious. However, since Zhu Shizhou was so talented that he gave effective suggestions throughout the process, then even if the backup tactics he prepared at the end were nonsense, they at least had a certain degree of reference value. So he was going to ask Zhu Shizhou what he thought. Zhu Shizhou said confidently, Yes, I think the retreat strategy has a certain risk of failure. The sick ghost wondered, Why are you so sure? I just said that there is a certain risk of failure, and it shouldn't be wrong to take precautions when there is a risk. Right? Very good. This reason is very strong. At least the sick ghost can't think of any other reason to refuse. But in his opinion, this is purely too cautious. Although the alien insects have a certain wisdom, it is the pheromone outbreak of 2 large troops. Are they afraid of retreat failure? And Zhu Shizhou's worries are simply groundless. This time, the sick ghost is no longer arrogant in front of Zhu Shizhou like the last time or the previous few times, because Zhu Shizhou's performance has been recognized by him. At least he has no fault with Zhu Shizhou's various tactical arrangements and suggestions. Even if he comes, he will not be better than Zhu Shizhou. So before he started commanding the battle, he specifically asked, "Is there no problem this time? If there is no problem, then I will start." Zhu Shizhou pondered for a while and asked, "What is your psychological expectation of the results of this tactic?" The sick ghost replied, "It is expected to eliminate 20% of the alien insects. It is impossible to eliminate so many." Zhu Shizhou was firm about this. "In my estimation, it can only eliminate 10%. The results of the previous week told him that the sick ghost still slightly overestimated the situation of the black soldiers. He believed that if the tactics were perfectly executed, at least 20% of the alien insects should be eliminated. However, in fact, the black soldiers only eliminated 10% of the alien insects and had to retreat to the defense base. The sick ghost was finally a little unhappy this time. He thought to himself, "How long have you been in this position? Who can understand this command better than him?" Although the tactics this time were proposed by Zhu Shizhou, the key is that the tactics proposed by Zhu Shizhou are miraculously consistent with the tactics in his mind, which can be regarded as the tactics he proposed and prepared to execute. "And how long have you been here, Zhu Shizhou? You made such a sure judgment so confidently?" He thought Zhu Shizhou was talking nonsense. "But soon," Zhu Shizhou said. "You don't believe it? Then let's make a bet. If you kill 20% of the alien insects, I will immediately end the graduation assessment. But if this tactic can only kill 10% of the alien insects, then you have to give up part of your command power." After hearing this, the sick ghost immediately raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Zhu Shizhou nodded with great certainty. In fact, on the one hand, he wanted to reasonably obtain the command power, and on the other hand, he wanted to verify whether he could really achieve the tactical expectations of the sick ghost in a battle if everything was perfect. If he could really wipe out 20% of the alien insects, he would copy it next time. If not, he would also get the qualification to intervene in the command. Zhu Shizhou's bet with the sick ghost quickly attracted the attention of other commanders. The smoker was the first to speak. "By the way, I have been listening just now. Sick ghost, I want to remind you that since this guy can extract things that you have not noticed before from various chaotic information, it means that he is well prepared, and you may really lose. Hee. I don't think Zhu Shizhou is good. Even if he is a genius, he can't be so mysterious. Right? That's right. I don't think our commander's ability to judge the situation is worse than Zhu Shizhou. Come on. Sickly ghost. I think, in the corner of the command center, some other commanders supported Zhu Shizhou, while others supported Sickly Ghost. For a while, they formed a two-point situation. Soon, the movement in this corner began to spread out. Some other commanders in the command center had been paying attention to this side secretly. Some commanders even speculated that when Zhu Shizhou and others were brought in, they would become their future colleagues. Now Zhu Shizhou started a bet, and it reached their ears. Some of them were too idle to start betting, and facing the smokers and their group watching the fun, Sickly Ghost rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, since you want to bet, then I'll bet with you." He didn't think he would lose. However, 3 hours later, Sickly Ghost stared at the screen in a trance. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said nothing. Not only did the result turn out as Zhu Shizhou expected, only 10% of the Zerg were eliminated after the entire tactic was executed, and the black soldiers had to choose to retreat to the defense base due to lack of physical strength. But also, as Zhu Shizhou said, when the sick ghost was about to command the 2 brigades to burst pheromones to lead away the Zerg chose to surround the center. Fortunately, Zhu Shizhou took precautions, so the sick ghost made full preparations for the breakout during the command process, maintaining a breakout route at all times, and also added an extra layer of support force on the outside, successfully leading the black soldiers out of the Zerg swarm. With this result, how could the sick ghost not be shocked? Zhu Shizhou still smiled and pretended to be cool, but the sick ghost had mixed feelings. This result also shocked many commanders, such as the smoker who reminded the sick ghost to be careful before. Although he supported Zhu Shizhou, he actually had no expectations for the result, not to mention expecting Zhu Shizhou to predict accurately. He even felt that Zhu Shizhou was quite rash from proposing tactics to the execution of tactics by the sick ghost, and thought that the final result was likely to be a failure. However, it was not. Although the tactics could not be said to be a great success, it at least achieved a small victory. In other words, Zhu Shizhou succeeded in his first attempt to make a plan? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Many commanders had the same idea as the smoker, and they were all shocked. However, no matter how shocked they were, the shock in their hearts was far less than that of the commander's sick ghost. Before meeting Zhu Shizhou, many people in the organization actually compared Zhu Shizhou with Su Feng back then. Some even thought that Zhu Shizhou's talent was the strongest ever, and that Su Feng was definitely better. To be honest, when he heard this evaluation, Bing Kugui sneered, because the significance of Su Feng's appearance was epic-making. He was the kind of genius that could change the fate of mankind. Until now, the defense line of mankind against alien insects was built by Su Feng. Su Feng was the god in his heart. And what about Zhu Shizhou? Before he met Zhu Shizhou, he despised Zhu Shizhou. However, after experiencing the command just now, Zhu Shizhou's image was established in his mind. The terrifying genius had excellent analytical ability and foresight beyond imagination. It is difficult to say how Zhu Shizhou compares to Su Feng, but Zhu Shizhou's ability is much stronger than he imagined. At least not comparable to ordinary geniuses. Even though Zhu Shizhou did not really intervene in the command until just now, he predicted all the developments miraculously. For this reason, the sick ghost felt that even if Zhu Shizhou was sitting there doing nothing, it brought him a strong sense of oppression. When Zhu Shizhou spoke, he was still a little dazed. It was not until he was called several times that the sick ghost reacted. "Ah? What did you say?" Zhu Shizhou was a little helpless. "I said I can share the command power in your hands now." "Right. I don't want more. You just need to give me 10% of the troops at the beginning. I won't be picky." The sick ghost breathed a sigh of relief. 10%? 10% is fine. However, the sick ghost did not expect that Zhu Shizhou would start with this 10% of the troops, turn the tide in the war zone, and change the situation in the entire Liberian war zone with one person. Chapter 548 Special Operations Team. Commander Zhu. He got the command of some troops in the Liberian theater as he wished, which was also a small goal of Zhu Shizhou. You should know that his graduation test has been openly told to be a little more difficult than other students. And the person who decides whether he can pass the graduation test is none other than Bing Tuogui. If he doesn't perform well, he will definitely be eliminated. If it is really like Bing Tuogui said, he can only watch the whole process without intervening. Even if he is super powerful and his analysis and prediction of the development of the situation are accurate, I am afraid he will not pass the graduation test. So if you want to pass the graduation test, you must get the command. This is his focus. And now the first step is completed. However, how can we use this 10% of the troops to achieve a result that is dazzling enough to pass the graduation examination? 350 people are assigned to you. Take it. Here is a headset. Since you don't have much command experience, I remind you that the communication cannot be disconnected during the command process. Even if you leave for something, the communication cannot be disconnected. Remember, the sick ghost reluctantly handed a headset to Zhu Shizhou and asked Zhu Shizhou to sit on the empty workstation on his right. Then he assigned 350 people to Zhu Shizhou. To be honest, it's very stingy. Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was said that he was given 10% of the troops. But in fact, 350 people were less than 10%. It can be seen how much the sick ghost was worried about him. Or to put it more exaggeratedly, maybe the sick ghost thought that giving the troops to him was a pure waste. Zhu Shizhou did not resist. This 10% of the troops were hard-won. He died 3 times to get them. They must not be wasted. The sickly ghost lost the bet and handed over part of the command. This result was unexpected by many people. The smoker watched all this happen and kept exclaiming, "Are you really handing over the command? Aren't you afraid that these 350 black soldiers will die in vain?" The sickly ghost twitched his mouth and said, "If that's the case, I will admit it. But if he really wastes these black soldiers, he will definitely not pass the graduation assessment." Zhu Shizhou saw that the two commanders ignored him and talked about this matter, as if handing over the troops to him was a pure waste. He couldn't help but be a little speechless. "Do you really need to do that? If you don't trust me, you can just give me some tasks. The sickly ghost didn't want to give some important tasks to Zhu Shurjiu. Nor did he want Zhu Shurjiu to use the black soldiers freely and waste manpower. No. Wasting manpower is a small matter. It would be bad if it disrupted the battle situation. So he gave Zhu Shurjiu an order. You are now the temporary commander of these 350 black soldiers. I order you to take these black soldiers to patrol the surrounding conditions of the defense base. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know the meaning of this order at first, but he quickly reacted after thinking about it. Damn. Isn't this asking him to command the black soldiers to patrol? Zhu Shurjiu was even more speechless. But he couldn't resist the order. Anyway, this time he was just trying it out. And he didn't believe that there would be no place for him to intervene in the next command. If he guessed correctly, the current situation was so serious that it could be called the last moment. There were plenty of opportunities waiting for him. He didn't believe that the sickly ghost would really leave these 350 black soldiers idle on patrol. Zhu Shurjiu put on the headset. As soon as he put on the headset, he heard a very noisy ambient sound of ping-pong, the hum of the machine, and the faint voices of conversation and shouting, all pouring into his headset. It's very noisy, isn't it? The sick ghost saw Zhu Shurjiu frowning and chuckled. You will find it even noisier when you actually command. And finding effective information from the chaotic voices, and processing it is the basic quality of every Real commander. If you can't do it, then it can only be said that you are not qualified yet and need to practice. Zhu Shurjiu loosened his frown and said, Then I will try my best to adapt. The sick ghost didn't care too much. Anyway, his mission had been given. Although there were nearly 10% fewer black soldiers, it had little impact on his overall command. He was thinking about how to arrange defense measures to deal with the next wave of attacks from alien insects. Alien insects are also afraid. His almost intact command just now severely frightened the alien insects. The alien insects were reduced by 10% for no reason. They will be quiet for a while. But the IQ of these things is not high. It won't be long before they will forget the pain and attack the defense base again. While the sick ghost was thinking about countermeasures, Zhu Shurjiu had already called his black soldiers to gather in the square of the defense base. The sick ghost handed him the list of the 350 black soldiers he was responsible for and the relevant information, including the resume and characteristics of each black soldier, which was the content that must be paid attention to during the handover. Zhu Shurjiu asked for a pen and made a rough division of his arrangement on paper. He divided the 350 people into 10 teams, each with 35 people. As for the specific responsibilities, they were not divided, because the sick ghost told him that those who resisted the alien insects in the defense base were basically all-rounders. That is, whether they were asked to attack defense or reconnaissance, they could do it perfectly. And some black soldiers even knew logistics and medical care. This is normal, because most of these black soldiers in the defense base were sent by the organization, and they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Each of them was only one step away from being an elite black soldier. And most importantly, they came from the support department, in addition to the simple division. Zhu Shurjiu also renumbered the 10 teams and each black soldier. The 10 teams are numbered from A to J, and the black soldier number of each team is the team number plus a number. This move of his directly attracted the attention of the sick ghost. The sick ghost was surprised and opened his mouth slightly when he saw it. Are you crazy? What's wrong? You gave each black soldier a serial number. Is there any meaning in doing this? To be honest, the sick ghost couldn't understand. It makes sense. The sick ghost. What's the meaning? In addition to disrupting his thoughts, it also made it easier for him to sort each corpse. Zhu Shurjiu laughed. It may not make any sense to others, but it means a lot to him. In his opinion, accidents in the command process can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is tactical accidents, which is the reason for the failure of the sick ghost's first command. The tactics themselves were wrong. The second type is accidents caused by alien Zerg, which is the same as last time. The alien Zerg did not play according to common sense, which led to a big difference in the situation. The third type is accidents caused by personal problems of black soldiers. Just like the previous few times when the sick ghost would only come, many black soldiers had to choose to retreat because of physical exhaustion. At certain critical moments, this type of problem will become the cause of the collapse of the entire battle. He can solve the first type of accident by replaying the game, and find the most perfect and suitable tactic among countless tactics. The second type can also be solved by replaying the game without thinking. So how to prevent the third type of accident? If he does not prepare anything, He often cannot grasp the real cause of failure. Only by numbering each black soldier can he grasp the details to the greatest extent, and even use his understanding of the black soldiers to achieve losslessness. Every time there is a problem, he can clearly identify a certain black soldier and make specific arrangements for that black soldier after replaying the game. When Zhu Shizhou assigned numbers to each black soldier, not only was the sickly ghost confused, but the 350 black soldiers who were assigned were also confused. In the square of the Liberia defense base, the 350 black soldiers were talking about it. They first wondered why the 350 of them were singled out to form a unit, and then wondered why the voice of the commander who called them to the square to gather seemed different from the voice of the sickly ghost. It was as if a different person had changed. Then, they heard the steady voice from the communicator, which was different from the sickly ghost. Attention, everyone! The 350 black soldiers gathered in the square of the defense base were silent, all standing straight, and automatically lined up, ready to listen to the orders from the communicator. The next moment, they heard that voice saying, "I am the commander of your Special Operations Force. You can call me Commander Zhu. Now, I will divide our 350 people into teams. Chapter 549. Can you do better than Su Feng?" The sick ghost naturally heard what Zhu Shizhou said about the Special Action Team, and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. But he didn't complain in the end. The name is not important. Zhu Shizhou likes to give his unit any name he wants. What is important is what Zhu Shizhou plans to do with this unit. The sick ghost doesn't know anything else. He just knows that he only assigned Zhu Shizhou a patrol mission. As long as Zhu Shizhou does not exceed this responsibility, he can do whatever he wants. However, although the sick ghost thinks so, the black soldiers under Zhu Shizhou don't think so. Some black soldiers looked more solemn when they heard this name. Special Operations Team. Could it be that their team is about to carry out a particularly dangerous mission? No one knows the dire situation of the defense base better than them. So they all know that if they continue to stalemate like this, they will probably be annihilated by the annihilation weapon together with the Zerg. So the commander will definitely think about change and try to adopt other tactics to change the situation. It seems that they should be the key to the commander's change of the entire situation. Then they heard Commander Zhu, divided them into 10 teams, and assigned each of them a number. From now on, remember your number. I require you to remember this number more firmly than your name. Make sure that when I call out each of your numbers, you can immediately and unconditionally execute the order. Do you understand? Yes. Number 1 of each team. You are the captain of the corresponding team. Do you understand? Yes. Very good. Very energetic. Now let's start a simple test. A4 squats 10 times. Zhu Shizhou saw A4 talking to the black soldier next to him on the surveillance screen of the defense base on the computer screen. So he quickly issued an order. The black soldier named A4 was stunned for a moment, then started squatting on the spot, and soon finished 10 squats. Too long to react. In fact, the black soldier understood without Zhu Shizhou saying anything. After all, Zhu Shizhou had assigned them numbers too quickly, and it was really difficult for them to memorize the newly added numbers and form a conditioned reflex. But after all, they were all black soldiers, and Zhu Shizhou only spent half an hour to successfully imprint the new numbers in the minds of each black soldier. At least on the surface. Zhu Shizhou asked a black soldier to lie down and do push-ups immediately, and the corresponding black soldier would do it without hesitation. As for more complex commands, we have to see the actual combat results. The sick ghost gave Zhu Shizhou half an hour to adjust, and began to urge him to arrange the team to patrol. Zhu Shizhou wanted to adjust for a while, but the sick ghost would not watch him slack off. So he sent this special action force out of the defense base and started patrolling seriously. Patrol is not just letting the troops go around outside the defense base. There are many defenses outside the defense base. The patrol team's main responsibility is to check whether the defenses are damaged and whether there are any remaining alien insects in the defenses. Patrol work is usually done when the battle is temporarily stopped. Patrols are carried out during the intervals when the alien insects are not attacking the defense base. It is not very dangerous. Zhu Shizhou asked the black soldiers to check around, and the black soldiers reported that they did not find any problems. After the patrol work was completed, the sickly ghost assigned Zhu Shizhou another odd job to pick up the supplies sent by the organization. A long-term battle must require the supply of supplies from the rear, including a large number of brand new replacement equipment, emergency medical supplies, and emergency food for the black soldiers. A series of supplies need to be replenished regularly and transported to the front battlefield by air. Zhu Shizhou asked the Special Operations Force to wait at the designated landing airport early. Their role is only one. That is, to help with escort and transportation. To put it bluntly, it is still an odd job. And it is a safe odd job. The only enemy on the battlefield is the alien insects. The alien insects are of low intelligence and can't think of attacking their logistics routes. Therefore, the so-called escort supplies are actually just symbolic escorts. The air transport plane landed at the airport, and Zhu Shizhou also saw batches of supplies being transported to the airport through the drone. Equipment, medicine, food, etc. are normal. But there is a batch of supplies that caught Zhu Shizhou's attention. Cattle and sheep? Are these considered food? Zhu Shizhou asked the sick ghost in surprise. He was not referring to processed beef or mutton, but real live cattle and sheep. That's right. On one of the planes, batches of live cattle and sheep were driven off the plane. The sick ghost smiled. Food. It can be considered food. But it's not food for our black soldiers. It's not food for black soldiers. It can only be food for alien insects. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand what the sick ghost meant. The sick ghost didn't let Zhu Shizhou wonder for too long, and explained, this is used to feed the alien insects. If the Zerg can't get any advantage from humans for a long time, and even have no food to eat, what do you think the Zerg will do? Zhu Shizhou guessed. Will they riot? The sickly ghost nodded. Yes. They will go crazy, riot, and attack the human defense line more violently and recklessly. Even from their performance, they will be so hungry that they will abandon even fear and completely lose their reason. A suitable word to describe it is falling into a state of rage. It sounds so dangerous, but in essence, it is actually starving crazy. When the Zerg are starving crazy, they usually have two choices. If there are living things around them, they will target the living things and attack them crazily. If there are no living things around them, they will enter their nests and begin to sleep. With a defense base, it is naturally impossible to be the latter. So if the alien insects in Liberia are starving, they will only attack the defense base crazily. In order to avoid such an outcome, the means used by the organization are also very simple. That is, to actively feed the alien insects. The sick ghost sighed. In fact, when it comes to feeding, the best effect is to use human experimental subjects for feeding. But the experimental subjects of the organization itself are not enough. So it is naturally impossible to waste them in such a place. Zhu Shizhou rolled his eyes. The best ghost. If humans are really used to feed alien insects, what is the difference between humans and shitting on their own heads? Fortunately, the organization chose to use live cattle and sheep as a substitute. Otherwise, Zhu Shizhou really didn't know if he could bear it if humans were asked to be tributes. Zhu Shizhou was distracted for a while, and then thought of one thing. Wait, this batch of cattle and sheep are to be put in a designated place for the alien insects to eat? The sickly ghost saw through what Zhu Shizhou was thinking at a glance, and his heart was alarmed. Are you thinking of using this batch of cattle and sheep as bait to forcibly kill the alien insects? Zhu Shizhou had a flattering expression on his face, saying you are so smart, without even thinking about it. The sick ghost denied it directly. No, this is absolutely not possible. Don't even think about it. Why not? Because it can easily make the alien insects desperate. The sick ghost said, if this method is feasible, I would have done it long ago. How could it be your turn? Can the alien insects still be desperate? Of course. Because the organization regularly releases live cattle and sheep. In fact, even the alien insects are used to our feeding. In their minds, we feed them a batch of cattle and sheep every once in a while. It has become an iron law that cannot be changed. It is under this iron law that they will honestly truce with us. What do you think will happen if this iron law is broken? Such persuasion is meaningless to Zhu Shizhou, because he is a man who can try and fail infinitely, as long as any tactic has the possibility of being realized. No matter how big the risk is, Zhu Shizhou will want to try it. The sickly ghost was very determined. When he knew that Zhu Shizhou wanted to use cattle and sheep to cause trouble, he looked at Zhu Shizhou with a horrified look. Zhu Shizhou looked at the sickly ghost with a determined and impossible look, and sneered. Sickly ghost, I thought you were a bold person, but I didn't expect that you are essentially a timid guy. That's it, Commander? That's it? The sick ghost sneered. You want to use provocation? That's too clumsy. Zhu Shizhou asked again. Then can you come up with other tactics? The sick ghost choked and said nothing. To be honest, he was exhausted physically and mentally in the past few months since taking over the Liberian war zone. Especially recently. The defense base was almost unable to be defended. And he supervised the battle day and night. And ended up being exhausted. But he failed to effectively stop the alien insects. Today's tactical victory is already a small gain. And the other times are basically losses. He couldn't answer Zhu Shizhou's question. And could only say no. It's no. However, Zhu Shizhou knew that this might be his only chance now. So he said, what if I insist on doing it? The sickly ghost didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to be so determined. He really couldn't understand why Zhu Shizhou was so bold. Just like crazy. Doing things without considering the consequences? Or is he really so confident? No. This is no longer confident. This is arrogance. Arrogance, the sickly ghost said stiffly. If that's the case, I have no choice but to take back your command. Zhu Shizhou also sneered at the sickly ghost. Take back my command when I didn't make any mistakes? Do you know that you are obstructing my graduation assessment? I temporarily gave you the command. And I can take it back if I want. Is your graduation assessment important or the Liberian war zone important? Zhu Shizhou saw that the sickly ghost was already angry. And he directly increased his strength to taunt. Are you so sure that the tactics will fail? Have you ever thought that the real reason for the decline of the war is your incompetence? You. The sickly ghost was not good at quarreling. And his originally pale face was now red with anger. He really wanted to tell Zhu Shizhou that before he took over the Liberian war zone, the organization predicted that the Liberian war zone would not last for less than half a month. And he had helped the Liberian war zone to rise up single-handedly. And it was not his fault that it was deadlocked until now. But the question is, can he really say that he has no problems at all? Just half an hour ago, he lost the bet. So he didn't have much confidence. I just want to ask you if you let Su Feng come here. Will he be as timid as you? Can he save the war? Do you have the courage to say that you can do better than Su Feng? The sickly ghost froze. Zhu Shizhou and Benkigui didn't lower their voices when they quarreled. So once they started, they were quite eye-catching in the entire command center. Even during the quarrel, the commanders in the command center unconsciously lowered their voices. And the atmosphere once dropped to the freezing point. When Zhu Shizhou threw out the last word, the noisy voices in the command center stopped for a moment. Everyone noticed the quarrel in this corner. After the atmosphere was quiet for a moment, the other commanders in the command center quickly restored the order of command. They had seen too many storms. So it was not surprising to quarrel. However, the quarrel between Zhu Shizhou and Benkigui directly made them pay some attention to this side. Seeing that both sides were arguing and unwilling to give in, the smoker took the initiative to act as a mediator and said to ease the atmosphere. Forget it. Forget it. Stop arguing. It's not a big deal. We can discuss it properly. Why bother? The sickly ghost ignored the smoker and stared at Zhu Shizhou. What about you? Do you have the courage to say that you can do better than Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou did not hesitate for a second, and answered with absolute certainty. I can. Chapter 550 Handing over the work in the Liberia war zone. For Zhu Shizhou, this is his only chance at the moment. So he naturally refuses to give in. Only he knows how confident he is. He is so confident that even if Su Feng comes to command in person, he can do better than Su Feng. But the problem is that his confidence is seen as serious arrogance by others, especially in the eyes of Bing Kugui. In his eyes, Su Feng is a godlike existence. But now someone jumps out and says that he is more godly than God? Bing Kugui has no other ideas. He just thinks that Zhu Shizhou is arrogant to the point of being unreasonable. After hearing Zhu Shizhou's bold speech, he stood up directly and said coldly, Since you think you can do better than Su Feng, then try it. After saying that, Bing Kugui threw down the headset and turned away. Zhu Shizhou was stunned. He didn't expect this result. Although he used the method of provoking, he expected that either the sickly ghost would reject him without reservation, or the provocation would succeed and the sickly ghost would agree to execute the tactics. But now this guy did not play by the rules and turned around and left directly. What does that mean? Zhu Shizhou looked at the empty seat of the sickly ghost and the headset he threw on the table, and began to hesitate whether to take over the command. Just as Zhu Shizhou was hesitating, the smoker lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and smiled. This guy? Zhu Shizhou asked. What does he mean by this? It is likely that he went to ask the team leader. Oh, The team leader is the man who brought you here. You said something right when you quarreled with him just now. You are now in the graduation assessment. If you have not made any mistakes, he really can't hinder your assessment process. So he can only report it to the superior. Zhu Shizhou suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that his provocation is quite effective. At least he has won himself a chance. Then he should wait for the result. Will the leader of this command group agree to let him take over the battle? Or will he reject him like the sick ghost? Soon, as the smoker said. The sick ghost came back soon. When he came back, there was a man with him. It was the leader of the command group who brought Zhu Shizhou and other students here. Leader, what do you say? Compared with the anger of the sick ghost, Zhu Shizhou was calm. The leader squinted and smiled. Zhu Shizhou, I didn't expect you to make such a fuss just after you came here. I don't know whether I should praise you or scold you. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said nothing. At this time, he could only smile and say nothing. He never thought of defending himself. If the leader denied his idea, he could only look for another opportunity. There was nothing to say. Are you really sure you can implement the tactics? Zhu Shizhou nodded. Yes, the team leader said. I want to remind you that if you fail, the Zerg will inevitably revolt, and the Liberia war zone will inevitably fall. And nearly 4,000 black soldiers of the Black Soldier Organization will be buried in your hands. Have you thought about this consequence? I have thought about it. Zhu Shizhou nodded. But instead of dying slowly, it is better to give it a try. And the tactics may not fail. At least I don't see any good results from continuing to shrink. What if I say that if you fail this time, the organization will prohibit you from participating in the graduation assessment again? A failure resulted in the death of 4,000 black soldiers. No matter what others think, it can at least prove that Zhu Shizhou himself has no risk foresight ability and is too conceited. If such a result is caused, it will be good not to convict Zhu Shizhou. The graduation assessment of the command course will put Zhu Shizhou on the blacklist, and he will never graduate as a commander. The team leader smiled and turned to the sick ghost and said, See, I said he would not change his mind. I have to say that his courage is at least stronger than yours. The sick ghost remained silent, and the team leader had already made a decision in his heart. The sick ghost has accepted the Liberia theater for some time, but has never found an opportunity to reverse the situation. He can only barely maintain the situation at 50-50. The organization has also evaluated the Liberia theater, and basically believes that the Liberia theater is likely to be captured by alien insects. To be honest, when the sick ghost came to him, he thought the Liberia theater was about to collapse. Unexpectedly, the sickly ghost said that Zhu Shizhou was so bold that he wanted to use the cattle and sheep that were released regularly as bait to lure the Zerg into the trap. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that the Zerg would definitely take the bait. Given the intelligence of the Zerg, it would be strange if they didn't take the bait. But what happens after the Zerg take the bait? Is Zhu Shizhou capable of dealing with the Zerg? How to deal with the counterattack of the rampaging Zerg? A lot of risks naturally appeared in his mind. So he didn't make a rash decision, but prepared to come over to ask Zhu Shizhou's thoughts. He said to Zhu Shizhou, Are there any specific details of the tactical concept? Specific details of the tactics? Of course there are none. So Zhu Shizhou replied, I haven't thought about it yet. I just proposed an idea. And this guy screamed as if I had touched his reverse scale. The specific tactics require me to have a more comprehensive understanding of the specific layout of the defense base before I can conceive it. It is impossible to complete the counterattack. It's too messy. The sick ghost still firmly opposed it. However, the team leader stared at Zhu Shizhou. Let me confirm it one last time. Are you sure you want to execute your tactics? Zhu Shizhou smiled. I will reply one last time. I am sure. The situation was deadlocked for a while, and the team leader suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then let you do it. The sick ghost was stunned on the spot. What? The other commanders who were paying attention to the situation here were also stunned. What? For a while, the exclamations echoed in the command center, and everyone was dumbfounded like a dog in their hearts. What did they just hear? In order to calm everyone's doubts, the team leader said, in fact, the Liberia war zone was originally scheduled to be abandoned in half a month, which means that the organization originally decided to withdraw some of the black soldiers in the near future and then annihilate them within half a month. The sick ghost staggered, and his originally angry expression turned into a bitter smile. He muttered a sentence or two, and no one could hear what he said. The team leader looked at the sick ghost and said, "Are you sure you can save the war in half a month? If you are sure, then I will directly reject you, Sergio, now." The sick ghost opened his mouth and was speechless. The team leader looked at you, Sergio, again. "Are you sure you can save the situation within half a month? If you are sure, then you will be in charge of the Liberian theater within half a month." Compared to the silence of the sickly ghost, Jew Sergio was really sure that the opportunity had come this time, and said calmly, "I am sure." "Very good, sickly ghost. You will contact Jew Sergio later, and you must teach him as soon as possible if he doesn't understand anything. Jew Sergio, bet your graduation qualification and try to save the situation." After speaking, the team leader turned and left, leaving behind a group of commanders looking at each other. After a period of silence, it was the sickly ghost who finally broke the stalemate, looking at Jew Sergio with complicated eyes. "Don't be stunned. Let's hand over the work next." Chapter 551, Terrible Memory. The sick ghost lost his soul. The sick ghost spent about a whole day to teach Jew Sergio to recognize the various arrangements he made after taking over the Liberian war zone. Yes, a whole day. This does not mean that Jew Sergio learned too fast, but too slowly. The arrangement of the sick ghost was not complicated, but just simpler. However, even so, Jew Sergio still could not remember it completely within a day. It can only be said that he only remembered a rough idea. Seeing this, the enthusiasm and expectations of the sick ghost and many commanders were also reduced a lot. After all, in their minds, if they were asked to remember, maybe they could remember everything in half a day. Jew Sergio was a genius. At least he should be faster than them. Right? The facts surprised them. They clearly saw a student whose memory was far inferior to theirs, and even his comprehension ability did not seem to be good. Throughout the day, Jew Sergio's eyes changed when he saw the sickly ghost, as if he was looking at him, as if to say, "That's it?" Jew Sergio's face was somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, if an ordinary person were to remember all the arrangements, it might take 10 days or half a month. He was lucky to remember them all in one day. However, what level are the commanders of the command center? They are geniuses who surpass ordinary people, and they are geniuses whose brain abilities have been enhanced to the qualified line of black soldiers. You must know that Jew Sergio's physical fitness has not been enhanced to the limit. So on the one hand, in order to make up for these gaps, and on the other hand, in order to have a better grasp of all the arrangements of the defense base, Jew Sergio chose to go back. According to his standards, at least he should be familiar with all the arrangements. Right? Only in this way can he take over the entire Liberian theater without any room for error. So, after several rollbacks, all the commanders witnessed a magical scene. Too slow. Too slow. Faster. Jew Sergio seemed to be deliberately against the sick ghost. The sick ghost was talking about all the arrangements of the Liberia theater, but he urged the sick ghost and kept trying to make the sick ghost speed up. So much so that at the end, the sick ghost seemed to be angry, and he spewed out a series of arrangements in a row. Regardless of whether Jew Sergio could hear clearly or understand the meaning behind each arrangement, he didn't care whether he could hear it clearly or understand the meaning behind each arrangement. He just said it first. Are you playing a game of naming dishes? The smoker twitched his mouth twice, and even forgot to smoke the cigarette that was burning at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, he thought that if he were to go up and memorize with all his strength, he would probably only remember 1/10 of the content. The other commanders were also stunned and stood there in doubt, as if they were doubting whether Jew Sergio had really memorized it. But what did Jew Sergio think? He thought of his college roommate Li Hua's voice reciting the word Adon when he was preparing for the English Level 4 exam. The dormitory often echoed with Li Hua's voice. Adon is the first word in the English dictionary, so Li Hua always memorized words from this word. Now Jew Sergio is facing the same situation as Li Hua's preparation for the English Level 4 exam. He has already memorized all the arrangements described by the sickly ghost, and the real omissions are the arrangements at the end. But he can't skip every time, so he can only listen to the sickly ghost's introduction patiently. Therefore, when he urged the sick ghost, the whole process looked like a formality, and others were wondering whether he had memorized it seriously. The sick ghost spent 2 hours speeding up to introduce all his arrangements, chanting at a high speed like reciting a magic forbidden spell. After chanting, he glared at Jew Sergio. "Did you remember everything I just said?" Jew Sergio nodded happily. "I remember." He spent 3 lives, from knowing nothing to fully mastering it, and he was already very satisfied. But the sick ghost was quite dissatisfied with Zhu Shizhou's answer. In his opinion, Zhu Shizhou was just playing with him, just like his high-speed chanting like a tongue twister just now. Which pervert could remember it? So he began to test Zhu Shizhou's memory results. Did you really remember it? Pay attention. The memory I'm talking about here is not just superficial, but to understand each of my arrangements. This is considered to be remembered. Hearing this, the other commanders rolled their eyes. Isn't this just making things difficult for people? With the way you just acted. Let alone understanding. It would be good if you didn't get dizzy. However, Zhu Shizhou's reaction was far beyond their expectations. Remember? Remember. If you don't believe me, check me. The sick ghost was almost laughing with anger. Okay. Then I'll check me. If you don't remember. Zhu Shizhou seemed to know what the sick ghost wanted to say, and waved his hand. If I don't remember, I will voluntarily give up the graduation assessment and return the command to you. The sick ghost was satisfied now, thinking that this was all you said. And even if he reported it to the team leader would have nothing to say. So the sick ghost said, if the alien insects attack, we can set up a few at all points. Zhu Shizhou interrupted directly. 48 tactical formations can be arranged, including 20 offensive formations, 20 pure defensive formations, and 8 bait and discard formations. Do you want me to show you all of them? Or do you want to continue to check from these 48 formations? The sick ghost really didn't believe that Zhu Shizhou remembered them all. You know, when he was chanting at high speed, he just made a simple arrangement on the computer with his hands and gestures. Some complex formations stayed on the screen for no more than 10 seconds. These are 48 formations. How strong must Zhu Shizhou's memory be to remember them all? Other commanders also thought that Zhu Shizhou was bluffing. So the sick ghost chose to continue to check 30th. 32nd. Right. I'll show you. Zhu Shizhou interrupted directly, and was about to start to arrange the formation diagram. Zhu Shizhou thought that he just wanted to speed up the progress. After all, the questions asked by the sick ghost were the same every time, which was really nothing new. But this time, he smiled awkwardly as soon as he held the mouse. Sorry, I interrupted you just now. You said you wanted to set up a formation of number 30? Sick ghost. Can he say that what he wanted to say just now was the formation of number 32? This pervert. Has he studied human psychology so deeply that it seems like he can read minds? Or, sick ghost was shocked in his heart. He suspected that he had unknowingly been psychologically hinted by Zhu Shizhou. The number 32 formation diagram. This casual number might have been said under the psychological suggestion of Zhu Shizhou. Damn. Is it a psychological suggestion? When? Sick ghost immediately changed his words. Who said I want you to set up a formation of number 32? Set up a formation of number 41. He said a completely irrelevant number. Zhu Shizhou curled his lips. After so many questions, this time was finally different. It was all because he interrupted too quickly. But he still laid out the formation diagram honestly. The 41st formation diagram was the first one of the bait and abandoned formation diagrams. It was easy to lay out. The difficulty was that the formation points were too ordinary and ordinary. So it was difficult to remember. Fortunately, Zhu Shizhou was already familiar with it. He laid it out easily. And Zhu Shizhou looked at the sick ghost with a calm look. The sick ghost was stunned. Correct. There was no mistake at all. Absolutely correct. He met Zhu Shizhou's eyes. And Zhu Shizhou seemed to say, when did you have the illusion that you didn't get the psychological suggestion? This calm look was extremely sarcastic. God is pity. In fact, Zhu Shizhou just repeated it too many times. So he was too lazy to pretend to be emotional. But it was interpreted as something else. The sickly ghost wanted to punch this guy in the face to see if he dared to pretend like this. But he still resisted the urge and checked a few more formations. Finally, he confirmed that it was not a psychological suggestion. But he really remembered everything. Shocking. At this time, he could only say that he was quite shocked. What does it feel like to witness the super genius behavior of a super genius? It is a kind of behavior that the other party takes for granted and does not care about. But in the eyes of others, it is an impossible behavior with extremely high difficulty. He thought that Zhu Shizhou could not really remember everything. But this guy did it. The sickly ghost was shaken at this time. Is the gap between him and Zhu Shizhou really that big? Is Zhu Shizhou right? And the situation in the Liberian war zone cannot be saved because of his incompetence? In this self-doubt, he checked other arrangements one after another. However, without exception, Zhu Shizhou answered all the questions. And he still had that nonchalant look, as if it was not worth mentioning. Just a routine. Others only saw Zhu Shizhou answering fluently, almost without thinking. When the sick ghost just threw a question, Zhu Shizhou immediately answered. The sick ghost knew how difficult this routine was, and he could no longer deceive himself. So after confirming that Zhu Shizhou really only took 2 hours to completely remember all the arrangements, he was already hit and lost the confidence to face Zhu Shizhou, and stood up stiffly. You have remembered everything, and it depends on you next. I'm going to take a rest. After saying that, the sick ghost swam away like a zombie, leaving a group of stunned commanders. There was a dead silence in the corner of the command center. Chapter 552. The Special Operations Brigade is on the way. It took 3 hours for the sick ghost to hand over everything in the Liberian defense base to Zhu Shizhou. But no one knew that Zhu Shizhou actually spent several days to remember everything clearly. Zhu Shizhou ignored the sick ghost who left in a daze, but stared at the route map on the computer screen. Many important points were marked on the route map, including the distribution of scattered alien Zerg nests, the construction of the Black Soldier Organization's fortifications, the logistics docking defense area. All kinds of points were marked in detail on the route map. Of course, Zhu Shizhou did not forget the most important bait placement location. He is now focusing on this point. Generally speaking, the organization will drive live cattle and sheep to a specific location at a specified time. And then the alien Zerg will be attracted by the pheromones of the cattle and sheep and divide the food sent to them. This specific location is the bait placement location marked on the map, which is 3 kilometers away from the defense base. In the process of releasing live cattle and sheep, both the human side and the alien insect side have already formed a special tacit understanding. Even the alien insects with low IQ know where a large number of cattle and sheep will suddenly appear every once in a while. If he wants to use cattle and sheep as bait, he has to plan around this point. It must be said that although the regular release of the Black Soldier Organization makes Zhu Shizhou feel a little uncomfortable, he always feels like humans are paying tribute to the alien insects. But this is also good. The advantage is that when he plans, the alien insects will definitely fall into the trap habitually. And his initial advantage was only this point. How to deal with the crazy counterattack of the alien insects in the future was the key. Although the sick ghost was forced to rest by him, the Special Operations Brigade assigned to him by the sick ghost was not disbanded. He initially spent half an hour to train these 350 black soldiers, so that they seemed to obey him. In this case, Zhu Shizhou was not going to disband this team, but to let them explore the way first. Normally, the time for releasing live cattle and sheep is 1400 hours in the afternoon. Now it is 1326 in the afternoon, and there are 34 minutes left. Let them go now, Zhu Shizhou muttered. Then he supported the headset that originally belonged to the sick ghost, and operated the mouse to unilaterally connect to the channel of the Special Operations Brigade. Everyone listened to the order. Then, Zhu Shizhou explained to the brigade the plan that was about to be implemented, and their job was to transport cattle and sheep to the bait release site. So, the brigade that received the order was ready to set off. Some of the black soldiers in the brigade even thought that, as expected, the previous miscellaneous tasks such as patrolling and receiving logistical supplies were just an illusion, and now they are really going to be asked to perform some dangerous tasks. As for whether there is any tactical intention behind the order, that is not what they need to consider. While the brigade was driving the cattle and sheep to set off, many commanders in the command center were paying attention to the situation on Zhu Shizhou's side. They were all looking forward to whether Zhu Shizhou could really fulfill his promise and save the Liberian war zone. Other commanders were not clear about Zhu Shizhou's command situation, but they were secretly looking forward to it. But the smoker was the commander closest to Zhu Shizhou. His workstation was next to Zhu Shizhou, and he could see what orders Zhu Shizhou had issued by turning his head and tilting his ears. So he is very scared now, Smoker asked worriedly. Zhu Shizhou, are you ready to do it now? I see you haven't done any other preparations. Don't worry. The preparations are in my mind. Smoker? No. Before you let this batch of baits go, don't you need to let other black soldiers prepare for the battle in advance? Smoker saw it clearly. Zhu Shizhou didn't explain the situation to other black soldiers in the defense base at all, and didn't tell them to prepare for the battle. which means that it is very likely that they don't know the details when the alien insects come to the door. So what exactly does Yu Sergio want to do? Did Yu Sergio just say that he would use this batch of cattle and sheep as bait, but actually back down when it came to the scene? Smoker didn't understand, but he didn't believe that Yu Sergio really didn't have any preparations. So he was ready to wait and see. But in fact, Yu Sergio really didn't have any preparations. He now has a question in his mind that needs to be clarified. The Black Soldier organization transported a total of 4,000 cattle and sheep. That is, 2,000 cattle and 2,000 sheep. This is the food that the organization prepared for the Zerg, similar to reassurance pills to prevent the Zerg from rioting after being hungry. In other words, these 2,000 cattle and 2,000 sheep, how many do the Zerg actually need? The Zerg cannot just need 2,000 cattle and 2,000 sheep. This number is just a number given by the Black Soldier organization to ensure that the Zerg stays in peace to the greatest extent. It only represents the attitude of the Black Soldier organization, which must have met or even exceeded the actual needs of the Zerg. Is it possible to reduce the number of cattle and sheep to the limit? And can the saved cattle and sheep be used as another batch of bait? In addition, assuming that he further reduces the number of cattle and sheep, although this batch of cattle and sheep cannot satisfy all the alien insects, it should at least satisfy the appetite of some of the alien insects. Then, will those alien insects that are well fed follow those starving alien insects to attack the defense base? Or will only those starving alien insects take action? If the latter idea is feasible, can he plan in this way to differentiate some alien insects for elimination? This is the main point that Yu Sergio is thinking about. Others would never think of probing in this way, because they could not afford such a risk, and it was very likely that they would lose everything if they made a mistake. Only Yu Sergio could jump back and forth on the edge of danger, and he could regret his move. So even the smoker did not know that when Yu Sergio asked the special operations team to set off this time, he only asked them to bring 1,000 cows and 1,000 sheep, which directly reduced the number by half. If the sick ghost was here, he would definitely try his best to stop him, and even think he was crazy. This behavior of betting the entire defense base is not crazy. What is it? What's the situation ahead? On the desolate plain, in the howling gale, the calm voice of Commander Zhu came from the headset. This voice is not special, but it can bring them a great sense of stability. The Black Soldiers are very clear about the situation in the Liberia war zone. In the past few months, facing the continuous impact of the alien insects, most of the Black Soldiers have long been prepared to follow the defense base to annihilate, especially every time they hear the tired voice of the former commander. They already know their future. However, the voice of the new Commander Zhu was very unusual, and there was no wavering or tiredness. The only feeling was peace. It was as if he was not ordering them to do a dangerous mission that could overturn the entire war situation, but was telling them to go shopping. The captain of the Special Operations Brigade numbered A1 was deeply touched by this. The more he talked to Commander Zhu, the more he could feel the peace in Commander Zhu's tone. Why was he so calm? Was it his confidence that supported him? Or was it his indifference to the lives of these Black Soldiers? He didn't know the answer, but he still answered Commander Zhu's question. I can already feel the alien insects. Just 1 kilometer ahead. Very good. Do you know the process of placing bait? Yes. Then do it as usual. Do it as usual. The captain of the Special Operations Brigade looked back at the cattle and sheep following them closely. This time, the cattle and sheep are half of the usual number. Although he had expected the next outcome, he still answered firmly, yes. Chapter 553 Yu Sergio's first command. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Black Soldiers who had arrived at the designated location and waited for a long time finally received the order to start releasing bait. The bait mentioned here does not simply refer to releasing cattle and sheep to the designated location. If you just do this, it will not attract the alien insects. In fact, the cattle and sheep have already been released to the designated location. If you really want the alien insects to notice the cattle and sheep, you have to use special means to induce the pheromones on the cattle and sheep. The method used by the Black Soldier organization before was very simple. That is, to release estrus gas to cattle and sheep, forcing them to enter the estrus period. When cattle and sheep are in estrus, they will naturally emit a large amount of pheromones, although humans cannot feel it. For the alien insects, this is as delicious as a blockbuster bomb. Delicious enough to make them rush out of the nest regardless of everything. Especially these alien insects that have been hungry for a long time will rush here to eat violently. So Zhu Shurjio's order just now was actually to let the black soldiers release estrus gas. The designated location is a basin-like place. This basin is not formed naturally, but is artificially created by humans. It is a special basin used to process bait. The black soldiers released gas at the upwind vent. Soon, the gas quickly spread throughout the basin. Within 10 minutes, the cattle and sheep in the basin, both male and female, began to slowly become agitated. The black soldiers on the scene did not stupidly guard the edge of the basin, but quickly evacuated after releasing the gas. Soon, a thick dark cloud appeared in the distance, as black as ink, and the deafening sound of flapping wings gradually approached and became stronger. The black soldiers who were evacuating to the designated location became serious, because they all knew that this time, the bait was placed differently from the past. Not only were there only 350 black soldiers carrying out the bait placement operation, but the number of young children was only half of the usual number. So they could not just relax and ignore everything as usual after evacuating to the designated location. They also had to deal with the subsequent results. If the Zerg really became violent, then these 350 people would face the wrath of the Zerg. As for whether Commander Zhu had any subsequent arrangements, they didn't know the answer either. Anyway, Commander Zhu didn't tell them that someone would come to pick them up. So the biggest possibility was, they were abandoned. This was a very desperate conclusion. If these black soldiers had any emotions, they might have been shaken. But unfortunately they didn't. They were all black soldiers who ignored life and death and wiped out their emotions. For them, orders were everything. Report: the Zerg's reaction is more intense than before. It is now 14:12 in the afternoon. We have determined that the Zerg has behaved abnormally. Attention! The Zerg has behaved abnormally. Report: some Zerg have left the bait drop site. Currently hovering above the bait drop site. Report: a large number of Zerg appeared in the southeast sky. The Zerg's intentions are unclear. Wait! The Zerg's flight altitude exceeds the safety warning line. Repeat: the Zerg's flight altitude. Report: a serious situation has occurred. The Zerg is out of control. Repeat: the Zerg has entered an out-of-control state. Full frequency notification. The Zerg is out of control. The Special Operations Brigade is under attack. A large number of Zerg are rushing to the defense base. Prepare to fight the enemy. Fight! Fight! Fire! Commander Zhu, please quickly follow the next command. In just over 10 minutes, Zhu Shurjiu heard a series of reports from the black soldiers, all about the abnormal situation of the alien insects. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu remembered what the sick ghost had told him, that when the real command began, the commanders needed to process and analyze the noisy information. If they couldn't even do this, they should not be commanders and should transfer to other departments early. Zhu Shurjiu is now facing such a situation. There are a lot of complicated sounds in his ears, as chaotic as they can be. If ordinary people come, they can't stand this kind of noisy sound at all, and they will only feel that it is all noise. Fortunately, although Zhu Shurjiu's ears can't stand it, his eyes can still be used for judgment. There is a bird's eye view of the drone on the computer screen. You can clearly see the battle process between the alien insects and the black soldiers. Although you can't see too many details, you can still roughly distinguish which is better. It can be clearly seen that at 14:17, the 5th minute after the Zerg outbreak, the Zerg that flew out of the basin and fell into a frenzy had already caught up with the Special Operations Brigade, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. From a bird's eye view, it can be clearly seen that the dark Zerg swarm started from the basin and extended outward in about 2 routes, just like a river flowing, with 2 diversions. A small group of them diverted the Special Operations Brigade to fight on the spot, and another particularly large group of Zerg, which accounted for 90%, went straight to the defense base. The armed defense team stationed in the defense base saw this situation in the watchtower. After a simple calculation, they quickly reported to Zhu Shurjiu. The Zerg is expected to arrive at the defense base in 10 minutes. Commander, please give the order. The number of 10 minutes was not simply blurted out, but was estimated through experience. They knew the speed of the Zerg very well, and they knew the current position of the Zerg, so they could naturally deduce the estimated arrival time of the Zerg. However, what they didn't know was that Zhu Shurjiu had not made any preparations at all. So all of Zhu Shurjiu's instructions were based on his temporary response on the spot. Attention! Black soldiers in Area A drive the remaining 2,000 cattle and sheep out of the defense base and stimulate their pheromones so that they can disperse and escape from the alpha route I marked. Black soldiers in Area B provide rear cover at the defense base. Black soldiers in Area C are divided into two large teams, detouring from the east and the west. Your task is to rush to the position of the Special Operations Brigade as soon as possible and cut off the Zerg's attack route from both directions. Zhu Shurjiu quickly formulated a strategy of striking back to kill the Zerg according to the actual situation. His idea was very simple. Generally speaking, the general shape of the Zerg swarm appears in large groups from a bird's eye view. If the black soldiers want to fight the Zerg, they need to forcibly define a fixed battlefield for the Zerg, just like the Sick Ghost did before, to prevent the Zerg from launching attacks from any angle. But Zhu Shurjiu's strategy for dealing with the Zerg is different from that of the Sick Ghost. He did not forcibly fix the battle shape of the Zerg swarm, but stretched the Zerg swarm into a long strip. Just like the current situation, from a bird's eye view, it is a long strip of Zerg swarm connected to the defense base with the basin as the center. He divided the black soldiers in the defense base into three areas. The black soldiers in Area C were divided into two battalions, east and west, which detoured from both sides and forcibly cut off the long alien worm swarm. The cutting point was at the point of the Special Operations Brigade. On the one hand, this can save the Special Operations Brigade, and on the other hand, it can stop the alien worms. Then it is conceivable that part of the alien worm swarm that was cut off will be stopped at the breakpoint, and the remaining alien worms that have rushed through the breakpoint will still move towards the defense base. These alien worms will be handed over to the black soldiers in Areas A and B to deal with. The black soldiers in Area A opened up a battlefield outside the defense base, while the black soldiers in Area B provided support in the rear. Once they were able to eliminate these alien worms, Zhu Shurjiu would let them gather immediately and rush to the breakpoint to meet the black soldiers in Area C. Chapter 554. The whole army is annihilated. Rollback. Zhu Shurjiu needs to pay attention to two key factors during the whole process of planning. The first point is whether the alien worms in the basin will come out in full force. If the alien worms come out in full force, then the black soldiers he sent to support the Special Operations Brigade may suffer a great defeat, and will not be able to play the role of breakpoint at all. And the subsequent planning will naturally be out of the question. So the ideal situation should be that the cattle and sheep they put out can play a certain role, and can keep some alien worms in the basin. And the alien worm swarms coming out of the basin can at least allow the black soldiers in Area C to successfully block them without being defeated. The second key factor is whether the black soldiers in Areas A and B on the side of the defense base can eliminate the alien worm swarms that have been broken. Needless to say, if the black soldiers in Area C successfully complete the task of blocking the breakpoint, then the remaining alien worms must be eliminated by the black soldiers in Areas A-B. They can only return to support the black soldiers in Area C after they successfully eliminate the alien worms. Zhu Shurjiu's goal was not to completely annihilate the Zerg, but to annihilate more than 30% of the Zerg in one go. The number of annihilation was naturally focused on the battlefield of the black soldiers in the AB area. As for the Special Operations team, they needed to hold on until the black soldiers in the C area arrived for support. And the black soldiers in the C area needed to hold on until the black soldiers in the AB area arrived for support. Their mission focused on delaying, not annihilating the Zerg. This unconventional strategy could not succeed in one go. So Zhu Shurjiu was waiting for the result of defeat. 10 minutes later, Zhu Shurjiu got the result. Defeat. Although the Zerg in the basin did not all come out, most of them came out. The Special Operations team only held on for 5 minutes, and they were completely overwhelmed by the Zerg swarm at 1422. The black soldiers in Area C also failed to stop the breakpoint alien Zerg. They were washed by a large number of alien Zerg. Since Zhu Shurjiu did not adopt the strategy of fixing the battlefield like the sickly ghost, the alien Zerg surrounded them like dumplings. At 1435, the black soldiers in Area C were completely wiped out. At 1437, the black soldiers in Area AB encountered a full-scale attack by the alien Zerg. The black soldiers in Area A tried to attract the attention of the alien Zerg with the remaining cattle and sheep to divert the alien Zerg, but it was in vain. The alien Zerg, along with the cattle and sheep, defended the black soldiers in Area A and wiped out all the black soldiers in Area A in just 3 minutes. At 1442, the last black soldier in Area B who was still resisting was eaten by the alien Zerg. It's over. Zhu Shizhou exhaled a breath of turbid air expressionlessly. And his heart was extremely heavy, just as he was still staring at the computer screen. Suddenly, a huge fist hit his side face. The body that was blown away knocked over several chairs, flew 3 or 4 meters away, and rolled twice on the ground. Zhu Shizhou was stunned, with stars in his eyes and dizzy. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of all the commanders in the command center. The person who beat him at this time was naturally the smoker who had been supervising Zhu Shizhou's command. Before Zhu Shizhou recovered, he just spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. And the smoker rushed in front of him with a clenched fist, picked up his collar with one hand, and slammed his other fist on his nose again. With a click, the bridge of the nose was broken. The smoker roared at Zhu Shizhou with a red face and thick neck. "You bastard! Shit! Didn't you say you were sure? Where is your confidence? Son of a bitch! Fuck!" Zhu Shizhou's eyes were still calm, although his cheekbone was smashed by a punch, and his nose was broken by another punch, and his head was dizzy. His expression was still indifferent, and he even reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth calmly. "Don't worry. This is just the beginning." The already angry smoker became even more angry at this time. "What are you talking about? Do you realize what you did? The whole army is annihilated. The whole army is annihilated." The smoker yelled at Zhu Shizhou crazily, and his saliva with the smell of cigarettes splashed all over Zhu Shizhou's face. He was going to take action again. The entire command center also exploded with discussion because of Smoker's words. At this time, a trembling voice sounded beside Zhu Shizhou and Smoker. "What? The whole army was wiped out? The Liberian war zone fell?" The smoker and Zhu Shizhou froze at the same time, looked up, and saw the returning sickly ghost staring at them shakily, his tired eyes full of disbelief and despair. The smoker couldn't bear it anymore, and threw Zhu Shizhou under the sickly ghost, gritting his teeth and saying, "Ask him. This bastard. He didn't make any decent preparations from the beginning to the end of the command. He attacked rashly, and didn't react at all after the tactical failure, and watched the black soldiers being slaughtered." The sickly ghost's eyes were empty, and he was obviously looking at Zhu Shizhou. But Zhu Shizhou felt that he was always looking at somewhere else. The sickly ghost uttered a word from his dry throat. "What he said, is it true?" "Yes." Zhu Shizhou shook his head, staggered to his feet, and readily admitted it, and added a sentence after admitting it. "I wanted to ask you if there are any adjustments to my tactics, but it seems that you can't understand it, and you won't guide me on how to improve my tactics. Right?" After these words came out, all the commanders, regardless of whether they were in command or not, looked at Zhu Shizhou stupidly. Zhu Shizhou became the focus of the entire command center. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Does this guy really have a heart? He should be in the emotional recovery period now. Right? How can he say such a thing? Is he really a human? The commanders murmured. The failure of command led to the annihilation of the entire army, and the Liberian theater was captured by alien insects. This bastard was still concerned about whether there were any adjustments to the tactics. It was incomprehensible. They couldn't understand it. The sickly ghost shook his body twice, and his already weak body had lost all his strength at this time. If he hadn't been holding on to the table beside him, he would probably fall down now. He handed over all the command to Zhu Shizhou and chose to leave because he felt that Zhu Shizhou was more capable than him and his body really needed a rest. So he left. However, he was still concerned about the Liberia theater, so he took a short rest and came back. In his imagination, even if Zhu Shizhou wanted to implement some tactics, he would not act so quickly. At least he should think about it. But what was unexpected was that he heard the bad news as soon as he came back. The Liberia theater fell. This was a serious blow to him. Where is your confidence in surpassing Su Feng? Where is your momentum to save the situation? All bullshit. If his body did not allow it, he would also want to punch Zhu Shizhou in the face now. Facing the strange sight of all the commanders in the dead silence of the command center, Zhu Shizhou finally grinned and pulled the corner of his mouth, his cheeks hurting. "Damn it. I have to go back before getting beaten next time." After mumbling, he pinched his neck. "Use force with your fingers. Chapter 555. If I succeed, I will punch you twice." Not everyone is Su Feng. To be honest, before being beaten, Zhu Shizhou had always been prejudiced against the commander of the Black Soldier organization. This prejudice came from Su Feng's indifference. That man would never be sad and angry because of the death of the black soldier. At least Zhu Shizhou could not imagine that scene. So in his eyes, the commanders of the black soldier organization were probably the same. However, the facts were beyond his expectations. He was punched by the 2 punches of the smoker and recognized the facts. He also noticed the deep and real sadness and despair of the sick ghost, who suddenly heard the bad news, and heard the commanders of the command center's undisguised discussions. After realizing that his cognition was wrong, Zhu Shizhou reacted and realized that these guys were more human than him. So it's me who is less human than them. Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself. He knew that because he had replayed the game too many times, he had lost the sensitivity that a normal person should have towards human life. At the moment when the whole army was annihilated due to the failure of command, he did not feel sad or confused, because he could replay the game. He knew that everything could be done again. So at that moment, he only felt heavy pressure, which came from the fierce attack of the Zerg, not the death of the black soldiers. He knew that this was abnormal. But his psychological condition could not change with his objective cognition. The more deaths, the more he could feel the lightness of human life. Time passed step by step, and he returned to the command center and saw the indifferent sick ghost. Zhu Shizhou was not eager to show himself. Like the previous times, Zhu Shizhou asked many basic questions. But compared with the previous times, he asked one more question this time. Sickly ghost, in your eyes, are these black soldiers living people? Or are they chess pieces under your hands? This was a question Zhu Shizhou asked when the sickly ghost adjusted the tactics according to Zhu Shizhou's suggestions, successfully retreated tactically, and saved the black soldiers, who should have died in the center of the alien insects. The sickly ghost was immersed in Zhu Shizhou's unfathomable and magical powers at this time. Zhu Shizhou's genius performance allowed him to avoid a tactical mistake. Hearing his question suddenly, the sickly ghost was stunned and asked back, "What crazy talk are you talking about? Do you just regard the black soldiers as your chess pieces?" Zhu Shizhou was silent. The sickly ghost suddenly looked serious. If the commander only regards the black soldiers as his own chess pieces, it means that the commander may easily abandon them when necessary. Do you think such a commander has a future? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. At this time, the smoker beside him came up and chuckled. Don't say that, sickly ghost. In fact, you also know that many commanders in the command center do not take the lives of black soldiers seriously. After all, as long as the tactics are correct, whether they are regarded as chess pieces or not, what does it matter? Zhu Shizhou looked at the smoker deeply. What about you? What do you think of the black soldiers? The smoker said casually. Objectively speaking, they are indeed people. But at the same time, they are definitely not normal people. It should be said that except for the black soldiers in our command center, we can completely regard the black soldiers in other departments as a kind of machine made of human blood and flesh. If treating them as chess pieces makes me feel better, then it's okay to treat them as chess pieces. The sick ghost sneered. Stupid idea. The smoker laughed and didn't refute. However, the nonchalant expression on the smoker's face was in stark contrast to the anger in Zhu Shizhou's memory. And Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy. If he hadn't seen the expression of this guy who was so angry that he wanted to kill him, maybe Zhu Shizhou would really believe the smoker's seemingly ruthless words. Alas, I still couldn't solve my own troubles. Zhu Shizhou originally wanted to seek resonance from other commanders. If other commanders have the same feelings as him, it means that his mental state is normal. But now he finds that his mentality has begun to become a little distorted in the repeated rollbacks. What he is most worried about is that he will become more distorted in the future. The smoker extinguished the cigarette, butt in his hand, and glanced at Zhu Shizhou, who was inexplicably melancholy. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly talking about such a philosophical topic? Instead of thinking about these things, it's better to ask more questions while the sick ghost is free. Nothing. Zhu Shizhou was vague. This was just a small episode and did not affect the normal development of things. This time, Zhu Shizhou still proposed the tactic of using cattle and sheep as bait. The sick ghost was still strongly opposed. Under Zhu Shizhou's provocation, the sick ghost still went to invite the team leader. As expected by Zhu Shizhou, just like last time, the team leader agreed to Zhu Shizhou's plan. This time, Zhu Shizhou seemed more confident than last time, because he had confirmed through the replay that the real reason for the last failure was that he had put too few cattle and sheep, and cut off half of the bait at once, which was a bit too much. This directly led to the black soldiers in Area C encountering so many alien insects that they could hardly resist. The black soldiers in Area C failed to resist the alien insects heading towards the defense base, which naturally led to the remaining black soldiers in Areas A and B being unable to resist such a fierce offensive, so that they were completely wiped out in the end, without even a chance. What really made Zhu Shizhou confident was that cattle and sheep could indeed contain some alien insects in the basin. That is, as long as he carefully controlled the amount of cattle and sheep he put in, he could accurately control the number of alien insects that the black soldiers had to face. And there was no need to worry about all the alien insects coming out because of the reduction of cattle and sheep. This was something that even the black soldier organization could not confirm, and he verified his point of view with the life. Next, the test begins. Only bring 70% of the cattle and sheep? The captain of the Special Operations Brigade confirmed Zhu Shizhou's order. Yes, 70%. Zhu Shizhou emphasized. He had a very clear plan this time. The reason why he didn't tell the black soldiers last time was because he just used it as an experiment. But this time he already had the results, so he naturally wouldn't hide the plan. In addition, he also clearly told the Special Operations team to evacuate as soon as possible after releasing the estrus gas, and marked a location for the Special Operations team. After you complete the mission, you need to evacuate here as soon as possible. I will send someone to pick you up on time. Don't worry about you being abandoned by me. Yes. After hearing Zhu Shizhou's words, the black soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade had a clue in their hearts. There was a big difference between having Zhu Shizhou's words and not having them. The difference mainly lies in whether they treat the alien insects with a desperate attitude. Since Zhu Shizhou told them that someone would come to pick them up, they need to use the delay tactic to delay until the support arrives. After Zhu Shizhou arranged the tasks of the Special Operations Brigade, he did not wait until the plan started, but went to arrange in advance. If he guessed correctly, this time the first stage of the tactical goal should be successfully completed. That is, the black soldiers in Area C successfully blocked the flow of alien insects. This requires a strong ability to grasp the timing. Assuming that the alien insects that came out in full this time are only 50% of the entire alien insect group, then from the perspective of military strength, it is best to let the black soldiers in Area C take 20% of the 50% of the alien insects. In this way, the number of alien insects faced by the black soldiers in Area C will not be too large, and the black soldiers in Area B can also annihilate the alien insects to the greatest extent. However, Zhu Shizhou didn't know how many Zerg would be dispatched this time, so it was too early to talk about it now. But it was right to arrange an action plan for the black soldiers in Area C in advance. More importantly, this time Zhu Shizhou made an adjusted timetable. Zhu Shizhou remembered the key time last time very clearly, 1400 hours. The action started at 1422. The Special Operations Brigade was destroyed at 1435. The black soldiers in Area C were destroyed at 1437. The black soldiers in Area B encountered Zerg at 1442. And the defense base fell. In his estimation, this time the number of Zerg should be less than last time, so the black soldiers should be able to hold on for at least a little longer. Zhu Shizhou estimated the time slightly. After the Special Operations Brigade set off, he arranged for the black soldiers in Area C to go on the road. And can the black soldiers in Areas A and B do some work in advance? Zhu Shizhou thought about it, and asked the black soldiers in Area A to take the remaining 30% of cattle and sheep out of the defense base, and asked them to tie up all the cattle and sheep and place them at a location 1 kilometer away from the defense base, and arranged a team to be ready to release estrus gas at any time. His idea was very simple. If there were too many alien insects arriving at the defense base later, he could at least use this batch of cattle and sheep to attract some of the alien insects to relieve the combat pressure. After all the preparations were done, the time came to 1400 hours, and the Special Operations Brigade had already been in place in the basin. Before giving the order, Zhu Shizhou suddenly turned his head and looked at the smoker, who was secretly paying attention to his combat screen. "Hey, smoker." "Ah? What's wrong?" the smoker replied. He was still distracted by thinking about the tactical intentions of Zhu Shizhou's series of operations. Zhu Shizhou smiled maliciously and said, "If my tactics succeed this time, I will punch you twice." The smoker looked confused. Chapter 556 Smoker. This is the Field of Genius. 1359. The action is about to begin. The black soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade drove the cattle and sheep into the basin. A group of people were silent and solemn at the wind outlet of the basin. Each black soldier carried a gas tank on his back, which was filled with gas that stimulated the cattle and sheep to estrus. The black soldiers had arrived at the entrance of the basin 10 minutes ago and were now quietly waiting for Zhu Shizhou to issue an order. At 1400 hours, Zhu Shizhou issued an order on time. Attention everyone! Start putting out bait. Chi as a large amount of gas was sprayed out. The black soldiers at the upwind outlet put the aphrodisiac gas into the basin. After only 2 minutes, the cattle and sheep in the basin began to become restless. The black soldiers confirmed that the cattle and sheep had indeed begun to enter the estrus state. After reporting to Zhu Shizhou, they prepared to evacuate. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou's plan was not recognized by most of the black soldiers, because they had not seen what was about to happen. So they did not know whether Zhu Shizhou's plan would cause a riot among the Zerg. Although Zhu Shizhou told them that the number of Zerg they faced would be far less than the number of Zerg faced by the black soldiers in the defense base, they were still prepared to fight desperately, especially when they saw the dense swarms of Zerg appearing on the horizon. Many black soldiers felt their scalps tingling. This was their keen sixth sense at work. Normal people would not formulate such a bold strategy when facing so many Zerg. And they did not even think about facing so many Zerg charges with their 350 people. The overwhelming swarm of alien insects raised a gust of wind that wrapped stones and rolled sand, whistling over their heads and heading straight for the basin. No alien insects paid any attention to them. While they were deliberately restraining their own pheromones, the cattle and sheep in the basin released their pheromones without concealment. Obviously, the cattle and sheep were more delicious to the alien insects. At 14:15, the Special Operations Brigade successfully arrived at the evacuation site. At the same time, the alien insect swarms in the distance coincidentally began to riot. This new commander is something. The captain of the Special Operations Brigade, the #1 black soldier of Team A, was an old bird who had performed countless dangerous missions. He noticed the unusual place at once and couldn't help but sigh. "Captain, what do you mean?" the black soldier numbered A2 asked. Many black soldiers also heard the captain sigh at this tense moment and were a little curious for a while. All they saw was a very messy plan, and they didn't know what was so great about it. How come someone said that this commander had something? The captain looked towards the direction of the basin. Didn't you notice that the Zerg in the basin had already started to riot? Everyone was confused. I know. So what? You still ask what happened? Can you say that there are such coincidences in the world? We just got here, and the Zerg started to riot immediately. What does this mean? Everyone was stunned. The captain said indifferently, "Don't think that the plan looks very rough, but we are moving completely according to the route given by Commander Zhu, which means that Commander Zhu calculated our speed very clearly. Not only that, he even accurately estimated the timing of the Zerg riot. So much so that we just arrived here, and the Zerg started to riot immediately. What is this? This is a superb timing control ability." As soon as the captain said this, everyone became more confident about the next battle. Although they did not hesitate when executing the plan, they still felt that the plan was likely to fail. But the captain's words suddenly made everyone confident in Commander Zhu. With such a godlike commander, there shouldn't be any other big mistakes, right? It seems that Commander Zhu is not commanding casually like a headless fly. Behind this rough plan are various precise calculations and estimates of the Black Soldier organization. So what about the upcoming battle? It should also be under the commander's control. This is the logic of their thinking. It is completely natural for the black soldiers to think so. If an uninformed person sees it, they may really think that the organization behind this action has gone through a lot of repeated research and calculations and carefully formulated plans. But Zhu Shizhou knows that this is not the case. In the previous round, the Special Operations Brigade stopped at this place. It was not because they felt that the evacuation distance was enough, but because they felt the riot of the alien insects in the basin. In order to be more prepared to deal with the alien insects, they decided to stop here. So this time, the alien insects started to riot as soon as they arrived here. This was not a coincidence, nor was it the result of Zhu Shizhou's calculation. Zhu Shizhou didn't even think about it. He just said to the black soldiers at this time, "There are 3 minutes left. The alien insects will arrive at the current point. Please prepare for battle now." Zhu Shizhou didn't expect that his words would further strengthen the thoughts of the black soldiers. Sure enough, This action was precisely calculated by the organization. Otherwise, how could the organization know that the alien Zerg would arrive in 3 minutes? Even their sixth sense could not perceive the movements of the alien Zerg so accurately. Now that they have a precise time, how can they believe that there is no rigorous calculation and analysis behind it? The black soldiers thought so. And in fact, the smoker who was watching the battle on the side also thought so. Through the drone's bird's eye view, it can naturally know the movements of the alien Zerg in the basin, and also know that the special operations team just arrived at the evacuation site, and the alien Zerg began to riot. But he knew better than the black soldiers that there were no professional personnel from the organization to analyze and calculate behind this. And there was only Zhu Shizhou sitting alone in front of the screen. This kid was so terrifying. The smoker took a breath of cold air. How did he complete the calculation and analysis in such a short time? And there was no error at all. How did he do it? After smoking and thinking for a long time, the smoker could only helplessly admit that this was already the realm of genius. And it was not something that an ordinary commander like him could understand. In short, he did not think it was just a coincidence. Not to mention here, he also clearly saw that the black soldiers and areas set by Zhu Shizhou had been divided into 2 teams, starting from the east and west directions, and each went. Dieter. I guess this was also calculated by Zhu Shizhou. And the outline of a large-scale combat plan gradually emerged in the smoker's mind. The smoker was an experienced commander, and he immediately figured out the risks of his plan. After thinking it through, he was even more shocked by Zhu Shizhou. How dare you? Don't you want to be careful that you will make a mistake in your estimation and lead to the annihilation of the whole army? Not to mention the shock of the smoker. Zhu Shizhou's plan began to gradually get on track. The rioting alien insects began to gush out of the basin crazily. From the top down, it looked like a huge black fountain gushing out, and the speed was extremely fast, rushing towards the direction of the defense base. In just 1 minute, 50% of the alien insects flew out of the basin. 1418. The Special Operations Team encountered alien insects. Chapter 557, Embarrassing Results. A large number of alien insects rioted out of the basin, and a small part of them were diverted here, while the vast majority of alien insects flew to the defense base. Even so, the pressure on these 350 people is still very great. Unlike the last time when he looked at the overall situation, this time Zhu Shizhou has been paying attention to this battlefield. The alien insects rushed towards the Special Operations Team from all directions, and soon the Special Operations Team was washed away. There is no way. The alien insects are more irritable than usual now. If the Special Operations Team wants to delay the battle, they have to dodge mainly and attack as a supplement. Therefore, in the chaotic dodge, the teams quickly dispersed. Zhu Shizhou was slightly surprised. Their battle process was different from the last time, which attracted his attention. Compared to the last head-on confrontation, the black soldiers this time were much smarter. The number of shots has decreased, and their battle process with alien insects mainly relies on dodging. Zhu Shizhou did not intervene recklessly. These black soldiers cooperated well. If he intervened recklessly, it might cause chaos in their battle. He felt that he only needed to take action when necessary. As for what was necessary, report. Team D is surrounded by alien insects. The captain of Team D suddenly shouted to report to Zhu Shizhou. At the same time, other teams also reported their situations while fighting. 3 people in Team F were injured. Request fire cover. Team B, disperse. The wind and sand are too strong, and we have lost our vision. Request to leave the battlefield temporarily. Team has connected with Team A. Oops. We are attacked by alien insects on the left. Back off. Back off. Team J requests support from Team D. Team C. This is what Zhu Shizhou emphasized to them before commanding the battle. Due to the limitations of the drone, he could only grasp the overall situation by looking down, but could not pay attention to some details. Only by asking them to report during the battle could he know what each team encountered and what risks they faced. However, Zhu Shizhou thought well, but a lot of voices broke into his ears, which made him a little confused. A battle is very fast, and the situation changes in an instant, which requires commanders to concentrate their attention to deal with the command. Unfortunately, Zhu Shizhou obviously couldn't do it because his basic foundation was too poor. But he still tried his best to sort out the various situations encountered by the current teams, and quickly said, Team J goes to support Team D. Team D leaves the battlefield and evacuates to this point. The point has been marked on the map. Team D has suffered casualties. The death toll has reached 10. Request to implement the bait tactic. Too slow. The captain of Team D interrupted Zhu Shurjio's thoughts directly. Zhu Shurjio immediately realized that he was still not experienced enough. He was just a little slow in giving orders. And as a result, 1/3 of the black soldiers of Team D died. But he did not change the order, and calmly and quickly said, "Execute the order, and report the number of the dead black soldiers." The captain of Team D did not understand what he meant, and his scalp numbed for a moment. He rolled on the ground twice quickly. An alien insect just flashed past his original position, stirring up a gust of sand. He quickly shouted, "Report the number of the brothers who died around you." As soon as the order was issued, the voices of the black soldiers rang out in Zhu Shurjio's earphones. D6, D3, D26, D15. In the command center, Zhu Shurjio took a pen and quickly wrote a series of coded texts on paper. This is the most efficient recording method, which can basically achieve the process of synchronous recording. If you are proficient in it, you can even add details while recording. After reporting the death of the black soldiers in the D team, Zhu Shurjio immediately shouted, "D team, immediately leave the battlefield. Follow the order." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Shurjio shouted again, "Attention everyone! Whenever a black soldier dies, someone needs to report the number of the dead black soldier. How is the situation of the F team?" 3 people in the F team were injured, and their pheromones were exhausted. They are resting under the protection of the team. Very good. Please keep going. Team, report the situation. 13 members of the team were dispersed. No. 5 people were injured. 5 people's pheromones were exhausted. The numbers are E8, E32. Request for deployment and support. Busy. Smoker can only use this word to describe Zhu Shurjio now. To be honest, Smoker is a little disappointed. Although Zhu Shurjio's performance is now far beyond the level of a trainee, compared with a formal commander, he still lacks some reaction speed and correctness of instructions. Compared to the initial surprise, Zhu Shurjio's level has dropped sharply now. Especially when faced with some difficult decisions, Zhu Shurjio actually hesitated. Hesitation will lead to defeat, especially when fighting with alien insects. The battle progresses very quickly, and a slight hesitation is likely to lead to drastic changes in the battle situation. Zhu Shurjio barely commanded the teams to move and counterattack, which seemed very unfamiliar. Some of the instructions seemed very problematic to Yan Gui, but Zhu Shurjio did not realize it. When he saw half of it, Yan Gui wanted to take over the battle himself, but he still held back, because the support troops arranged by Zhu Shurjio arrived at the black soldiers in Area C. The black soldiers in Area C came in a mighty force. The 2 teams in the east and west directions directly cut through the entire alien insect flow, cut it off from the middle, and divided the alien insect flow into 2 parts. Most of the alien insects still rushed towards the defense base, but some of the alien insects were left at the cutoff point. At the same time, the arrival of the black soldiers in Area C also directly saved the Special Operations Brigade that was about to collapse. The Special Operations Brigade's combat losses have reached 50%, and more than 100 black soldiers have died under the impact of alien insects. Although compared with the last crisp defeat, the result this time is already very satisfactory. But Zhu Shurjio's heart is still quite heavy. Not only was it heavy, but the cold sweat on his forehead also showed how nervous he was now. Seeing that the black soldiers in Area C had successfully received the Special Operations team, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his sweat and said, "The Special Operations team will be assigned to the black soldiers in Area C. Black soldiers in Area C. According to the original plan, deploy defense formation number 11. After saying that, Zhu Shurjio covered his earphones and let out a long breath. Damn. This is really not something a human should do. He has only been commanding for less than 5 minutes. But now he feels that his brain is almost a mess. But fortunately, the tactical goal has been achieved. Next, let's see the battle situation of the black soldiers in areas A and B. Now his goal is not limited to successfully implementing the tactics of annihilating the alien Zerg, but to successfully implement the tactics while reducing the losses. Zhu Shurjio looked at the time. 14:28. In the last round, the black soldiers in Area C only lasted for more than 10 minutes before they were wiped out. But this time, they have successfully cut off the flow of alien Zerg, and they should be able to hold on for a long time. After wiping off the cold sweat, Zhu Shurjiu began to deploy the formations of Area A and Area B. To be honest, he was originally prepared to wait and see, just like hanging up when playing games. But after the battle just now, he understood that he seemed to be unable to hang up. If he did not deal with the sudden situation caused by the butterfly effect, he would probably still face the crisis of annihilation this time. At least it would be impossible to have 0 losses. Even if he made arrangements in advance, the movements of the alien Zerg would change because of his arrangements. So he had to exercise his command ability and work hard to reduce losses. Don't panic. Don't panic. The goal of this game is to win first, and then consider reducing losses. Zhu Shurjiu stared at the computer screen and muttered to himself. 1442. This is a very coincidental time point. In the previous round, the defense base was completely destroyed at this time. And in this round, it happened to be at this time that the defense base was successfully defended. And Zhu Shurjiu also wiped out 40% of the alien insects. However, Zhu Shurjiu looked dazed, and there was a hint of embarrassment in this daze, because the black soldiers were 50% injured in the battle. What was the problem? As a commander, Zhu Shurjiu knew very well that the problem was not this large-scale tactic that could be adjusted at any time, but that the black soldiers in his area faced the aggressive alien insects and needed him to command. It was difficult for him to command a special operations brigade, so he was asked to command the black soldiers in 2 districts at once. He was overestimating him. He tried his best to fight back, but it cost him 30% of the black soldiers and killed 30% of the alien insects. As for the black soldiers in Area C, because all his energy was maintained on the black soldiers in Area B, he neglected the command there, and the black soldiers could only support them reluctantly. It was also a 1/10 exchange for 1/10. And he exchanged 10% of the alien insects at the cost of 20% of the troops. Later, the black soldiers in Area AB rushed to the black soldiers in Area C, and the remaining 10% of the alien insects finally couldn't hold on, and finally retreated to the basin. And the black soldiers in the 3 districts also retreated tactically and returned to the defense base. In short, the battle loss ratio of black soldiers and alien insects in the battles that Zhu Shurjiu participated in commanding was 1-to-1. And the battle loss ratio of black soldiers and alien insects in the battles that he did not participate in commanding was 21. And his own role was only equivalent to saving 10% of the troops. Zhu Shurjiu was in a trance. But the smoker beside him didn't get angry like last time, but patted his shoulder in comfort. Not bad for a student. Yes, it was very good for a student, but it was a serious failure for a commander. If the person sitting here was a sick ghost, then after this battle, the organization would consider whether to suspend the sick ghost. Zhu Shurjiu was of course very dissatisfied, so he looked at the paper notes that were already densely written, and sorted out all the details worth noting. At this time, the sick ghost, who had almost finished resting, came back. Huh? Haven't you started commanding yet? As soon as the sick ghost asked, he saw Zhu Shurjiu pinching his neck and turned back to look at him apologetically. The next moment, blood and flesh splattered. Chapter 558, The Sickly Ghost Intervenes. And the plan begins. The reason for the last defeat is very clear. It is due to his unfamiliarity with command. When Zhu Shurjiu was watching from the side, he thought that the sickly ghost's command was very simple, and he should be able to get the hang of it after getting familiar with it a few more times. But he didn't expect that it would be so bad when he actually performed on the spot. At least he felt that his command was very bad. Of course, in the eyes of others, this is already an unparalleled talent, being able to reach this level in the first contact with command. Zhu Shurjiu's performance is worthy of the name of genius. But Zhu Shurjiu is not satisfied, let alone completely annihilating the alien insects. Even 0 combat losses are enough to satisfy him. Unfortunately, the death of the black soldiers has reached 50%, which is a failure for him. Hey, did you listen carefully to what I said just now? I'm teaching you. Why are you distracted? The dissatisfied voice of the sickly ghost came. Zhu Shurjiu finally realized. Oh, sorry. I didn't listen carefully just now. You should have talked about the 35th formation. Right? Go on. The sick ghost was silent for a while, and expressed his concern about Zhu Shurjiu's current state. Unfortunately, the team leader said that he would hand over the work to Zhu Shurjiu, and he had to do it. Zhu Shurjiu, I tell you, if you insist on executing the bait plan and destroy the entire defense base, Then you are a complete sinner. Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. I understand. So don't be distracted again. The old ghost sighed helplessly. In fact, Zhu Shizhou was not distracted just now. He was just reviewing his last command process. He started thinking after the replay, and began to review all the mistakes he made in the previous round, and all the details of the plan. It was his routine to sort out the situation after each replay. But the command process was really complicated, and he couldn't figure it out in a short time. So he was still thinking until he arrived at the command center. Unfortunately, this kind of thinking was regarded as distraction. Zhu Shizhou couldn't ask the sick ghost about this kind of practical operation, because it was purely caused by the unfamiliarity of command. The simplest and most direct way to improve his command ability was to die more times. However, what Zhu Shizhou didn't expect was that he thought that this command would be like the previous 2 times, and the sick ghost would go back to rest temporarily. But the development of the facts was beyond Zhu Shizhou's expectations. The sick ghost was first shocked that Zhu Shizhou could write down all the handover work in a few hours. After being shocked, the sick ghost thought of Zhu Shizhou's distracted appearance during the whole process. The shock in his heart was not as strong as the worry. He hesitated for a moment and did not leave. Although he was very tired now, Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment. Aren't you leaving? The sick ghost shook his head. No. I'll watch you command. I'm not very confident in your command ability. You should know that there is a gap between actual combat and theoretical basis. Zhu Shizhou really didn't expect that his little distraction could lead to changes in things. However, let the sick ghost stay. Anyway, Zhu also thought that he couldn't succeed in one go. Since it's impossible to succeed in one go, let the sick ghost watch the battle from the side. Maybe he can help and cooperate at the right time, which will increase the possibility of success. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou didn't care about the sick ghost watching the battle. At about 13:30, Zhu Shizhou began to prepare. The sick ghost just watched at first, but he couldn't help but speak up halfway through. Wait, what do you mean by this? He was referring to Zhu Shizhou's operation of arranging the black soldiers in Area A and Area B to tie up the remaining cattle and sheep somewhere outside the defense base. The sick ghost is different from the smoker. The smoker didn't quite understand all of Zhu Shizhou's operations in the last round, but the sick ghost understood almost all of them, except for Zhu Shizhou's operation, which he didn't understand. This is to consider that after the first attack, the black soldiers stationed in the defense base will be under too much pressure to fight. So some cattle and sheep are arranged here to attract the attention of the alien insects. The sick ghost rubbed his eyebrows sickly. Then your consideration may not come true. Zhu Shizhou recalled the situation in the last round. He was busy commanding and didn't pay attention to whether the alien insects were attracted by the cattle and sheep. But after recalling, he embarrassingly found that he seemed to have no memory of it. However, this also indirectly proves that his preparations did not work. Otherwise, he would not have ignored it to such an extent. The sickly ghost was right. The remaining cattle and sheep could not help the black soldiers in Area A and Area B relieve the combat pressure. Zhu Shizhou humbly asked why. I understand your general plan. I have to say that you are very bold. You directly divided the entire battlefield into 3 areas, and used cattle and sheep as bait to divert the alien insects. But unfortunately, some of the alien insects in the basin may really be left in the basin as you planned. But I am afraid that the alien insects who came to the defense base aggressively will not pay attention to the batch of cattle and sheep you prepared. The reason is simple. Because cattle and sheep are just substitutes for black soldiers. If there is a choice, the alien insects will never hesitate between black soldiers and cattle and sheep. If both foods are placed in front of them, they will choose black soldiers without hesitation. The reason why the alien insects accept the cattle and sheep released into the basin is that they have not taken advantage of us for a long time. So they have to settle for the second best. In addition, the alien insects are not very intelligent. But they are not stupid. They can know that you have divided the black soldiers through pheromones, and they will naturally think that their chance has come. Do you think that the alien insects who have attacked the defense base in one breath will settle for the second best? No. Zhu Shizhou answered honestly. The sickly ghost looked like a teachable child, which made him regain some of the confidence that was hid by Zhu Shizhou. That's right. Then the remaining cattle and sheep are actually useless? You could only let them continue to stay in the defense base? The sick ghost thought for a while and said, That's not the case. I think your overall plan is still very risky. Whether the insufficient number of cattle and sheep you put in will cause a riot among all the alien insects is not a question for the time being. Just assume that you can succeed. I just want to ask you a question. How do you plan to divide your attention and command two battlefields at the same time? The sick ghost was referring to the two battlefields of Area AB and Area C. Zhu Shizhou actually had the answer to this question in his mind, which was to solve one battlefield first by rewinding the game, and then command the second battlefield when he could blurt out various instructions without thinking. In this way, the command problem of the two battlefields could be solved. Zhu Shizhou naturally wouldn't answer like that, but said, "Of course. Let the black soldiers in Area C try their best to resist." The sick ghost laughed and interrupted directly. "Give me the cattle and sheep, and let me help you command the black soldiers in Area C. I can try to see if I can destroy the alien insects that the black soldiers in Area C want to deal with after cutting off the alien insect flow." Zhu Shizhou's heart was slightly shocked, regardless of how confident the sick ghost was in this proposal. The other meaning was that he took the initiative to take responsibility for him. After all, this plan was proposed by Zhu Shizhou, and the leader of the command group had handed over all the command rights to him. It can be said that what happened next had nothing to do with the sick ghost. Naturally, the final guilt had nothing to do with him. The sick ghost could have just watched the battle from the side, but he chose to intervene. Although he was not optimistic about this plan, he still stood up. The sick ghost snorted coldly. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this for you. Well, it's just that it's disgusting for a grown man to be arrogant." Zhu Shizhou laughed awkwardly twice. "Okay, I'll give you the remaining cattle and sheep. That means I only need to deal with the black soldiers in Area B, and the black soldiers in Area C will be left to you." Alas, Zhu Shizhou heard the sick man sigh. Sure enough, this guy still doesn't believe in his plan. The plan started on time at 1400 hours. This is the third time he has commanded in actual combat. Zhu Shizhou skillfully commanded the Special Operations Brigade to release estrus gas and then evacuate. The first difficulty he has to face is to command the Special Operations Brigade to resist the alien insects until the black soldiers in Area C come to support. What kind of answer will he hand in this time? Chapter 559, Advance Arrangement and Gambling. It is known that Team D will be surrounded by alien Zerg. Team F will have 3 black soldiers, who will be injured first due to the depletion of pheromones. Team B will be dispersed by alien Zerg, and all the teams will be wiped out. Team A will encounter alien Zerg attacks, and then be surrounded while supporting Team A. Team J is the most relaxed team among all the teams, and has the best combat power. It is also known that the numbers of all the black soldiers, who will die from alien Zerg. How to avoid risks in advance. At 1400 hours, the Special Operations Brigade released the estrus gas bait. After confirming that the cattle and sheep began to estrus, they evacuated to the predetermined evacuation point. Zhu Shizhou spoke during their evacuation. "Attention all black soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade." The Special Operations Brigade did not stop, but they all stopped chatting and began to focus on the instructions issued by Zhu Shizhou. But the next instruction issued by Zhu Shizhou was very strange. "I will call the names below. The black soldiers who are called will find a partner in the team and cooperate with each other to fight against the alien Zerg." Everyone was stunned. Zhu Shizhou didn't care about that. He knew these people couldn't understand, so he didn't explain. He just reported the list of the black soldiers who died in the Special Operations Brigade in the previous round. A29A131516. After reporting the black soldiers of Team A, he started to report the list of Team B. And after reporting Team B, he started to report Team C. Along the way, the black soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade just listened to Zhu Shizhou's roll call. They didn't ask any more questions, and carried out Zhu Shizhou's orders in an orderly manner. And each found a partner. When these black soldiers arrived at the evacuation point, each black soldier named was followed by another black soldier. In the last round, 1/3 of the black soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade died. This time, Zhu Shizhou made a special insurance, which greatly increased the survival rate of these black soldiers, who were destined to die. The black soldiers didn't understand the meaning, so they were confused. What do you think this new Commander Zhu means? After arriving at the evacuation point, the black soldiers began to discuss. Who knows? The captain of the Special Operations Brigade shook his head, and at the same time, he looked at the black soldier numbered A2. "You are one of the black soldiers named. What do you think?" A2 black soldier actually had some ideas. Not because of anything else, but because he understood his current physical condition. So after being named, He could naturally understand Zhu Shizhou's meaning a little. But the reason why he didn't speak was because the possibility he thought of was too incredible. Commander Zhu hadn't even asked about his physical condition. So how did he know that his body was almost at its limit? And even his pheromones were about to dry up? Commander Zhu's arrangement seemed to have discovered that they were about to collapse. So he arranged a partner for them to relieve their combat pressure. It's not that he didn't want to report his physical condition, but because he didn't have the god's perspective like Zhu Shizhou. He didn't know that the next battle would break out in 3 minutes. So he was thinking that maybe there would be time for him to rest and recover. After thinking for a while, A2 told his guest truthfully. But it was obviously too unbelievable. So no one believed it. I just wonder if other people are the same as me. The A2 black soldier pondered secretly. However, if there is an A2 black soldier, there are other black soldiers. Many black soldiers know their own situation very well. So the A2 black soldiers' conjecture attracted their attention as soon as it was said. Soon they found that most of their black soldiers were in the same situation as the A2 black soldiers. And their pheromones were close to drying up. So they were silent. There was no shock. Because the emotions had been wiped out. They were silent because they didn't know what to say. This happened too magically. So many people knew the truth, but still couldn't believe it. It was as if Zhu Shizhou knew them well. There is another thing. The captain suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. You are busy discussing this. Didn't you notice that the time when the alien insects in the basin were agitated was just the time when we arrived at this point? So, the discussion that happened in the previous round happened again. In the end, they came to a conclusion. This new Commander Zhu is very capable, and knows their situation very well. Zhu Shizhou in the command center did not hear the private discussion of the black soldiers. He was looking at the formation. He was judging the difference between the current position of the black soldiers and the previous round. Yes, although he commanded like a piece of shit in the previous round, he still remembered some information that might not be important in the eyes of others. That is the position of the black soldiers when they fought with the alien Zerg. Other commanders passively responded to the attack of the alien Zerg according to the actual situation on the spot. But he did not need to do so. As long as he confirmed that the position of the black soldiers was the same as the previous round. He could further confirm that the direction of the alien Zerg attack was the same as the previous round. So this Special Operations Brigade can prepare in advance. However, because they have to take care of the black soldiers who are ready to die, their positions have changed dramatically this round. So should they adjust their positions to the original ones? Zhu Shizhou's eyes flickered. After the battle with the alien insects, the first black soldier's pheromone depletion happened 1 minute after the battle. So if they were asked to adjust the formation back to the original one now, and then find a good partner to take care of the black soldiers who are ready to die immediately after the battle, it should be in time. Right? Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a while, and then stopped. Time did not allow him to think too much. So he made up his mind. After all the black soldiers found their partners, he said to the headset, now, all the black soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade, return to the original formation. Black soldiers? Inexplicably. That's the only way they can describe it. But after being inexplicably confused, they still did it. After restoring the original formation, Zhu Shizhou spoke again, and made some minor adjustments to ensure that it was exactly the same as the formation in his memory. Zhu Shizhou added, after the battle begins, the Zerg will likely attack you from 3 directions. According to the current position, Squad D will be surrounded by Zerg first. Breaking the connection between Squad D and Squad C, Squad B will encounter Zerg attacks from the 11 o'clock direction. There was a lot of crackling, which made the black soldiers dumbfounded. The sick ghost on the side was even more dumbfounded. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, the sick ghost's eyes were as big as copper bells. Do you know what you are talking about? If you don't know, don't give orders blindly. Don't worry. I know it very well. Zhu Shizhou had no intention of hiding it. Who cares? I am a genius anyway. It should be okay to predict the direction of the Zerg's attack with a little accuracy. Right? After that, he told all the black soldiers, when the contact battle just happens, you must follow what I told you, and give the Zerg a hard blow. After you are done, immediately rush to your partner, and take care of each other. Do you understand? Yes. No black soldier thought Zhu Shizhou could predict accurately, but they could only follow orders. The sick ghost even said, you are just messing around. Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Zhu Shizhou said, you should take care of your black soldiers in Area C. We can see who has less casualties. The sick ghost raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you challenging me? What's the bet?" "Whatever you want. Don't you want to take back your command? If I lose, I will give it back to you. What if you win? Then you have to agree to one condition of mine. As for what the condition is, I haven't thought about it yet." No more talking. The alien insects are coming. The overwhelming alien insects set out from the basin and split halfway. Some of the alien insects rushed to the Special Operations Team. Chapter 560. Sudden Enlightenment. The Special Operations Brigade is a discarded pawn in the eyes of the sick ghost. And it is an existence that will not affect the overall situation even if it is wiped out. Even if they fail, it will not hinder the actions of the black soldiers in the ABC area. Because the moment they complete the bait delivery mission, their mission has been completed. So from the beginning, the sick ghost did not focus on the Special Operations Brigade. In his opinion, Zhu Shizhou may not have much hope for them if he just sent the Special Operations Brigade. But he did not expect Zhu Shizhou to be so reckless. Not only reckless, Zhu Shizhou also looked very confident and even made a bet with him. Although the sick ghost did not agree with Zhu Shizhou's last promise to him, Zhu Shizhou still started on his own. Forget it. He can't win anyway. Like the smoker in the previous round, the sick ghost thought that Zhu Shizhou's method was very unfamiliar and did not look like a mature commander. But he also didn't understand how Zhu Shizhou accurately predicted the actions of the Zerg. Of course, he also noticed what the black soldiers noticed. To be able to set up such a precise point in advance before the Zerg acted, it was impossible without a strong grasp of the Zerg's movements. He couldn't do it either. While he was thinking, a large number of Zerg had already engaged in a contact battle with the Special Operations Brigade. The sickly ghost didn't look closely, because his action plan for the black soldiers in Area C was about to begin. How effective was Zhu Shizhou's arrangement? In fact, it was not very clear from the drone's bird's eye view, because the arrival of the Zerg raised a lot of wind and sand, causing the personnel on the scene to be vaguely visible and shrouded in smoke and dust. However, between the flashes of white light, a large number of alien insects could still be seen being shot down, which was very different from the passive defense in the previous round. Zhu Shizhou was not very clear about the situation on the scene, but the black soldiers were already convinced by this mysterious Commander Zhu at this time. When they fought with the alien insects, they kept Zhu Shizhou's instructions in mind. No matter how fantastic and absurd it sounded, they prepared for the battle according to the instructions. When they began to fight according to the instructions, they were surprised to find that everything Zhu Shizhou had told them in advance had come true. The alien insects really rushed towards them from 3 directions. Team D was the first to encounter the crisis of alien insect siege. Due to Commander Zhu's advance instructions, Team D and Team C took care of each other at the beginning of the battle, without giving the alien insects a chance to cut off contact. From one team being surrounded alone, it became 2 teams taking care of each other to face the crisis of alien insect siege. At the same time, Team B had been keeping a close eye on the 11 o'clock direction from the beginning. Although Team D, which was the first to contact the alien Zerg, was at the 3 o'clock direction. They remembered Zhu Shizhou's instructions that they would encounter alien Zerg attacks from the 11 o'clock direction. They didn't believe it at first, but when the alien Zerg really turned around from the side and appeared in large numbers from the 11 o'clock direction, they had to believe it. "Shoot! Shoot!" the captain of Team B shouted. But before he spoke, all the members of Team B had already fired. His shouting was just to prevent someone from not following the commander's orders. White light cut through the sky, rolling up layers of heat waves in the wind and sand. And the black alien Zergs were pierced and fell heavily from the air, falling to the ground, smashing holes on the ground like artillery bombardments. In addition to dealing with the active attacks of the Zerg, the black soldiers also had to deal with the strong inertia of the Zerg after being killed. Fortunately, the black soldiers fighting at this time were all well-trained veterans. So at the first moment of the contact war, no black soldiers were in crisis. Not even one. All members report the situation. Zhu Shizhou never heard the report and couldn't help asking. Team A has no special situation. Team B has no special situation. Team C. The teams reported in order, and Zhu Shizhou knew that he had made the right bet just by hearing these reports. Under his advance arrangement, all the black soldiers acted according to his advance arrangements, so that they even had the upper hand when facing the Zerg attack. Good. Very good. Zhu Shizhou was excited. Everyone, don't forget what I said before. Partner, Find your own partner. He didn't forget the most important point. The collapse of a black soldiers will lead to a series of chain reactions among other black soldiers. Yes. Zhu Shurjio's prestige increased greatly after he successfully predicted the reaction of the alien insects. Everyone carried out Zhu Shurjio's second order without hesitation. D6, D3, D26, D15. How are you? No special situation has been encountered yet. Good. Very good. Zhu Shurjio was excited again. He was satisfied. The D team, which was the first to collapse in the last round, was fine this time. And the situation of other teams was naturally good. Zhu Shurjio now looked like a fool. And no one knew why he was so excited. But under his command, the black soldiers actually had the upper hand against the alien insects. More importantly, he did not conduct on-the-spot command, but made corresponding arrangements before the battle. However, Zhu Shurjio knew that this advantage was only temporary, and the alien insects might turn the tables at any time. At the battle scene where Zhu Shurjio was not clear about the details, the black soldiers felt what prepared battle was for the first time. This feeling was so smooth that their sixth sense became more acute. However, some black soldiers were exceptions. They encountered the most terrifying and most fatal crisis for black soldiers in battle, which was pheromone depletion. Pheromone depletion does not mean that the pheromones on the black soldiers can no longer be emitted, but that the available pheromones on the black soldiers have fallen below the critical value. They can no longer connect with the biological pheromones of the outside world through pheromones. Without the sixth sense, they cannot perceive the source of danger, which is equivalent to suddenly becoming a live target on the battlefield. In general, the result of pheromone depletion is only death. But this time, it seems that the situation has taken a turn for the better. Cover me. My pheromones are running dry. Okay. This is a very short conversation between the black soldier D2 and his partner, the black soldier D27. This situation is not an isolated case. The black soldiers named by Zhu Shurjio before began to experience pheromone drying up one after another, and each of them had a partner by their side to help them resist the attack of the alien insects when their pheromones dried up. Zhu Shurjio was not very clear about these situations. He knew that the moment he made the change, the trend of the battle changed. He watched the formation constantly changing with the attack of the alien insects, and he seemed to understand something in his heart. It was hard to explain this feeling. He felt vaguely that his ability to grasp the situation of the battle had improved. He had initiated this battle from beginning to end, especially after he went back to the game. He had studied the battle carefully. Although he knew everything about the changes that would follow, he had spent a lot of energy studying it and had made some predictions. The actual battle situation was very different from what he had predicted before. After all, he was still a complete novice when he was studying it. At this moment, he did not give any orders, but began to judge silently in his heart. The black soldier formation seems to have several flaws, and there are defects in the formation in the middle flank. Not long after, Zhu Shurjio's eyes moved slightly, because he noticed that there were indeed alien insects attacking the middle flank of the formation. Obviously, this secret prediction was an extraordinary performance of Zhu Shurjio. Under normal circumstances, he would only be confused and didn't know what was going on. But this time, he seemed to have the ability to judge the formation after an epiphany. Should he continue to intervene in command? Zhu Shurjio touched his chin and stared at the formation and considered secretly. Chapter 561 Invisible Domain. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? Damn it. Do it. Since you are looking for excitement, then carry it through to the end. Zhu Shurjio made a decision quickly, and did not waste much time thinking. Although he was not sure whether his judgment was correct, it was undoubtedly an opportunity to exercise his command ability. The more important point was that he had just accurately judged the weaknesses in the formation of the Special Operations Brigade, so it was not necessarily a wrong choice for him to intervene in the command. Since he had made up his mind, he no longer hesitated and adjusted the headset. Team J. Now go to the southeast of the team and support Team F and Team G. Team G moves to the rear of Team J for fire support. Team F merges with Team J. This flaw in the Special Operations Brigade is quite hidden. Zhu Shurjio believes that even if the sick ghost sits in his seat personally, he may not be able to find this flaw. Although the current formation is very different from the previous round, there are still similarities, especially near the team. Zhu Shurjio found that the battlefield near the team was extremely similar to that of the previous round. Zhu Shurjio suddenly recalled the formation of the previous round in his epiphany just now, and then he noticed this place naturally. This flaw was generated during the dynamic change of the battle, and it was impossible to detect it without a certain degree of foresight. So this flaw was more of a coincidence than a discovery by himself. It seems that the butterfly effect is not that big, Zhu Shizhou muttered. Obviously, this combat operation has undergone such a big change, but there are still similarities with the previous round for him to learn from. So his series of instructions just now were actually all centered around the team. He ordered the J team, which had the strongest combat effectiveness, to go to support in order to protect the team. This would be a great test of his formation acumen. If he easily moved the J team and caused the formation to change drastically and a flaw appeared, then he would be self-defeating. However, in the epiphany just now, Zhu Shizhou felt inexplicably that perhaps his adjustment was correct. This feeling is hard to describe. It was like a blessing in the mind. He had a strong premonition that after he made the adjustment, the only flaw in the formation had disappeared. The team in the previous round was dispersed by the impact of the alien insects, and 13 black soldiers were split out. This flaw was enough to almost wipe out the team. In fact, the team in the previous round was indeed the team with the most serious losses. On the battlefield, the J team mobilized by Zhu Shizhou did not understand Zhu Shizhou's order at first. You should know that leaving the battlefield during a battle is a very dangerous behavior. Team J did not know that their team was the team that suffered the least impact from the Zerg. Nor did they know that they would suffer the least damage in the future. So they were as alert as other teams, guarding against the Zerg breaking through them. But Commander Zhu's order came down, and they were required to move the battlefield, and all members had to move to the vicinity of the team. Generally speaking, moving the battlefield during a battle is likely to lead to inconsistencies in combat thinking, so that their original location becomes a breakthrough point for the Zerg. This order clearly violated their experience and judgment as black soldiers. However, after they arrived near the team, they heard the captain thank them. "Thank you. I was just about to report to Commander Zhu. The Zerg here seem to be a little bit fierce, and the pressure is great, and it's better with your support." The captain of Team J understood now, and while he was shooting down the Zerg, he directed his companions behind him to move. Commander Zhu thought that the Zerg would use the team as a breakthrough point to break through the entire team. In fact, if he had a god's perspective, he should be able to clearly see that under the drone's perspective, the Zerg had undergone further dynamic changes when Team J went to support the team. Indeed, as Zhu Shizhou expected, the Zerg really targeted the team. Of course, the Zerg may not have the concept of formation flaws. They may simply think that the team smells more delicious than other teams. Now with the support of Team J, they feel that there is more food near the team, so they did not change the focus of the assault. This is how Zhu Shizhou understood it. As a human, he has tried his best to understand the meaning behind the Zerg's actions from the perspective of the Zerg. Whether he has understood it correctly remains to be verified. At present, he is concentrating on whether the FEJ team can work together to resist the Zerg's attack. In the eyes of outsiders, his series of operations are amazing. While dispatching the black soldiers in Area C, the sick ghost was also paying attention to Zhu Shizhou's situation. He noticed Zhu Shizhou's move and wanted to stop Zhu Shizhou. But he didn't expect that after Zhu Shizhou dispatched the team, the concentration of the Zerg swarm shifted. In simple terms, it attacked the place with the strongest defense of the Special Operations Brigade. The whole process looked like Zhu Shizhou had anticipated the Zerg's actions in advance. So he set up a shield at the place with the weakest defense, and the powerful arrow of the Zerg hit the shield one step later. What kind of demon-level predictive ability is this? The sick ghost felt that his confidence had been hit again. He had been commanding for so long, and he did not find that the alien insects had a tendency to attack the team in Zhu Shizhou's formation just now. So he naturally could not detect the weakness in that place. But Zhu Shizhou was extremely determined to strengthen the hidden flaw in that place. Moreover, he pulled the J team out of the battlefield and rushed to the vicinity of the team for support. After just a little recollection, the sick ghost realized that it seemed that the defense force at the original position of the J team was indeed a little redundant. Even if a J team was missing, it did not seem to affect the defense there, and there would be no bigger flaws. Of course, it is a bit of hindsight now. The sick ghost did not think that if he sat in Zhu Shizhou's seat, he would be able to discover this point like eating and drinking water. This is a good move of concealment. So concealed that ordinary experienced commanders can't see it at all. However, Zhu Shizhou found out. The sick ghost shook his tongue, forcing himself not to show a dumbfounded expression. snorted coldly, and began to focus on him. He couldn't let Zhu Shizhou affect his mood. Since Zhu Shizhou's command was so perfect, he naturally had to hand in a perfect answer sheet, so as not to be outdone by Zhu Shizhou. He would not lose the bet. So in this competitive state, the sick ghost felt that his mind was also active, and his thinking speed became a few points faster because of Zhu Shizhou's stimulation, and his excitement was also improved. This is a rare command state. Under normal circumstances, this extraordinary state should not appear in a person like the sick ghost who is physically and mentally exhausted. But now the sick ghost was stimulated by Zhu Shizhou and passively entered this state. Even the sick ghost didn't know it. The smoker on the side noticed it, took a deep look at Zhu Shizhou and the sick ghost who were concentrating, then took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. The sickly ghost hated the smell of cigarettes, and Zhu Shizhou also frowned slightly when he smoked. But the smoker was sure that the two people should not be able to smell the cigarettes now. He seemed to see an invisible field appear around the two people, isolating all external messy information and preventing them from intruding at all. Two monsters. The smoker was puffing away, but the sickly ghost and Zhu Shizhou were indifferent. Chapter 562, Extraordinary Performance. Growth. If you ask Bing Kugui to describe it, his current state may be called competitive state. This is a state that only people with a strong sense of victory and defeat can easily reach after encountering an evenly matched opponent. Bing Kugui is naturally a person with a strong sense of victory and defeat. And what about Zhu Shizhou? He is actually the same. It's just that he knows that his ability is not as good as these geniuses in the Black Soldier organization. So he has never thought about comparing with others. And now, Zhu Shizhou has an idea. He himself doesn't know what the specific situation is now. The only thing that can be confirmed is that his energy has been fully put into this Special Operations Brigade, as if his thoughts and ideas have been integrated with this brigade. After so many replays, this is the first time he has encountered this situation. It seems that I still have a certain room for growth. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shizhou is a little secretly happy. If others knew that he actually had this idea, I don't know how many people would be shocked. A demon-level genius actually had such a low standard for himself. You know, in their eyes, Zhu Shizhou has been singing all the way since he joined the organization. He has overcome all setbacks and has been smooth sailing. He seems to be a natural strongman who crushed all obstacles and quickly became the #1 star of the Black Soldier organization. But what they don't know is that Zhu Shizhou is actually far less confident than they think. Zhu Shizhou's spirit has long been worn down in the backup. What singing all the way? He has failed countless times. Failure after failure. Death after death. Anyone who has failed so many times will inevitably think that he is a useless person who can only cheat, no matter how strong his will is. Zhu Shizhou has never had confidence in his ability. His confidence is 9,999% in his ability to rewind. Now he feels that he may really have a little talent for command. And he feels that his command ability has improved. Although part of the reason is that he had insight into the changes in the battle in the previous round. His operation on the J team was all his sudden whim. And he actually blocked the alien Zerg. So in which direction will the alien Zerg attack next? The alien Zerg was blocked by the J team and other teams. And it was difficult to survive for a while. So far, this food that they have targeted has resisted so strongly, which makes the alien Zerg, who are already starving, even more crazy. The strong wind at the scene raised sand all over the sky, and visibility was further reduced. The drone in the sky could only see a piece of sand and dust. What was presented on the computer screen was only a vague shadow in the wind and sand, and a series of dazzling white lights. If a normal Zhu Shizhou encountered this situation, he might be helpless. But at this time, Zhu Shizhou fell into a strange state. Listening to the reports of the black soldiers in the earphone, he began to construct the scene of the battle in his mind. Team. The 15 black soldiers whose pheromones have dried up retreated to the center of the brigade, and the nearby G team took over. G team. How are you doing? The captain of G team replied calmly. 9 people's pheromones are on the verge of drying up, and it is expected that they can still hold on. 1 minute. Zhu Shizhou actually gave the answer before the captain of Team G gave the answer. The time when the pheromones of the black soldiers of Team G in the previous round just appeared in his mind. The captain of Team G paused for a moment, and then answered yes. It can last about 1 minute. He had a strange feeling, which had been lingering in his mind since Zhu Shizhou commanded them. He always felt that Commander Zhu knew their situation very well. Just like before. If it was another commander, no matter how capable he was, he would not know their specific situation without any warning. But Commander Zhu knew it. I don't know how he did it. The main theme is mystery. Zhu Shizhou only thought for a while before blurting out the next command. It's okay. The pheromone-dried ones will retreat to the center of the brigade under the cover of their partners and provide covering fire support. The remaining members of Team G will cooperate with Team J to complete the interception of the alien insect swarm. The same goes for the other teams. Your partners will cover the information-dried ones and retreat to the center of the brigade. Team H. Join Team I to act. Team B will shrink inwards. Team A will support Team B in a fan-shaped manner. Insert into the center of Team B from the side. And cut off the pheromone-dried ones. Team D. Zhu Shizhou was fully focused and issued a series of precise and concise commands. His thoughts and ideas were integrated with the Special Operations Brigade. Under a series of commands, he didn't even realize that he finally looked like a real commander. His performance was far ahead of other students who participated in the graduation assessment. Zhu Shizhou didn't care about these. What he was concerned about now were the pheromone dryers. Are the pheromone dryers really useless on the battlefield? No. They are still useful. If no one takes care of them, or they suddenly dry up their pheromones, they will be dead. However, Zhu Shizhou had already given them instructions. These pheromone dryers' lives were saved. Since their lives were saved, they still have value in playing a role. Their pheromone dryness does not mean that they can't shoot. 1/3 of the pheromone dryers can also perform mindless coverage shooting. That is, through almost seamless shooting. Shooting in the designated direction. The white laser will form a lethal net, and all the alien insects that are not agile enough will be blasted into slag. However, the shooting of these pheromone dryers generally does not play any role. After all, they are just mindless shooting. And the alien insects move extremely fast. They cannot accurately judge the position of the alien insects, and usually just fire blanks. Although the black shadows of the Zerg in the sky were dense, everyone knew that the black shadows were just the afterimages of the Zerg. In fact, there was a large gap between the Zerg. Zhu Shizhou did not expect these pheromone depleters to kill a large number of Zerg by chance. But he did not want them to waste their combat power while resting and recovering. So he directly took over the actions of the pheromone depleters. Listen to my orders. Starting from the northeast. At 12 o'clock, cover the fan-shaped shooting. With a frequency of 1 second interval. The order was quickly executed. But the effect after execution was very bad. They did not shoot down a single Zerg. The black soldiers thought it was the commander's mistake at first. But soon, they discovered Zhu Shizhou's true intention. I know. Commander Zhu is forcibly creating a flaw in the encirclement of the alien Zerg. He is driving away the alien Zerg. A quick-thinking black soldier shouted out the truth. That's right. Zhu Shizhou's operation was to intentionally use the covering shooting of these pheromone depleters to create an area that the alien Zerg dared not set foot in. It was this move that gave the black soldiers surrounded by the alien Zerg a direction to break through. The figures of the black soldiers finally appeared on the computer screen. The black soldiers cooperated with Zhu Shizhou's instructions and fought and retreated from the northeast. The dust concentrated in the southwest. And Zhu Shizhou finally didn't have to rely on his brain to guess the battle situation. And at this moment, the voice of the sick ghost sounded. Get ready. The black soldiers in Area C are here to support. The East Brigade is expected to meet the Special Operations Brigade in 30 seconds and complete the task of cutting off the alien Zerg flow at the same time. Prepare for handover. Zhu Shizhou remotely controlled the drone to give a picture in the distance. A group of black soldiers rushed up from the side in a mighty manner a few hundred meters away, piercing straight in a cone. Got it! After a series of commands, Zhu Shizhou was finally slightly awakened by the voice of the sick ghost. At this time, he barely reacted. It seemed that he had not made any mistakes in the command just a few minutes ago. Half a minute later, the Special Operations Brigade was taken over by the black soldiers in Area C brought by the sick ghost. Zhu Shizhou's answer sheet was 0 combat losses. There was no casualty. And all the black soldiers held on until the black soldiers in Area C came to support. The sick ghost scolded. What are you grinning at? Next, I will take care of this place. You still have the black soldiers in Areas A and B to command. Don't stand there. You don't need to worry about this. This guy. Zhu Shizhou's joy was choked before he could come up. And he complained in his heart. At least let me be happy. But the sick ghost was right. The battle was not over yet. The battlefield he was responsible for next was the battlefield of the black soldiers in areas A and B. This battlefield is more difficult and complicated than the Special Operations Brigade's battlefield mission. There are many more unexpected events on the battlefield than the Special Operations Brigade has to face. Zhu Shizhou's expression became serious, and he adjusted the communication channel. All black soldiers in Area A and Area B. Prepare to fight. Chapter 563, Repeated Death. Constant adjustment. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Zhu Shizhou looked at the casualty report on the computer screen. His face looked a little bad. In the last round, the death toll of the black soldiers in the area was 30%. And this time it was a little better, with 20% dead. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou was very dissatisfied with this. He thought he was in excellent condition. At least in this battle, he could meet the standards of a real commander. But this result gave him a blow and woke him up all of a sudden. The sick ghost did a good job. With 52 black soldiers killed, and all the alien insects he blocked were eliminated at the same time. Zhu Shizhou's expectation for the sick ghost before this was just to complete the blocking mission. And the black soldiers in the C area could delay until the black soldiers in the AB area came to support. Now it's not necessary. The sick ghost has exceeded the task. This guy's ability is really good. If the sick ghost and Zhu Shizhou bet on the casualty rate of the black soldiers in the AB area and the C area, then Zhu Shizhou has already lost. However, even though Zhu Shizhou was quite dissatisfied with his performance, the sick ghost was impressed by Zhu Shizhou's command ability. Seeing Zhu Shizhou's dissatisfied look, he comforted him for the first time. You did a pretty good job, didn't you? You paid the price of 20% of the black soldiers and wiped out 50% of the alien insects. It can be regarded as saving the crisis in the Liberia war zone. Zhu Shizhou said calmly. Really? But there are still black soldiers. This is inevitable. You are too greedy. Many times, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. If you only want to pursue the illusory perfection, you may end up losing everything. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. No, you don't understand. I'm different from you. You are not qualified to pursue perfection. But I can. This time, there are only two aspects of the problem. The first aspect is that the sick ghost still has 52 casualties. And the second aspect is that the black soldiers in the AB area have lost 20% of their lives. He originally hoped that the sick ghost could achieve 0 losses against alien insects, like he commanded the Special Operations Brigade. But unfortunately it was still a little short. It seems that it will be my turn in the end. Zhu Shizhou sighed softly. However, this will have to wait until he can solve the problem of black soldiers in the AB area with 0 losses. In the process of solving the problem, he has to distract himself to remember and analyze every command operation of the sick ghost, so that he can replicate the operation of the sick ghost and make precise adjustments. He was too focused when commanding the Special Operations Brigade before, and didn't pay attention to what the sick ghost did at all. He must pay attention from next time. Although it is very torturous to repeat it over and over again. For the sake of perfection, he can only die. Zhu Shizhou calmed down and grabbed his neck in the surprised eyes of the sick ghost. Rewind. Command again. 150% casualties. The number 11 defensive formation seems a bit insufficient. Should we adjust to another defensive formation midway? Is the number 2 attack formation that was switched at 1445 too aggressive? Half of the black soldiers were lost in this place. Wouldn't it be better to change to another attack formation? The angle of the alien insects on the left is too large. Wouldn't it be better to move forward a little bit in this place? And this place? Should we shrink the battlefield? The sickly ghost looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was talking to himself without paying attention to the outside noise after he finished commanding. And a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This guy. He was able to use 15% of the lives of the black soldiers to exchange for 30% of the lives of the alien insects in his first formal large-scale command, which was already shocking to him. But why did he still look dissatisfied? What is he pursuing? He is so strict with himself? Alas, you are actually very good like this. Hey, what are you doing? Not bad? Not bad at all. I have died so many times. But I still don't know how to deal with a slightly larger battlefield. Is this still good? Nonsense. Go back to the file. Adjust again. Prepare in advance again. Make all arrangements. And change the formation according to his own ideas to welcome the arrival of the alien insects. He also commanded the Special Operations Brigade to deal with the alien insects. He was familiar with it after 3 consecutive times. One command after another was accurately issued in each time period. And the Special Operations Brigade survived with 0 combat losses. The surprised sickly ghost took over. Zhu Shizhou no longer cared about how surprised the sick ghost was. He had completed a task that was impossible in the eyes of the sick ghost. There was no trace of happiness or joy on his face. Instead, he turned to command the battlefield of the black soldiers in the area with a worried look. Seeing this, the sick ghost was secretly shocked. Doesn't this guy need to slow down? Commanding is so easy for this genius? The sick ghost can't be blamed for thinking so. It's really that Zhu Shizhou's performance just now was too relaxed. He didn't see Zhu Shizhou thinking or doubting at all during the command process. It was as if facing an extremely complex test paper. This monster wrote down the answer without thinking. The fluency of command made people feel that commanding was not difficult at all. However, the sick ghost knew very well the difficulty of commanding a special operations brigade with 0 combat losses. If he were to take over, he might not be able to perform more easily than Zhu Shizhou. So in shock, the sick ghost commanded the black soldiers in Area C to cut off the alien insect flow while paying attention to the movements of Zhu Shizhou's black soldiers in Area AB. At 1450, Zhu Shizhou handed in the next answer sheet. 10% combat losses. Although it's getting better, it's still not enough. Zhu Shizhou sighed, and the sick ghost asked in confusion in the shock of watching the battle. What's getting better? This guy. Zhu Shizhou touched his neck, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Nothing. Goodbye. Death. Should we refine this? If we split a team and go around from the side and rear, we should be able to tear apart the Zerg formation. We also need support here. Mark it and transfer some support forces from the black soldiers in Area B. We should be able to successfully rescue these black soldiers. We can't get close to this point. Every time we get close, we will be surrounded by Zerg. It's better to move the battlefield and contain the Zerg swarm on the west. Sure enough, it's better to switch from attack formation number 2 to attack formation number 3. However, we have to pay attention to the timing of leaving the battlefield after the battle is over. Otherwise the Zerg will still seize the opportunity to attack. Here, alas, we still lost nearly 10%. But it's still a little improvement compared to the last time. Let's do it again. What Zhu Shizhou himself didn't notice was that during his repeated deaths and adjustments, the situation in Area AB became more and more complicated. And there were more and more things to pay attention to. The sick ghost on the side had finished the black soldiers in Area C exterminating the alien insects. When he turned his head to look at Zhu Shizhou's screen, he was shocked by Zhu Shizhou. What did he see? The various marks on the computer screen were densely packed all over the map. If you look closely, you can see that Zhu Shizhou has written a lot of meaningless comments in the text window next to him. Can he handle it? The sick ghost was frightened and hesitated to speak. He immediately took over Zhu Shizhou's command. But he also knew that Zhu Shizhou's current state could not be disturbed by anyone. And the continuity of a commander's thinking was not allowed to be interrupted during the command process. The sick ghost looked at the chaotic contact war on the computer screen, and was a little confused for a while. Even if he, the official commander, was asked to judge, he didn't understand. How did this monster Zhu Shizhou make the battlefield so chaotic? How did he sort out the details and find the clues of command in such a chaotic battlefield? Chapter 564, deciding to take over the overall situation. How to sort out thoughts in a chaotic battlefield. The most surprising thing for the sick old ghost is actually not a problem for Zhu Shizhou. Even a pig can remember every seemingly chaotic scene and details after repeating the command dozens of times. Not to mention that Zhu Shizhou's brain has been strengthened by the Black Soldier Potion. Dozens of commands are enough for Zhu Shizhou to successfully find a difficult and correct route to ensure 0 combat losses and annihilate the alien insects. So the only problem now is that he must grasp every key point that can lead the battle to victory and give accurate instructions. As long as he can do this, he can win. In addition, the black soldiers in Area C that the sick old ghost is responsible for must also be taken over by him. Sick old ghost. It's not that I want to steal your credit, but because I have given you countless suggestions during this period, and you have not adjusted according to my suggestions. In this case, I have to do it myself. Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself after returning to the game. In dozens of command, Zhu Shizhou played the command game like a game player. In the end, he had ensured that the Special Operations Brigade and the black soldiers in the area under his command could complete the mission with 0 casualties. But the black soldiers in the C area under the sick ghost still died as the predetermined fate. 52 black soldiers. Logically speaking, the achievement of annihilating 50% of the alien insects with 52 black soldiers lost in battle is already a great achievement. Enough to shock the entire command center. Zhu Shizhou dared to say that in this command center, no commander could do better than him. And even Su Feng himself might not be able to achieve such results. If this result was put in front of the sick ghost, the sick ghost would have to kowtow to him. But it can be even more perfect. Zhu Shizhou was unwilling to give up after all. He had a chance to save 52 black soldiers. But he didn't want to watch such an opportunity slip away. So after a series of painful decisions, he decided to take over. He took a car to the gate of the command center. The command center was located in a military-like command center, surrounded by steel walls that stretched to the left and right. Zhu Shizhou was shocked when he first saw it. But after dozens of times, he had come here every time. And Zhu Shizhou had long been tired of it. Perhaps it was because of this that the leader of the Savior group, who was secretly watching Zhu Shizhou and others' performance, secretly admired this kid. He actually looks quite calm. Savior group. This group is the name of the group where the sick ghost is. Zhu Shizhou has gone back dozens of times and never cared about the name of the group. He only knew that the man who led them into the command center was the leader of the group. The leader of the rescue team said to the black soldiers beside him, "Open the door." Yes. The huge steel door slowly opened. Next, it was his turn to bring these rookie students into the command center. He didn't know what kind of answers these rookies could hand in. He had some expectations in his heart. But his face was cold. Trying to show a cold attitude as much as possible. The huge steel door opened, and 2 rows of elite black soldiers holding guns appeared in front of everyone. Their uniform stepping movements made them look like clones. The leader walked in the middle of the 2 rows of black soldiers, and slowly stood in front of everyone. He sighed pretentiously. There are only 7 people in this class. So there will probably be only 2 or 3 left in the end. Come on. Follow me. Even though he has seen it many times, Zhu Shizhou still wants to complain. At first, Zhu Shizhou thought it was nothing. But after watching it many times, he always likes to think about some random things while waiting for the plot dialogue. For example, this team leader. Did he really know now that there are only 7 people participating in the graduation assessment this year? This is naturally impossible. When their instructors reported the list, everyone in the command center knew it. And this team leader must have known it too. So it seems that this guy's emotion is a bit pretentious. After watching it over and over again, Zhu Shizhou just felt that this team leader's acting skills were full of flaws. Especially when Zhu Shizhou was bored and distracted. Wait, don't you introduce yourself first? Someone asked. The man didn't even turn his head. Forget about the self-introduction. Although it's a bit cruel to say this. It's very likely that none of you are qualified to know my identity now. Oh, by the way, who is Zhu Shizhou? Here it comes. Here it is. This is where Zhu Shizhou wants to complain the most. If you don't know who I am, I'll cut off my head and use it as an ashtray for you. Zhu Shizhou complained in his heart, looking at the man as if he was a fool. What awaited the man was a long silence. Without waiting for Zhu Shizhou's answer, the team leader was a little embarrassed, pretending to have just discovered Zhu Shizhou, and said to himself, "Ahem, I guess you are Zhu Shizhou? You have to be prepared, because the difficulty of your assessment should be a little greater than that of others." Zhu Shizhou's expression was paralyzed. Oh! The team leader's face was full of question marks. This reaction is wrong. What happened? Didn't he put enough pressure? Have you finished talking? If you have, leave quickly. Don't waste time. Zhu Shizhou urged. The team leader instantly felt that the rhythm of the entire conversation was taken away from him the first time he met Zhu Shizhou. The main reason was that Zhu Shizhou didn't play by the rules at all. And he was confused all of a sudden. After hearing that sentence just now, normal people should at least be confused. Right? Just like the students next to him. They were at least stunned for a moment and had some reaction. But Zhu Shizhou's expression seemed to have known it for a long time. And he was not surprised at all. The team leader didn't continue to pester her, maintaining his aloof appearance, and turned around to lead everyone forward. The students hurried to catch up. At this time, the team leader discovered another thing. After entering the giant steel gate, other students were looking around. But Zhu Shizhou looked straight ahead without focus, as if he was not interested in anything around him. It's really weird. Now there are rumors in the organization that Zhu Shizhou is a genius who surpasses Su Feng. He is not very interested in the so-called genius. After all, the commanders in the command center were all geniuses. But he has never seen someone like Zhu Shizhou. After entering the command center, it was like returning home. He was so familiar with it, and seemed to have been here many times. After waiting for a while, he could only classify this as a genius's quirk, which at least proved that Zhu Shizhou was not moved by external things. Soon, he brought all the students to the command center, said hello to the group commanders and left. In fact, he returned to the monitoring center and paid close attention to the performance of these students. Zhu Shizhou did not hesitate and chose the sickly ghost as the assessment commander. His goal was very clear, and he was quite outstanding among the hesitant students. After Zhu Shizhou made his choice, the smoker shook his head regretfully. What a pity. He originally wanted to meet this genius. If this kid chooses the sickly ghost, then according to the nature of this sickly ghost, it is not certain whether he will give this kid a chance to perform. Thinking of this, the smoker returned to his seat with the team members he chose. However, as soon as he returned to his seat, he was startled by Zhu Shizhou, who was already sitting next to the sickly ghost. Crackling, crackling. Zhu Shizhou on the side was typing on the keyboard at a very fast speed. Chapter 565. This is the battle plan I prepared for myself. In the bright ward, the sick ghost woke up. The tired body could clearly feel the liquid medicine being transported into the body from the hanging bottle next to it. After opening, his lifeless eyes lost focus for only a short second before quickly concentrating. Not good. Command. The sick ghost knew his physical condition very well, and naturally knew that he was sent to the infirmary after fainting. The first time he woke up, he came to his senses, sat up suddenly from the bed, and was about to pull out the infusion tube inserted in his arm. Hey! Wait! The nutrient solution has not been infused yet. Don't leave in a hurry. A voice sounded next to him, interrupting the sick ghost's actions. It was the nurse, who was taking care of the sick ghost. The nurses in the command center are all attending physicians in tertiary hospitals in the outside world. They are also quite old. About 40 or 50 years old. Seeing that the sick ghost wanted to get up, they hurriedly stopped him. The sickly ghost shook his still dizzy head and hurriedly said, Now is not the time for infusion. The Liberia Theater. I know. The nurse picked up a document from the table and flipped through it. You are the commander of the Liberia Theater. The Liberia Theater is now safe. You can go back. Take a check first. This is the medical room of the sanatorium of the command center, which is responsible for the commander's physical and mental health. Therefore, every medical staff will receive the patient's basic information before taking over a patient. For example, the sickly ghost is in charge of the command of the Liberia Theater. This basic information is written on the first line. The organization naturally couldn't leave a war zone empty without a commander. So when they knew that the sick ghost had fainted, the sick ghost's war zone was defaulted to the commander next door. Although the sick ghost who fainted didn't know the details, he also knew that there was no special situation in the Liberia war zone that needed to be dealt with for the time being, and there was no need for the sick ghost to go back to save the situation. However, he was still anxious, but he had no choice but to obey the inspection. Please hurry up. Okay. 5 minutes. The extremely fast inspection process was over, and the nurse said, Your physical condition is not suitable for continuing to command. It's best to rest for a while. Hey, wait. Don't run. If you have time later, come for a re-examination. The nurse chased out the door, but found that the sick ghost had already fled far away. Oh, forget it. Anyway, these guys won't listen no matter how many times I say it. The nurse muttered and walked to the next ward. The sick ghost left the sanatorium and muttered coldly on the way back to the command center. After a while, the Liberian war zone will fall. As a rational person, he certainly knew that his health was very important. More important than the temporary victory or defeat in command. But he was not the kind of person who liked to find excuses to escape. If the Liberian war zone left his command at this time, then the Liberian war zone would definitely not be able to hold on. The sick ghost did not waste time and returned to the command center. As soon as he returned to the command center, he found a person sitting in his seat. And the person was still typing on the keyboard. And he didn't know what he was doing. He originally thought that this was the commander arranged by the organization to temporarily replace him, and was about to curse him in his heart. Don't you know that what I hate most is others messing with my deployment? What is this guy doing? But when he walked over, He found that this person was not the commander at all, but Zhu Shizhou, who he had a slight impression of. At this time, he vaguely remembered that the team leader seemed to have mentioned it before, saying that some students would come to let them choose. Let them spend some time to guide and assess their situation, and decide whether they can graduate. Although he was not interested in the so-called student graduation assessment, he took the time to read the information. He didn't deliberately remember any of the other students. He only remembered Zhu Shizhou, because this kid is not very old. He has done a lot of great things before he even graduated. Many people in the organization are looking forward to his growth. It is even said that many senior executives have paved the way for him, cleared many obstacles, and left several important positions waiting for him to take office. According to rumors, even the former head of the headquarters, the ex-girlfriend of Commander Su, was fired for playing tricks on Zhu Shizhou because of factions and positions. This shows how much Zhu Shizhou is expected by the organization. But these are not the reasons why he pays attention to Zhu Shizhou. In fact, he doesn't care how much Zhu Shizhou is favored by the organization. The real reason he pays attention to Zhu Shizhou is that some people say that his talent has surpassed Su Feng, and he is the next savior who can lead the Black Soldier organization to fight against alien insects. How can there be such rumors? Su Feng is the god in his heart, and no one can be compared with Su Feng. How did this kid get such a high evaluation? He doesn't know. So he naturally has a bad feeling towards Zhu Shizhou. But he is a rational person. His impression of Zhu Shizhou will not affect his way of doing things. He will treat Zhu Shizhou as he should. He will not do anything to Zhu Shizhou like the former head of the command center. He will only act fairly and impartially. But this guy actually chose me as the assessor. TSK. What a trouble. The sick ghost thought so in his heart. And he stepped forward and said coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing? Stop it." His tone was even more severe than when Zhu Shizhou first met each other in his memory. Zhu Shizhou had just finished typing the last line of notes at this time, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was not surprised by the return of the sick ghost. He turned around and looked at the sick ghost, then shook his head lightly, and stood up to give up his seat. "You sit down. I am Zhu Shizhou. You should have heard of me." Hearing Zhu Shizhou say this, he was too lazy to pretend not to know him. He frowned and looked at the screen, wondering what Zhu Shizhou was doing. After sitting back in his seat, he first checked all his arrangements, and after confirming that he had not been tampered with, he calmed down a little. He looked at what Zhu Shizhou had just done, and saw that the text window was filled with a lot of text. And the first line at the beginning was a big title: details of the bait plan execution. He didn't want to read it anymore after just reading the beginning. And then he took a rough look and found that it was a lot of inexplicable black soldiers in Area A, Area B, and Area C. He was a little irritated. What kind of mess is this? You want to interfere with my command? The sick ghost didn't hesitate. Turned around and stared at Zhu Shizhou coldly. I don't care if you are a genius or what, but don't think about getting involved in my battle. If you have any questions, you can ask. If I'm not busy, I will answer you. But I still say that you don't want to get involved. He himself is a genius, so he knows the common problems of geniuses. In his opinion, Zhu Shizhou is probably a person with extreme control desire like him, and he might want to intervene in the battle to show himself. However, Zhu Shizhou's reaction was not as intense as he expected. Zhu Shizhou nodded very calmly. I know. Sickly ghost. He seriously suspected that Zhu Shizhou was being stubborn, pointing to a large number of battle plans on the screen, and questioned. Since you know, what are these? You still say you don't want to intervene in the command? Zhu Shizhou said meaningfully. I just said I know. But it doesn't mean I will listen. And this is the battle plan I prepared for myself. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Sickly Ghost was confused. Do you know who is in charge of this battle zone? Chapter 566, I can do it too. Facing the attitude of the sick ghost who was about to spit, Zhu Shizhou said, Don't worry about it for now. Take a look at the situation in the war zone first. Is it time to fight back now? If it continues, the black soldiers in the defense base will be dragged to death. Hearing this, the sick ghost really stopped the swear words that were about to blurt out, glanced at Zhu Shizhou with disdain, and then turned to look at the screen. Zhu Shizhou was right. The reason why he hurriedly ignored the medical staff's obstruction and returned to the command post was because the Liberian war zone was now entering a state of chronic death. It seemed that it could last for a long time, but continuing to persist would only step into the abyss step by step. The longer the time drags on, the more you can't turn back. This is probably only realized by him, who is in charge personally. So at this time, he was a little frightened, thinking that the situation of the battle was so obvious. Even a trainee with no formal command experience could see it. However, after careful observation, he found that it was not the case. The situation was not so critical that everyone could see it. It could only be said that there was this tendency and sign. If other commanders, such as the smoker, came over, they probably would not notice this dangerous tendency. This kid has something. The sick ghost slightly put away his contempt for Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou certainly knew it. In the process of dozens of replays, the sick ghost did not actually say it clearly, but he could guess it. After all, the first thing the sick ghost did after returning was to take the initiative to attack the alien insects, and even implemented the encirclement plan regardless of the fact that the pheromones of some black soldiers might have reached the limit, which must be because he thought that the situation could not be delayed. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou judged that continuing to drag it out would only lead to a slow death. During the dozens of rollbacks, he did have the idea of letting the black soldiers take a break. But unfortunately, the time when the cattle and sheep were transported was too coincidental, so that after the sick ghost commanded the first contact battle, the black soldiers had to execute Zhu Shizhou's bait combat plan without stopping. Both of them had their own ideas. The sick ghost snorted coldly. Since you know that you can't drag it out any longer, then don't waste my time. You watch my command process carefully. Maybe you can learn something. Don't be too ambitious. Before you want to run, you should learn to walk first. The sarcasm did not affect Zhu Shizhou's mood, because he knew that this guy was just like that. Zhu Shizhou didn't let the sick ghost continue to talk bad, and directly said to the sick ghost, I have planned 2 tactics before you came. One conservative and one radical. Which tactic do you want to execute? Well, these 2 tactics are copied from the tactics of the sick ghost. If the first conservative tactic is implemented, the result will be a disastrous defeat. If the second tactic is implemented without adjustment, the result will be that the supporting team inserted from the center of the battlefield will not get a chance to break through and cause unsatisfactory personnel losses. Only by making adjustments based on the second tactic can a perfect victory be achieved. Of course, Zhu Shizhou wrote down the adjusted tactics in the text, and now put both tactics in front of the sick ghost. Regardless of the results of these 2 tactics, Zhu Shizhou dares to say that these 2 tactics must be the tactics that best fit the sick ghost's psychology. Zhu Shizhou put out both tactics at once because he wanted to quickly improve the evaluation of the sick ghost and get his approval. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to have an equal dialogue with the sick ghost later and snatch the command from him. The sick ghost was very disdainful at first, and even wanted to laugh out loud when he heard Zhu Shizhou's words. But he opened the text file that Zhu Shizhou pointed out. The 2 tactics exploded in his mind like 2 bombs. To be honest, he originally had only a rough outline in his mind, and had not yet planned out clear details of the battle plan to be executed next. But when he saw the 2 plans given by Zhu Shizhou, he was stunned. How can this be so similar to the battle plan he thought of? No, it should be said that it is more detailed than he thought. After all, he only had a rough idea. But Zhu Shizhou had already planned out both battle plans. The more he looked, the more he felt that if he were to come, he would probably come up with a battle plan that was almost the same. This guy's thoughts and ideas were so highly consistent with his own? The sickly ghost had never encountered such a thing before, and his already dizzy head became even more confused. But he was a qualified commander anyway, and his self-regulation ability was quite good. He immediately accepted this fact and asked, Did you come up with these 2 tactics yourself? Zhu Shizhou said shamelessly. Not bad. Very much my style. After holding it in for a long time, the sickly ghost said this. After all, he was still being sarcastic about Zhu Shizhou before, and now he wanted him to praise Zhu Shizhou. Isn't this a slap in his face? His evaluation of Zhu Shizhou changed from something to something. It became quite good. He continued to read it in detail, and found that the second battle plan given by Zhu Shizhou was particularly detailed. And there were some differences from the plan in his mind. Here. What do you mean? The sick ghost pointed to a place and asked stiffly. Zhu Shizhou said firmly. The black soldier number is 18792837. There are many black soldiers in his team whose pheromones are on the verge of drying up. They are easy to become a breakthrough point for alien insects. They are not suitable to enter the battlefield as a central support team. It is better to provide support on the periphery. The sick ghost stared at Zhu Shizhou intently. Have you confirmed it? No. I didn't communicate with the black soldiers before you came. I just read your notes and analyzed it myself. The sick ghost wanted to say that this was nonsense. But Zhu Shizhou's expression was so serious that he couldn't help but be half believing and half doubting. It is very simple to confirm Zhu Shizhou's prediction. That is, to ask the black soldiers directly. He adjusted the headset and connected to the corresponding black soldier. Black soldier number 18792837. Please report the specific situation of each member of your team. Repeat. After confirming, the sick ghost was in a trance again. Zhu Shizhou was right. You? The sick ghost was shocked and confused at this time. Seeing Zhu Shizhou's indifferent expression, he knew that Zhu Shizhou was quite sure in his heart, and was not surprised by the result. The sick ghost had a strange feeling at this time. He felt that since he appeared, the initiative had always been in Zhu Shizhou's hands. And now Zhu Shizhou was like a spider that caught its prey, tightening the web more and more. Even though the sick ghost knew that this was not aimed at him, he still had such an illusion. Zhu Shizhou's every move seemed to be telling him, choose the second tactic. Zhu Shizhou said, if you choose the second tactic, you can win. Well, at least I think I can do it. The food has been fed to your mouth. Do you want to eat it? The sick ghost's expression was a little ugly. Because to be honest, he didn't want to make a mistake. He thought that if Zhu Shizhou was not there, he would probably choose the first tactic. The sick ghost looked at Zhu Shizhou for a long time and took a deep breath. He finally understood why this guy was considered to have a talent beyond Su Feng. This level of oppression, as if everything was under control, could not be faked. The sick ghost was a proud person. Zhu Shizhou thought he could win. So would he, the official commander, say that he couldn't? Chapter 567 Monster. The result was as Zhu Shizhou expected. This was a carefully adjusted plan. After verification, it was confirmed that the sick ghost could achieve a complete victory at this stage. After the first round of No Way's victory, the alien insects were reduced by 10%. Zhu Shizhou felt that this victory was a foregone conclusion. But the sick ghost did not think so. And other commanders who were secretly paying attention to the movements here did not think so either. This was a very thrilling victory. When the sick ghost ordered the two teams to release pheromones to attract alien insects, the alien insects did not pay attention to the black soldiers of the two teams, but instead shrank to the center, trying to surround and eat the central black soldier team. If Zhu Shizhou's advance arrangement had not taken effect, the central black soldier team would never have escaped. How did you predict that the alien insects would not be attracted by pheromones? After ensuring that the black soldiers had retreated back to the defense base, the sick ghost asked Zhu Shizhou with a complicated look. The weird feeling reappeared. Zhu Shizhou was not surprised by this result at all, and he was too lazy to even pretend, which gave the sick ghost the illusion that this was not an accident. Everything was under Zhu Shizhou's control. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Zhu Shizhou had to prepare a special breakout backup tactic in his tactics. Guessed? Zhu Shizhou said casually. Guessed? The sick ghost suddenly became excited. Are you trying to say that you surpassed me just by guessing? This was the most unbearable point for him. This Zhu Shizhou seemed to not care about anything, and the things he cared about were worthless in Zhu Shizhou's eyes. Okay. I analyzed it. What? Didn't you analyze it? The sick ghost wanted to ask back. Can a person analyze this? Stop talking nonsense. It was obviously an accident. It just happened by chance. But this cannot explain why Zhu Shizhou could notice the possibility of such an accident. The only explanation is that Zhu Shizhou really analyzed what he did not expect in a short time. The sick ghost reviewed the situation of the black soldiers again, and focused on the various annotations he made. He reluctantly admitted that even if he was asked to do it again, he might not be able to analyze the results as accurately as Zhu Shizhou. Is the gap between him and Zhu Shizhou so big? This is the reason for his complicated expression at this time. I thought Zhu Shizhou was just here to go through the motions and learn. And he definitely had no command ability. As a result, Zhu Shizhou easily surpassed him in a blink of an eye, which seemed to slap him hard in the face. Judging from Zhu Shizhou's current performance, Zhu Shizhou deserves the rumor that his talent surpasses Su Feng that is popular in the current organization. At least Su Feng was the prospective son-in-law of the then head of the command, and he was taught by hand, and he reached the peak as soon as he debuted. What about Zhu Shizhou? He has only been in the organization for less than 2 months. His growth rate is jaw-dropping. It is incredible enough to apply for graduation assessment in less than 2 months. As soon as the graduation assessment, he showed judgment beyond his formal commander, which further highlighted Zhu Shizhou's unprecedented talent. The sickly ghost was shaken, and this hesitation became Zhu Shizhou's bargaining chip for the conversation with the sickly ghost. Zhu Shizhou did not deliberately change the course of the conversation, nor did he try to take control of the command in advance. He followed the procedure and had a fierce argument with the sickly ghost on the bait tactics, and then attracted the team leader. What happened? The team leader was a little confused when he saw the sickly ghost. He knew that Zhu Shizhou had chosen the sickly ghost as the examiner, and thought that according to the control freak of the sickly ghost, Zhu Shizhou probably had no chance to show his ability, and could only go back to continue studying the command course. So he just paid attention to Zhu Shizhou's situation at the beginning, and then he was busy with his own things. The visit of the sickly ghost was really within his expectations. Team leader, I request that Zhu Shizhou take over the Liberia war zone. The sickly ghost said something that shocked the team leader as soon as he opened his mouth. Zhu Shizhou's judgment is enough to be a formal commander, but his actual command ability needs further verification and testing. At the same time, he also proposed to use the cattle and sheep that the organization regularly releases as bait. Well, it turns out that the first half of the sickly ghost sentence was just sarcastic, and the second half was the key point. The sick ghost was not really asking Zhu Shizhou to take over the Liberia theater, but was giving feedback that Zhu Shizhou's proposed tactics made him embarrassed. And at the same time, he was taking the initiative to take responsibility for Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou advocated the bait tactic, and the sick ghost could not veto it. Seeing Zhu Shizhou arguing, he was worried that the organization would passively try to let Zhu Shizhou take over the theater command. He was not worried that his command power would be taken away, but that if Zhu Shizhou failed to command, the organization would attribute all the blame to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou's talent had been confirmed by him, and was quite good. So although he had a bad impression of Zhu Shizhou, he still made a rational judgment and took the initiative to ask the team leader to transfer the command power. In this way, if Zhu Shizhou fails in command, the blame will not be just Zhu Shizhou. He will also bear part of it. After all, it was he who took the initiative to propose the transfer of command. He did this because he did not want to see Zhu Shizhou, as a genius, wipe out all possibilities because of an immature recklessness. Even the team leader did not see through the intention of the sickly ghost, but thought that the sickly ghost was being sarcastic. After a conversation, the team leader finally understood what happened. Are you sure you want to transfer the command? I'm sure, the sickly ghost confirmed with a dark face. Even if this was his own decision, he still couldn't bear the disgust of having his command taken away. Well, in that case, I'll tell you a fact. The team leader saw that the sick ghost was not sincere and said, after the organization's evaluation, it has been confirmed that the Liberia war zone will eventually fall. Even if you don't come today, if it doesn't work after a while, the organization will decide to annihilate the war zone. So I personally don't object to your proposal. What? This news is undoubtedly a serious blow to the sick ghost, the team leader said calmly. Time has dragged on too long, and the organization is not prepared to waste any more. That's all. The sick ghost's mind became more dazed, so that when he followed the team leader back to his workstation, he felt that his already poor health was even worse, and the whole person was almost shaky. In the end, the team leader made a decision to let Zhu Shizhou, a genius recognized by the sick ghost, command the battle. The worst result is nothing more than the annihilation of the war zone according to the predetermined plan. It is just a matter of time. And if Zhu Shizhou can use a war zone to verify his quality, it is not a loss. The team leader told the sick ghost to transfer the command in front of everyone, and pretended to leave on the surface. But in fact, he was secretly watching Zhu Shizhou's command situation from now on. Zhu Shizhou didn't know everything that happened secretly. He only knew that he had once again got the full command. Hand over the work, Zhu Shizhou said calmly to the pale sick ghost. The sick ghost knew at a glance that everything that happened was within Zhu Shizhou's expectations. Just like before. As if all the accidents were not accidents in Zhu Shizhou's eyes, but a predetermined fate. He didn't know why Zhu Shizhou was so confident, but since the decision had been made, he couldn't hesitate. He calmed down, sat down in his seat, and began to explain all the arrangements. 2 hours later, seeing Zhu Shizhou, who had memorized everything and performed it with great proficiency, the sick ghost was no longer able to be shocked. He could only describe Zhu Shizhou in 2 words, monster. Palm 568 Chaos but Order. The sick ghost felt that his body could not support him anymore. So when he confirmed that Zhu Shurjiu was proficient in the various tasks of defending the base, he staggered out of the command center. Back in the infirmary, the nurse, who was responsible for taking care of and checking the sick ghost's body, said, "Oh, why did you come back obediently? Did your team leader order you to come back?" The sick ghost remained silent, but his face looked like he was hit. After a long while, when the nurse led the sick ghost to the examination, the sick ghost sighed and looked at the nurse. "Have you heard of Zhu Shurjiu in the logistics department?" The nurse nodded. "I have heard of him. Zhu Shurjiu has always been our focus of research. We still have several of his medical records on hand." "Why do you suddenly ask this?" The sick ghost focused his eyes a little. "Then have you found any problems? For example, that guy's brain power is beyond ordinary people? Or is he different from ordinary people in other aspects?" "No." The nurse connected the infusion device to the sick ghost and rolled her eyes. "You have to know that not only the medical staff of the logistics department are very curious about Zhu Shurjiu, but other departments are also keeping a close eye on Zhu Shurjiu. There is still a lot of resistance to further research. We can't conduct in-depth research on him. At least from the current research conclusions, no special points have been found." "Really?" The sick ghost was a little disappointed. "Why are you asking so many questions? Just lie down. Your brain power is damaged, and you need to recuperate in time," the sick ghost said. "Give me the special medicine, and the funds will be deducted from my account." He was still thinking about Zhu Shurjiu's situation. He recognized Zhu Shurjiu's theoretical ability, but he had not yet recognized Zhu Shurjiu's actual command ability. The reason why he left temporarily was that his body could not support it. He had to go back after recuperation. In any case, even if Zhu Shurjiu wanted to command any action, he should at least prepare for a period of time. Right? Under the effect of the special medicine, the sick ghost fell into a deep sleep. The sick ghost could never have expected how fast Zhu Shurjiu would move. Not long after the sick ghost left, Zhu Shurjiu began his command. He commanded the Special Operations Brigade to leave the cattle and sheep and headed towards the basin where the bait was placed. At the same time, on the other side, he also arranged for the black soldiers in Area C to set off. Different from the operations of the black soldiers in Area C that he had commanded before. This time he asked the black soldiers in Area C to take the remaining cattle and sheep, and also made certain adjustments to the formation. From this time on, he began to copy homework. The subsequent tactical arrangements for the black soldiers in Area C all originated from the sick ghost. Under the command of the sick ghost, the black soldiers in Area C wiped out 20% of the alien insects. Relying on these cattle and sheep, the operation of the sick ghost is actually very simple, and it can be roughly divided into two steps. The first step is to let the black soldiers in Area C bring the cattle and sheep with them, and then drive the cattle and sheep to the other side when they are ready to cut off the alien insect flow, so as to make the originally densely besieged alien insects sparse. The second step is to launch a fierce offensive in an uncharacteristic way, suppressing the alien insects in all aspects to the greatest extent, so as to force the alien insects to make a choice, whether to choose cattle and sheep that have no power to resist, or to choose dangerous prey that resists fiercely. Facts have proved that most alien insects will be restrained by cattle and sheep, as long as the above two steps are implemented as desired. The offensive can be easily reversed. But there is a reason why Zhu Shurjiu spent dozens of times observing before taking over. Because the seemingly rough operation actually requires a strong on-the-spot reaction. The situation that the black soldiers in Area C have to face is full of murderous intentions, and they can be easily wiped out by alien insects if they are not careful. Did the sick ghost have such bold operations before he came? Which time was not facing alien insects on thin ice? It can be said that this radical tactic is both a breakthrough for the sick ghost and his peak operation. After observing dozens of times, he finally confirmed that he was fully familiar with and understood every instruction of the sick ghost, and finally opened his mouth to command the black soldiers in Area C. Attention! Black soldiers in Area C. I have planned 2 routes on the map. Go from these 2 routes. Listen to my subsequent instructions, and find time to cut in. Soon. The smoker on the side was a little dumbfounded, but he no longer spoke randomly like the previous dozens of times, because Zhu Shurjiu's performance in this week was too perfect. It completely crushed his perception of the graduating students in his heart, and he couldn't see where Zhu Shurjiu's ability limit was. He watched silently from the side, and after understanding what Zhu Shurjiu wanted to do, he was so shocked that he almost suffocated. You want to command 3 battlefields at the same time by yourself? Originally, 1 battlefield was troublesome enough. And Zhu Shizhou opened up 3 battlefields at once. Is this a tactic that people can think of to annihilate alien insects? What do you think alien insects are? Is it a dish you eat casually? The smoker didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear of disturbing Zhu Shizhou. In his opinion, the battle situation led by Zhu Shizhou became more and more dangerous as time went by. It was crazy. This kid was too crazy. Smoker could not help but start to concentrate on the battle situation. He wanted to wait until Zhu Shizhou's command was defeated by the alien Zerg, so that he could ask his superiors to intervene and stop this crazy kid. However, his doubts did not last long. And soon, he got the first result. At 1422, the Special Operations Brigade successfully resisted the attack of the alien Zerg. During this period, Zhu Shizhou's various commands were dazzling, and the positions adjusted in advance by the black soldiers allowed the black soldiers of the brigade to survive the crisis again and again. Needless to say, the logical thinking of a normal commander could not understand this at all. Smoker did not know how Zhu Shizhou predicted the direction of the alien Zerg's attack in advance, and he could only describe it as unbelievable. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. While Smoker was still shocked, Zhu Shizhou had already commanded the black soldiers in Area C to respond to the Special Operations Brigade. That's right. These 2 things were happening at the same time. The most amazing thing about this is that when Zhu Shizhou was commanding the Special Operations Brigade, he was distracted by adjusting the actions of the black soldiers in Area C, and even considered the overall situation, and chose the most appropriate time to let the black soldiers in Area C enter the battlefield. How many things is he doing at the same time? The more the smoker watched, the more shocked he became. And at the same time, he was ashamed of his previous shallowness. I was wrong. I shouldn't use a normal person's thinking to measure a genius. The next process of commanding the black soldiers in Area C made the smoker lose the mind to sigh. The smoker's mind was blank, and he didn't know how to evaluate Zhu Shizhou. If the command process of the Special Operations Brigade is unrestrained and untraceable, like the horns of an antelope, then the command process of the black soldiers in Area C allows Smoker to see what a mature commander should look like. If you only look at the command of the black soldiers in Area C, people who are not aware of it will definitely mistake it for the command process of a mature, steady, and experienced commander. Smoker thought he could understand every operation, but he couldn't do it. When watching the command process of the Special Operations Brigade, Smoker was terrified by every operation of Zhu Shizhou. But when watching the command process of the black soldiers in Area C, Smoker felt a heavy sense of solidity and peace of mind. But this peace of mind was soon blown away like a dogtail grass washed by a strong wind. The most worrying situation is that the defense base in Area B is also facing alien insects. The smoker's brows twitched. Sickly ghost. Sickly ghost. You shouldn't have left so early. If you stayed here, you could at least help Zhu Shizhou deal with 1 battle. He didn't think anyone could handle 2 complicated battles at the same time. The current battlefield in the AB area is many times more complicated than the battlefield in the C area. Who can command at the same time without making mistakes? This is not a question of whether it is difficult or not. Anyway, according to the smoker's cognition, it is impossible. And just when the smoker's heart was heavy, Zhu Shizhou's command did not stop. Area C. Pay attention to the west. Split from the center and disperse. And kill the alien insects that are feeding in the southeast at this time. Encirclement Tactics Number 22 Formation. Area AB Black Soldiers. I have marked 32 points on the map. The black soldiers in Area A will form point deployment outside the defense base. The black soldiers in Area B will support the actions of the black soldiers in Area A and provide firepower cover. C Zone. Move towards Point 3. The Edge team blocks the attack of alien insects from the northwest. A Zone. Fire suppression has been formed on the east side, and alien insects will attack from the west. Black Soldier number 594682. You are about to leave the battlefield. Please return to the team immediately. C Zone. Disperse from the center and reorganize the team according to Plan B. Now abandon the bait and regroup. B Zone. Fire suppression in the center. Chaotic but orderly. Smoker was dumbfounded. These 2 contradictory words should not appear in the same occasion. But Smoker had such an illusion. Smoker could not understand the command process of the AB Zone. He only felt that Zhu Shizhou's style was changeable. Sometimes he was steady and steady, and sometimes he commanded dangerously. Many of his instructions were unrealistic. until the battle situation was so chaotic that it was incomprehensible. Smoker saw something from Zhu Shizhou's repeated switching of styles. The seemingly chaotic situation was actually firmly controlled by Zhu Shizhou. So far, no black soldier died in the seemingly thrilling battlefield. Chapter 569 Perfect Annihilation. The sick ghost woke up again. This time he woke up without feeling dizzy like before. It must be said that the logistics and convalescent department of the command center is still very powerful. The special medicine works quickly, and the body recovers quickly. The first moment he opened his eyes, he thought of Zhu Shizhou, who was in charge of the command center. I don't know what the situation is like with Zhu Shizhou, but I think he shouldn't act so quickly. The sick ghost looked at the clock on the wall, and found that he had only slept for less than an hour. Are you awake? The nurse, who was taking care of him, was still the auntie. As soon as she saw him wake up, she knew that he wanted to confirm the situation in the Liberian war zone. She was very satisfied with the sick ghost's current quiet appearance. So she said, I haven't received any notification from the command center yet. You woke up naturally under the effect of the special medicine. Huh? That's good. The sick ghost let out a long sigh. No notification from the command center means that everything is normal at the command center. And there are no accidents in Zhu Shizhou's command. Of course, it may be the same as he thought. Zhu Shizhou may not have started commanding yet. Regardless of the facts, a big stone in his heart fell. Do you need a physical examination now? I'm going back to the command center. No. We have checked your body when you were in deep sleep. And there is no problem. Restoring more when you have free time in the future. Avoid overwork and illness. The nurse gave the sick ghost a few more words, and then let the sick ghost go. Although the sick ghost recovered physically after recuperation, his spirit was always in a tense state, and he did not get much improvement even after deep sleep. The Liberian war zone has always been a concern for him. If he doesn't solve this problem, he won't be able to relieve his mental stress. After a little rest, the sick ghost left the sanatorium. After leaving the sanatorium, the sick ghost was worried about the situation at the command center all the way. In his thinking and worry, he decided to ask Zhu Shizhou for part of the command power after returning to the command center. On the one hand, it was to share Zhu Shizhou's pressure, and on the other hand, it was to take part of the blame after the strategic failure, so that Zhu Shizhou, a genius, would not be overly held accountable by the command center. Soon the sick ghost returned to the command center. The first time he returned to the command center, he looked at the corner of the command center. The strange thing is that the atmosphere in the corner of the command center is very strange. From a distance, his commanders were staring at Zhu Shizhou's command situation, and everyone's expressions were dull. It was as if something extraordinary had happened. Seeing this, the sick ghost's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What happened? Could it be that Zhu Shizhou has already started commanding? No. It seems that there is a problem with Zhu Shizhou's command. The sick ghost's mind was blank. He even felt that his body, which had just recovered, was a little weaker. No way. How long has it been? He has only rested for less than an hour. Could it be that Zhu Shizhou has already ruined the Liberian war zone? His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how he walked to the corner of the command center. In short, when he went back, he felt uneasy and angry, and his steps were weak. The strange thing is that he didn't consider the situation that Zhu Shizhou won a great victory. Zhu Shizhou, you? The sick ghost thought he had figured out the outcome of the battle. And just as he was about to speak angrily, he was interrupted by the smoker with a complicated expression. Sick ghost, you are back? You should have recuperated for a while. If you recuperate for a while, maybe the alien insects will be completely wiped out when you come back. What? The angry expression of the sick ghost stopped abruptly. If he heard correctly, the smoker just said alien insects, not black soldiers. The alien insects are completely wiped out, meaning that the situation is not only not bad, but there is a tendency to win a great victory? He slightly widened his eyes. To be honest, this result made the sick ghost even more dazed. He had prepared himself for total annihilation. But before he could even ask, he was told that the battle was about to be won under Zhu Shizhou's command. The sick ghost hurried forward, came behind Zhu Shizhou, and glanced at Zhu Shizhou's screen. At a glance, from the drone's bird's eye view, there was no longer any black fog composed of alien insects, and there was only a large group of black soldiers facing the sparse last few alien insects, who were fighting stubbornly. Zhu Shizhou had already stopped talking, and while observing the battle, he had time to turn around and look at the sick ghost. You're back? How are you? You should rest for a while. You? After seeing the battle situation clearly, the sick ghost ignored Zhu Shizhou's concern and said in shock. You completely wiped out the target alien insects? It's not quite accurate to say that you completely wiped out the target alien insects. It should be said that you have achieved a phased victory. Zhu Shizhou's words were very conservative and calm. After all, the Zerg he annihilated this time were just some starving Zerg. To be precise, their size accounted for 50% of the total Zerg, and the remaining 50% of the Zerg were still in the basin. The sick ghost certainly knew this, but he was surprised that Zhu Shizhou could accomplish it so easily. In his opinion, Zhu Shizhou's current performance was a performance of ease. He won after a nap? I didn't see the command process at all, and it took less than an hour to annihilate 50% of the Zerg. Who the hell could have thought of this? How did you do it? The sick ghost said in disbelief. I have recorded the tactical command process in detail, and you can check it slowly later. You still have time to record it? This battle was a little difficult at the beginning, and later it was all spontaneous battles carried out by the black soldiers. I recorded it at that time, and you can write a report based on my tactical command process. You are a very nice person. The sick ghost was speechless after being shocked. He even considered that he had not seen the command process during his break, so he could not write the assessment report. But in the end, Zhu Shizhou did this to pass the graduation assessment smoothly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, it was exactly 1500 hours in the afternoon, and the bait tactic was a great success. The number of alien insects destroyed was 50%. The black soldiers lost in the battle were 0. Zhu Shizhou gave up his seat and handed in a perfect answer sheet. The sick ghost sat down in a trance. His mind was already a mess. Then he heard Zhu Shizhou say in an extremely calm tone, Do we need to pay attention to the alien insects in the basin? Will they take this opportunity to attack the defense base? The sick ghost subconsciously answered, No, because they have eaten and drunk enough. And they can also feel that 50% of their companions have been eliminated. In the face of great danger, they will not attack the defense base in the war zone like the starving alien insects. That's good. Zhu Shizhou breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt a little happy. Then you can organize the report. I have passed the assessment. Others may think that his joy at this time is because he successfully commanded a perfect victory. But only Zhu Shizhou himself knows that this is because he finally doesn't have to die again. He died a little exhausted in this command at the command center. The sick ghost did not start to organize the report immediately, but stood up in an unusual way. His face flushed with excitement, and pressed Zhu Shizhou's shoulders, holding his shoulders with both hands so hard that Zhu Shizhou felt a little pain. You will come to the command center after graduation. Right? Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No. I want to go to the front line. You want to be a frontline commander? The sickly ghost's face suddenly changed. According to your talent and your ability, you don't need to go to the front line at all. You can perfectly display your talent in the command center. Zhu Shizhou pushed away the sickly ghost's hand and said calmly, Let's talk about the future later. Now please prepare the report first. Let me graduate from the command class first. No. I have to report this. The sickly ghost sat down muttering to himself as if he had gone crazy, his expression changing constantly. Chapter 570. Passive defense cannot save the world. Zhu Shizhou didn't know how much shock he had caused to the sick ghost. He was just sure that his performance was enough for him to graduate. Perhaps it was because of the multiple deaths that his senses became dull. What he didn't realize was that the commander of the entire command center was shocked by his brilliant record. Zhu Shizhou was still waiting for the sick ghost to write a report. But the sick ghost had not yet started, but reported the matter to his team leader first. The team leader rushed over after hearing the news, and appeared in front of Zhu Shizhou again after an hour and a half. This man, who looked extremely cold and expressionless since he first appeared on the scene, now looked weird. He really didn't expect that he would receive the good news of Zhu Shizhou's victory so soon after letting the sick ghost hand over the command to Zhu Shizhou. What kind of monster is this? Moreover, it was not until the sick ghost reported the good news that he knew that Zhu Shizhou's command was victorious. But he had been monitoring Zhu Shizhou's command from the beginning. The monitoring room in the command center can not only monitor Zhu Shizhou's command instructions, but also synchronize the real-time images on Zhu Shizhou's screen. So he was still confused after watching the whole process. He could roughly understand the ideas of other commanders' command processes, but only Zhu Shizhou, this weirdo, did not miss any details. After careful analysis, he didn't know how Zhu Shizhou won. After reporting the situation, the sick ghost took a break in the monitoring room and decided to come out to face Zhu Shizhou. The team leader came to the corner of the command center and stared at Zhu Shizhou with a complicated look. After a long silence, he said, "Well done." Zhu Shizhou was very modest. "It's just SOSO. I made a lot of mistakes." "Mistakes?" The team leader pulled the corner of his mouth. Because he couldn't understand Zhu Shizhou's command at all. He didn't know what the mistakes Zhu Shizhou was talking about were. But judging from the result of 0 casualties, even if there were mistakes, they should not be serious mistakes. He didn't expect that the mistakes Zhu Shizhou mentioned were actually hidden in the deaths again and again. The team leader looked at Zhu Shizhou for a long time, then turned to look at the other commanders who were quietly watching the side, and took out the stern attitude of a team leader. "Are you guys free? Just focus on your own things." The command center, which seemed a little quiet, suddenly became noisy again. "Follow me," the team leader said to Zhu Shizhou, and then turned and left. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand what was going on. He looked at the sick ghost who was still typing absent-mindedly and said, "The command process I wrote is in the text box on the desktop. You can refer to it and write it down. I'm leaving first." The sick ghost said faintly, "Don't worry. I won't write anything wrong." Zhu Shizhou was relieved, looking at Zhu Shizhou's back as he left with the team leader. The sick ghost added in his heart that although he wouldn't write anything wrong, he would add fuel to the fire. The command center can't lack talents like you. Zhu Shizhou followed the team leader to the monitoring room. There are hundreds of screens in the monitoring room, and each screen is synchronized with the screen image of a commander in the command center. There are also many professional monitors here, who are responsible for evaluating and supervising the command behavior of each commander, so that they can find and remedy problems in the commander's command or physiological condition in time. Each monitor is responsible for a group, and the team leader, who is leading Zhu Shizhou into the monitoring room, is one of the command team leaders. After introducing the basic situation to Zhu Shizhou, the team leader took Zhu Shizhou to stand in the center of the monitoring room, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said lightly, "After graduation, ordinary command center students have to face 2 choices. One is to go to the front line, and the other is to enter the command center. Zhu Shizhou, which one do you choose?" "Go to the front line." Zhu Shizhou still gave the same answer. Hearing this answer, the team leader said faintly, "Commanders who choose to enter the command center after graduation can choose to bring their families to the central area of Ilinisan. The organization will give them the strictest protection, and your family will enjoy the world's top living standards. They can also choose to live in any luxury house in the world on weekdays, enjoy the food made by hundreds of top professional chefs, wear the most expensive and exquisite clothes in the world, and there will be special therapists and hundreds of nannies to take care of all your family's physiological and living problems, giving your family meticulous care. Your family will also have special drivers and bodyguards to take care of when they travel, and they will be picked up and dropped off by private luxury cars, planes and yachts anytime and anywhere. The top rich people in every country are not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of your family, because your family does not need to pay a dime for anything they do. They will be completely above the world's financial system, and the so-called money is not even a number in front of your family. Any entertainment you can think of can be open to your family." The team leader suddenly talked about a long paragraph of the benefits that Zhu Shizhou's family can enjoy, which really surprised Zhu Shizhou. The above are just ordinary treatments. Even ordinary rich people can enjoy them. But there are also special treatments that only members of the Black Soldier organization and their families can enjoy, such as medical resources. At present, all the terminal illnesses that the Black Soldier organization has conquered and that are considered incurable by the outside world can be treated. This is just the basic resources. And unlike ordinary black soldiers, the organization will arrange medical personnel for regular checkups for the commander's family for free, and will also provide super high-level medicine supplies for your medical family members. For example, the organization's latest life-extending medicine will also be applied to your 3 direct generations of blood relatives. And low-level body-strengthening medicines that ordinary people can also use will also be provided free of charge. And various nutritious meals with conditioning effects will ensure that your parents, grandparents, and the elderly at home can. If you have offspring, your offspring will automatically have the highest level of confidentiality in the organization. Your children will be able to enjoy the world's top education and training resources from birth. And various cutting-edge scarce medicines will be provided free of charge. The cutting-edge technology developed by the organization will be used for them first. More importantly, if the world collapses, Illumination will be the last bastion, and your family will automatically have a place to live in Illumination. Unlike ordinary black soldiers, they are only given the priority to compete for a place. They can only compete for an ordinary resident place by making certain contributions. But you can arrange it for your 3 generations of blood relatives at will. The above benefits are lifelong. As long as you become a member of the command center, these benefits can be implemented on the first day. The words of the team leader shocked people. Zhu Shizhou was not ignorant after joining the organization. He knew the situation of the students other than him, and knew that the families of the students were still living in the outside world. Only when the students became black soldiers after graduation and made certain contributions on the battlefield could they obtain the qualification to enter Illumination for their families. This quota is similar to the quota of the Ark in the end of the world, representing the hope of surviving in the collapsed world in the future. The other words of the team leader are nothing. And the last point is the big deal. Zhu Shizhou thought that he was sure to stop the Black Soldier organization from attacking the enemies of the world through replay. But he was not sure to guarantee that the alien worms would not break out in the outside world. So what would happen if the alien worms broke out in the outside world? You can tell with your ass that ordinary people will definitely become the food of the alien worms. After seeing the annihilation weapons of the Black Soldier organization, Zhu Shizhou knew that at that time, Illumination would definitely have a way to deal with the future of alien worms flying all over the world. Annihilation weapons are just means on the surface, and the organization must have more advanced means. Zhu Shizhou's primary goal has never been to save the world, but to protect his family. If he was really just an ordinary black soldier, he might have agreed and entered the command center. However, the problem is, he is different from other black soldiers. From the beginning, his family has been controlled by Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou doesn't know what means Su Feng uses to control him. The only thing that can be confirmed is that, as the most effective means of controlling him, Su Feng must have arranged everything for his family. He believed that after he chose to enter the command center, the Black Soldier organization would be able to take the protection from Su Feng. But in that case, if he wanted to cause trouble in the Black Soldier organization, his family would become the Black Soldier organization's weakness to control him. If he had to choose between being controlled by Su Feng and being controlled by the Black Soldier organization, he would choose the former. After all, his and Su Feng's current goals were to stop the Black Soldier organization from attacking the enemies of the world. So he could not enter the command center. All of this is of course unspeakable. Zhu Shizhou thought for a moment and asked. After listening to this, I have a few questions. What questions? You only talked about the benefits of the commander in the command center. But don't the commanders on the front line have these benefits? I want to know what I can get if I choose to be a commander on the front line. The merit system on the front line is different from that in the command center. If you choose to go to the front line, you need to fight for everything. Compared to the black soldiers in other departments, your only advantage is that you can command the team to fight against the alien insects. The team's merits plus your personal merits make it easier for you to be promoted than other black soldiers. If you are capable enough, you will be promoted faster than the commander in the command center. And when you are promoted to a certain position, you can get the benefits I told you about. Zhu Shizhou looked at the team leader with some suspicion, always feeling that this guy didn't explain the benefits of the commander on the front line in detail. He asked, if that's the case, wouldn't most of the graduating students choose to join the command center? What fool would choose to go to the front line? The team leader frowned and looked at Zhu Shizhou. You seem to have some misunderstandings about the command center. Pay attention. While students are choosing opportunities, the command center also has the right to reject students. Students who are rejected but meet the graduation standards will be assigned to the front line. In other words, many commanders do not want to enter the command center, but are forced to go to the front line because they are rejected? After Zhu Shizhou understood this, he suddenly thought of an exception. What about Su Feng? He should have chosen to go to the front line by himself. Right? The team leader sighed. He also chose the command center at first. But after staying in the command center for a while, he took the initiative to choose to be deployed to the front line. It should be said that he made a choice that maximized his benefits, enjoying both the benefits of being a commander of the command center and the benefits of rapid promotion on the front line. Zhu Shizhou twitched his eyebrows. I see. Double eating. The benefits will be available on the first day after entering the command center. And applying for deployment to the front line is to improve the status more quickly. The former commander at that time was Su Feng's prospective father-in-law. After raising his status to the limit, the prospective father-in-law died, and Su Feng took the opportunity to take over. A clear path to advancement was straightened out by Zhu Shizhou. And it couldn't be clearer. Zhu Shizhou sighed. But the team leader couldn't help but said, "So after listening to this, do you want to choose to enter the command center? Even if it's like Su Feng. You can go in first and then go out." "No." Zhu Shizhou shook his head calmly. And the answer he gave made the team leader stunned on the spot. Too slow. Zhu Shizhou also realized during the command process that the battle situation of the command center was mostly based on garrisoning defense bases. As long as the defense base of a war zone was not breached, it would be a success. If that was the case, then his role at most was to perfectly guard one or more defense bases. No wonder this man said that the front line would be promoted faster than the commander of the command center. Only by confronting the alien insects head-on the front line could he have more and faster promotion opportunities. He did not need to copy Su Feng's path. He believed that as long as he could go to the front line, Su Feng would be able to give him the stage to show his abilities to the greatest extent. Su Feng had never told him that he wanted him to go to the front line. But he knew that Su Feng must have thought so too. Passive defense cannot save the world. Chapter 571 The last lesson I can teach you as an instructor. The team leader failed to persuade Zhu Shizhou to choose the command center. He was very disappointed. Because according to convention, he is the leader who brings the graduates to the assessment and has the qualification to give priority to outstanding students. According to Zhu Shizhou's performance, if Zhu Shizhou chooses the command center, he will definitely join his savior command team. After Zhu Shizhou clearly expressed his refusal, he was still a little unwilling, and dragged it for another half an hour, and talked to Zhu Shizhou for a long time. But it was still useless. "It seems that you are determined to go to the front line." The team leader sighed. "Yes. So don't persuade me. By the way, the report on the sickly ghost should be written." "Right." Zhu Shizhou changed the subject. The team leader was a little disappointed and said, "Okay. Since you have decided, I will send you out later." Half an hour later, the procrastinating sick ghost finally finished writing the report and took the printed report to the monitoring room of the command center. The sick ghost just came in and looked at his team leader. The team leader shook his head with regret, and the sick ghost sighed. Zhu Shizhou was very upset. What are these two guys talking about in front of him? Are they looking forward to him entering the command center? The team leader rolled his eyes at the report symbolically. After seeing the whole command process, this report is actually just a formality. In the report, the sick ghost praised Zhu Shizhou to the sky, which was uncharacteristic, for fear that the command center would not see Zhu Shizhou's excellence. But unfortunately, Zhu Shizhou was determined to go to the front line, and he could not stop Zhu Shizhou after persuading him for a long time. The graduation assessment of the command center is divided into 5 levels. DS, and your performance is enough to get an S-level evaluation. As the team leader said, he put an S label on the report. Zhu Shizhou was not sure about the value of this result, but he could get the best evaluation, which meant that he had passed the graduation assessment. Next, Zhu Shizhou was taken out of the command center. The other trainees were still in the stage of exploring and familiarizing themselves with the commander's layout in the defense base. And the gap between them and Zhu Shizhou was visible to the naked eye. And the disparity was huge. When he came, he took a bus, and when he left, he took an armored vehicle. Zhu Shizhou was sent back to the training base. At the gate of the training base, Instructor Mo received the notice early and waited at the gate of the training base. When he saw Zhu Shizhou getting off an armored vehicle, Instructor Mo looked calm and neither happy nor sad. It was obvious that Zhu Shizhou's passing the graduation assessment did not surprise him. "Are you here? It's not bad to pass the graduation test." Instructor Mo nodded. And while taking Zhu Shizhou to register for the entrance procedures, he asked, "What level of evaluation did you get?" Zhu Shizhou casually said S-level. S-level? Instructor Mo finally lost his composure this time, and suddenly turned around. "You got an S-level evaluation? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Zhu Shizhou asked curiously. "It's S-level. What's wrong?" "No. Do you know what level S is?" "What level?" "Only 5 black soldiers have received this evaluation in history." And those 5 black soldiers eventually became household name ace commanders. One of them was Su Feng. Instructor Mo sighed. Now you are the 6th one. Oh! Zhu Shizhou's bland answer made Instructor Mo a little embarrassed. He could not hear any surprise from Zhu Shizhou's tone. As if this result was a matter of course. No matter how significant it was. It was just an established fact in Zhu Shizhou's eyes. This kid. Instructor Mo could only sigh again. Genius is God's gift. Zhu Shizhou is a genius who breaks the rules. And he is a mortal who cannot understand. Zhu Shizhou is not ready to enjoy this kind of vanity that he has died dozens of times. But he is very curious about a question. Instructor Mo, I heard from the commander of the command center that you instructors are all students who did not pass the graduation assessment. Strictly speaking, you haven't even graduated yet. Bullshit. Instructor Mo rejected it outright. Even among the instructors. Only some are poor students. I volunteered to come back to guide the students. Zhu Shizhou was slightly stunned. That means you did pass the graduation assessment. Right. Passed. So did you choose to enter the command center, or go to the front line? Front line. Instructor Mo's nostalgic look showed a trace of fear. After I went to the front line, I applied to be transferred back to the Black Soldier training base after earning enough merits. At the same time, my family was also settled on the island of Illinois. Strictly speaking, I was just a deserter who was afraid of the front line. Zhu Shizhou was silent. Instructor Mo seemed to be very disgusted with his own experience. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Shizhou. You kid, should have chosen to go to the front line. Right? Yes. I guessed it. With a versatile person like you, it would be a serious waste to only use your command ability in the command center. Going to the front line is a better choice for you. Instructor Mo shook his head. But as your instructor, I have one last thing to remind you. The front line is much more cruel than the command center. I am not just talking about the pressure of facing the alien swarm, but the psychological pressure of our commanders, who come from the command center, which is different from other black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou slightly guessed what Instructor Mo wanted to say, and asked, What do you mean? You may think that it is a good thing not to have your emotions erased. But what I want to tell you is that this may be the most severe test for our commanders. Instructor Mo's face, which was always calm, seemed to be slightly distorted because of some memories. When you go to the front line, you will find that the companions around you have no fear, no sadness, no hesitation. They only know how to follow orders. Even if they win the battle, they will not be happy. Even if the team loses members, they will not be confused at all. They are all monsters who are extremely determined and not affected by emotions. But what about us commanders? In the process of getting along with our companions day by day, even if our feelings are too weak, we will unconsciously develop ties with our companions. Compared with the monster companions without emotions, we will be shaken by the death of our companions, suffer from the failure of the battle, and despair because of the difficult situation. In short, the commander on the front line not only has to endure the huge pressure of hovering between life and death, but also has to endure the pain of the death of his companions day and night, day after day, year after year, and try to maintain rational command under extremely depressing conditions. It's good enough if he doesn't go crazy. So I said so much. And I want to remind you that you must not have unnecessary emotional sustenance on your companions. As a commander, you only need to treat them as tools. Downstairs of Zhu Shizhou's dormitory, Instructor Mo stood in front of Zhu Shizhou and said the above words with a serious expression. This is the last lesson I can teach you as your instructor. Instructor Mo patted Zhu Shizhou on the shoulder. Congratulations, Zhu Shizhou. You graduated. Chapter 572 The Good Show begins. Congratulations, Zhu Shizhou. You graduated. After Instructor Mo said this, Zhu Shizhou was still immersed in what Instructor Mo said, and subconsciously replied, No, I haven't graduated yet. I haven't finished other courses yet. Instructor Mo rolled his eyes and said, Other courses have nothing to do with me. I mean, you graduated from your command course. Go away. You are no longer my student. And don't delay other courses anymore. Graduate as soon as possible. And don't stay at the training base anymore. With Zhu Shizhou's talent, staying at the training base is a dimensionality reduction attack on other students. Just like a cheater suddenly appeared among a group of players who play according to the rules. Zhu Shizhou's performance crushed other students. And continuing to stay at the training base would only destroy the balance. I know. Zhu Shizhou said sincerely. But what he was thinking in his heart was that the research on Misha should also be improved. After parting with instructor Mo, Zhu Shizhou returned to the dormitory. The first thing he did was not to contact Fusidu to inquire about the research results, but to directly announce on the forum that he graduated with excellent results in the command course. This result did not surprise others. While Zhu Shizhou's high-profile announcement caused a wave of internal competition, everyone was not surprised that Zhu Shizhou could meet the graduation standards, because it was too easy for Zhu Shizhou to pass the graduation examination in the previous courses, which made it seem that the graduation examination was not difficult for Zhu Shizhou. Then he waited for Su Chan. He opened the door and saw Su Chan standing calmly at the door. The first sentence Su Chan said was, "I passed the midterm examination." Zhu Shizhou nodded. "I guessed it." At the same time as he went to take the graduation test, Su Chan applied for the midterm test of the command course. And from Su Chan's perspective, the two of them only had half a day apart. Midterm test. Your talent is indeed worthy of favor. Compared to other students, you are already good enough. You are worthy of being favored by our chess club. Su Chan. Is it appropriate for you, a demon-level genius who passed the graduation test, to say this? However, she came to Zhu Shizhou not just for this, but to tell Zhu Shizhou one thing. Not only me, Fusidu from the logistics department and Luo Suyi from the reconnaissance department also passed the midterm test. Oh! Zhu Shizhou didn't know this, but seeing Su Chan's inquiring expression, Zhu Shizhou knew what Su Chan was confirming. So he said with a serious expression, "Yes, this is the arrangement of the chess club." Bullshit! Zhu Shizhou shamelessly put the incident of Luo Suyi and Fusidu passing the midterm test on the head of the chess club without hesitation. Su Chan believed it easily and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I am sure that I applied for the midterm assessment out of my own will. But if they applied for the midterm assessment under your arrangement, does it mean that their abilities have already reached the standards of the midterm assessment?" This is what Su Chan cares about most. If this is the case, then the remaining confidence in her heart may be meaningless in front of these geniuses. More importantly, the reason why she applied for the midterm assessment is because she wanted to prove her excellence to the chess club, so as to win the attention of the chess club and perhaps be chosen as the spouse by Zhu Shizhou. It's not Luo Suyi. It's her. But in the end, after all her operations, it seems that nothing has changed. And there is a potential gap that is getting bigger and bigger, so she must confirm whether Luo Suyi's talent has long surpassed the midterm assessment. Maybe Luo Suyi can even graduate, but she didn't graduate on the spot due to the arrangement of the chess club. Zhu Shizhou suddenly looked embarrassed. "Actually, your current level is not enough. But, can I trust you?" "Su Chan?" Su Chan knew there was something inside when she heard it, and immediately focused. Zhu Shizhou said solemnly, "Actually, it's nothing to tell you. Do you remember the insect girl that we cooperated to bring back from outside the island at night?" Su Chan nodded. She knew about Misha's existence. Zhu Shizhou told her when he told her everything, but she only had a general idea. She didn't understand what he wanted to do by transporting the insect girl to the training base with great effort. Since that day, we have conducted in-depth research on the insect girl, and then made a breakthrough, and obtained a drug that can greatly transform human functions. Zhu Shizhou started to talk nonsense again. Although this drug has not been developed yet, Zhu Shizhou believes in Fusidu, so he started to make big promises in advance. Even the backward scientific research environment in Papua New Guinea can develop compound 199. And the research data has been written in the research report. Can Fusidu not develop anything by doing the same research? Su Chan believed it easily. After all, if the chess club didn't have something, how could it dare to challenge the Black Soldier organization? After talking about the drug, Zhu Shizhou said meaningfully, "Our chess club has never lacked geniuses." After listening to him, Su Chan only had one simple question. "So how can I get this medicine?" Sure enough, she was a smart person. She didn't need to say anything else. Su Chan knew the purpose of his telling her all this. She didn't delve into it, nor was she curious about the research and development process of the medicine. She didn't even care about what kind of research environment Misha was in now. She only asked how to apply this medicine to her. But after all, the medicine has not been developed yet. Zhu Shizhou was vague. It depends on the situation. The organization will not treat every talent who joins the chess club unfairly. Can't you be more specific? How did Fusidu and Luo Suyi get support for this medicine? Sure enough, she took the bait. Zhu Shurjiu felt that he had a little understanding of Su Chan's personality and accurately grasped Su Chan's question. Fu Sidu, as a researcher of the Jiqi Club, personally participated in the research and development of this medicine. And Luo Suyi is my spouse in public. They are all involved in a grand plan. And you have just been selected by the Jiqi Club. And the Jiqi Club's top management is still considering whether to conduct further assessments on you. Where are the top management? Zhu Shurjiu said this because he couldn't simply let Su Chan join in. Otherwise Su Chan would be suspicious. He never dared to underestimate this woman. Although this woman's psychology is a little abnormal. She is very smart and always has a clear purpose in doing things. So the more difficulties and obstacles there are, the more normal the situation will appear. Is there a shortcut? Su Chan said without any concealment. Without any shame for taking the back door. Haha. Of course there is. You should know that my opinion is always an important reference for the chess club. That's why I asked you at the beginning whether you are trustworthy. As long as I believe you can be trusted, the chess club will naturally let you join. Halfway through, Zhu Shurjiu always felt strange. As if the current scene had turned into a conversation between a female employee who wanted to get promoted quickly and a boss with evil thoughts. Sure enough, the next moment Su Chan began to take off her clothes. I know. Hey, wait a minute. Zhu Shurjiu quickly stopped Su Chan, who had just taken off her coat. What's wrong? Don't you want me to exchange my body? Su Chan pretended not to know. Zhu Shurjiu said with a dark face. You wish. Anyway, this is not the only way to win my trust. Put on your coat first. Su Chan said seriously. It's already been taken off. There's no need. Let's get back to business. Tell me how I can enjoy the benefits of the chess club. My current level is also a red cannon. Is it not enough? Brother Zhu, I hope you can understand me about this matter. I want to improve too much. Zhu Shurjiu paced in embarrassment for a while, and finally sighed. Forget it. Since you have helped me a lot, I will mention it to the higher-ups. But there is something I need you to do right now. If this is done, I can also have a legitimate reason. What is it? We are currently hiding the insect girl Misha in the alien insect forest. And I have built an underground space at the hiding place. I plan to build that place into a temporary underground research institute. But now I have graduated from the command class. I am afraid I can't do it myself. The higher-up suggested that I move Misha and find a new place to build a research institute. But I think there is something to be done about this matter. If you were to take over my job, not only would my rank be able to move up, but your rank would probably also be able to rise to the red car. Understand? Su Chan immediately understood what Zhu Shurjiu meant, and then stared at Zhu Shurjiu for a while. You did it on purpose. Didn't you? What do you mean? Zhu Shurjiu pretended not to understand. You formed a team of experimental subjects, and took away several obedient experimental subjects from me, and made all the preparations to hide the insect girl. But at this juncture you chose to graduate from the command class. It would not be strange if you did not make any follow-up arrangements. Zhu Shurjiu saw that Su Chan had figured it out. So he simply stopped pretending. That's right. You are my follow-up plan. This was originally one of the plans that Zhu Shurjiu had set. After the new head of the headquarters took office, he still had to make a high-profile and continuous pass of the skip-level assessment. It was unlikely that he could quietly connect with Misha like before. So the best solution was to remove himself and let a more suitable person take over his plan. Zhu Shurjiu first thought of Su Chan, who was in the same headquarters with him. This woman was Instructor Mo's favorite student, and she also passed the midterm assessment. As a genius, she must have a certain degree of freedom and privileges with Instructor Mo. Just like him. So he could completely hand over the experimental body to Su Chan, and even let Su Chan participate in the Insect Man research plan. The advantage is that he can control the overall situation in the rear, without having to personally go out and attract attention. Many time-consuming, labor-intensive and brain-consuming things are handed over to Su Chan to do. As long as the general direction is not wrong, any accidents can be remedied. Su Chan carefully considered the pros and cons, and was still hesitating. Zhu Shurjiu used his trump card. If you don't agree, then I can only go to Luo Suyi. Although it's a little troublesome, she can do it. Su Chan waved her hand to stop Zhu Shurjiu. I agree to this. That's good. Zhu Shurjiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will tell you the details to pay attention to, and the goals to be achieved at the current stage. And then I will report back to my superiors. So, Su-chan and Zhu Shizhou discussed in the room. Until dinner time. Su-chan left Zhu Shizhou's room as if nothing had happened. Just when Su-chan left, a student next door had just come back from outside and saw Su-chan holding a coat in her hand. Su-chan immediately explained seriously, "Don't misunderstand me. Zhu Shizhou and I have nothing to do. And we didn't do anything in the room." The student next to him said meaningfully, "I understand. I understand." Su-chan nodded. "As long as you understand." After that, she turned and left. That night, a piece of gossip spread in the forum. The show begins. The new talent of the headquarters stayed in Zhu Shizhou's room for a whole day. And a third party appeared? Chapter 573, Research Progress of Fu Sidu. Zhu Shizhou never thought that he was just discussing some things with Su-chan. But in the evening, he found rumors flying everywhere. There was a post clearly posted on the forum. The drama began. The new genius of the command center stayed in Zhu Shizhou's room for a whole day. And a third party appeared? It was a text post. No pictures and no truth. But some students who were bored still ate melons enthusiastically. There are several similar posts, all of which are about this incident. In the hottest post, the host narrated and analyzed the whole incident from beginning to end in an objective and calm attitude. According to a reliable dormitory manager, Zhu Shizhou returned to the dormitory at around 3 p.m. and was personally sent by the instructor of the command class, Instructor M.O. Nothing special happened at this time. But soon after Zhu Shizhou returned to the room, a woman sneaked, knocked on Zhu Shizhou's door. That person was Su-chan. As for how secret the behavior was, the poster did not explain it clearly, but only advertised a series of Su-chan's previous behaviors that had always wanted to throw herself into Zhu Shizhou's arms, and then said in a suggestive way that it was the same this time. The result was naturally that Su-chan entered Zhu Shizhou's room and did not come out of the room until almost dinner time. Moreover, according to Zhu Shizhou's next-door neighbor, Su-chan did not even have time to put on her coat when she came out, and she just walked out of the room openly with her coat in her hand. So what happened in this half-day that could make a girl come out of Zhu Shizhou's room in a disheveled state? Zhu Shizhou was quite speechless. He felt that Su-chan had done this on purpose. Luo Sui was more direct. She called and asked, "Is this also arranged by the chess club?" Zhu Shizhou obviously had no real relationship with Luo Sui and Su-chan, but he felt like his affair was exposed and quickly replied, "No." Luo Sui was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, and then whispered, "If the chess club wants you to change your partner, I will cooperate." Zhu Shizhou immediately replied, "No. Why change?" Obviously, there was nothing going on. It was just a little commotion on the forum. Not worth mentioning. In order to prevent Luo Sui from misunderstanding, Zhu Shizhou directly told him about Su-chan's visit to him, and told Luo Sui that Su-chan was also involved in the Insect Man research project. Luo Sui's attention was indeed attracted by this news. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps out of a woman's intuition, she always felt that Su-chan was not a good person, and could not help but remind her, "You have to be careful. Don't be fooled by her. I don't think she is the kind of person who will be easily trapped. It can be seen from what happened tonight. If there is a chance, she will definitely use all kinds of unscrupulous methods to increase her chances. Perhaps in the future, similar situations will occur, and her selfishness may make us fall into the abyss." Zhu Shizhou was still a little confused. What good does she do to her? To be honest, he didn't see it. Luo Sui scolded, "It's so obvious. And you can't see it? Do you think she will make up dirty rumors for you without any benefit?" Zhu Shizhou couldn't understand Su-chan's train of thought. Luo Sui had to think that Zhu Shizhou was a person who was confused by the situation and explained, "The chess club arranged for you and me to be an open couple. I think the person who is most unwilling should be Su-chan. From my point of view, she is also a very good girl. I heard that she passed the midterm assessment today. This is a big news that can earn her enough reputation. But she chose to cover it up with a yellow rumor. What does this mean? This means that she thinks this yellow rumor can bring her greater benefits. For example, replace my position and become the open couple chosen by the chess club." Luo Sui said this in a decisive manner, which made Zhu Shizhou sweat coldly. It's not because Luo Sui's position was shaken, but because Su-chan really created an excellent precondition for herself. If there really is such a chess club, Su-chan might really be taken into consideration. An excellent commander who has passed the midterm assessment, and still has a 100% strong interest in Zhu Shurjiu. All his actions are paying for it. Why can't the chess club consider letting her replace Luo Suyi? After Luo Suyi said this, Zhu Shurjiu immediately understood that Su Chan might be thinking of this. But the problem is that the chess club does not exist. So if Luo Suyi hadn't woken him up tonight, Zhu Shurjiu wouldn't even notice this problem. And the consequences are also very clear. Su Chan will still persevere in creating better conditions for herself. But he can't find Su Chan's intentions. So that the so-called chess club, in Su Chan's eyes, he would appear unusually slow, which would make Su Chan suspicious. Once Su Chan was suspicious, she would start to test in various ways with a purpose. And in the end, she would most likely be able to discover the truth through hard work. The chess club actually did not exist, from beginning to end, if he had not discovered this problem. Su Chan did not mention it, and Luo Suyi did not wake him up. He would only die with a confused face. It is true that the authorities are confused. Zhu Shurjiu felt that he should be considered a chess player, but he almost forgot his identity as a chess piece. Su Chan and Luo Suyi only regarded him as a chess piece, so they could directly experience the game between the chess pieces, including Luo Suyi now. She probably also thinks that the top management of the chess club may really start to consider Su Chan. So the first sentence she said when she called was, "Is this also the arrangement of the chess club?" After being awakened by Luo Suyi, Zhu Shurjiu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Luo Suyi, "Anyway, don't worry. The top management will not change the plan so easily. You have to believe in the decision of the top management. You are the best solution in the eyes of the top management." Luo Suyi was silent for a while, and then asked, "What about you?" "Me? I will go to talk to Su Chan," Luo Suyi said. "I'm not asking about your next arrangement. I'm asking, who do you think is your best solution?" Zhu Shurjiu's eyebrows trembled. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask," Luo Suyi suddenly said again, and then hung up the phone. "Who is my best solution?" Zhu Shurjiu sighed, walked to the window, opened the curtains, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and sighed after a long time. "If you don't understand the optimal solution of this world, what's the use of mine?" The next day, Zhu Shurjiu, who had been exercising all night, got up refreshed and met Su Chan, who was about to go out for breakfast. "Good morning." Su Chan didn't seem to expect Zhu Shurjiu to come to her so early in the morning. Could it be that her little trick worked? "The decision from above has been made. Originally, you will have to undergo a probation period for a while. But your self-destructive rumor-mongering yesterday was somewhat effective. The higher-ups are not going to let you continue to make trouble, and you can officially take over my job." On the one hand, Zhu Shurjiu directly pointed out Su Chan's intention, letting her know that the chess club knew her thoughts very well and had no intention of changing the plan, so that Su Chan would not waste her thoughts. On the other hand, he was not going to delay it and find something for Su Chan to do, so that she would not think about this and that all day long, which was all done out of idleness. Su Chan's expression was not embarrassed, and she did not look like she had been exposed at all. "Yes, she did it on purpose yesterday. I didn't expect the chess club to act so quickly." She nodded calmly. "I just want to treat my original personality. Speaking of which, you promised to treat it before. Do you have any clues now?" Just like that, Su Chan easily changed the subject. Zhu Shurjiu was speechless. "I have no clues yet. But if you ask me, if you want to treat your original personality, you must first get you out of your emotional closure. Then let's wait until your treatment plan comes out." Su Chan was naturally unwilling, especially at this juncture. She couldn't let herself make trouble for her. After revealing this topic, Zhu Shurjiu waved goodbye to Su Chan. Everything that should be said had been said yesterday. In fact, there was nothing to pay attention to. What Su Chan had to do now was very simple. That is, to successfully connect with Misha quietly in the command class. With Misha's intelligence, she must be able to understand Zhu Shurjiu's arrangement. Not to mention that he also dripped a drop of blood on the paper and handed it to Su Chan for the sake of insurance. In addition to the blood, the paper was also full of words to Misha in pure Chinese characters. I taught Misha to read, and Misha should be able to recognize his handwriting. After temporarily handling Su Chan's affairs, Zhu Shurjiu went to the logistics department again and found Fu Sidu, who was wearing a white coat and taking a practical experiment class. The experimental class of the logistics department is different from that of other departments. The atmosphere is very relaxed. Zhu Sergio only used a phone call to call Fusidu out. Haven't you already completed the midterm assessment? Why are you still taking classes with the same students? Students don't have many opportunities to access many rare and expensive experimental equipment for free. I have to take advantage of this opportunity to use the laboratory's experimental equipment for more analytical experiments. Does Fusidu mean that he is using the opportunity of the experimental class to study the Insect Man potion? Zhu Sergio was slightly surprised. Won't the organization find out about this? Fusidu shook his head. Just destroy the experimental materials with chemical reactions before each get out of class. The organization can't infer what I'm researching through a tube of chemical waste. Just keep it in mind. I came to you this time to ask about the progress. How is the research progress? Fusidu pushed his glasses and muttered. Is the organization dissatisfied with my speed? I think I'm doing okay. Not that I'm dissatisfied. But the higher-ups have been paying attention to you, and naturally hope that you can make some achievements as soon as possible. Fusidu said. There are some clues. I have developed a physical fitness enhancement agent similar to Compound 199 through replication and improvement experiments. I named this Compound 199 Beta. How effective is this compound compared to Compound 199? I removed most of the elements that stimulate human genes to mutate into insects, and retained a small amount of chemical components that simply strengthen cells. From the perspective of strengthening the body, it is not as good as Compound 199, but it has no side effects, and its absorption speed far exceeds that of the secondary Black Soldier potion. Zhu Sergio's eyes suddenly lit up. What is he most lacking now? It's time. Even if he used points to buy a large amount of secondary Black Soldier potions, or formal Black Soldier potions, it would take time to absorb the effects. Now Fusidu has developed a compound that is absorbed very quickly, and has no side effects. How can Zhu Sergio not be surprised? Good job. Fusidu. Give me 199 Beta. If it passes the verification, you can really join the core plan. However, Fusidu spread his hands and said, Sorry. No. Zhu Sergio was stunned. Do you know why I have to pass the midterm assessment? It is because students who pass the midterm assessment have the right to purchase more and more advanced experimental equipment. However, when I really passed the midterm assessment, I found that the level of experimental equipment I could buy was still not as good as the experimental equipment in the laboratory. I only developed 199 Beta in the laboratory, but after each research, I destroyed it to prevent being discovered. Even the efficacy of the drug is just an estimate of my microscopic experiments. I have not tried it on the experimental subjects, but in theory, it should not be wrong. Zhu Sergio was speechless. Since you can't take it out, what should I do? Fusi pushed his glasses, and the glasses reflected light inexplicably. As long as your chess club is willing to give me experimental equipment. Isn't it fine? Chapter 574. Can you get these goods? Zhu Sergio was stunned for a moment. He understood what Fusidu wanted to say. The reason he had given Fusidu before was that the higher-ups wanted to see his potential, and if he could produce certain results, then the chess club would agree to let him enter the core research program. And now, Fusidu has indeed developed something new. But that thing cannot be taken out like the previous Black Soldier potion and the secondary Black Soldier potion. So if there really is a chess club and wants to replicate this potion, they have to give Fusidu experimental equipment. But where does he have any shitty experimental equipment on hand now? In Fusidu's view, the chess club, which may be very powerful, is actually just an empty shell. There is Su-chan in front and Fusidu behind. Behind the simple actions of the two, the lives of the chess club may be exposed at any time. Zhu Sergio is a little distressed, but his days didn't last long. The experimental equipment is another matter. Are you sure what you have researched is effective? Isn't the time too short? Fusi nodded. It is a short time. If I were to research from scratch, I would definitely not be able to research anything. But on the one hand, the experimental data you gave me through Luo Suyi is already quite complete. As long as you understand the experimental ideas and find the materials to replicate, you can basically replicate Compound 199 with a few more attempts. As for the appearance of 199 Beta, there is actually a certain coincidence. The organization has also studied the Insect Man potion, although it was finally listed as a prohibited research and development item. In fact, this research has not been completely banned in the Scientific Research Department of the Logistics Department. Zhu Sergio wanted to be surprised, But fortunately, he remembered that he was now the public representative of the chess club. And this kind of news that even the students knew should not be a secret. So Zhu Shurjiu put on an expression that said go on. I'm listening. And signaled Fu Sidu to continue. Fu Sidu didn't notice Zhu Shurjiu's surprise. And continued. In the logistics department, the Zerg research project has not been completely banned. But it is almost the same as being banned, because no one has mentioned this research at all. It is a research project that is so unpopular that it cannot be more unpopular. If no one asks. In fact, the majority of logistics department students will not know about the Zerg research project. After you gave me the experimental data, I went to the scientific research library of the logistics department to check the information. Sure enough, I found clues of the Zerg research project from some documents. Until I found a lot of information in the literature that was enough to support my relevant knowledge. I went directly to my instructor. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help but say, "You are really bold," Fu Sidu said. "Don't worry. I have covered it up well. The reason I told the instructor was that I had a sudden idea and tried to find out the reason why the alien insects are so powerful. Then, I went to the library to look for information. During the search, I accidentally found clues of the Zerg research project. There is actually no flaw in this speech. Because these are all normal ideas. But thinking about it, and actually doing it are two different things. Even if ordinary students thought of this way, and went directly to the instructor would just laugh it off. Without actual evidence, it would be impossible to discuss in depth with the instructor. But for someone like Fu Sidu who found evidence of the existence of the Insect Man research project from the vast ocean of books, and then took this evidence to ask, the instructor could not just blindly brush it off. If you don't want your good students to waste time and talent in this regard, you have to tell him clearly. So Fu Sidu got his answer. In order to persuade Fu Sidu not to waste time, his instructor roughly told Fu Sidu about several experimental directions that the Black Soldier organization had tried in the past. Of course, without exception, all failed. This immediately rejected several major directions that Fu Sidu had originally conceived in his mind. He didn't think he could compare with the entire Black Soldier organization experimental team. He would naturally not try the experimental directions that they couldn't research without thinking. After eliminating several wrong major directions, Fu Sidu's experimental pressure was reduced a lot. He began to analyze the various ideas that the Papua New Guinea research team prepared for the experiment. And where did Papua New Guinea's experimental ideas come from? It was derived from the core plan of the insect research of the top American experimental team. Zhu Shurjiu suspected from the beginning that the United States actually developed a qualified insect with strong combat effectiveness. And now Fu Sidu's research results are just further proof of this point. The core idea of the U.S. Insect Man research plan is correct. Starting from this core idea, several branches can be extended. Fu Sidu just randomly chose one of them, which is the branch chosen by the Papua New Guinea experimental team. On this branch, another branch was opened up, and then 199 beta was researched. After listening to Fu Sidu's general experimental process, Zhu Shurjiu already understood that this was not a coincidence or luck, but that the information he had memorized from the Underground Research Institute in Papua New Guinea was indeed useful. It's no wonder that the Papua New Guinea military spared no effort to study this thing, and deliberately concealed it from the Black Soldier organization. They probably still dreamed of conquering the world before they were shattered. What a joke. We have researched something that even the Black Soldier organization couldn't research. Isn't it worth a gamble? I guess that's what the Papua New Guinea military thought at the time. If they didn't have enough time to research, they might really have researched something. Zhu Shurjiu sorted out the logic and patted Fu Sidu on the shoulder. I really didn't misjudge you. You have taken a big step. I hope you can continue to work hard. Where are the experimental equipment? Fu Sidu said with a little expectation. Zhu Shurjiu asked tentatively. What kind of experimental equipment do you want? Make a list for me. I don't want much either. I just need a complete set of experimental equipment like the one in the logistics department laboratory. If you don't know what they are, come on. I'll take you to see. Fu Sidu took Zhu Shurjiu into the laboratory and walked around under the curious eyes of the students. Even the instructor looked at Zhu Shurjiu, who suddenly broke into the laboratory and looked at him, not knowing what Zhu Shurjiu wanted to do. Zhu Shurjiu, you only attended a few classes at the beginning, and now you have skipped several classes. When are you going to apply for graduation assessment? The instructor asked with a smile. I haven't attended a few classes. When will you apply for graduation assessment? This is nonsense if it is said to others. But no one will find it strange if it is said to Zhu Shizhou. Almost there. Zhu Shizhou replied embarrassedly. It seemed a bit too much. He had chosen all the courses, and had a mission in the middle. The actual class time was pitifully short. In the eyes of others, he was suspected to rely on self-study. No one knew that he actually knew nothing, and was just cheating. After walking around, Zhu Shizhou felt very heavy in his heart. Well, I think these experimental equipment are quite big. Yes, they are quite big. Fu Si nodded. It's impossible to steal them. Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself. Zhu Shizhou asked again. Fu Sidu, how long does it take you to make a tube of 199 beta compound? At least 3 hours. 3 hours. Okay. Wait for my news. I will report this matter to the higher-ups first. And I will notify you if there is any news. Send me the list of these experimental equipment later. Zhu Shizhou left the logistics department. And just as he left, he received a text message from Fu Sidu on his mobile phone. And a list of experimental equipment was sent to his mobile phone. He didn't even think about it, and directly sent this series of lists to Jingji. Attached a sentence. Can you get these goods outside? Chapter 575. Take 2 graduation exams to relieve your mood. Jingji saw the message on the phone. She called without saying anything. Isn't this the experimental equipment used by the logistics department? What do you want these for? Jingji didn't mention the matter of the chess club on the phone. On the one hand, he was not sure whether Zhu Shizhou was safe now. And on the other hand, he was not sure whether she had gotten rid of the surveillance of the Black Soldier organization. There was still a sequelae of playing the Minister of the Armed Forces and the Minister of the Command at night. That is, the Black Soldier organization conducted a very strict investigation and interrogation on her, which was no less strict than when she just came back from Papua New Guinea. Of course, the final result was that nothing was found. But she would not take it lightly. The organization let her go on the surface. But she didn't know what was going on in secret. So she was very resistant to contacting Zhu Shizhou like this. Especially after hearing that Zhu Shizhou was not investigated later and participated in several graduation assessments. She felt something was wrong and suspected that this was a trick played by the organization. For example, was the person who sent her the message Zhu Shizhou himself? She wanted to call to confirm. We need it. You know? Zhu Shizhou said meaningfully. No. I don't understand. Jingji had a blank expression, but confirmed that it was indeed Zhu Shizhou himself. You can't get it? Why do you want me to do it? Jingji suspected that this was another game of the chess club, using her as a cannon fodder tool. You are more convenient. I can't handle these things at the training base. It's very tense recently, so it's not convenient to act. Jingji complained. You are inconvenient to act. So you want me to act? Do you know how much these things cost? I can't afford them even if I sell myself. And even if I get them, how are you going to use them? Where are you going to use them? Zhu Shizhou sighed. I just came to ask you for help. This is not an order from above. To be honest, I thought of you at the first time, which means you are a more reliable way. If you don't have other ways, then I can only think of other ways. Jingji was silent for a while, and Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I can only use the simplest and crudest stupid method. What are you going to do? I don't know if it's an illusion. Jingji's voice sounds a little hesitant. Since we can't buy experimental equipment from outside, we can only borrow the experimental classroom of the logistics department, which has a complete set of experimental equipment. I have learned that as long as we secretly get rid of all the patrolling black soldiers at night, when no one is around, and find a way to crack the dynamic electronic password lock without triggering the alarm, quickly use the equipment to complete the experiment, and rush back to the dormitory after completing the experiment. We need to find a way to avoid surveillance throughout the whole process. It is best to sneak into the armed defense department to eliminate the surveillance records. No. If you are masked, the last step is actually not necessary, because no one can recognize the masked mysterious man through the surveillance. Zhu Shizhou's words made Jingji speechless again. Do you think what you described has any chance of success? Zhu Shizhou answered honestly. I think there is still a little possibility. It's just that the difficulty is not ordinary. And it is even more difficult with Fu Sidu. The burden. If it weren't for the ability to go back, Zhu Shizhou would not have come up with such a bold and bizarre execution plan. Forget it. Don't waste your energy. We are now in the same boat. What if you get caught and betray me under the organization's coercion? I still have a way. Fuck. I knew it. Zhu Shurjiu suddenly became a little resentful. Sure enough, there was some meaning behind Jingji's silence just now. Don't be too happy too soon. Because my method involves other elite black soldiers. What? Jingji didn't keep the secret and said directly, although I don't have the money and ability to get these experimental equipment. I am an elite black soldier. So I naturally have elite black soldier friends. My friend also came from the logistics department. She has a private laboratory in her residence in Illumination. The experimental equipment inside is more complete than the experimental classroom used by the logistics department for students. Zhu Shurjiu was immediately moved after hearing this. The friend you mentioned, is she easy to deceive? It's not a question of whether it's easy to deceive. She is on a long-term mission outside. And the entire residence is vacant. Zhu Shurjiu's eyes lit up. So you can use it as you want? Don't mess around. The reason I told you this is that I don't want you to do anything more messy. Promise me that you won't drag my friends into the water casually. This is my only request. Okay. As long as he is not discovered. He will not drag Jingji's friends into the water. But in fact, even if Jingji didn't say it, he would not let extra people get involved casually. Of course, no problem. But tonight, I will need your help. Half an hour later, Zhu Shurjiu went to Fu Sidu with the address he had just obtained. Fu Sidu looked at the address. It was outside the training base. This was not unusual. He was more concerned about the question. Is the headquarters of the chess club in Illumination? This is not something you should know. Anyway, I have given you the address. At 9 o'clock tonight, an elite black soldier will take you out of the training base. In name, he will take you for training. But in fact, you will go to this address to conduct experimental research after you go out. Fu Sidu took a breath. So open and above board. Elite black soldiers have this authority. They can openly give private lessons to students they like. Otherwise, why do you think some students can be selected as reserve black soldiers in advance? Zhu Shurjiu is just one of the exceptions. He was selected by the elite black soldier team to become a reserve elite black soldier. As long as he can graduate successfully, he can become an elite black soldier as soon as he graduates. As for other talented students, although it is not the time yet, they will be selected at a certain time and become reserve black soldiers in advance. So Jingji could use this excuse to bring Fu Sidu out. It just so happened that Fu Sidu passed the midterm assessment, which made this excuse look more natural. However, Zhu Shurjiu still wanted to remind Fu Sidu. Although that's what I said. You must not let anyone find out that you are researching something you shouldn't research. After developing the medicine, you must carefully handle all traces. Fu Sidu immediately expressed his understanding. The two discussed for a while, and left separately. Fu Sidu might still think that the laboratory was the laboratory of the chess club. But Zhu Shurjiu knew that this was not a long-term solution. If Fu Sidu was allowed to go out for every experiment, it would be too abnormal. Fu Sidu was being targeted, which was equivalent to being targeted himself. So he still had to find time to find a way to build an underground research institute in the alien insect forest. Thinking of this, Zhu Shurjiu thought of Su Chan putting aside Fu Sidu's side. Su Chan's side was also in danger of being exposed. If he was not careful, it would be easy to explode. Alas, these are all difficult points. With a slightly worried mood, Zhu Shurjiu walked towards the direction of the assault department. I'd better take 2 graduation exams to ease my mood. Chapter 576 1 Person. 1 Brigade. Firearms Use Class. The graduation assessment location is in an underground artificial ecological park. This artificial ecological park simulates more than a dozen common ecological environments. With rolling hills, lush forests, endless deserts, rocky Gobi deserts, and valleys with gullies. It is said that the more than a dozen environments simulated by this ecological park include the most common environments encountered by formal black soldiers. If a student can fight with alien insects in these environments, it proves that he has the comprehensive combat qualities of a formal assault unit student. The number of alien insects in the ecological park is naturally limited. As a single-person assessment project, it has been strictly controlled by the organization and evaluated by thousands of formal black soldiers of the assault unit. The number of alien insects released in the ecological park for the final graduation assessment was controlled to exactly 500. 500 alien insects, if gathered together, are enough for a brigade to fight against them. But if they are scattered in these more than a dozen environments, then they are sparse enough. It not only ensures pressure, but also ensures safety. The rules are very simple. There are a total of 12 ecological environment scenes. Each scene is a map. There is a flag hidden somewhere in each map. Students need to search for these flags in each map and kill 200 alien insects to pass the graduation assessment. It is said that the mortality rate of the assault department course is the highest. From this graduation assessment, it can be seen that the focus of the assault department course is on actual combat. Students with insufficient ability can survive the actual combat course, let alone pass the assessment. So think about it from another angle. The students who can make it to the end and apply for the graduation assessment are all strong ones, who have been selected after thousands of trials and tribulations. Their combat capabilities are much stronger than those of the black soldiers in other departments. And this group of strong people are observing Zhu Shizhou's graduation assessment. There are a total of 18 students who will take the graduation assessment with Zhu Shizhou. In theory, as seniors, they have the right to choose the assessment first. But when they are about to volunteer to be the first, Zhu Shizhou stood up. So the instructor ignored the requests of other students and let Zhu Shizhou enter the venue first. Instructor, why let Zhu Shizhou come first? As far as I know, the first student to enter the venue in the assault department has always had the highest mortality rate. A student asked. The instructor shook his head. Can he say that this is an arrangement from the organization? Since yesterday, all instructors in the training base have received an order to fully cooperate with Zhu Shizhou's graduation assessment. And any requirements that do not touch the rules should be met as much as possible. I don't know what this kid did, but he was suddenly valued by the organization. No, to be more precise, the organization has always been paying attention to Zhu Shizhou secretly. But yesterday it suddenly showed its attention. To the question of the students, the instructor answered half-truthfully. True gold is not afraid of fire. Since Zhu Shizhou has the courage to ask to be the first to participate in the assessment, it means that he is confident. In that case, why not satisfy him? And Zhu Shizhou was not taught by me. You were. So let Zhu Shizhou go and explore the way. The students of the assault department were all moved. Instructor, stop talking. Just watch the test. Oh my god. This guy has already got the first flag. So damn fast. How did he do it? The instructor was shocked. In the drone footage, Zhu Shizhou had just climbed down from a tree, holding a green flag in his hand. This green flag was hidden among the branches and leaves, and it was actually not easy to be found. There were many such situations in the 12 ecological environment scenes. What was tested was the eyesight of a student. If you don't even have this kind of eyesight, don't play with the gun. But this is too fast. This has never happened in the history of the test. A student had just entered the venue for less than 10 minutes and got the first flag. How vast is the venue? There are too many directions to choose to go forward. And Zhu Shizhou chose the most correct direction. He didn't even take a detour, and came directly to the vicinity of the flag, and then found the flag naturally. Why does it feel like he knows where the flag is hidden? However, this speculation is purely slanderous, and the instructor didn't think in this direction. He sighed. This is what is called strong people have strong luck. When a person is strong enough, even God will help him. Is this considered? A student questioned. This is too much luck. The instructor looked at this idiot and said, why do you think there are 12 flags? The student shut up. Yes, Zhu Shizhou was able to find the first flag so quickly through luck. But he might not be able to find the second flag in the same way. You can't pass the test just by luck. So let's wait and see. In the vast forest, Zhu Shizhou put the small green flag, which was only the size of a palm, into his arms, secretly cursing the idiot who came up with this test. Others saw that he was lucky enough to hit the first flag in less than 10 minutes. But in fact, he had died 20 times in order to search for this flag. 16 of them were due to encountering alien insects and being killed by them. And the other 4 were suicides. It was too torturous. And such torturous things had to happen 11 times until he got all the remaining 11 flags and killed 200 alien insects. Fuck. This won't work. You can't deal with the attacks of alien insects while looking for flags. This is a good thing for the black soldiers with 6th sense. But it is too much of a waste of time and energy for me. Zhu Shizhou stood under the tree where the green flag was, and did not move for a long time. What is he doing? Outside the field, the trainees asked the instructor. The instructor didn't answer in a mysterious way. But he thought to himself, how can I know? Could it be that even he didn't expect to find the first flag so quickly, and began to doubt the difficulty of this test? If Zhu Shizhou really thought so, Then, the subsequent tests would be dangerous. After all, finding the flag is just one of the requirements to ensure graduation. The difficulty is how to deal with the ferocious alien insects. Just as everyone was watching Zhu Shizhou's different thoughts, they saw Zhu Shizhou in the picture suddenly made a move that shocked everyone. Zhu Shizhou found a stone on the ground, which looked a little sharp. Then he took the stone and cut the back of his hand fiercely. Blood oozed from the back of his hand, and instantly dyed the back of Zhu Shizhou's hand red. The blood dripped on the ground, soaking a piece of dead branches and leaves into dark red. What is he doing? Everyone was stunned. They had never heard that Zhu Shizhou was interested in self-mutilation. One of the students seemed to be thinking about it. After thinking about it, he quickly blurted out. He is actively releasing his pheromones to attract alien insects. He wants to deal with the alien insects first, and then search for the flag. Everyone looked at the student, their eyes full of astonishment. Are you crazy? How can a student not actively collect pheromones when participating in the graduation assessment, but also release pheromones wantonly? And why release pheromones by self-mutilation? Once injured, there is no way back. Even if you want to collect pheromones later, there is no way. Facing everyone's doubts, the student said lightly, I'm not crazy. You should ask Zhu Shizhou if he is crazy. Everyone looked at the screen again. Yes, it seems that there is no other reason to explain why Zhu Shizhou did this. This whimsical idea is the best reason to explain this crazy behavior. But these are 500 alien insects. Everyone trembled in their hearts. Under normal circumstances, it would take a whole battalion to deal with it. Zhu Shizhou wanted to prove that his fighting power alone was enough to match that of a whole battalion? Chapter 577 The battle that lasted only 3 seconds. No one knew. And Zhu Shizhou didn't want to know. In Papua New Guinea, he had entered a perfect pheromone blockade when shooting. But this did not mean that he had completely mastered the technique of pheromone blockade, but that he could ensure that he could achieve pheromone blockade in a static state. But during the movement, it can only be said that it is a rare opportunity. So the pheromone convergence technique that is very common for ordinary black soldiers is also quite luxurious for him. So he never considered the students' imagination of fighting and retreating by controlling their own pheromones. So how to attract alien insects? He couldn't actively release pheromones and couldn't become a pheromone bait. The simplest and crudest way was to make himself bleed. Human blood is full of pheromones in the sense of smell of alien insects, like delicious seasoning, exuding the smell of food continuously. So in the picture, everyone saw that not only this forest, but also the alien insects and several other maps began to stir. Many of the buried alien insects have poked their heads out of the soil, looking into the distance in confusion, unable to confirm whether it is an illusion. In their senses, there is a hint of delicious smell, but it is not very tempting. The more powerful the human, the more delicious the pheromones released. However, Zhu Shizhou's pheromones are definitely not as good as those of ordinary black soldiers. But because of the injection of compound 199, his pheromones have a special taste. In short, if there happens to be an alien insect near Zhu Shizhou, then this alien insect will definitely go crazy for Zhu Shizhou's pheromones. Zhu Shizhou is a new delicacy, but if the distance is too far, the smell will be so faint that it is almost inaudible, making it impossible for the alien insects to judge whether it is an illusion. Zhu Shizhou casually wiped his blood-stained hands on his clothes, making the clothes stained with the smell of blood. The wound was not deep, and his body now has a recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people. After bleeding for a while, the wound has stopped bleeding. Alien insects are getting agitated, Zhu Shizhou said with emotion, walking forward slowly. Since the organization said that there are 500 alien insects in total, there must be no more or less. So as long as he counts his total number of kills from now on, he can safely and boldly search for the flags in the venue after killing 500. What a simple and crude idea. If the students heard what Zhu Shizhou said, they would definitely be shocked again. This brain circuit is no longer normal. At this time, outside the venue, everyone has understood what Zhu Shizhou wants to do, and the atmosphere is quite solemn. After staring at the screen for a long time, the instructor suddenly turned around and asked the monitor next to him, "Check the data. How many alien insects are there in the forest now?" Monitors are a position specially assigned for this assessment. Before releasing the alien insects, they are responsible for checking the status of the alien insects, and also for counting the number of alien insects in real time during the assessment. The organization injected a strong radioactive decay particle signal source into the body of the alien insect. This decay particle signal source will continue to decay and continuously radiate a directional special gamma electromagnetic wave during the decay process. After this electromagnetic wave is captured, the position of the alien insect can be displayed on the special scanning radar. So the number of alien insects can be further counted. The monitor looked at the various data and radar maps on the console and replied, "The current number has reached 86. And the number is still increasing. The alien insects in the desert map and hill map next to the forest have shown a tendency to migrate to the forest. And the alien insects in the farther hill and valley map are also slowly moving towards you, Sergio." A student exclaimed. "Is his pheromone so attractive? The influence range is so wide?" The instructor glanced at the fool and scolded him with regret. "You idiot. Have you learned all the knowledge about alien insects? Don't you know that alien insects are a group of blindly following creatures? The movement of a group of alien insects will affect the movement of more alien insects, forming a kind of internet celebrity effect. Even if the alien insects in the distance do not smell you, Sergio's pheromones, they will follow other alien insects and move towards you, Sergio." "I see. The situation is really bad." The student also said solemnly. "You, Sergio, is now a target. What on earth is he thinking? The battle has begun. The battle is over. Damn. So fast." The instructor stared at the screen, his expression changing dramatically in 1 second. The others were dumbfounded. What did they see? In the picture, Sergio was walking forward slowly. And then suddenly 3 alien insects burst out almost at the same time from 200 meters away. And they blasted out a circle of air waves. And the powerful speed swept and tore the fallen leaves on the ground, attacking Sergio from 3 directions. In this short 5 seconds, Sergio only did 2 things: holding a gun in his right hand, and picking up another gun from his waist with his left hand. When the gun in his left hand was raised, the first alien insect was less than 10 meters in front of him. Others outside the field only saw a glimpse of afterimage. This afterimage was greeted by the white laser shot from the gun in Sergio's right hand. The muzzle of the gun was aimed exactly at the position where the first afterimage of the alien insect appeared, at the right time, as if the alien insect came from 200 meters away just to catch up with the muzzle of the gun. Sergio pulled the trigger and shot the aggressive alien insect into pieces. At the same time, the body slightly tilted, and the second alien insect brushed Sergio's head and passed by his cheek. The third alien insect whistled and shot from the side of his waist, and a large tree not far away was broken with a bang, and broken wood chips flew all over the sky. At this time, the muzzle of the gun raised in the left hand was pointed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The trigger was pulled. The second alien insect was preparing to turn in the air and attack Sergio again. However, the next moment, the alien insect was blown up. The broken wreckage spun under the powerful kinetic energy and fell heavily on the ground beside it, like a cannonball, making a big hole in the ground. The third alien insect, Sergio, suddenly rolled to the side. He didn't even care about his body balance. While rolling, the shadow of the third alien insect appeared in his original position. Boom! The 1-second cooling period of the right-hand gun was just over, and Sergio fired the third shot. The alien insect was accurately killed. Sergio, who lost his balance, rolled on the ground for several rounds before he could stabilize his inertia. He climbed up again, calmly hung the left-hand gun back to his waist, and patted the dust on his body. The above is the whole process that made the instructor pale. The whole process does not exceed 3 seconds. From the alien insects attacking from 200 meters away to Sergio killing 3 alien insects with 1 shot. The whole process only took 3 seconds. An average of 1 per second. Damn strong. Can even a formal black soldier be so strong? The instructor was so excited. This kid is a genius who is destined to shine in human history. Double gun flow. Double gun flow again. The other students were shocked by something different from the instructor. They were most jealous of Sergio's unrepeatable double gun flow. The instructor curled his lips and said, "Double gun flow? Have you forgotten the third gun on his back? This is just the beginning?" When he said this, even the instructor himself couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. The moment he said it, he realized that the powerful and fancy operation just now was not Sergio's peak combat power. This is fucking. Chapter 578, Killing. In the forest, Sergio was moving quickly. Although this speed was just standing still compared to the Zerg, it could effectively slow down the Zerg's pace, leaving traces of his pheromones everywhere, so that he would not be besieged by too many Zerg in a short time. If he was besieged by too many Zerg, then even if he had 3 guns, it would be useless, because if he really got into such a situation, his evasion route would be blocked, and foreknowledge in advance. Dodge is his real reliance to fight Zerg head-on, so he naturally had to make the most of this advantage. Zhu Shizhou kept circling around on the way of the attack, and from time to time, he took the initiative to break the wound on the back of his left hand, and splash the blood on the trees along the way. Outside the venue, the students saw this and asked in confusion, "Will this work?" "It works," the instructor answered affirmatively. "Don't forget that the IQ of the alien insects is low. They can smell the pheromones in Zhu Shizhou's blood, but they can't judge whether there are living things hidden in the place where Zhu Shizhou left blood. So their simplest and crudest way to deal with it is..." The instructor had just said this when an alien insect in the picture broke a tree stained with Zhu Shizhou's blood. The tree collapsed with a loud bang, and the branches and leaves flew away. The alien insect hovered in the air for a while, and after confirming that there was no owner of the pheromone around, it quickly looked for the next direction. Haha. Did you see it? This at least delayed the alien insect for half a second. Zhu Shizhou looked very simple when doing this, but it was not simple in fact, because no matter how he slowed down, the battle he had to face was still very difficult. Although the alien insects besieging him were not excessive, they also reached a large number. Facing 20 to 30 Zergs at the same time is not a new thing. 72. Zhu Shizhou jumped to the side, avoiding the impact of a Zerg, and the powerful air wave pushed his body to jump a longer distance. In his heart, he was very calm and silently counting the number of Zergs he killed. This assessment may be the one where he died most frequently, but he had already realized this when he decided to face 500 Zergs at once. After all, it was a real combat assessment, and there would be more deaths. The flying Zerg shadows were killed by his calm and accurate gunmanship. It was not that there were no misses, but every miss could force the Zerg to move, giving him time to breathe. Another white light flashed, and a Zerg that changed direction rapidly in the sky was hit. Most of its body was blown to pieces, and it exploded in all directions like a fairy scattering flowers. The power was actually not much different from a grenade. More importantly, these scattered limbs can actually block other Zergs, because they contain strong inertia and the limbs are as hard as Zergs. When this Zerg grenade explodes, it is obvious that the black shadow in the sky will be empty for a short time. But Zhu Shizhou did not retreat but went forward. This is the effect I want. Zergs are afraid of being hurt by the exploding limbs of their companions, but he is not afraid, as long as he remembers the safe area. These exploding and scattered Zerg wreckage are his best cover. Zhu Shizhou fired a shot with his right hand and blew up a Zerg. In a deafening roar, he quickly picked up the gun on his waist with his left hand, and at the same time, his body shook slightly, and the gun tied lightly by the straps behind his back was lifted up and thrown to the side. In the eyes of everyone in shock, he gently threw the gun in his right hand, which was in the cooling period, upward. The next moment, when his left hand pulled the trigger, his right hand had already grasped the gun that he had thrown from behind to the side, and fired a shot in another direction. For a moment, the sound of the alien insect's body exploding, the sound of the wreckage hitting the ground or trees, the roar of the alien insect's frantic waste in the sky. Various sounds were heard incessantly, and Zhu Shizhou was very contented in this battlefield. The scene that seemed very thrilling to outsiders was the best safe route he created through repeated deaths. Throwing the gun behind him again, he reached out to catch the gun he had thrown upward and sprinted forward. A huge alien insect leg fell from the air, just like a sharp knife inserted into the ground beside him. 3 feet into the ground. If the body was pierced by a leg of this power, I am afraid that all my internal organs would be smashed in one breath. Zhu Shizhou did not stop, but slightly changed his direction. As he rushed, it was as if he had eyes all over his body. Any remains of the alien insects he killed could not touch his clothes, and the alien insects could not hurt him. They were also quite confused. In the past, they would attack at once and face only one individual food. It only took a few seconds to kill the prey and then eat it. But what was going on now? They surrounded this prey at once, but this prey was quite sensitive and avoided their attacks every time. And then, they killed them easily, before they could launch a fierce attack on the prey. Most of their companions died in one encounter. White light flashed in the forest, and the alien insects were accurately shot down and fell in the air, while Zhu Shurjiu shuttled through the dangerous situation like nothing happened, turning and moving from time to time. And the alien insects fell quickly with his gestures while moving. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes to kill 20 or 30 alien insects, to be precise. 2.5 minutes. The instructors and students outside the field had a god's perspective and calculated it clearly. They were stunned, and a strange silence fell in the air. They watched Zhu Shurjiu shuttle quickly in the forest, killing and killing. And he didn't regard the powerful alien insects as enemies, but as if they were chickens and dogs that could be killed at will. This level of combat power made the students facing the graduation assessment doubt their lives. The instructors began to consider. This level of evildoer is already considered a high-end combat force among the black soldiers. Even if an elite black soldier comes here, he will not do better than Zhu Shurjiu. The instructor is shocked and calmly judges Zhu Shurjiu's combat power. His heart is burning. As an instructor, he naturally considers promoting Zhu Shurjiu's combat method. If the black soldiers can learn a little from Zhu Shurjiu, then after graduation, they will greatly improve their survivability in the face of alien insects. In the long run, it can help humans fight against alien insects. As for letting Zhu Shurjiu go to the front line, he is a little reluctant. On the one hand, it was because the front was too dangerous, and on the other hand, it was considered a serious waste of talent. How many years had the strongest humans been on the front? It was not certain that adding one more combat force would have any significant impact on the overall war situation. So instead of letting Zhu Shurjiu go to the front to kill, it would be better to let Zhu Shurjiu stay in the training base as an instructor. He had already made some decisions in his mind. If Zhu Shurjiu could survive the graduation assessment this time, he would report to the organization and strongly request that Zhu Shurjiu stay in the training base to teach combat skills and cultivate more talents. Another 10 minutes later. How many alien insects has he killed? The instructor asked the monitor on the side. The monitor no longer had the calm attitude before, but looked at the data on the screen with a dry mouth. 123. Everyone was so shocked that they were numb. In the past, the graduation assessment often lasted for several days. But when it came to Zhu Shurjiu, it was a quick battle. Half an hour later. What about now? 200. Damn. The minimum number of kills for the graduation assessment has been reached. The instructor wanted to call Zhu Shurjiu and tell him to stop killing. Killing Zerg again would be stupid. But Zhu Shurjiu was still fighting fiercely, and had no time to answer his call. Moreover, he still looked powerful and beat the Zerg. Wherever the battle took place, the Zerg debris was left all over the ground, which was simply crazy to watch. How could there be such a strong and unreasonable pervert? Everyone watched in silence as the number of Zerg deaths soared. 1 hour, or maybe 2 hours. Everyone no longer cared about time. They only cared about whether Zhu Shurjiu could accomplish an unprecedented feat in the history of the students. Can he kill all the Zerg in the cruel graduation assessment of the Assault Department? Chapter 579, Evaluation of the Gun Use Course, S. In the vast forest, a figure was walking slowly, stepping on all kinds of dead branches and leaves with charred marks, and surrounded by trees that were shot through by high-energy lasers, but not completely dead. The figure carefully stepped over the remains of the alien insects scattered all over the ground, holding a gun in each hand and walking slowly around. Who? The figure was naturally Zhu Shurjiu, who was taking the test. He was panting slightly, and his entire lungs seemed to be burning. The scorching temperature made the breath he exhaled into the mask carry high temperature. This was not only because of long-term intense exercise, but also because the temperature of the air in this battlefield was already quite abnormal, because the battle lasted for more than 3 hours. The air and the bodies of the alien insects were burned by the laser, and the high temperature was therefore retained. At this time, if someone went forward to touch the remains of the alien insects lying on the ground, they would find it very hot. A large number of objects were burned, and there were no adequate cooling measures, so the air was scorching and unbearable. Zhu Shurjiu continued to fight in this scorching battlefield, with almost no time to breathe. At the same time, due to the fast movement speed of the alien insects, he had no chance to move the battlefield. However, even though his entire lungs felt uncomfortable as if they were on fire, Zhu Shurjiu's eyes were always very calm and peaceful, controlling his breath. Just like the hundreds of battles he had experienced, Try to make your breath long and not let breathing disturb your five senses, so that your eyes can observe the most real scene. Your sense of smell can smell a different smell, and your ears can catch the warning sign like the death bell. If there is no sixth sense, then let the five senses do the work. Suddenly, a very slight sound of leaves rubbing against each other came into his ears. Under normal circumstances, it would only make people think that it was a slight collision of dead branches and fallen leaves caused by the wind blowing through the leaves. But this sound exploded in Zhu Shizhou's mind like thunder. Zhu Shizhou rushed forward and poured all his strength into his waist. Almost in an instant, his body twisted like a spring and turned back, and the barrel of the gun was already pointing to a certain direction. In an extremely short blink of an eye, a black shadow rushed over with a strong wind pressure. Almost at the moment when Zhu Shizhou raised the muzzle of the gun, the black shadow had already come into the air, and the next one was about to pierce Zhu Shizhou's chest. However, Zhu Shizhou, who had already made a prejudgment, had already pulled the trigger without hesitation. A white laser shot out from the muzzle, slashing a bright light path in the air. After piercing through the black shadow's body, it continued to move forward, leaving a high-energy beam in the sky that decayed with distance. An alien insect was easily and accurately killed. Zhu Shizhou retreated in the air, and then fell on his back in a pile of dead branches and leaves, leaving a mark. Zhu Shizhou, who was already exhausted, lay on the ground for half a minute before he stood up with his tired body. The 498th. Do the remaining two dare to come out? Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself and patted the dust off his body. If you ask where the most difficult part of this graduation assessment is, Zhu Shizhou will definitely say firmly that it is the second half. In fact, Zhu Shizhou did not find it difficult to be besieged by alien insects in the first half, which seemed the most thrilling to outsiders, because as long as he died more, muscle memory would automatically form in his mind. Even if he did not remember it deliberately, he could make appropriate responses at the right time, as if everything was set by the program. Perfect to the extreme. At the same time, the alien insects in the first half could be said to have no IQ at all. The earlier the alien insects jumped out, the simpler the attack route was, and they were straight and could basically be killed with one shot. The alien insects that emerged in the middle had a little bit of brains, and generally observed carefully, and then found the most appropriate time to attack Zhu Shizhou. However, the alien insects in the second half could already be called old silver coins. I don't know if they were scared by Zhu Shizhou's killing spree, so they would lie dormant in secret, and did not blindly attack him with the alien insect swarm, but were very patient, looking for the most perfect attack opportunity as time went by. Zhu Shizhou guessed that they were observing the information transmitted by his pheromones, and judging whether he was alert or relaxed at a certain moment. No matter how strong his fighting ability was, he was still a human, not a god, and there would always be times when he relaxed. It could not be seen from the outside, but it could be seen clearly from the pheromone level. Therefore, at least 20 alien insects in the second half attacked him at the moment when he relaxed. In this case, he usually died without knowing how he died. Often he didn't even know where the alien insects were, and he would return to the game as soon as he closed his eyes and opened them again. Fortunately, Zhu Shizhou had enough experience in fighting against alien insects, and the alien insects still couldn't stop him from cheating. He killed 500 of them, and only 3 were left. Just now, he killed the 498th one, and there were still 2 alien insects alive. With this record, no one would care whether he could find the remaining flags in the entire map. Even if he announced that he would lie down now, the instructor would probably report it to the organization in person and open a backdoor to let Zhu Shizhou pass the graduation assessment. Zhu Shizhou really wanted to know how his performance was evaluated, but now was not the time to relax. The only way to prevent the remaining 2 alien insects from sneaking successfully was to stay focused throughout the process. In this state, even the alien insects would be afraid and dare not attack him. Fortunately, my body has been strengthened several times now, so I can barely hold on, but it is almost at the limit. It's time to change the map. There are 2 alien insects left. If you are willing to attack me, come quickly. If you still want to hide, then I will graduate after collecting all the flags. Zhu Shizhou made a decision and finally began to move the battlefield. He didn't have to pass the graduation assessment perfectly. His current performance was already superb, and it didn't matter to him whether he could find the remaining 2 alien insects. You have to know that his original purpose was just to pass the graduation test as safely as possible. So he scratched his arm, like a self-destruction, to lure the alien insects. Now that the alien insects have been killed, the safety has been maximized, and it is basically no problem to search for other flags. Zhu Shurjiu walked out of the forest while being vigilant, and came to the Gobi Desert. It took him half an hour to find the flag under a huge rock. Without any extra nonsense, he shot away the rubble, picked up the broken black flag and put it in his arms, and the second flag was found. At the same time, his body recovered after half an hour, and his physical strength recovered to about 40%. Move to the third map. The valley. I've never seen this kind of graduation method. I haven't seen it during my coaching period. Haha, the instructor said dryly. However, the scene outside the field was silent at this time. Everyone watched Zhu Shurjiu silently, as he slowly wandered through the maps like a picnic, and then searched for flags one by one. The rest of the process was almost effortless. Where are the remaining 2 alien insects? The instructor asked the monitor beside him. After a long period of silence, the monitor finally came to his senses and replied. The chemical radar shows that they are still in the first forest map. They should have been scared and did not move after Zhu Shurjiu left. They are underground in that battlefield. Really? The instructor suddenly felt that this world was so ridiculous. When did the graduation assessment of the assault department become so unintimidating? On the other side, Zhu Shurjiu was still very wary of the alien insects, and searched for the remaining flags step by step and steadily. Another 2 hours passed, without the interruption of the alien insects. Zhu Shurjiu took all 12 flags, dragged his tired body to the exit, and saw a group of instructors and students waiting at the exit. Zhu Shurjiu sighed with regret and walked up. Alas, it's a pity. I don't know where the remaining 2 alien insects are hiding. Otherwise, I would have had a chance to wipe them out. The instructor wanted to strangle this pretentious person and threw a graduation report to Zhu Shurjiu directly. Evaluation of the Firearms Use Course S. You passed. Zhu Shurjiu breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the remaining students waiting for the assessment, and said with a relaxed face, Come on. I'll leave first. The students were all silent, watching Zhu Shurjiu leave without knowing how much his actions refreshed people's 3 views. It was not until Zhu Shurjiu's figure disappeared from their sight that they resumed the discussion, and the instructor had already arranged people to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 580. You only have 5 hours. What? You passed another graduation test? So fast? Fu Sidu was a little confused after receiving the news. How long has it been? Half a day has just passed, and this guy has already passed a graduation test? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Zhu Shurjiu's slightly tired and lazy voice came from the phone. I tell you this to remind you that tonight's operation must not make any mistakes, and it must succeed. Fu Sidu was only surprised for a moment, and then returned to his usual calm demeanor. I know it without you saying it. As long as there is no problem with the personnel and venue arrangements on your side, there will naturally be no problem on my side. As for calling to remind me specifically, are you here to show off? Zhu Shurjiu calmly replied. I don't want to show off. Just keep it in mind. After that, he ended the communication with Fu Sidu. This is certainly not showing off. But Zhu Shurjiu has experienced the graduation test of the assault department, and he is more and more eager for the 6th sense. His physical condition is equivalent to that of a mid to late stage student, and he is not considered to have good physical talent. It can be seen from the fact that he has not even touched the edge of pheromone perception after so many strengthenings that his physical talent is actually very bad, and it is difficult for him to open the 6th sense under normal circumstances. Zhu Shurjiu has asked about it. Students with better talents can sense the existence of pheromones when they reach the mid to late stage, and those who are secretly selected as reserve black soldiers will open the 6th sense much earlier than the students of the same period. But Zhu Shurjiu's here is like a pool of stagnant water, with no movement at all, which shows how bad his physical talent is. He once secretly thought that he might be the bottom among the students in the entire training base. The more this happened, the more he longed for the 6th sense. The assessment of the assault department was so cruel that he was exhausted. Although it seemed perfect to others, it was extremely exhausting to him mentally. He didn't know how many times he died, and how many times he fought before he embarrassingly almost wiped out the alien insects and escaped from the assessment. Others only saw his glory, but didn't know that Zhu Shurjiu's spirit was almost drained. As soon as he returned to the dormitory room, he collapsed directly on the bed, not even bothering to move a finger. The ease in the eyes of outsiders was pretended. Only when he was alone would he reveal the truth under the cloak of a genius. He didn't want to say anything or do anything. After forcing himself to call Fusidu, Zhu Shurjiu fell into a deep sleep. It was nighttime. Is he dead? Or did he see it but deliberately not reply? Thorns frowned. She first sent a message to Zhu Shurjiu, but there was no reply. So she called again, but no one answered. She didn't know what Zhu Shurjiu was doing. After thinking about it, Jingji thought that Zhu Shurjiu wanted to shirk all the responsibilities for tonight. So after silently cursing Zhu Shurjiu in her heart, she decided not to wait. The designated time was approaching, and she set off to the entrance of the training base. This was her second time to come to the training base recently. The last time she came to the training base to pick up Zhu Shurjiu and Su Chan and make trouble. She went through an investigation the next day. If there was no problem, and the organization had already defined the matter, and the head of the command was also removed, the Armed Defense Department would not let her go easily. After she was released, she was still under surveillance for a while. Perhaps they found that she was very well behaved, and she was completely free after the surveillance period. Fusidu, wearing a simple windbreaker, appeared at the entrance of the training base and met Jingji, an elite black soldier. It was the first time for the two to meet. After looking at each other, Jingji handled the procedures for Fusidu to go out openly, and took Fusidu away from the training base. On the way, Fusidu deliberately kept silent. Don't ask anything. Don't say anything. And followed Jingji through the streets and alleys of the city. But Jingji was very curious about Fusidu's situation. When passing a small alley, he took the initiative to ask, "What do you do in the chess club?" Fusidu looked up at Jingji, thinking, didn't Zhu Shurjiu explain to this woman? If he told the truth now, would it violate the rules of the chess club? He couldn't be sure. So in order not to let it slip, Fusidu chose to remain silent. Jingji turned his head and looked at Fusidu. I heard that you want to use the laboratory to develop drugs? So you know? Fusidu looked at Jingji as if he were an idiot. As if to say, if you know, why ask such nonsense? Jingji didn't feel embarrassed, and said lightly, you probably don't know my identity. I am an elite black soldier, and also the captain of the team that led Zhu Shurjiu to carry out the mission in Papua New Guinea. The Insect Man research project you participated in was brought back from Papua New Guinea by Zhu Shurjiu and me. I am currently researching 199 beta, a derivative compound product based on compound 199. In theory, it can improve the physical fitness of the human body very quickly without side effects. Compound number 199. Jingji thought for a while, but he didn't find any trace of this thing in his memory. She didn't know what it was, but she guessed that this should be the key research project of the Jichi Club. After Zhu Shurjiu had a heart-to-heart talk with her, she was mostly convinced, but she was also doubting. Zhu Shurjiu, can such a demon-level genius really be mass-produced? Zhu Shurjiu told her that as long as she joined the Jichi Club, she would have a sixth sense as strong as his. Jingji was half believing and half doubting, and at the same time, she secretly had unrealistic expectations in her heart. If the Jichi Club could really mass-produce geniuses, then there would be hope to save the world. Later, she saw the insect girl Misha and learned that the Jichi Club was studying insect people. The Papua New Guinea military was just a chess piece of the Jichi Club. She thought she understood a lot of inside information. But how was the research progress? She didn't know. But tonight, this inside information seemed to be opened up to her a little bit. This guy who looks like a student is a researcher in the chess club. He should be aware of the latest research progress. Right? For example, I might be able to learn about the 199 beta compound indirectly. What does it mean in theory? Jingji asked. Has it not been tested yet? Yes. But I am confident that after tonight, this medicine will be approved by the higher-ups. What do you think? Fusidu didn't say much, and glanced at Jingji meaningfully. Although Zhu Shurjiu didn't say it, he himself had a guess. Could this Jingji be sent by the chess club to supervise and evaluate him? He was concerned about the research as soon as they met, and his purpose was a little too obvious. The key to whether or not we can obtain the core research plan should be on this thorn. And the thorn saw Fusidu's eyes and thought deeply. Why is he looking at me like this? He just said that the medicine has not been tested. And he stared at me with such a meaningful look. Does he want me to be a test subject for the compound? Is this what the chess club wants? With the two of them thinking differently, Fusidu was taken to a villa. Here we are. There is a laboratory inside. You only have 5 hours of research time. Once the time is up, I will immediately send you back to the training base. This is the longest time you can stay outside as a student at one time. Fusidu pushed his glasses. 5 hours. Enough. Chapter 581 Thorns. The chess club has begun to delegate power. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know what Fusidu and Thorns had imagined. He just felt that he had slept soundly. When he woke up, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The moment he saw the time, Zhu Shurjiu's originally confused consciousness suddenly became clear. Fuck. Is it already 1 o'clock in the morning? Nothing went wrong with Fusidu and Thorns. Right? Although even if something went wrong, it could be remedied. But he slept too much this time, and didn't pay attention to the situation of Fusidu and Thorns. What if something went wrong while he was sleeping? And then the Black Soldier organization followed the clues, and came to arrest him? He couldn't guarantee that he could commit suicide without hindrance after his freedom was controlled. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any big problems now. Zhu Shurjiu was just a false alarm. He picked up the phone and was about to contact Fusidu and Thorns. But he hesitated, and put the phone down after thinking for a while. Forget it. Let's wait for them to contact me. I've already explained everything I need to explain. Try to contact them as little as possible. So far, his contact with Fusidu and Thorns is still at the stage of matchmaking. Which means that even if the organization finds something and conducts an investigation, it can only find clues to the extent of he helped Fusidu find a laboratory. To put it more darkly, he put the potential guilt on Fusidu. As his attention increases, most of his subsequent actions will definitely be handed over to others, so as to ensure his own safety to the greatest extent. His role will be more inclined to prevent problems before they happen, rather than helping others solve problems. Thinking of this, Zhu Shurjiu did not call Fusidu and Jingji. But after a little adjustment, he started a new round of training. Whether Fusidu's compound research and development can be successful or not, the training cannot stop. At this moment, in the villa residence outside the training base. Success? Is this what you call 199 beta? Jingji watched the whole process of Fusidu's production. Because it was a batch production, he produced a full 20 tubes of compounds plus a spare sample. Yes. Fusidu's always calm expression showed a little excitement. Do you know? As long as the 199 beta compound appears in the training base, we can easily subvert the Black Soldier potion and secondary Black Soldier potion currently used by the organization. Just think about it. No side effects. Faster improvement of strength without any pain. This compound can completely replace the Black Soldier potion. Fusidu's heart surged. As an elite Black Soldier, Jingji has experienced more storms than Fusidu. Under the tempting benefits on the surface, she sees greater risks and hidden dangers. She said calmly, the premise is that this compound really has an effect beyond the Black Soldier potion. In addition, this potion is derived from compound number 199, which should come from the research on insect people. If this potion is spread out, will it attract the attention of the organization? After hearing what Jingji said, Fusidu calmed down a little. He pushed his glasses and said, I will. After all, I have also referred to some of the organization's previous research on insects. As long as the organization's research institute gets 199 beta, it will definitely be able to infer that this compound comes from insects. That is to say, this compound cannot be widely circulated in the open. Jingji concluded. Fusidu shook his head and said, I'll report these things to Zhu Shurjiu after I go back. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a researcher in charge of research. Jingji silently judged for a while. From Fusidu's words, she judged that Fusidu's status in the chess club should not be high. At least, he could not influence the decision-making above. Okay. Then next, Jingji looked at 199 beta with a tentative look. Fusi did not think much about it. He naturally thought that Jingji should be a high-ranking member of the chess club. At least his rank was higher than his. So he picked up the sample of 199 beta that was prepared for testing and handed it to Jingji. Here. Jingji's eyes were sharp. Sure enough, she guessed correctly. Zhu Shurjiu, no. It should be said that the chess club was actually going to use her as an experimental subject. Zhu Shurjiu did not tell her about this at all. And today, no matter whether she called or sent a message, there was no reply. It seems that Zhu Shurjiu is embarrassed to face her. Hee. She naturally understood the risks involved. But the benefits were also obvious. That is, she would first get the right to use the cutting-edge technology research and development medicine of the chess club. She was originally forced into the chess club by Zhu Shurjiu, so she was naturally not trusted by other members of the chess club. If she wanted to gain trust, she had to accept more tests. The turmoil that night was a test. And now it is another test. After thinking it through, Jingji took the compound 199 beta expressionlessly. Then, in front of Fu Sidu's astonished eyes, he rolled up his sleeves and stabbed his arm. Jingji judged Fu Sidu's micro-expressions, knowing that this guy probably didn't know what was going on. This guy should be just a very simple researcher in charge of research. And he had no right to know about the secret arrangements of the chess club. Fu Sidu was a little confused. He gave the sample to Jingji in order to let Jingji take it back for testing. But he never thought that Jingji would actually inject it himself? Did the chess club use such a simple and crude method to test the effect of the compound? Isn't it too crude? No. Wait. Fu Sidu suddenly remembered that this woman was an elite black soldier. Elite black soldiers have almost perfect control over their bodies, and are aware of all changes in their bodies. From an objective point of view, they can indeed efficiently judge all changes in the body. No one is more suitable to be an experimental subject than elite black soldiers. Of course, more detailed efficacy research still needs to rely on the follow-up physical examination of the experimental subjects to determine the effect of compound 199 beta 100%. In short, Jingji treated herself as an experimental subject without any psychological barriers, completely ignoring the potential dangers. Didn't she think that if the research went wrong, the drug might cause death? She must have thought about it. But Jingji still injected it. Was this arranged by the chess club? This is an elite black soldier. In the eyes of the chess club, the elite black soldier is just a mere experimental subject? How much energy does the chess club contain? Fu Sidu couldn't help but think wildly because of the scene in front of him. Jingji closed her eyes to sense all the changes in her body. She could feel the compound flowing in her body. And with the transportation of blood, the compound was transported to every corner of her body. At first, her body did feel a burst of stimulation, as if it was gradually active. And then, nothing happened. The activity gradually subsided, and she could feel the effect of 199 beta gradually subsided. Jingji opened her eyes. This compound is useless for elite black soldiers, and it should not be very effective for formal black soldiers. I can determine these 2 points. But for ordinary students, I suggest you find some students as experimental subjects to test. Okay. Fu Sidu was a little disappointed with the result, but he was not discouraged. The black soldier potion could not be overturned. But if it could overturn the secondary black soldier potion, it would be good. At least his research would be fruitful. But if even the secondary black soldier potion could not be overturned, then his research this time would be considered a failure. In short, today's research ends here. Then, these compounds. Fu Sidu looked at the remaining 20 compounds. If you can't bring it back, you can't bring it into the training base under normal circumstances. If you want to bring something back from outside, you must be inspected. Forget it. I'll ask Zhu Shurjiu first, Jingji said, and sent a message to Zhu Shurjiu again, explaining the situation tonight. She didn't want to get an answer at first. After all, she thought Zhu Shurjiu might pretend to be dead. But she didn't expect that Zhu Shurjiu actually replied to her. Very good. Then keep it outside for the time being. And we will select suitable students to go out for actual large-scale testing of compound injection later. She pretended to be dead before, but now she is alive again after being injected with the compound as an experimental subject? Ha! Man. Jingji felt that she was being played by Zhu Shurjiu. After showing Zhu Shurjiu's reply to Fu Sidu expressionlessly, she took Fu Sidu out of the house. The 20 compounds were not placed in the laboratory, but on her body. She knew that the chess club began to trust her gradually. Zhu Shurjiu's words just now were equivalent to giving her the power to lead this matter. Because Zhu Shurjiu did not say who would contact her or take away compound 199 beta. He only said that other students would come out to receive injections later. Jingji naturally could not have thought that the huge chess club had only her outside the training base of Eliminazin, but thought that the chess club began to delegate power to her. This is a good thing. Chapter 582, The Tail End. The Turning Point of Fate. In the training base, Zhu Shurjiu was sweating profusely, and threw aside the phone that he had just finished talking on. What he said was not aimless. The students have a need to become stronger. When he ordered nutritional medicine, he met a courier. After a conversation, he also recommended Fu Sidu's online store to the courier, who wanted to become stronger. During the conversation, he hinted that there was a reason for his own strength. And this kind of timeliness was undoubtedly very tempting for many students who wanted to become stronger quickly. And the courier was just one of the countless microcosms in the training base. Zhu Shizhou believed that there were many bottom students who were suffering from the same troubles. And the most coincidental thing is that during this period of time, the students in the training base are just in a period of emotional recovery. And they are most likely to be tempted. As long as they are tempted, they are equivalent to boarding a pirate ship. And even if they know the existence of the chess club, they dare not report it to the organization. As long as they are slightly revealed to them, they will take the bait obediently. This period of time is the most suitable. They will become the first batch of experimental subjects for the chess club, and will also become the first batch of cannon fodder soldiers of the chess club. As for whether these students will have any adverse reactions after injecting the compound, although Zhu Shizhou has such concerns, he is not prepared to change the plan, because he will select some students who are struggling at the bottom. If they do not make any changes, they are likely to die in the subsequent courses. So giving them a chance to become stronger is actually saving them. The main task for the next period of time is to select experimental subjects. Panting, Zhu Shizhou speeded up the speed of doing push-ups, and his movements gradually became faster and faster. Leaving after images, Fu Sidu returned to the training base safely. His outing did not attract anyone's attention. Nothing happened. It was calm. However, the opposite was Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou still maintained the speed of brushing the graduation assessment like a broken bamboo, and came to each department in a manner that all other students could not catch up with, and then brushed through each course. But compared with the cold attitude of leaving after brushing several times before, Zhu Shizhou now undoubtedly has more human touch. He began to talk to the students intentionally or unintentionally, and focused the conversation on the students who were at the bottom. It was too easy to find out who were the students at the bottom, with his star-like popularity among the students. As long as he asked a little, a large group of people would come up to tell him who was capable and who was not. And there were countless people who wanted to make friends with him. Zhu Shizhou showed a caring attitude towards his classmates while exchanging contact information with some of the last-place students and promised to guide them if he had time. Although Zhu Shizhou's contact information was already in hand, basically no one would take Zhu Shizhou's words seriously. They all thought it was just a simple polite remark. Zhu Shizhou observed, judged and analyzed, adding some students who seemed easy to control to the list and crossing out some students who were not easy to control on the list. Moving between one department after another. After a few days, the number of the first batch of students had exceeded 20. One night after collecting the list, Zhu Shizhou sat at the desk in the dormitory room, flipping through the contact information on his phone, silently recalling the appearance, personality, strength and determination of each student he selected. The quantity is enough. There are only 20 compounds in the first batch now. Next, we should interview them one by one. He had only observed secretly before, and now he had to further confirm whether his observation was correct. Interviews are necessary. If they are not interviewed, it is equivalent to ignoring the risk of possible betrayal. He wants students who are blinded by the temptation of power, have no opinions, and can compromise their bottom line before power. If they participate, they will definitely become accomplices in the same boat. The first call was made by Zhu Shizhou. Zheng Lingling has been very scared recently. She feels that she is increasingly unable to keep up with the progress of the course, especially after the effect of the first secondary black soldier potion injected when joining the organization was almost absorbed. This feeling became more and more obvious. The temporarily blocked emotions were released again, and negative emotions such as fear, anxiety, and confusion surged into her heart, corroding her heart like a poisonous snake in her daily life. In recent days, she was distracted from time to time even in class. She watched the classmates around her steadily improve their strength, but she never made any progress and was left behind little by little. This obvious talent gap made her glimpse a dark corner of the future. According to what she inquired, the mortality rate of the bottom 10% of students every year is 100% within a year. This means that if she doesn't have a better way to improve her strength, she will definitely die in the subsequent practical assessment. No. Zheng Lingling had just had a nightmare. She dreamed that she participated in an assessment and was announced to have the lowest score. The instructor waved his hand. and a group of black soldiers rushed up and pressed her to the ground, with black gun muzzles pointing at her head from all directions. Then she woke up in shock, with big eyes, sweating all over, looking at the ceiling in the dormitory room with a pale face. It's a dream. After a while, he exhaled a foul breath, while feeling a little relieved. This relief was overwhelmed by fear. This nightmare may become a reality in the future. This is what Zheng Lingling feels most desperate about. Watching herself being pulled further and further away. The possibility of survival escaping from her fingers little by little, like sand that can't be grasped. This feeling of helplessness cannot be understood by anyone. At this moment, her defenses were perhaps the most vulnerable in the day, and her phone started to make a sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone was placed on her bedside table and made a vibrating sound. Zheng Lingling was slightly stunned. She didn't have any friends, and she only maintained a plain relationship with her classmates, with contact information but no contact. No one had ever contacted her, so how could someone call her? She picked up her phone and saw the contact person clearly displayed on the screen. Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou? Zheng Lingling suddenly jumped up from the bed. She never thought that she had just exchanged contact information with Zhu Shizhou in the daytime. But suddenly Zhu Shizhou called her in the middle of the night. She was just a nobody, and she was the last among the students of the same period. Logically, there would be no intersection between her and a talented star student like Zhu Shizhou, and she had no extravagant hope to have any relationship with Zhu Shizhou. How could it be? Zheng Lingling was trembling all over. She was excited. The moment she saw the contact, a lot of fantasy scenes emerged in her mind, and she thought about a lot of things, thinking that Zhu Shizhou had taken a fancy to her. When she thought of this possibility, her heart couldn't help but speed up the beating frequency, and even her breathing became a little rapid. But after a while, Zheng Lingling looked bitter. How is it possible? It must be a wrong call. How could a last-place student like her be noticed by Zhu Shizhou? So with a nervous mood, she pressed the answer button. Then, a very attractive voice came from the receiver. It's Zheng Lingling, right? Instantly, Zheng Lingling's face flushed. Her calm mood suddenly soared to the top like a roller coaster. It was Zhu Shizhou. He called her name. It wasn't a wrong number, but he was really contacting her. Yes, it's me. Zheng Lingling was so excited that her breathing was trembling. At this moment, her mind was blank, and she didn't know that the conversation tonight would become a turning point in her fate. Chapter 583 Idiot. Hearing the girl's trembling breathing on the other end of the phone, Zhu Shizhou chuckled and said, Zheng Lingling, don't be nervous. Do you know why I contacted you? No. I don't know. Zhu Shizhou could hear a slight swallowing sound from Zheng Lingling. Although the sound was very small, Zhu Shizhou caught it. Zheng Lingling's reaction surprised him a little. You don't have to be nervous. I saw you in the support department during the day today. I heard that your grades were not ideal. After talking to your instructor, I also learned that you didn't seem to be able to keep up with the progress of the course. Is that right? On the other end of the phone, Zheng Lingling's head exploded with all kinds of complicated thoughts. How could he suddenly be interested in understanding her situation? And he called her in the middle of the night to care about her? Could it be that? Zheng Lingling began to have wild thoughts, and her heart was filled with all kinds of excitement. Excitement and fear. She had never thought of having any intersection with Zhu Shizhou, even if they exchanged contact information. She thought that Zhu Shizhou probably didn't pay attention to her, a small and invisible person at the bottom of the list. But Zhu Shizhou seemed to come specially for her. Not only did he ask the instructor about her grades, but he also called her directly tonight. It was hard for Zheng Lingling not to have some extra thoughts. Could it be that Zhu Shizhou noticed her and fell in love with her at first sight? In her opinion, this might be the most logical explanation. She couldn't think of other reasons for a while. Her heart beat faster, and Zheng Lingling whispered, Yes. My monthly exam results are not ideal. After entering the training base and starting classes, the students have to take an assessment every month, which is equivalent to a small test. The results are not counted as credits, but it allows the instructors to more clearly grasp the ranking of each student. So far, this batch of students has only experienced one monthly exam. The second monthly exam has not started yet, but it is almost time. So Zheng Lingling is very anxious recently. She is very worried that she will still be the last in the second monthly exam, which will basically determine her death. Under this fear, Zheng Lingling suddenly received a call from Zhu Shizhou. In addition to being shocked and happy, Zheng Lingling seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and chatted with Zhu Shizhou with a nervous mood. I talked to you students who are ranked lower in the daytime for a while, saying that I would come to guide you if I have free time. You should still remember this? Remember? Remember. Zheng Lingling suddenly became excited. What's going on? Zhu Shizhou is going to give her private guidance? Isn't it not good to do it late at night? She felt that her whole head was feverish. During the day, Zhu Shizhou participated in the graduation examination of the optional courses of the support department, and had a cordial conversation with the students of the support department. He exuded a gentle temperament, without the arrogance of a genius star student. So Zheng Lingling had a good impression of him. Not only her, but other female classmates also showed admiration when they looked at Zhu Shizhou, all of which were observed by her. But now, she is one step ahead of other students. Zheng Lingling stuttered while holding the phone. Brother Zhu, do you call me to have any clues about my situation? That's right. Since I promised to guide you, I won't break my promise. I think your situation is quite bad. I'm a little worried that something might go wrong during the midterm assessment. You know, the mortality rate of the midterm assessment is the highest. Yeah, I know. My grades are really too bad. Zheng Lingling licked her red lips with her tongue and said delicately, Is there any way to improve my grades? The conversation was full of ambiguity, and she spoke softly, not like discussing any serious topics at all. Zheng Lingling is not stupid. How many students like her in the training base have fantasized about having a relationship with a genius like Zhu Shizhou? Zhu Shizhou is destined to rise, and as long as they can become Zhu Shizhou's object or lover, all kinds of benefits will come one after another. Even if they only eat a little bit of the resources leaking from Zhu Shizhou's fingers, it will be enough for them to leave other students who work hard to earn points far behind. Not to mention that there are rumors that as long as they can get pregnant with Zhu Shizhou's child, they will basically have no worries in the second half of their lives. These are the experiences of the predecessors. Zheng Lingling has heard of many successful cases in the training base. So the first thing she thought of at this time was to do this or that with Zhu Shizhou. But I heard that Zhu Shizhou already has a girlfriend in the reconnaissance department. Why is he still? Hee. It must be that woman who can't satisfy Zhu Shizhou. So Zhu Shizhou can't stand the loneliness. Zheng Lingling understood. And she understood this thing completely. If Zhu Shizhou really has that intention, then he should ask her out next. As expected, Zhu Shizhou laughed on the other end of the phone. I called to improve your strength. Now I have a way to improve your strength in a short time. Do you want to know? Yeah. Of course. Zheng Lingling almost laughed out loud with excitement. She felt that she was a genius and actually guessed Zhu Shizhou's thoughts. Zhu Shizhou said, If you want to know how to improve your strength, then come to the entrance of the training base. I have arranged people to wait for you there. Be careful not to let anyone know. You come alone quietly. The entrance of the training base? Zheng Lingling was slightly stunned. Why didn't he ask her to go to the room, but to meet outside? Could it be that Zhu Shizhou's taste is outdoor? This man is a little perverted. It's late now, and there is indeed no one outside. But it can't be like this. Zheng Lingling hesitated for a while, but finally made up her mind to follow Zhu Shizhou's instructions. And she was a little excited inside. She took a shower first, then walked out of the bathroom naked, without wearing underwear, and put on a t-shirt plus thin jacket plus jeans. She went out with a restless heart, without disturbing anyone. On the way downstairs, she passed by several rooms and heard the sound of exercise coming from each room. She felt a little funny and felt like she was about to fly. Why are you still working hard? I'm going to take off tonight. You're late. Jingji looked at the woman in casual clothes in front of him and said expressionlessly. Zheng Lingling looked around shyly. Oh, I took a shower. After all, I'm going to do that later. But who are you? Where's Zhu Shizhou? Jingji was puzzled. Didn't he tell you? Zheng Lingling began to look at the woman in front of her. She didn't look closely at night, and didn't see that Jingji was an elite black soldier. She asked, What? Who are you? He asked me to pick you up. Zheng Lingling was stunned again. And then she suddenly realized that she understood again. You are so good at playing. This is my first time. You need 3 people for the first time? After that, Zheng Lingling looked at Jingji with a strange look. She knew what Jingji was here for, and she called Zhu Shizhou a pervert in her heart. But she didn't reject it too much. After all, Having a relationship with Zhu Shizhou has more advantages than disadvantages. Hee. But then again, how did a formal black soldier get in touch with Zhu Shizhou? A student? Is Zhu Shizhou valued by the organization to this extent? They are still dealing with students. And Zhu Shizhou is dealing with formal black soldiers? It is obvious that Zhang Lingling doesn't know about Zhu Shizhou's level of genius. And she thought the organization treated Zhu Shizhou so well. Jingji stared at the stupid woman coldly. Wipe your saliva. I'll take you out. Isn't it in the training base? Zhang Lingling asked curiously. No. Jingji's answer was also very concise. How could Zhu Shizhou find such a person who knows nothing to receive the first batch of compound injections? Are you really not afraid that the secrets of the chess club will be leaked? Jingji turned around and shook his head secretly while completing the formalities at the guard post. Chapter 584 The Chosen One. Zhu Shizhou did not choose his target randomly. He had a method for choosing people. Zhang Lingling was stupid, lazy and selfish. She knew that her situation was very bad, and she might lose her life if she did not work hard. But she always insisted on the principle of never exercising outside of class, and wasted her time. She was jealous of others' talents and lazy, without any signs of hard work, and complained about the unfairness of fate. Some of these comments came from her instructors, some from her classmates, and some were judged by her after chatting with Zhang Lingling in person. The more such people are, the more they want to take shortcuts. They will expect pie to fall from the sky suddenly. They will often imagine that they can change their bad fate with good luck without working hard. They will habitually have a fluke mentality, escape from the dark future visible to the naked eye, and grab the straw of crooked ways under temptation. Fortunately, the students are generally in the emotional recovery period, so he can select a list of people like Zhang Lingling. Zhu Shizhou saw through Zhang Lingling, so he tried to use Zhang Lingling as the first batch of students to experiment with 199 beta compound. She couldn't resist this temptation. Zhang Lingling felt that what happened today was a bit strange. After talking to Zhu Shizhou, she met Jingji, an elite black soldier, at the entrance of the training base. At that time, she didn't know that Jingji was an elite black soldier. But after leaving the training base, under the light of the street lamp, she easily saw that Jingji was wearing the uniform of an elite black soldier. This immediately made Zhang Lingling realize that the development of the matter seemed not to be what she expected. And there was a slight deviation. Not long after leaving the training base, Jingji asked, Zhu Shizhou didn't seem to tell you anything? Do you know what you are here for? Of course I know. Zhang Lingling swallowed her saliva, and was a little nervous in front of the elite black soldier. She thought Jingji was the same as her. But it seemed not to be the case. Zhang Lingling, who knew that she had misunderstood Jingji, felt a little ashamed and a little afraid, fearing that her previous contemptuous look at Jingji would cause a dispute. Really? Jingji questioned. Since you knew, why did you come out in casual clothes? This. Zhang Lingling was flustered and didn't know how to explain. Should she confess that she thought tonight was not serious and wanted to use her body to get ahead? I was asked by Zhu Shizhou to improve your strength, and you came out wearing casual clothes. I don't know what you are thinking about. I advise you not to think about some random things. Well, I know. Zhang Lingling lowered her head and said awkwardly, the second monthly exam is coming soon. Right? Are you still at the bottom of the class? Yes. Zhang Lingling answered bitterly. Do you feel that you can't keep up with others no matter how hard you try? Your interpersonal relationships in the class are not very good? Do others look down on you? Zhang Lingling was ashamed, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Yes. Although they didn't say anything, I can still see the contempt for me in their eyes. Do you want to make a comeback and make a big splash in the second monthly exam? And slap the faces of those classmates who once looked down on you? I want to dream about it, Zhang Lingling said fiercely, her eyes full of hope. She has been mastered by Jingji, and Jingji can easily control such a rookie student. Zhang Lingling is just a person who thinks about it in his heart. She knows that she has to work hard, but she always thinks about being lazy. She makes up her mind to change herself every time, but she procrastinates and refuses to move. She will never take the right path if she can take shortcuts. It turns out that she is a person who is easy to be hooked. Zhu Shizhou really did not choose the wrong person. Jingji judged Zhang Lingling's current situation through just a few words, and saw through the ambition that was not in line with her own strength. So, she threw the bait at this time. Do you know why I brought you out? Zhang Lingling said in a muffled voice. To guide me in training? No. That kind of boring and monotonous training is not suitable for you. Jingji turned around and said something that stunned Zhang Lingling on the spot. The training base exists to mass-produce black soldiers. So their training methods are not suitable for all black soldiers. This has led to some more talented students being buried. Such as you. For example, me? Zhang Lingling was a little bit unbelievable at this time. And at the same time, a little expectation began to rise in her heart. Jingji did not admit it directly, but threw out a series of questions. Do you feel that the instructor is unable to do your best when teaching? Do you feel that you are not in the right direction when you work hard? Do you feel that everyone is taking the same class, but you are the only one who has fallen behind so much? Zhang Lingling nodded quickly. Jingji said, it's not because your talent is bad, but actually because the teaching method of the training base is not suitable for you. After our research, we found that your body has greater potential. The ordinary teaching method cannot stimulate your potential at all, resulting in your talent being wasted. Zhang Lingling felt that these words hit her heart. Yes, everyone was at the same starting line at the beginning, but she was the only one at the bottom, and could not keep up with the progress. Is it really because of her lack of talent? She admitted this on the surface, but in fact, she was always afraid and resentful in secret, thinking that the instructor had no teaching methods. Just when Zhang Lingling was in a trance, Thorn spoke again, as if to guide the confused Zhang Lingling in a direction. So tonight, I will give you the means to stimulate your body's strength. You are the chosen one, and you can definitely control that kind of power. What power? Zhang Lingling trembled. She finally sensed a special taste in Thorn's words, especially the phrase the chosen one, which made her feel like a secret protagonist getting a golden finger. A brand new potion developed by the organization. The Evolver Potion. Jingji said the bluffing name according to the lie he had discussed with Zhu Shizhou in advance. This so-called Evolver Potion is of course 199 beta. They are not going to use this simple name. Jingji has brought Zhang Lingling to the villa where the laboratory is located. The organization has a secret society that specializes in discovering geniuses. We will select some buried geniuses and arrange for potion injection. When the Evolver Potion was developed by the society, we went okay. After a long period of research, it was found that only some special geniuses can adapt to the Evolver Potion. Others died after being injected with the potion. And you, Zhang Lingling, you are the one we chose. We have secretly studied your body and found that you are 9,999% compatible with the Evolver Potion. Do you know what this means? This means that you can perfectly adapt to the Evolver Potion and exert its efficacy almost perfectly. And Zhu Shizhou saw you from the vast crowd almost at a glance. You also know that his pheromone sense is top-notch. He can see the huge potential hidden under your ordinary body through pheromones. Maybe. When Thorn said this, he looked at Zhang Lingling, whose face was flushed and her breath was short of breath, and added the last devil whisper. Maybe you can become the next Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 585. Zhang Lingling injected with 199 beta. It's so easy to fool. Thorn looked at Zhang Lingling, who had completely believed it. His eyes were full of indifference. Zhang Lingling had been deceived by this simple lie, and was immersed in the dream of pie in the sky. Even if she revealed more flaws next, I'm afraid Zhang Lingling would subconsciously turn a blind eye, or even make up a lot of things in her mind to fill the holes in the lie. The chess club probably didn't take people like Zhang Lingling seriously, so they casually pulled her out of the training base as an experimental subject to test the effectiveness of 199 beta. Thorn thought about it in his heart, and soon took Zhang Lingling to her residence in Eliminazon. It was natural that he couldn't go to the friend's house that Fu Sidu had used for experiments before. If he went there too much, it might attract the attention of many people with ulterior motives. After all, Fu Sidu was a student of the logistics department, and was taken there for special training. Outsiders could not see any clues, but it was difficult to explain that a student of the support department was taken to a friend's house for special training. Moreover, if he went there frequently, the armed defense department that had been appeased with great difficulty might become suspicious again. So she moved the position and placed the special training in her own residence. Her residence was also a villa, with Zhang Lingling, who looked envious. He entered the entrance hall and walked through the magnificent first-floor hall. Jingji did not take Zhang Lingling to the second floor, but walked to the center of the hall, squatted down and pressed a floor tile. A floor tile was easily pressed down. and then accompanied by a rumbling sound of stone slabs moving. A deep downward staircase appeared in front of him. This is the secret room she built in her house. Under normal circumstances, every elite black soldier will build some secret rooms in his own house. There is nothing special about it. After all, there are a large number of bred Zerg on Illinois Island. If there is no shelter, then if the Zerg riots one day and the organization cannot suppress it, they will have nowhere to hide. When this secret room was built, it was not considered to be used for any bad things. So the trigger mechanism is also very simple. But Thorn is considering renovating this secret room recently, because she relied on the hidden rebellious society of the chess club. 199 beta is just the first contraband that needs to be hidden. And there may be more contrabands next. The remaining 20 potions were hidden in this secret room. Follow me down. Thorn turned around and said to Zhang Lingling. Zhang Lingling looked at Thorn, who was walking down on his own. At this time, her excitement was slightly relieved, and she finally felt a little scared. To be honest, if the Thorn in front of her was a man, she would have turned around and left. Thorn was a woman, which made her less vigilant. So she followed him step by step. She thought the underground space would be very cramped. But after Zhang Lingling walked down, she found that it was not the case. After passing the downward stairs that could accommodate 2 people, Zhang Lingling and Thorn entered an extremely spacious underground hall. As soon as the 2 of them stepped into this underground hall, the light sensor system started to work without any operation, and the whole hall was lit up. Zhang Lingling finally saw the whole picture of the underground hall. This space is about half the size of a football field. In the depths, there is not only an armored vehicle parked, but also a whole wall of various types of guns, armor, knives and other weapons displayed on the wall next to it. In addition, there are large wooden boxes and iron barrels placed in the far corner. I don't know what is in them, but they are neatly stacked in a row. The largest area in front is still a square ring. Next to the ring are boxing sandbags and various standard fitness equipment for gyms. Even so, the entire underground hall still does not seem crowded. There are sofas, coffee tables, TVs, and other furniture near the entrance. There is even a bed. It's just that the layout is a bit bad and not satisfactory. It doesn't look like a layout designed by a professional designer. It completely abandons aesthetics. It seems that a guy with poor aesthetics casually found space in this underground hall and arranged it casually. Zhang Lingling observed for a while. Jingji had walked to the side. She slid her fingers on the wall twice casually, and an electronic password lock appeared on the wall. After entering the password very quickly and skillfully, a brick on the wall opened like a cabinet door. What is this? Are these the evolver potions you mentioned? Zhang Lingling exclaimed, then walked forward quickly and looked at the freezer hidden in the wall. In the middle of the freezer were 2 rows of potions that looked extremely transparent under the light. Jingji took out a potion at random, without explaining anything, and said, "Inject it." Zhang Lingling took the potion with both hands, a little excited and nervous, and asked stupidly, "Can I inject it anywhere on my body? If you are not afraid of death, you can directly insert it into your crown." Jingji told a cold joke. Zhang Lingling would not be stupid enough to do that, but injected it into her arm in a proper manner. The medicine just taken out of the freezer was quite cold, and soon a wave of coldness was sent to her limbs and bones along with the blood circulation. This feeling was quite clear. Even if she was just a student with insufficient control over her body, she could clearly feel it. Her limbs and bones accepted the effect of the medicine, and within just 2 minutes, a burning and itchy feeling rose. But fortunately, it was not as painful as the injection of the secondary black soldier potion. But it felt as comfortable as a hot spring. Ah! Zhang Lingling moaned comfortably. What is this feeling? So comfortable. Jingji silently turned on the monitoring equipment and recorded Zhang Lingling's reaction in full. This was to be handed over to Fu Sidu, the compound developer, to judge the clinical reaction of the injection of the experimental subject. She lied casually. The reason you feel comfortable is because I said before that your body is 9,999 compatible with this evolver potion. If it wasn't so compatible, I'm afraid you would be in agony now. Further lies? Further deception? Zhang Lingling believed this without much thought. She was now immersed in this comfort and couldn't extricate herself. The sense of urgency caused by the last place in the score was completely forgotten within 10 minutes after the potion was injected. This feeling of relaxation and lightness of the whole body after abandoning the burden made her feel wonderful. About 20 minutes after the potion was injected, Zhang Lingling finally regained some consciousness. But there was still a lingering afterglow on her face. Thorns asked expressionlessly, "How do you feel?" Zhang Lingling licked her lips, as if she was savoring the pleasure just now, and said in a leisurely voice, "It feels great. I think you seem to have lost consciousness for a while just now." Thorn saw Zhang Lingling rolling her eyes in the middle of the process. But her expression was very comfortable, and her face was flushed. Zhang Lingling immediately retorted, "Lost consciousness? No. No. In fact, I was very sensitive to the outside world throughout the whole process. Especially within 10 minutes after the injection of the drug. My mind was clear to an unprecedented peak state. And even your breathing was clearly audible." Thorns nodded slightly. As an elite black soldier, her breathing was very long and delicate. Normal people could not sense her breathing within 5 centimeters of her when she was standing still, let alone the sound of her breathing, which could only be sensed by people with extraordinary hearing. A student can hear her breathing after being injected with 199 beta compound, which means that the hearing of the experimental subject has been greatly enhanced. As for whether other aspects have been enhanced, Jingji patted Zhang Lingling, who was still smacking her lips and savoring it. "Don't waste the golden time of absorbing the medicine. Practice with me so that you can consolidate your strength after rapid growth." "Okay." Zhang Lingling naturally agreed quickly. On the way to the ring, she looked back at the freezer several times with reluctance, and her eyes were full of deep attachment. She remembered that there was more than one medicine in it. She didn't know if she would have the opportunity to inject a few more injections in the future. It felt so comfortable. Chapter 586 Zhang Lingling's Changes. The preliminary results of the experiment are perfect. The strength of the number 1 experimental subject has increased gratifyingly. It has been upgraded from the low level to the middle level in 1 night. It is preliminarily judged that the 199 beta compound is temporarily harmless to the human body, and the subsequent reaction needs to be observed. The clinical reaction has been recorded and saved in video form. Currently, more experimental subjects are needed for experiments. This is the message that Zhu Shizhou received from Fu Sidu early the next morning. In order to avoid leaving text messages, Fu Sidu called directly. This guy got up earlier than Zhu Shizhou and seemed to have been holding it in for a whole night. Zhu Shizhou heard good news, but he was not too excited. After all, this was just the injection of Zhang Lingling. What would happen if other people were injected? He really didn't dare to determine the result before it was confirmed. In order to ensure that this drug is really harmless to the human body, Zhu Shizhou must continue to seduce more experimental subjects to undergo experiments. Fu Sidu didn't care how the chess club planned to keep it secret. He was excited that he was about to get to the core of the Insect Man research plan, and couldn't wait to ask Zhu Shizhou to send more test subjects for experiments. However, no matter what, he had to use the same trick again. But this time, he didn't have to contact the test subjects himself. He had to let Fu Sidu come. Zhao Tian felt very strange. He was an ordinary student in the support department, with neither good nor bad grades, ranking in the middle of the class. In the past, he worked as a courier to earn points, and used the points he accumulated to buy body-strengthening medicines or nutritional supplements. His life was quite busy and fulfilling. Under normal circumstances, he felt that he should be able to study normally, graduate normally, and go to the battlefield normally like many ordinary students. The courses of study in the support department are relatively complicated and numerous, but the danger is far less than that of the emergency mobile department or the assault department, so his desire to improve his strength is not so urgent. However, suddenly there was an extra message on his mobile phone. Do you want to improve your strength quickly? Do you want to become a strong person quickly? Do you want to become a genius star student? Click the link below to buy body strengthening potions. Link XXXX at first glance. It is a very ordinary push advertisement message. But Zhao Tian's heart jumped. The center of this message is Fu Sidu. Fu Sidu is a student in the logistics department, the same class as him and Zhu Shizhou. Zhao Tian still remembers that one night when he was delivering a courier, he met Zhu Shizhou. During the chat with Zhu Shizhou recommended Fu Sidu's store in the Point Mall to him. At that time, Zhao Tian didn't take it too seriously, thinking that this was probably just Zhu Shizhou introducing some customers to his friends. As for Zhu Shizhou's words, Fu Sidu is a genius that even I recognize. Zhao Tian simply ignored them. It was not until Fu Sidu became one of the few students who participated in the midterm assessment in advance, that Zhao Tian really paid attention to the conversation with Zhu Shurjiu and followed Fu Sidu's store in the Points Mall. However, after following it for a long time, he didn't see any new products launched in Fu Sidu's store. Zhao Tian soon forgot about it. Even when Zhu Shurjiu came to the support department to apply for the graduation assessment yesterday, he didn't think of Fu Sidu. Until now, this ad push information directly evoked his memories. Clicking on the link, there is nothing special, except for the change in the number of goods. The types of medicines on the shelves are still the same. Nothing special, Zhao Tian muttered, and then prepared to exit the page. However, the next moment, a message suddenly came from the system of the Point Mall, and the contact person was still Fu Sidu. Hello. I see you are browsing my store. Is there anything you need? Zhao Tian was a little flustered, and felt like he was caught sneaking around someone else's QQ space. After calming down a little, Zhao Tian replied that I was just looking around. Is this all you have in your store? I don't think it seems to be anything special compared to other stores. You will know whether it is special or not after you buy it. I see that your information is from the support department. Right? The same period as me? Zhao Tian was silent for a while. So what? He thought Fu Sidu was mocking him. Not very good. If you doubt my brand, I suggest you pay more attention to your classmate Zheng Lingling. She also bought the medicine from my store. You can see how effective it is. Zheng Lingling? Zhao Tian was puzzled. Of course he knew Zheng Lingling, although he didn't communicate much with his classmates. As a classmate in the same department, Zhao Tian still remembered the names and performances of other classmates in his mind. In his impression, Zheng Lingling was a poor student with the lowest grades. She didn't work hard, never worked to earn points, and never appeared in the gym in the training base. In short, she was quite bad, and even ordinary middle-class students like him could despise and ridicule her at the bottom. But Zheng Lingling bought medicine from Fu Sidu. Zhao Tian thought he could pay attention to it. The conversation with Fu Sidu ended after a few words. It was getting late. Zhao Tian sorted out his equipment and went out to the support department for class. The support department classroom is a large white room with no tables and chairs. But there is a large screen on the white wall. This is the location of the advanced psychology course. In the first month, these students were still practicing how to simulate a person's psychology based on data alone and deceive the experimental subject in the process of communicating with the experimental subject. In the second month, most students have passed the first stage and started the next stage of practice. Simulate a person's fighting style. The large screen will loop the various battle processes of a random black soldier, and they need to imitate the actions of this black soldier after observing this battle process. The calculation and scoring process of the imitation is distinguished by AI. The full score is 100 points, and his highest score so far is only 56 points. The best student in the class scored 96 points, which is enough to apply for the midterm assessment. But for some reason, he has been dragging his feet and not applying. When he arrived at the support department classroom, half of the students had already arrived. Zhao Tian quickly glanced at the scene, looking for Zheng Lingling. But he didn't see Zheng Lingling. That guy, as expected, is still the same. He won't come to the classroom so early. Zhao Tian curled his lips. The reason why he looked down on Zheng Lingling was that Zheng Lingling complained all day long that she couldn't keep up with the course progress. But she still looked leisurely. She even arrived on time for class. And there was no trace of any effort at all. After waiting for about 10 minutes, even the instructor came to the classroom. When the time was about to come, Zheng Lingling finally came to the classroom slowly and on time. Is there anything special? Zhao Tian thought secretly and stared at Zheng Lingling. But he didn't see anything special. But while he was thinking, Zheng Lingling came to the team and suddenly turned her head to look in his direction. At this time, Zhao Tian had already retracted his sight the moment she turned her head, and was secretly shocked. Did she notice his sight? Is Zheng Lingling's perception so sensitive? Zhao Tian began to stare at Zheng Lingling with his peripheral vision, trying to analyze the clues of Zheng Lingling's changes. But then he found that he didn't seem to need to stare at her carefully, because Zheng Lingling didn't intend to hide it at all. And she shocked all the students during the class. Zheng Lingling, whose simulation score was originally hovering between 20 and 30 points, suddenly soared to 63 points like a rocket. But Zhao Tian's simulation score this time was only 55 points. What's going on? Zhao Tian, who had been paying attention to Zheng Lingling, was stunned. Zhao Tian remembered Fu Sidu's words. Zheng Lingling bought medicine from him. Chapter 587, the second experimental subject. After class, a small group of people gathered around Zheng Lingling. Oh my god. You're cheating. Right? How come your grades have improved so much all of a sudden? Do you hide your strength all the time? What training methods did you use? Share them with me. Now that your grades have improved. I'm at the bottom. Lingling. How did you do it? Facing a group of classmates who usually treat her indifferently, Zheng Lingling felt a little flattered for a while. But fortunately, she remembered that the evolver potion she injected was a secret. And she didn't want to share her secret. Now the people around her are all poor students who are similar to her before. At most a little better than her. And poor students naturally know the consequences of not being able to improve their grades. Originally, they all felt hopeless and started to give up. But suddenly Zheng Lingling emerged as a dark horse, as if they had encountered some kind of adventure. So they all became enthusiastic about Zheng Lingling and wanted to get a way to quickly improve their grades from Zheng Lingling. Don't ask. I wanted to get along with you as a poor student, but I didn't expect to be alienated. I'm going to reveal my true strength. I have always had this ability, but I don't want to hide it anymore. Zheng Lingling looked very proud. Zhao Tian, who had been watching this side, was so angry. Who is this stupid woman trying to fool? Yesterday, you were still exuding the aura of a weak person, with an anxious look on your face. Do you dare to say that you have been hiding your strength before? Obviously, this is an excuse, but many students believe this. After all, there is no other reasonable explanation. No matter how much secret training is done, it is impossible for a poor student at the bottom to improve his grades to the middle level overnight. Right? In the logic of other students, the only possibility is hiding strength. Zheng Lingling, this guy, has never seriously demonstrated his strength from the beginning. Now that the second monthly exam is coming, he no longer hides it. This reason is reasonable. The other students gradually dispersed, half believing and half doubting. And Zheng Lingling also left the support department with a satisfied look on her face. But what she didn't notice was that a figure was far behind her. Ha ha ha. It's so refreshing. I told you to look down on me. It's a slap in the face. Right? Especially those bastards who looked down on me before but were surpassed by me today. The look on their faces when they saw my score. Ha! Zheng Lingling laughed wildly on the way back to the dormitory. Not afraid of being heard. But what made her feel more fascinated was the feeling of rapid surge of power, which was more comfortable than slapping her classmates in the face today. She licked her lips, immersed in memories, her body trembling slightly, and murmured, I really want another shot. What do you mean another shot? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted her muttering. Zheng Lingling paused and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. Zhao Tian? Zheng Lingling narrowed her eyes. She remembered that this guy had been looking at her vaguely during class today. He looked at her meaningfully when she just entered the classroom. She thought she didn't know. But in fact, she could see it clearly under her five senses. Yes, the man was Zhao Tian. After class, he quietly followed Zheng Lingling. Just now, he saw Zheng Lingling seem to be talking to herself in a trance. So he followed her directly and heard the last sentence. What I really want another shot. This statement has already revealed the reason why Zheng Lingling's performance has improved so rapidly. But Zhao Tian still wants to ask clearly. After all, his points are not blown by the wind. If he wants to buy medicine from Fu Sidu, he still has to be cautious. Why are you blocking me? Zheng Lingling pretended not to know. Zhao Tian said calmly. I just heard you say you really want another shot. What does that mean? What did you inject? Zheng Lingling's face darkened. You heard it wrong. I believe in my hearing. Zhao Tian's face did not change. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been injected with the potion to improve from the bottom to the middle overnight. Right? I told you that you were wrong. Does the secondary black soldier potion have such a powerful effect? Or did you inject other kinds of potions? But as far as I know, you don't usually work to accumulate points. So where did you get the points to buy potions? Zhao Tian didn't plan to give Zheng Lingling time to think. And a series of questions bombarded Zheng Lingling's head like a machine gun. In a hurry, Zheng Lingling couldn't think of any good excuses, and still chose to stubbornly deny it. I told you. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Tian actually saw further clues from Zheng Lingling's reaction, and basically confirmed his judgment. The series of guesses he prepared in advance were correct. Zhao Tian took a step forward and shouted, "Zheng Lingling, you have a secret." I. Zheng Lingling took a step back in panic, and her momentum was a little weak. However, Zhao Tian no longer threatened. Zheng Lingling was not good at lying. Her reaction just now was in line with his prediction. Moreover, the answer had been in front of him from the beginning. He did not expect to get the answer from Zheng Lingling. He just needed to verify it. Fu Sidu was indeed mysterious. Zhao Tian looked at Zheng Lingling deeply, then turned and left. Zheng Lingling ran away in a panic, then regained some confidence. Psycho. Zhao Tian watched Zheng Lingling's trotting figure disappear in the distance, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Fu Sidu after thinking about it. I want to buy a potion. The same one as Zheng Lingling. At night, Jingji met the second experimental subject. Zhao Tian was different from Zheng Lingling yesterday. He appeared at the entrance of the training base in a simple student uniform. But when he saw Jingji, he showed the same astonishment as Zheng Lingling. He even turned around and looked around to confirm that there was no one else before talking to Jingji. "Where is the medicine?" Jingji had become much more proficient after yesterday's docking. "You were introduced by Fu Sidu." "Right. I know. Don't talk first. Just follow me." Zhao Tian was obviously confused about the current situation. When he communicated with Fu Sidu during the day, the deposit points had been transferred to Fu Sidu, and Fu Sidu asked him to pick up the goods at the entrance of the training base at 9 o'clock in the evening. He didn't know that he had to deal with an elite black soldier. Zhao Tian suspected that he had made a mistake, so he introduced himself. "I am Zhao Tian." "I know." However, Jingji interrupted him neatly and made Zhao Tian confirm that he was not mistaken. So in a state of extreme confusion, Zhao Tian signed at the guard's office, and then was taken out by Jingji. And the guard was not surprised. It is not uncommon for elite black soldiers to come to the training base in advance to select seedlings and take them out for training. But there are not many as frequent as Jingji. Everything seemed to be a replica of yesterday. On the way, Jingji explained the reason to Zhao Tian. A secret society that specializes in discovering geniuses. A genius with a potion adaptability of 99.99. Everything made Zhao Tian, who claimed to be ordinary, feel like he was in a dream. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Of course. Unlike Zheng Lingling, he had more doubts in his heart. However, these doubts were all dispelled when he came to the basement of Jingji's residence, because he saw the potion that made Zheng Lingling's strength soar rapidly. When Jingji handed the potion he had just taken out of the freezer to Zhao Tian, Zhao Tian's breathing became much more rapid. Holding the cold evolver potion in his hand, Zhao Tian finally became a little uneasy. Zheng Lingling became stronger overnight with this thing? Chapter 588 Su Chan's Project Progress. Zhao Tian's clinical reaction to the injection of 199 beta was similar to Zheng Lingling's. He rolled his eyes, trembled all over, and looked comfortable. After the pleasure, he looked at the compound with a burning look. When asked how he felt, Zhao Tian's answer was similar to Zheng Lingling's. It can be basically concluded that the effect of the compound on the two experimental subjects is basically the same. Afterwards, Jingji still tested Zhao Tian's strength. In terms of pheromone levels, the intensity of pheromones naturally emitted by Zhao Tian's body has increased a lot, soaring by 3/4, and the increase is even stronger than Zheng Lingling. Jingji believes that this should also be related to physical talent. Zhao Tian's physical talent is stronger than Zheng Lingling, so the degree of absorption of the drug effect is higher, so the increase is more obvious. It can be seen that the more outstanding the physical talent, the more perfectly the drug effect of compound 199 beta can be absorbed. Jingji told Zhu Shizhou about this discovery the next day, and Fu Sidu immediately asked the chess club to send some talented students to arrange injections. Zhu Shizhou decisively refused, saying that although it looked like this, there were still too few experimental samples, and the focus of the next step was still to send out more experimental samples. But it couldn't be one a day, as that would be too inefficient. It would take 20 days just to use up 20 bottles of medicine, and Zhu Shizhou couldn't wait that long. So Zhu Shizhou asked Jingji, "How many people do you think are appropriate to arrange in one night? Have you not been targeted by the Armed Defense Department recently?" Jingji said indifferently, "Do you think that I won't attract attention if I frequently take people out of the training base these 2 days?" In fact, my actions are very obvious, and there are corresponding records of entry and exit with the guards. To be honest, the more sneaky you are, the more suspicious you will appear. So my suggestion is to be more generous. As I said before, it is not uncommon for elite black soldiers to select seedlings from the training base. What really cannot withstand investigation is the connection between Zhu Shizhou, Fu Sidu and Jing Ji, and the special situation that the strength of the selected seedlings increased overnight. Zhu Shizhou naturally paid attention to Zhang Lingling. Zhang Lingling's almost unconcealed display of strength was not what Zhu Shizhou expected. So the types of students he selected next were all introverted. Even if their strength increased overnight, they would most likely choose to show their strength a little bit. So as long as the concealment work in this regard is done well, it will not actually arouse the suspicion of the Armed Defense Department. That's what Jing Ji meant. And there is another important reason, Jing Ji said. After all, I am an elite black soldier. I can't stay in Ilmunison for a long time. I have to go out to do missions. I'm not sure when my next mission will be. So it's better to make a quick decision on this matter. Finally, Zhu Shizhou was convinced by Jingji. After discussing for a while, Jingji wanted to end the call. Then it's settled. Send more experimental subjects over at night. If there are 3 or 4 at a time, I can still handle it. It shouldn't arouse the suspicion of the Armed Defense Department, Jingji thought. Zhu Shizhou nodded on the other end of the phone. Well, then it's settled. I'll send a few more students over at night. Am I too timid? And even Jingji can't stand it? Then contact more, about 10. Jingji should be able to handle it. The two ended the call. Jingji breathed a sigh of relief. The night is long and dreams are many. She doesn't want to be used as cannon fodder frequently by the chess club. After this incident, she has to ask Zhu Shizhou if he can give her a raise and stop letting her do such dangerous work. Zhu Shizhou flipped through the address book list while recalling the situation of each student. After carefully selecting 10 people, he sent the list to Fu Sidu. These 10 customers can be explored. This is a secret code between him and Fu Sidu. Zhu Shizhou is determined to hide himself, so it is impossible to leave risky evidence. So on the surface, he recommended these students to Fu Sidu as customers. But in fact, he gave the task of contacting the students to Fu Sidu. He believed that Fu Sidu could handle it. Everything began to proceed in an orderly manner according to his ideas. And Zhu Shizhou finally had a feeling of getting closer and closer to the goal. But before he could savor it for long, he suddenly thought of Su Chan. It has been 2 or 3 days since Misha in the alien insect forest was handed over to Su Chan. And he didn't know how Su Chan was doing. Zhu Shizhou hadn't received any feedback from Su Chan in the past few days. Was Su Chan being lazy or having problems? Why didn't she contact him? I still have to urge her. Zhu Shizhou picked up his phone. After passing the midterm assessment, Su Chan focused her main energy on the task given by Zhu Shizhou. She was going to build an underground research institute under the alien insect forest with Misha. It sounded like a pipe dream. With only a team of experimental subjects and a bug girl, they wanted to build quietly. Su Chan thought it was an impossible task at first. But since Zhu Shizhou gave her this task, it means that this task is actually possible to achieve. So Su Chan took advantage of a class to enter the alien insect forest, found an opportunity to pretend to accidentally destroy the drone, and then quickly entered Misha's hiding place to contact the insect girl for the first time. After smelling Zhu Shizhou's scent on the token, Misha showed a certain degree of intimacy with Su Chan. Next, Su Chan knew why Zhu Shizhou vowed that Misha could build an underground research institute underground. Because Misha is a natural digger. As an insect girl, she seems to have inherited the genes of alien insects to dig holes underground. She digs holes faster than any modern machine. And more importantly, Su Chan found that Misha can basically understand what she said. Are the first contact. Su Chan just expanded the underground hiding space a little bit, and performed a certain degree of understanding of Misha. And the second contact, Su Chan started to make big moves. She first brought some portable canned food to Misha. After eating, Misha became more intimate with Su Chan. Su Chan was also worried that the workload would be too large and Misha might be tired. So she gave her some food to fill her stomach first. After Misha finished eating, she asked Misha to dig a hole in a fixed direction. Su Chan's target was the public toilet in the training base. Because Su Chan thought that if she used the same trick accidentally destroying the drone every time to contact Misha, it would be too deliberate. And it meant that Su Chan could only contact Misha during each class. which was too inefficient. Therefore, it is best to place the entrance and exit in another place. Although the surveillance in the training base is not as much as outside, it still barely covers every corner. Among the few blind spots, only the public toilet is more suitable. But you have to pay attention to digging a hole under the public toilet. And be careful to avoid the sewer pipe. Originally, Su-chan thought that this project would take at least a week to complete. However, she found that she still underestimated Misha. Misha only took half an hour. A brand new underground passage from the alien insect forest to a public toilet somewhere in the training base was pierced by Misha. On the third day, Su-chan did not accidentally destroy the drone in the command class, but finished the command class peacefully, and then went to class peacefully. After class, he walked around the training base and entered the toilet. It was under this situation that Su-chan received a call from Zhu Shizhou. Want to know the progress of the project? Come to the public toilet. Su-chan just threw this sentence, entered a cubicle, locked the door and waited. Chapter 589 The Mystery of Misha's Pheromones. Zhu Shizhou followed Su-chan's reminder and came to the public toilet. After arriving, he did not see Su-chan. It was not until he sent a message to Su-chan that a sneaky figure poked his head out of the women's toilet. It was Su-chan. Su-chan looked vigilantly to see if there was anyone outside the women's toilet. After checking and confirming that there was no one, she waved to Zhu Shizhou. Come in now, while there is no one. Zhu Shizhou had a dark face. You know this is the women's toilet, right? I don't want to be regarded as a pervert. Anyway, come in first. As long as you move quickly, you won't be discovered. In desperation, Zhu Shizhou could only enter the women's toilet, not knowing what Su-chan was doing. Su-chan did not say much, and led Zhu Shizhou to a square floor tile in the middle of the women's toilet. She took out a piece of iron from her arms and inserted it into the gap between the floor tiles. After slightly digging out a gap, Su-chan dug her nails into the gap and slowly lifted the floor tile. With such a small gap, she can use her fingernails to lift a huge floor tile. It seems that Su-chan's physical level is not comparable to that of ordinary students. After lifting the floor tile, Zhu Shizhou finally understood what Su-chan was doing. He took a breath of cold air. Is this an underground passage? You penetrated the underground passage from the insect forest to the women's restroom? Under the lifted floor tile, there was a hole with obvious traces of axe and chisel. As soon as Zhu Shizhou saw this hole, he understood what was going on. This hole was obviously dug by Misha, and Misha was hiding in the insect forest. Why did she dig a hole here? The reason is also conceivable. Su-chan kindly reminded him. If you don't want to be considered a pervert, then talk about it while no one else is coming in. Zhu Shizhou then remembered his current situation, took a deep breath, and entered the cave first. Su-chan held the floor tile with one hand, jumped into the cave, and then slowly put the floor tile down, except for some more soil around the floor tile that was dug out from the gap. There were no other extra traces. Entering the underground passage, in a dark environment, the air was full of dampness, so stuffy that it was almost suffocating. Su-chan groped in the dark and met Zhu Shizhou, and then handed Zhu Shizhou something. Before Zhu Shizhou could figure out what the object was, Su-chan said, "Small oxygen mask. Put it on first." Under the oxygen mask is a small oxygen tank the size of a water cup, which needs to be held in one hand to move forward. Zhu Shizhou also knew that Su-chan did not build a ventilation project while opening the passage. Although Zhu Shizhou could hold his breath for 20 minutes with his current body, who would be willing to hold their breath with an oxygen mask? So he put on the oxygen mask obediently. Zhu Shizhou finally had time to sigh. Aren't you a little too bold? This is a necessary project. Su-chan, who boldly opened the road to the public toilet in the insect forest, said very calmly, and turned on the flashlight on her mobile phone to illuminate the muddy passage ahead. The two walked forward. Su-chan said, I can't always use the method of destroying drones to get rid of the organization's attention and contact Misha. Once or twice, it can be explained as a coincidence. But if it happens too many times, it will inevitably be suspected. And as the course progresses, I will soon enter the next stage of study and cannot stay in the insect forest for a long time. Zhu Shizhou understood Su-chan's considerations, but he still reminded her. The Zerg forest has always isolated a large number of Zerg, although I don't know how the organization restrains the Zerg in the forest. Have you ever thought about how much trouble it would cause if the Zerg came to the training base along this passage? I know. It is impossible that Su-chan had not considered this risk. But she did it anyway. Her answer also shows that she did seriously study the risks. As long as Misha is guarding the passage, other Zerg will never be able to get close to this passage. And I've checked that the Zerg in the Zerg forest are domesticated. If they want to leave the Zerg forest, they could have left through the sky long ago. Zhu Shizhou caught a hint of key information from Su-chan's answer, and his expression immediately became serious. You mean Misha guards the passage? No. No. We must not let other Zerg sense Misha's presence. Su-chan was slightly stunned, and asked after a while, why? Zhu Shizhou remembered that on the island of Papua New Guinea, Misha just leaked a little pheromone, and the Zerg on the entire island rioted. He will never forget that spectacular scene in his life. Her pheromones are the most delicious in the world to other alien insects. Once other alien insects smell her pheromones, they will attack her crazily. Her pheromones are even more delicious than humans in the eyes of alien insects. Su-chan showed a blank and innocent expression. This was beyond Su-chan's cognition. She had not really sensed pheromones so far, so she felt that Zhu Shizhou's statement was really mysterious. Zhu Shizhou had not told Su-chan about this before. On the one hand, to keep it secret, and on the other hand, because he had told Misha. Misha naturally knew what he meant, and without his order, Misha would not easily leak pheromones. Now seeing that Su-chan had given a very risky way out because she didn't know about this, Zhu Shizhou had to confess the details. However, what Zhu Shizhou didn't expect was that Su-chan said, but Misha has met other alien insects in the alien insect forest, and it seems that there has been no trouble. This time it was Zhu Shizhou's turn to be stunned. And then he vaguely gave a conclusion. That is, Misha controlled her pheromones perfectly. And even close contact with alien insects did not make the alien insects detect her pheromones. It should be, that's it, Su-chan said uncertainly. For things that she didn't understand, Su-chan couldn't make a definite conclusion. Zhu Shizhou had already sighed in his heart for countless times at this time. It was really inconvenient to have no pheromones. Even this kind of thing he couldn't be 100% sure of. Even if he saw Misha in person, he couldn't be sure of the specific situation of Misha. Did Misha really come into contact with the alien insects while blocking the pheromones? Zhu Shizhou was skeptical, and thought it would be better to ask Misha in person. Fortunately, Misha was able to communicate. Otherwise Zhu Shizhou really had no good solution for the time being. After walking all the way, the passage became wider and wider, and the two finally came to a vast space as big as a classroom. Zhu Shizhou recognized that this was the underground space opened up in the alien insect forest at that time. Misha was sleeping soundly on a stone bed in the corner of the space. Her long tentacles were floating slowly in the air with her breathing. Zhu Shizhou didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Misha's petite body was a little bigger than before they separated. Zhu Shizhou turned around and gave Su-chan a suggestion. If you are sure to open an underground passage, my suggestion is to build the passage into a maze shape. In this way, even if someone really finds the underground passage, they won't be able to find Misha for a while. This was the first thing he thought of after walking all the way here. The passage was so straight that anyone could walk here casually. And if it was built into a maze shape, it could greatly alleviate the approach of danger. Su-chan nodded. Zhu Shizhou then approached Misha cautiously, but not too close. After all, he was worried that Misha would have a stress reaction after being awakened. Misha. Misha. Zhu Shizhou called twice, and Misha's eyelashes trembled slightly. Gurgle. 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 Misha made a meaningless sound while touching her belly and sat up to look at Zhu Shizhou. Gurgle. 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 Zhu Shizhou didn't understand what Misha meant. And Su-chan, who was standing by, went up first and found a can from the box in the corner and put it in front of Misha. In the blink of an eye, the can disappeared, and Misha puffed up her mouth expressionlessly and started chewing. Su-chan then explained, she is imitating the sound of a hungry human stomach, because the surface density of her body is too high. So the sound of her hungry stomach cannot be transmitted to the outside world. So she could only imitate the gurgling sound by herself. Su-chan explained while touching Misha's head, and Misha did not resist, but leaned towards Su-chan affectionately. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the daughter he raised with great effort had a better relationship with the uncle next door, and his understanding of his daughter's habits was not as deep as others. There was a sense of loss that an old father had a gap with his daughter. Chapter 590, Ways to Earn Points. Arena. Zhu Shizhou shook his head, shook off this unreliable illusion, and approached Misha. Misha was naturally not satisfied after eating the canned food, and began to grumble again. No. This is the only meal today, Su Chan said expressionlessly. Zhu Shizhou coughed lightly. Give the child more food. Su Chan turned around and said faintly, based on her appetite, I can't afford it alone. Why don't you help me share the burden? Or does the chess club have another food channel for her? Zhu Shizhou was embarrassed, and said to Misha seriously, I also think it's better to control her diet. What a joke. Misha's appetite is even more than that of the alien insects. If she doesn't control it, she will eat as much food as she can. Misha saw that there was no food to eat, so she rubbed her stomach with her feet, and she didn't grumble anymore. In Misha's sense of time, she and Zhu Shizhou have not been apart for too long. But in Zhu Shizhou's sense of time, he has not seen Misha for a long time. When they met at this time, Zhu Shizhou looked at Misha carefully, and the memories of getting along with Misha came to his mind. And what was clearer than that was Misha's strength. If he could have Misha's strength, then the alien insects would not be a big deal. And if this power could be popularized in the Black Soldier organization, then the alien insects could only curl up in the corner of the earth and tremble. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou's heart was hot, restraining his beautiful vision of the future. Zhu Shizhou said, Let's talk about the contact with the alien insects now. Misha, I heard that you have dealt with the alien insects during my absence. Misha nodded and uttered a syllable. Did you control your pheromones well? Misha shook her head and uttered a syllable as well. But this time, the tone was a little twisted. No. Zhu Shizhou vaguely felt that something unexpected had happened. Are you sure you didn't control your pheromones? Then why didn't Dessert riot? Misha shook her tentacles and looked at Zhu Shizhou eagerly. Zhu Shizhou, I don't understand you. He knew that Misha was releasing her pheromones now. But so what? He didn't know what changes had occurred in Misha's pheromones. But in front of Su Chan, he still nodded him. That's it. Although he didn't sense Misha's pheromones, Zhu Shizhou still had some guesses. Since Misha didn't control her pheromones, there were only two possible truths. Either Misha hid the human part of the pheromone and magnified the alien part, so that the aliens thought Misha was their kind, so that they could meet the aliens normally without being attacked. What humans cannot do, Misha is likely to do easily. Another possibility is that Misha has evolved again. Misha has overcome the disadvantage of being regarded as the ultimate delicacy by the aliens, and forcibly changed the essence of her own pheromones. This is different from human adaptability. Zhu Shizhou is not sure which one it is, thinking that he really needs to develop the sixth sense. After being affectionate with Misha for a while, and testing Misha's Chinese learning progress, Zhu Shizhou was very relieved. Although this child speaks haltingly, she has the literacy level of a primary school graduate. She has recognized most of the non-uncommon characters, and can communicate with them normally through text. This learning speed is not slow. After asking, I found out that Su Chan bought a dictionary for Misha in order to communicate smoothly with her. She would teach her when she was free, but most of the time, Misha was learning by herself. This learning ability made Zhu Shizhou a pseudo-genius. Ashamed. Next, Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan returned. On the way, Zhu Shizhou asked, How long do you expect it will take you to enter the later courses? This question is very important, because after entering the later courses, Su Chan's course content will change, and she will not be able to enter the alien insect forest and contact those experimental teams openly. He has to figure this out and complete the adjustment of those Black Soldier experimental subjects before Su Chan withdraws from the alien insect forest. Su Chan replied, 1 month. 1 month. Zhu Shizhou nodded. By this time, I should be able to graduate from all courses. Before graduation, I must research some results. Sure enough, I still have to speed up and urge Fu Sidu's research. However, Fu Sidu can only use the experimental machines during class time, which greatly slows down the research progress. Moreover, without contacting Misha, Fu Sidu cannot conduct in-depth research on Misha's characteristics. So he still has to prioritize the construction of the Underground Research Institute, so that Fu Sidu can devote all his free time to research. So the current primary goal is to place the experimental machines in the Underground Research Institute. But where do the experimental machines come from? Except for the core machines in the laboratory, the rest of the machines can be bought in the Point Mall. But now Zhu Shizhou has already spent all his points to strengthen his body. If he wants to buy a machine, he has to earn points. On the surface, Zhu Shurjiu was calm and said that he would be able to install the experimental machine soon. But he was distressed in his heart. After saying goodbye to Su Chan, Zhu Shurjiu returned to the dormitory. Points. Points. How to earn points. Because he didn't know much about the skills of earning points. Zhu Shurjiu thought about it for a while, and then went to the forum to post for help. Is there any way to quickly earn a lot of points? As soon as the post was posted, it immediately received a lot of replies from students. The benefits of being a star student are reflected here. Your every move is always being watched. As long as someone is browsing the forum at the same time, they will definitely click in to reply, regardless of whether the reply is useful or not. The heat can be hyped up. Don't these guys need training? Zhu Shurjiu muttered, and then looked through the comments of the students who replied. Is your father here? It's Yushin. Excuse me. Catch. Here's an ad. I'm responsible for the development of targeted drugs and the most suitable strengthening route for you. The price is reasonable and favorable. The link to the Point Mall store is as follows XXXX. The first 3 floors are meaningless replies. Zhu Shurjiu glanced over them and got serious from the 4th floor. If you want to earn points, you can become a courier. As long as you work hard enough, you can still make a fortune. The key is that there is no threshold, and it is simple and easy to do. The blind man above. Didn't you see that the title says to earn a lot of points quickly? Do you think the drizzle of the courier is fast or a lot? Look at me. Look at me! Shushin. I'm from the logistics department. The logistics department is now buying your sperm cells at a high price. The price is negotiable. Click on my homepage for details. It's so funny. It's better to be a gigolo than donating sperm cells. I believe that there are many female students in the training base who are interested in Jushin. It's useless for many senior sisters who are about to graduate to save points. It's better to use their bodies to exchange points from them. Borrow a building. Open point lending business. Add my contact information for private chat? What the hell is going on? Zhu Shurjiu looked at a lot of incoherent discussions and felt a little bit amused. Continue to scroll down. After scrolling for a long time, he found a post that was a little more reliable. Have you ever considered coming to the arena to play? If you have strong combat ability, earning points here is as easy as drinking water. Arena? The poster is a senior from the emergency mobile department. I clicked on his homepage and found that he had answered many questions from new students and received praise and thanks from most of the students. Arena. Zhu Shurjiu thought about it. He thought of his hard-working skills based on the ability to rewind. It seems to be a bit of a solution. Is it possible to earn points and exercise practical skills in this way? Chapter 591. Single-player matching in the arena. I don't know when it started, but Zhu Shurjiu's opponents are those who are far beyond his ability level. Either a large number of alien insects that even the official black soldiers can't deal with, or the top combat elite black soldiers among the black soldiers, or the actual combat strongmen like the overlord in the graduation assessment. In short, no one can reach Zhu Shurjiu's level, and the level difference is too big, which can only lead to Zhu Shurjiu's heavy reliance on replay. Admittedly, under extreme oppression, Zhu Shurjiu passively gained a certain amount of actual combat ability, and his actual combat level is indeed far beyond that of the students of the same period. But the input and output are not proportional at all, and when facing a strong opponent, Zhu Shurjiu can only rely on replay to solve the problem in the end. Zhu Shurjiu has never met an opponent whose level is almost the same as his. An opponent with a similar level can promote each other, and can improve the actual combat level of both parties with the greatest efficiency. So going to the arena to try the water is exactly what Zhu Shurjiu wants. On that day, Zhu Shurjiu came to the only fighting training ground in the training base. It was Zhu Shurjiu's first time here. The fighting training ground looked ordinary from the outside. Not much different from other teaching buildings. The first thing he saw after entering was a hall, which was decorated in a style similar to that of a train station hall. There was an electronic screen hanging in the sky in front of the hall. The left half of the electronic screen played a slow-motion battle process of a pair of fighting fighters filmed by a high-speed camera, and the right half showed the fighting points ranking for the day and the month. There were several rows of neatly arranged chairs on the side of the hall, where many students were sitting and chatting. Zhu Shurjiu noticed that many of them had bandages wrapped around their necks, arms, waists, and legs, and they were obviously injured. There were many people coming and going in the arena, but not many people noticed Zhu Shurjiu. This was strange. Zhu Shurjiu would basically be recognized when he went out now. If he stayed in one place for a long time without moving, he might be surrounded. But he didn't get the same treatment in the arena. The atmosphere in the arena was indeed quite strong. Zhu Shurjiu sighed in his heart and walked towards the front desk attendant facing the entrance of the hall. Hello. How can I help you? The waiter's voice was sweet and sweet. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the other person's uniform and judged that she should also be a student. Point-counting workers are everywhere. After sighing, Zhu Shurjiu replied, I want to fight. What procedures do I need? Have you registered as a member in the fighting arena before? No. You need to register first. And only after becoming a member can you fight. Here I will help you to open an account. The points after winning the fighting will be deposited into the account. The points can be exchanged for points at a 1-to-1 ratio. At the same time, if you need to recharge, the points can also be exchanged for points. Zhu Shurjiu looked up at the electronic screen hanging above his head and opened his mouth slightly. The first place in the fighting competition of the month. The fighting points are 142,826. Damn. Is this how you earn points in fighting? I only earned 20,000 points by doing a Papua New Guinea X-level mission. I thought I was a rich guy before. But I didn't expect. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head, quickly went through the membership procedures, and became a fighting competition. During the formalities, the front desk looked at him for several inexplicable times. Zhu Shurjiu didn't care about this little detail. He asked many questions and learned that the account of the fighters could be randomly selected. If they didn't meet each other, no one would know who their opponent was. The main feature was anonymity. Why was it anonymous? After asking, I learned that in the early days of the construction of the arena, there was a very bad offline sneak attack. After a real-name fighter defeated his opponent, his identity was discovered by the opponent. And then, he was secretly attacked and sent to the hospital by the opponent the next day. It is said that the opponent called 17 or 18 people, surrounded the real-name fighter, and beat him up. The scene was terrible. Since then, whenever someone wants to register with real name, the front desk will kindly remind the fighter that it is best to buy a mask, which can be bought with only a few fighting points. Zhu Shurjiu still had some change in his points account, so he topped up 1 point and bought a mask. The style of the mask was very ordinary. A black mask covered with a white skull, with space left in the eye sockets of the skull, just revealing Zhu Shurjiu's 2 eyes, and the rest of the body was covered tightly. His account name followed his elite black soldier code name, Prophet. And fortunately, there was no duplicate name. After getting the mask, Zhu Shurjiu put it on the spot and asked the front desk, I want to apply for fighting now. How do I do it? Dear, there are several modes of fighting. The front desk smiled. The first mode is free-for-all. The number of players depends on the number of fighters participating. Fighters need to put a certain amount of fighting points into the points pool before the game starts. In this mode, there is only one winner. The winner needs to defeat all other opponents. The winner takes all the fighting points in the points pool, and the loser gets nothing. The second mode is team battle. You can team up with other people. A team of up to 4 people can match with other teams. You can win by defeating the other team. Both fighting teams need to put equal fighting points into the points pool before the game starts. The fighting points are equally divided among the players. The third mode is single-player matching. Both fighters need to put equal fighting points. It does not matter what the rank is, but only the amount of fighting points invested. The higher the points invested, the stronger the opponent you can match. Which one would you like to choose? There are only 3 fighting modes. Zhu Shurjiu pointed to the electronic screen card above his head and asked, What's the ranking? This is a qualifying competition held every month. Each participant needs to pay 100 points to register at the beginning of the month. After the qualifying competition begins, the system will randomly assign opponents to the participating fighters. As long as they participate on the day of the battle, the amount of the points pool will change in each period. After the ranking is over, it depends on the number of participating fighters. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the 140,000 points of the top of the qualifying competition with envy. This round of qualifying competition is about to end, and there are still 3 days until the beginning of next month. I'd better try the single-player matching mode first. Although the amount of qualifying competition is high, it also lasts for a long time. Zhu Shurjiu may not be able to participate. Maybe he will graduate before the qualifying competition ends. The receptionist looked at the 0 points in Zhu Shurjiu's account and said helplessly, You need to recharge points first. and then put the points into the points pool, so that you can be matched with a fighter who has invested the same points. Oh, sorry. Zhu Shizhou smiled helplessly, and then recharged 1 point. The receptionist said. She was actually used to seeing guys who were reluctant to spend points. Many fighters would choose to spend 1 point to test the waters at the beginning. But usually those who were so stingy would not be strong. But you are Zhu Shizhou. Do you need to be so stingy? The receptionist complained while helping Zhu Shizhou with the matching procedure. There are relatively few opponents that can be matched with 1 point. Huh? There is just one. And the other party has been waiting for 3 days. Your opponent is just playing around. And I can open a room for you now. Do you need a special appointment time? No. Now. Okay. Please go upstairs. Room number 2023. Use your membership card to swipe the room sensor lock. Zhu Shizhou adjusted his mask and took the elevator. At this time, the receptionist retracted his gaze, turned on his mobile phone, and posted on the forum. Fuck. Guess who I just met in the arena? Chapter 592. The battle ended quickly, and the match continued. White room. It was all white, and there were high-speed cameras in the 4 corners, which could clearly record the fighting process of the 2 opponents. Just like when Zhu Shizhou first injected the secondary black soldier potion with Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou still remembered that he was beaten up by a black soldier after injecting the secondary black soldier potion, and he had no power to fight back. This white room evoked Zhu Shizhou's memories. Now he had to be in a similar place again, either beating others up or being beaten up by others. He stood in the middle of the room and slowly moved his body to adjust his fighting state. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the opponent finally arrived. With a beep, the white electronic door was opened, and Zhu Shizhou looked at the opponent in front of him and entered the room. It seemed that the opponent was also coming to the arena for the first time. Like him, he was curious about the arena room. Soon, he noticed Zhu Shizhou in the center of the room. His gaze froze, and a silent atmosphere rose between Zhu Shizhou and his opponent. The electronic door slowly closed, and the opponent named Subian Wanwen cautiously came to a position 10 meters in front of Zhu Shizhou and stood still. Hello. Subian Wanwen tentatively greeted. Zhu Shizhou did not answer, as he was worried that his voice would be recognized. Subian Wanwen shrank his neck, glanced at Zhu Shizhou's skull mask, and his silent and cold attitude, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Is this the arena? Subian Wanwen was not ready to speak, waiting for the battle to begin. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. Accompanied by a long and rapid bell. The 2 people in the room suddenly tensed up. When the bell ended, the battle began, and both of them were ready in an instant. The bell lasted for 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds, the bell stopped abruptly. Zhu Shizhou rushed up first. There is no special skill. Just do it. Anyway, he is masked. No one knows who he is, and there is no need to worry about his genius personality collapsing. And the opponent with 1 point should not be very strong. Right? A gust of wind swept around with Zhu Shizhou's high-speed sprint. Subian Wanwen hurriedly retreated quickly. His movements were flustered. The aggressive opponent scared him a little, thinking that this opponent was too cruel, and the speed was so fast. Before the battle, Subian Wanwen was actually a little confident about this battle, because in order to avoid the strong in the arena, he deliberately only invested 1 point, in order to match a rookie with the same level as himself. I don't think there would be a strong person who would deliberately invest only 1 point to bully a weak opponent. Right? He even matched for 3 whole days for this purpose. During such a long time, he never thought of investing more points to facilitate matching opponents. It can be seen how strong his desire to find a weak opponent was. However, the actual situation shattered his dream. His retreat speed was far slower than Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou quickly rushed in front of him, twisted his waist and abdomen, and kicked his lower body. Subian Wanwen jumped to the side in panic, but Zhu Shizhou changed the kick to a forward step at this moment, and the backhand punch came fiercely towards Subian Wanwen's face. A loud bang exploded in the air. It was a solid punch, hitting the face. Ah! Subian Wanwen only felt the world spinning at that moment, and the whole person instantly lost the center of gravity and fell backwards. But the strengthened body stabilized before the brain, and retreated 3 steps before barely standing. And then, he dazedly took a parrying posture, his body swaying, as if a gust of wind would blow him down. Too weak. This opponent is too weak. Zhu Shurjiu frowned and rushed forward again. The opponent with 1 point is really not worth looking forward to. Hiss. Subian Wanwen shook his head and locked his eyes on Zhu Shurjiu again. Zhu Shurjiu suspected that the reason why this punch hit the opponent was because the opponent was not prepared. So in order to get a better fighting experience this time, he deliberately lowered his voice to remind the opponent. Be careful. I'm coming again. Subian Wanwen seemed to want to say something, but Zhu Shurjiu rushed up again after he finished speaking. And the distance between the two people that had been opened with great difficulty was quickly and easily shortened. This time, the opponent learned to be smart. He realized that if he waited to defend like before, the result would be the same. He would be tricked by Zhu Shurjiu's feint attack and then hit again. So this time, the opponent chose to attack instead of defend. He punched forward at a speed that seemed very slow to Zhu Shurjiu. It was weak and a bit hasty. Zhu Shurjiu also noticed that the opponent's footsteps began to move. It seemed that the opponent's upper body and lower body were not the same idea. Even the attack seemed quite hesitant. Zhu Shurjiu opened his left hand and blocked the front of his chest. With a dull sound, the opponent's fist was easily grasped by Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu casually moved it to the side, and the fist that was playing casually deviated from the original track. Zhu Shurjiu leaned slightly to the side. His body weight sank, and his speed did not slow down. His right arm bent into an elbow knife, just like a spear that instantly cut through the air, making a sharp whistle and stabbing the opponent's chest in the middle of the shapeless dodging figure. But Zhu Shurjiu did not attack the vital part. Through the brief battle, he had realized that the opponent's fighting power was much weaker than his. If this blow hit the heart, the opponent would probably die on the spot. So Zhu Shurjiu deviated 3 points upwards. It was better to say that it hit the shoulder near the chest rather than the chest. Cough. Even so, this blow still made the opponent gasp. A left hook flashed from the side. Zhu Shurjiu tilted his head back slightly, and the opponent's fist brushed past him. Zhu Shurjiu could even feel the wind when the fist brushed against the tip of his nose. It was time to end. This kind of battle was meaningless to him. All the movements of the opponent seemed very slow to Zhu Shurjiu. So slow that he did not look like a senior whose body had been strengthened many times. So he deduced that the opponent should be his classmate. Suddenly, Zhu Shurjiu's body spun around. He rotated 360 degrees with his left foot as the axis, and his right foot was lifted up with the kinetic energy of the rotation. Only then did he hear Subian Wanwen's voice in a panic. Wait! I admit, oh! Bang! Bang! Zhu Shurjiu's leg-spinning side kick hit Subian Wanwen's waist, and the opponent, who was unable to defend, flew out directly. He fell to the ground before he finished speaking, and rolled several times in a row until he rolled out more than 10 meters before he stopped. After stopping, he lay on the ground without a sound. Zhu Shurjiu's heart skipped a beat. Did this guy want to give up just now? I didn't react. But fortunately, he held back a little at the last moment. So he just played around and lay there for a while, then struggled to roll on the ground, holding his waist and sucking in a breath of cold air, and said weakly, I give up. Zhu Shurjiu's first battle in the arena ended so hastily, taking 43 seconds, and 2 points in the points pool were credited to his account. When he walked out of the room, he still felt a little hasty. So he went downstairs and came to the front desk. Arrange the next opponent for me. This time I'll vote for 2 points. Chapter 593. Who is Zhu Shurjiu? When Zhu Shurjiu finished fighting and came to the front desk, the front desk was still posting crazily in the forum. She announced the fact that Zhu Shurjiu came to the arena on the forum, but did not specify which fighter in the arena was Zhu Shurjiu. When others asked about it, she always upheld her duty of confidentiality and made jokes, which made her statement not very credible. However, as we all know, the forum is a real-name system. The information of any poster can be checked and is open and transparent. The identity of the front desk was soon revealed to be the front desk of the arena. A front desk of the arena found Zhu Shurjiu's figure in the arena. Is this news credible? Everyone began to believe it. And some people who did not believe it began to be half believing and half doubting. As the popularity of the post increased, everyone believed it. Some people also suspected that the front desk was using Zhu Shurjiu's identity to advertise the arena to generate revenue. But this statement was soon drowned out by the words of others. So when Zhu Shurjiu came to the first floor lobby of the arena, he saw many masked fighters sitting on the seats in the arena, which was different from the deserted hall when he came to the hall before. He didn't pay much attention to it. thinking that the arena was sometimes deserted and sometimes lively. When he came to the front desk, he slapped his fighting membership card on the table at the front desk and said, "Arrange the next opponent for me. This time I will vote for 2 points." As soon as he said this, the sharp Jew Sergio noticed something was wrong. There were some fighters chatting and making a lot of noise in the arena hall. But when he said vote 2 points, when he said this, the noisy voice froze for a moment. Just when Jew Sergio was about to turn around to observe what happened, the hall resumed its previous hustle and bustle. The receptionist felt a little guilty. She posted a random post on the internet out of a desire to show off, although she has now realized that things are not going well and deleted the post. The netizens who are interested have already taken screenshots of it, and the news has spread throughout the forum. Now the fighters in the hall are all waiting for Jew Sergio. However, everyone is wearing a mask. So how can we tell who is Jew Sergio? It's very simple. Most fighters will not invest too many points when they start fighting, unless they are very confident in their own strength. So they will choose to invest a small amount of points to test the water first. And Jew Sergio is a newcomer who has just registered. So they only need to wait for the fighters who come to the front desk to test the water with a small amount of points. Jew Sergio happened to appear at this time. Although many fighters in the hall were chatting with each other, they were actually silently paying attention to Jew Sergio, who suddenly appeared. Are you going to arrange an opponent with 2 points? Don't you want to consider adding more? You are also a veteran fighter. So you just come here to bully the weak? Jew Sergio was confused. I just participated in a fight, and I am a veteran fighter? Are you kidding me? The front desk did not successfully cover up, but made Jew Sergio more suspicious. If this person is not Jew Sergio, why did the front desk deliberately cover up? Other fighters in the hall further doubted Jew Sergio. The front desk regretted her posting behavior and handled the matching procedures for Jew Sergio in shame. So should I go back and wait for the next opponent or? Jew Sergio asked. He still remembered that the 1-point opponent took a long time to match him. A rookie. He thought that the low-point matches should be similar, and it would take some time to match an opponent. However, the front desk's answer was quite unexpected. No need. You should go to room 2023 and wait. It should be matched in less than 10 minutes. Matching so fast, Jew Sergio was surprised and went upstairs after taking the room card. Back in room 2023, the blood stains left by the previous battle with the opponent named playing around had been cleaned up. The efficiency seemed very high. But Jew Sergio didn't know that many fighters in the lobby on the first floor were already competing for the qualification to fight Jew Sergio. Let me go first. I got 30,000 points in the ranking competition last month. Don't worry. We can't be sure whether that person is Jew Sergio or not. Maybe it's just a mistake. Why don't we wait a little longer? According to my idea, it's better to let a weaker person go up to try the water first. If it's wrong, it won't waste everyone's time and energy. After a long discussion, everyone felt that the last plan was indeed worth considering. If this new fighter can repeatedly crush the weak fighter, it can basically be determined that it is Jew Sergio, and it will not arouse the other party's suspicion. But if a strong fighter is sent up, no matter what the result is, Jew Sergio may realize that he is being sniped. What if Jew Sergio, who finally came to the arena, is scared away? The highest ranking fighter currently gathered in the arena hall is ranked 10th in this month's ranking competition, with a score of 50,000 points. No one is going to let him go. The weakest fighter on the scene soon became everyone's target. Black Shadow, ranked 3,200th in the monthly ranking competition. Black Shadow was shocked. Are you kidding me? I came here just to join in the fun. You guys, stop talking nonsense. If you don't go, I'll go. Kinetic Cannon, ranked 2,600th on the side, said impatiently. Black Shadow was just being reserved, but in fact, he really wanted to fight with Jew Sergio. Before coming to the arena, he thought his chances of getting the qualification to fight were slim. But by chance, he was chosen by everyone. He was very surprised for a while, and after pretending to be humble, he couldn't wait to come to the front desk. I'll vote for 2 points. You know, Black Shadow couldn't say directly that he wanted to match with Jew Sergio, but now there was only one opponent for 2 points, and Black Shadow got the 2023 room card as he wished. Everyone, wait for my good news. The Black Shadow waved to everyone cheerfully and went upstairs. The receptionist pulled the corner of her mouth, thinking that everyone rushed to get beaten up. I don't know what they were trying to do. And not long after the Black Shadow went upstairs, A person with weak steps just came down from upstairs. This person was the newbie who had just been beaten up by Zhu Sergio and urgently treated by the logistics treatment team. Normally, there are several logistics treatment teams on each floor, which can be responsible for treating most of the injuries caused by fighting. If there is a serious injury that the treatment team cannot simply handle, the treatment team can at least drag the injury to the logistics medical hospital to send someone to treat it. Therefore, in the fighting arena, as long as the person does not die on the spot, the treatment team can generally treat the injured. The injuries, like Subian Wanwen's, were not even minor injuries. He was sent away after being treated and waking up. Subian Wanwen staggered downstairs and came to the front desk indignantly, asking what happened to the opponent just now. Can I find out his identity? Suddenly, Subian Wanwen felt a murderous aura. A similar stagnant atmosphere appeared in the arena. The moment Subian Wanwen asked, everyone in the arena stopped talking. The front desk looked at Subian Wanwen as if he was a fool. In order to ensure the identity security of the fighters, the identity information of each fighter is strictly confidential. The fact that Subian Wanwen could ask such a question was enough to prove his newbie status. The front desk looked at him like a fool. Not because of his stupid question, but because after he asked this question, the front desk knew that Subian Wanwen would be targeted. Now the fighters in the arena are suspicious of all the newbies who appear in the arena. But you just happen to appear and ask this stupid question, exposing the fact that you are a newbie. Chapter 594 Black Soldier Fighting Technique. Japanese Punch. Just as Subian Wanwen was about to say something else, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Hey, young man. I'm a rookie. I just came to the arena, and I'm not very good at fighting. Can you play a game with me? Subian Wanwen turned to look at the fighter who was talking to him and asked in confusion. Who are you? I'm a kinetic cannon. Because my matching score is too low. I haven't been matched with anyone for several days. I think it's because my strength is too poor. To be honest, I've lost 10 games in a row. Subian Wanwen suddenly felt a little excited. Lost 10 games in a row? What kind of rookie is this? He thought he was quite strong. But he lost miserably in the battle with the opponent named Prophet. So he came to question the front desk. Are all opponents with 1 point at that terrifying level? Or is Prophet just a special case? He wanted to figure this out. At least he thought that the opponent he just met was definitely not at the level of 1 point. So of the two possibilities, if it is the former, his Tau heart will definitely be broken and he will leave the arena. If it is the latter, he can barely maintain his Tau heart. Subian Wanwen looked at the kinetic cannon and asked, what is your winning rate? Kinetic cannon lowered his head and said, 2,368. Subian Wanwen was overjoyed. Although he was a rookie, he knew before coming to the arena that generally speaking, a winning rate below 30 is only the standard for low-level fighters. I am a low-level fighter. And this guy is also a low-level fighter. Can he fight? Subian Wanwen asked again. What is your matching score? 10 points. Kinetic Cannon reported a fighting points he thought was very low. 10 points. Subian Wanwen was hesitant, whether to gamble or not. Kinetic Cannon despised. Even 10 points were hesitant. Where did this poor guy come from? This guy should not be Zhu Sergio. If it was Zhu Sergio, after hearing his winning rate, coupled with the confidence and pride of being a genius, he would definitely agree. However, Subian Wanwen's hesitant attitude could also be his disguise. In short, Kinetic Cannon would not be willing to test his strength without personally testing him. In the end, Subian Wanwen made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Okay, then let's match. The two of them matched at the same time. The front desk did not do anything weird, and the manual operation matched the two to the same room. This is a customary operation. If two fighting players want to fight, the front desk has the authority to match the two fighting players together. The front desk gave the two room cards room 2024. The two left the lobby on the first floor and went to the second floor. Other fighters? Is he? Probably not. Zhu Sergio wouldn't be so stingy as to worry about even 10 points. But he could be pretending. Zhu Sergio might have known that we were sniping him, so he could be playing us. But then again, is the Kinetic Cannon's winning rate so low? I do know that guy. The reason why his winning rate is so low is that he always challenges stronger players above his level. When he doesn't have enough points, he will abuse the weak to earn points. This guy is quite capable. No one cared that joining in the fun was not the consequence of Zhu Sergio. They didn't even mourn for half a second. They just wanted to find Zhu Sergio and fight him. I heard that Zhu Shizhou had passed the graduation assessment of the Emergency Mobile Department's extreme training course, which meant that Zhu Shizhou had the strength of a formal black soldier. And these students naturally wanted to try whether their strength could meet the graduation standard. Room 2023. Zhu Shizhou waited for less than 2 minutes before his opponent arrived. Black Shadow. The two stood in the room, looking at each other, waiting for the preparation bell to ring. Zhu Shizhou immediately saw the difference between Black Shadow and the previous opponent. Zhu Shizhou could see that the previous opponent was not very strong. When preparing, the action structure was quite frivolous and loose. He was either a master or a chicken. Facts proved that the opponent was indeed a chicken. And now the opponent standing opposite gave Zhu Shizhou the feeling that he was ready for everything. His body muscles were tense, and his legs were one in front and one behind, showing a tight posture that could retreat and attack quickly. Zhu Shizhou could imagine that the moment the preparation bell ended, the opponent would rush in like a spring. The upper limbs are also quite well prepared. Like a rock, they rely on the shoulders and arms to exert force. The waist is used as a support to solidify the upper body into a stone without any flaws. This is the basic action of the standard black soldier fighting technique. The standard is perfect to the extreme, which shows the opponent's proficiency in the black soldier fighting technique. When Zhu Shizhou broke the record on the first day of class, he learned the black soldier fighting technique in class. But at that time, it could only be said to be in form, but not in spirit. Now with the growth of strength, he is not as good as other students in the fighting technique, because he usually hangs too hard. Zhu Shizhou gradually abandons the normal black soldier fighting technique. This time, Zhu Shizhou came to the fighting technique to earn points on the one hand, and to pick up the fighting technique again on the other hand. Ding-ling-ling-ling. The 5-second preparation bell rang. Zhu Shizhou tensed up in an instant. Here it comes. The moment the preparation bell ended, the Black Shadow and Zhu Shizhou moved at the same time and rushed towards each other. Zhu Shizhou was a little frightened at this moment, because only the two people in the battle could notice that the Black Shadow's movements were faster than Zhu Shizhou. This meant that the Black Shadow's reaction speed was faster than Zhu Shizhou. You have to know that Zhu Shizhou has been strengthened by the secondary Black Soldier Potion, the formal Black Soldier Potion number 199 compound, and has been supplemented with several waves of nutritional potions to improve his physical fitness all day long. He believes that his physical fitness has at least reached the standard of a late-stage student. Normally, in a 2-point rookie match, he should not encounter an opponent with a faster reaction speed than him. Only 1 point has been improved, and the quality of the opponent has changed so drastically. The arena is so full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Black Shadow was also a little surprised at this time. Not because the opponent's reaction speed was lower than his, but because the opponent's movements had many flaws. Just like a rookie who was not proficient in black soldier fighting. But the opponent's physical fitness was not rookie. The reason why Black Shadow is called Black Shadow is that his most proud advantage is his speed. When fighting, he rarely encounters opponents with faster speed than him at the same level. Is this person Zhu Shizhou? Black Shadow is a little uncertain, with each of them having their own thoughts. The two fought fiercely, without any intention of retreating, and arrived in front of each other in an instant. The Shadow's movements were still faster than Zhu Shizhou's. The muscles on his back swelled exaggeratedly in an instant. The power surged from his shoulders to his back arms. As his elbows pushed forward, his clenched fists exploded like a cannonball, and he punched out at a speed beyond that of ordinary late-stage students. He threw a sun-shaped punch, aiming at the center of Zhu Shizhou's chest, which was the most difficult part to dodge when he was charging forward. At the same time, his left arm was also ready to exert force. Improved from Wing Chun, the key lies in the landing point and frequency, combined with the superhuman body, with super high frequency and strength to continuously and quickly consume the body's energy. Once the opponent falls into the continuous attack of the Japanese character punch, he can only be forced to defend continuously until the defense is leaked and exhausted. Black Shadow is not prepared to warm up with the opponent in secret. He knows that if the opponent is Zhu Shizhou, if he does not use desperate killing moves at the beginning, then he will not have any chance. And if the opponent is not Zhu Shizhou, as long as he misses a punch, his cannon-like punch will hit the opponent's chest without reservation, and the opponent's sternum will only be broken. And more importantly, because the frequency of this set of punches is too high, it is difficult for Black Shadow himself to stop. Even if the opponent is not Zhu Shizhou, but a real rookie, He has to hit at least 2 or 3 punches before he can stop. Chapter 595. More people will come to snipe you. Zhu Shizhou's pupils shrank for a moment. When the black shadow exerted force on his back, he realized that the black shadow was stronger than he thought. And he also keenly noticed that the opponent was aiming at his chest. Zhu Shizhou didn't expect that he would aim at the vital point and use a killing move right away. Almost at the first moment, he paused, exerted force on his lower limbs, and twisted his waist and abdomen. When the Japanese punch was blasted out like a machine gun, he had already sideways to avoid the center line of the Japanese punch. Zhu Shizhou's dodge attribute is actually far superior to his offensive attribute. In every rewind process, facing a strong opponent, his focus is always on how to dodge. When dodging thousands of times, he has to rewind and start over if he is not careful. Therefore, his fighting focus is always on dodging. And seizing the fleeting counterattack opportunity in the dodge is his fighting style. No one could imagine how many ways Zhu Shizhou had tried to dodge in a battle replay, and how many times he died because of untimely dodges. No one had more profound experience in dodging attacks than Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou had an extraordinary intuition only in dodging the opponent's attack head-on. The moment the black shadow exerted force, Zhu Shizhou sensed the danger and dodged the black shadow's Japanese punch. While twisting his waist and abdomen, the black shadow's 2 or 3 punches fell into the air, brushing Zhu Shizhou's chest. The black shadow could even feel that his fists touched the clothes in front of Zhu Shizhou's chest. Top-notch dodge. The black shadow judged this and was also shocked. But he did not stop. This set of bombardment failed, and he immediately changed his punches to kicks. A whip kick was already ready, turning into a long whip that broke through the air and swung at the opponent. Zhu Shizhou was already cursing in his heart. Are you kidding me? The 2-point opponent is so strong? Zhu Shizhou did a backflip and narrowly avoided the whip kick. He began to doubt his life. If the 2-point bottom fighters are so strong, then the first-place fighter in the ranking match will definitely beat the elite black soldier? The reason why Zhu Shizhou took the risk of choosing a backflip was because Black Shadow stood on one leg when he did the whip kick, and he couldn't take advantage of the momentum to pursue him. In addition, he accurately judged that Black Shadow's offensive strength was slightly better than his. So he switched from offense to defense and distanced himself from Black Shadow first. This judgment was quite wise, because for students like Black Shadow, who are good at attacking but not at defending, attacking is the best means of defense. And this also means that their defensive weaknesses appear along with attacking. To deal with such an opponent, either crush them with powerful strength, or wait for their attack to show flaws during the defense process. Black Shadow moved very quickly. After Zhu Shizhou landed, he still attacked Zhu Shizhou frantically at an extremely terrifying speed. Normally, he would not adopt such a crazy offensive posture when facing ordinary opponents. The reason why he attacked so crazily was that he was facing Zhu Shizhou now, and he believed that once he stopped, the offense and defense would be reversed. So he did not dare to stop. If punching and whip kicking were ineffective, then elbow strikes, multiple consecutive slashes, horizontal hooks, spinning kicks, sweeping kicks, and back kicks. Crazy attack. No breath. The crazy attack lasted for 10 minutes. The more the Black Shadow attacked, the more shocked he was, and the heavier his heart was. He called it a pervert in his heart. Zhu Shizhou was like a small boat in a stormy sea under a violent storm. Although there was a danger of capsizing, he always went with the flow. The violent storm could not overturn him at all. The Black Shadow was almost crazy. He only felt that all his actions were seen through by the opponent. Every time the attack fell into the air, his confidence was reduced by 1 point. After 10 minutes, although he still had enough physical strength, he no longer had any expectations of defeating Zhu Shizhou. He didn't believe that the opponent, who had maxed out his dodge skills, would have no means of counterattack. He also tried to sell a few flaws during the attack, but the opponent remained unmoved. This determination was simply terrifying. The reason why the opponent dodged now should be just to tease him, or to give him a chance to show his attack methods. The Black Shadow convinced himself. He was basically sure that the one who fought with him was Zhu Shizhou. But what was the reality? Zhu Shizhou was also crazy in his heart. He could conclude that the one who fought with him was definitely a middle to upper level fighter in the arena. Otherwise, Zhu Shizhou's Taoism would really be broken. Even the 2-point game was so oppressive. Zhu Shizhou felt that he might not be able to beat him until he died. So the only explanation was that this was a big boss of the arena who came down to bully the weak. What was he trying to do? Zhu Shizhou didn't understand. Zhu Shizhou tried his best to dodge the whole time. The attack of the Black Shadow was so fierce that the Black Shadow thought he was deliberately showing flaws in the battle. But in fact, Zhu Shizhou didn't see any flaws at all. However, there was still a chance of victory. Zhu Shizhou had discovered that the Black Shadow relied on this powerful attack to maintain his advantage in the battle. And his speed was gradually slowing down. And his movements were becoming sluggish. Zhu Shizhou's tactics were correct. He used extremely high-level dodge skills to narrowly avoid the attack of the Black Shadow. And finally dragged it to the time when the Black Shadow was exhausted. The Black Shadow punched out, but suddenly shouted in his heart, "Oh no!" Not only did the punch land at a wrong point, but the force was like a missile without a flamethrower, and it was seriously stalled. At this moment, he realized that he was exhausted. Zhu Shizhou's counterattack began. "You've been beating me for so long. It's my turn now," Zhu Shizhou shouted. He was very frustrated now. He thought that he should be able to win the first few games in the arena easily. But he didn't expect to be suppressed so hard in the second game, which was far from his expectations. "There's no other way. If I don't attack fiercely at the beginning, I'm afraid The Black Shadow smiled bitterly. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhu Shizhou change his retreat to advance. He rushed towards him and used a sun-shaped punch. The Black Shadow was shocked. Zhu Shizhou's move was unreserved. So he saw Zhu Shizhou's intention. It was too obvious. Zhu Shizhou wanted to treat him in his own way. What is Murong Fu's signature skill called? No matter what it is called. The Black Shadow felt the frustration of Zhu Shizhou, who had no power to fight back when he was attacked fiercely before. However, the Black Shadow thought that the difference between him and Zhu Shizhou was that Zhu Shizhou was at ease. But he really had no power to fight back. Within 2 minutes, the Black Shadow was hit in the chest. One of the biggest features of the sun-shaped punch is continuous punching. Once the opponent is hit with a punch, the subsequent machine gun-like fists will also hit the same position continuously. When the Black Shadow was hit by a punch, he only felt a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. He was hit by 2 or 3 punches in a hurry and unable to defend. The sternum was broken and the pain came. So the defense became more and more unbearable. However, what made the Black Shadow feel most humiliated was not this. But the attack he suffered was not as fierce as he imagined. Yes, although he was weak in defense now, he still felt that if Zhu Shizhou's attack faced him in his prime, he should be able to deal with it easily. Black Shadow did not think that Zhu Shizhou had no strength, but that Zhu Shizhou wanted to use this way of grinding his teeth to grind him to death. Is there any more humiliating way of defeat than this? Black Shadow thought no. He could accept being crushed by Zhu Shizhou, but he could not accept being defeated by Zhu Shizhou, like a cat playing with a mouse. So while his sternum was broken, Black Shadow, who could have persisted for a long time, chose to surrender. "I give up. Give up." Zhu Shizhou was about to kick out with a whip kick when he heard Black Shadow shouting and quickly retracted his strength. As a result, this leg kicked Black Shadow's waist softly and weakly. And Black Shadow didn't even shake his body. This kick was extremely insulting to Black Shadow. And the air suddenly became awkwardly quiet. Black Shadow's blood surged, and he almost wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Zhu Shizhou after surrendering without martial ethics. But he still stopped. He didn't want to humiliate himself again. After holding it in for a long time, the Black Shadow pressed his injured chest and gritted his teeth and said, "Zhu Shizhou. You are Zhu Shizhou, right?" Zhu Shizhou widened his eyes and quickly denied. "No. No. No. How could you think I was Zhu Shizhou?" While denying, he touched his mask. The mask was still there. "I don't know how the other party saw it," the Black Shadow said. "I don't know how long you want to hide your strength, but I advise you to change your name. The name of Prophet can't be used, otherwise more people will target you. The fact that you came to the arena has been widely circulated on the forum. In addition to me, there will be people who will snipe you." Chapter 596, Change the Name. Mass Injection. Zhu Shizhou came out of the room, and his opponent Black Shadow went to receive treatment. Only then did he understand what was going on. The opponent in the first game was so weak, but the opponent in the second game suddenly became so strong that he suppressed him at the beginning, leaving him with almost no chance to fight back. If Black Shadow had not been exhausted at the end and the tactical choice against him was wrong, it would be hard to say who would win this game. After leaving the room, Zhu Shurjiu opened his mobile phone and browsed the forum. The front desk. Can you have a sense of confidentiality? Zhu Shurjiu supported his forehead and complained helplessly. When he registered as a member, there was no one around him, and only the front desk knew that he was Zhu Shurjiu. He also looked at the screenshots on the forum. Although the front desk did not directly state his identity, it still exposed the fact that he came to the arena. So a large group of late-stage students who wanted to fight him came directly to snipe him. The purpose was to judge their own strength through him as a touchstone. No matter how many victories a student has in the arena, he is still just a student. But Zhu Shurjiu is different. He is an all-round genius who has passed many graduation tests. As long as he can defeat Zhu Shurjiu, he can prove that he also has the strength of a graduate. So those who come to snipe him are basically students who are about to graduate. Black Shadow is one of them. He is an outlier in the reconnaissance department. His combat power is comparable to some graduates of the emergency mobile department, but not as good as the graduates of the emergency mobile department. To be honest, Zhu Shurjiu gained a lot from the battle just now, although the main reason for the victory was that Black Shadow made a wrong tactical choice. At least, he defeated an opponent head-on without relying on a rollback, which still made Zhu Shurjiu feel quite accomplished. But what if he continues? Zhu Shurjiu knows that his level is too high. Fighting with two strong opponents will only lead to being crushed, which will not help him improve his strength. And if he continues with his current identity and insists on not rewinding, it will only lead to the destruction of his own personality. Zhu Shurjiu's original intention was to hide his identity in the arena and rely on his strength. Even if he loses to his opponent, the opponent will not know it is him. Now it seems that only by constantly changing his name can he avoid sniping. In particular, he has to emphasize to the front desk that his identity must be kept strictly confidential. After making the decision, Zhu Shurjiu went downstairs and came back to the lobby on the first floor. As soon as his feet stepped on the ground of the lobby on the first floor, Zhu Shurjiu found that the fighters sitting on the seats on the side of the lobby all cast their eyes on him. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help cursing in his heart. But he came to the front desk calmly on the surface and looked at the front desk with a faint look. The receptionist was under great pressure, but she forced a smile. "Excuse me, do you need anything? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could you spread such rumors? Just now someone thought I was the genius Zhu Shurjiu, but it made me very nervous." The receptionist swallowed and wiped the cold sweat. Didn't you win?" Zhu Shurjiu said lightly. "Yes, I won. But I want to change my name. If I don't change my name, I'm afraid more people will misunderstand me as Zhu Shurjiu. What do you think?" "Of course I should." The receptionist nodded repeatedly and took Zhu Shurjiu's membership card timidly. "What name are you going to change to?" The other fighters in the fighting hall pricked up their ears and listened carefully to Zhu Shurjiu's speech. Zhu Shurjiu sneered and said, "Give me paper and pen." The receptionist handed over the paper and pen respectfully in silence, and Zhu Shurjiu quickly wrote down his new name. Thorns. "You shouldn't leak it casually this time. Right? If you do, I will complain about you." "Please don't complain about me. I won't leak member information casually again." The receptionist admitted that she was wrong before. The front desk position in the arena has a fixed 10 points credited every day, and the treatment is good. But this is not the key. The key is that the front desk can see the information of all the fighters. After the shift, you can find a weak opponent to match and earn points. This is the biggest advantage of this position, and the unspoken rule in the arena. Obviously handled the name change procedures for Zhu Shurjiu. And Zhu Shurjiu did not continue to match. It was not appropriate to continue matching today. After all, there were so many eyes staring at him. It would be better to find another time to come to the arena later. Night fell quickly, and the 10 experimental subjects who took the initiative to contact Fu Sidu appeared at the door of the training base. Before this, the 10 students didn't know each other. So when 10 students gathered at the entrance of the training base, they were all confused. They were all contacted by Fu Sidu individually. Fu Sidu told them to come to the entrance of the training base at this time if they wanted power. But he didn't tell them that so many people came here with the same purpose. But there is an advantage of having more people. That is, their doubts are reduced a little. After all, no criminal would arrange an action so blatantly. So even though Fu Sidu's words to tempt them seemed very suspicious, they were still a little relieved at this time. However, not everyone could remain calm. Jingji looked at the scene in front of her and felt numb. What was going on? She had told Zhu Shizhou to arrange more experimental subjects. But she didn't say as many as 10 people. How could she act secretly in this way? What if the Armed Defense Department was alerted? Wouldn't she be targeted again? Why are there so many people today? The guards of the Armed Defense Department also obviously noticed something unusual. These are the seedlings I picked. I'm going on a mission soon. So I want to pick a few more seedlings. Really? The guard glanced at the silent students and pointed at one at random. Tell me, has anyone told you why you're here? Jingji's heart was instantly hanging. The student who was pointed at replied, I don't know. But someone asked me to come to the gate of the training base. Who? The guard asked. I don't know. The academy responded according to the words prepared by Fu Sidu. In fact, when Fu Sidu received Zhu Shizhou's list of 10 people, he was also surprised for a long time. Because in his opinion, if he sent out 10 students at once, he might be questioned. And now it is indeed the case. Fu Sidu, who was suspicious of Zhu Shizhou's instructions, did not deny it, but further thought about the corresponding words, and asked these experimental subjects not to disclose anything related to him. After all, Fu Sidu also knew that what he was doing now was not quite right. Zhu Shizhou obviously regarded him as a pioneer, so he naturally had to hide his shadow in the action. The simplest way to talk is I don't know. Just say you don't know no matter what you were asked. The guard asked again. You don't even know who asked you to come to the gate of the training base. So you just came here? The student asked in surprise. Yes. That's why I want to find out what it is because I don't know. Is there any problem? The guard was speechless, feeling something was wrong. But it seemed that there was nothing wrong logically. After thinking about it, he let them go. Jingji breathed a sigh of relief and scolded Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu. She felt that she was being used as a cannon fodder tool. These two people were intentionally hiding themselves. But what about her? She was the one who led the people out. And she was also the one who led them to inject the medicine. If something went wrong, she would probably be the first to fall. Speechless, Jingji led a group of curious students out of the training base. While complaining in her heart, she also verbally told these students that they were buried geniuses. Just like the first experiment subject Zheng Lingling. She fooled them effortlessly. I have to say that Zhu Shizhou's vision is still very good. These bottom-ranked students have one thing in common. That is, they are eager for power. And at the same time, they are anxious and afraid of the upcoming second monthly exam. They will not miss any opportunity to become stronger. As soon as Fu Sidu tempted them, they came obediently. So now Thorns can maintain the lie. As usual, Thorns brought a group of students to the basement, showed 199 beta in front of everyone, and whispered the devil. Inject it. This is the Evolver potion that can make you soar. Chapter 597 Analysis and Suspicion. Thorn, what are you up to again? The head of the Armed Defense Department looked at the observation report submitted below with a serious look. He had been sitting in the office thinking for a long time. This observation report recorded the general itinerary of Thorn for a day, and recorded some special behaviors in detail, among which Thorn's frequent taking people out of the training base in the past few days was recorded. When the head of the Armed Defense Department saw this report, he felt a kind of joy that the fish had finally taken the bait. In fact, he never let go of the surveillance and observation of Thorn. Since Thorn returned to the island, the Armed Defense Department has been suspicious of Thorn, and the suspicion of Thorn deepened during the turmoil at night. He relaxed his surveillance on Thorn on the surface. But in fact, he turned the open surveillance into covert surveillance. Surveillance that can be detected by Thorn is called open surveillance. And covert surveillance naturally refers to surveillance that Thorn cannot detect. Although both arranged people to secretly observe Jingji. The difference is that the latter made Jingji think that the Armed Defense Department relaxed its observation of her. In this case, if Jingji really has something fishy, then maybe she will do something treasonous. As long as the evidence can be caught on the spot, Jingji can be beaten to the point where he can never turn over again. But then comes confusion. Because he can't see what Jingji is doing at all. Every night at 9 o'clock, he takes people out without fail. And it's open and above board. As if he doesn't worry about his behavior being exposed at all. Is this because he is fearless or is he actually not doing anything bad? Strange. Strange. The Armed Defense Department looked at another list. If Zhu Shizhou was here, he would know that the list in the hands of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department was the list of students he had selected. Jingji had taken several groups of students out of the training base in the past few days, and then returned to the training base a few hours later. Each student had a registration record that was put on the surface, and this list was produced. According to the investigation report, the students on this list basically have the lowest scores in the training base. How did Jingji learn about and contact these students? What did he want to do by taking these students out of the training base? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department turned his head and looked at the assistant beside him. This assistant was a student of the same period as him, but he failed to graduate successfully from the Armed Defense Department. However, he was very smart. After the Minister of the Armed Defense Department became the minister, he transferred him to his side and asked him to handle some chores. The assistant was not around during the night of the turmoil some time ago, causing him to be fooled by the woman of the command headquarters. Now he has transferred the assistant back to him to help him analyze some things. I think we should investigate the changes of these students in more detail, the assistant said. Jingji selected these students to go out of the training base, so he must have done something. In my guess, there are roughly two possibilities. One is that Jingji gave these students some secret tasks, and the second possibility is that Jingji really wants to train these last-place students, as he said on the surface. If Jingji assigned them secret tasks, then these students will have some unusual behaviors in the near future. If there is a special situation, it can be basically concluded that these students are the ones who did it. At the same time, it can also prove that these students are the undercovers planted by the rebel gang into the organization, which can also explain why Thorn knew about and contacted these students, because the rebel gang gave these students tasks. If the second possibility is that Thorn wants to train these last-place students, then Thorn should repeatedly meet with the students on this list, and the strength of these students will increase rapidly. After all, the person who trained them is an elite black soldier. But there are two confusing keys to this possibility. The first key is that the criteria for selecting the list of students by Thorns are very strange. These students come from various departments. The common point is that they are all at the bottom. If you really want to select talents, why choose these poor students? The second confusing key is that the 30-person team led by Thorns has not experienced any reduction in personnel. Logically, there is no need to supplement. So who is Thorns training these students for? With the help of the assistant, who seemed to raise questions, but was actually sorting out the situation, the eyes of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department brightened. It seems that it can be related to the possibility of rebels. The assistant nodded. Yes, if it is based on the second possibility. The reason why Thorn selected these poor students is because these poor students are in the emotional recovery period, affected by negative emotions such as anxiety, fear, and worry, and are easy to guide and control. The rebels absorb these students through induction, as a force to be placed in the training base. This can also explain who Thorn trained these students for. They were not trained to supplement the team she led, but for the rebel group. And in order to pull these students into the water, the rebel group is likely to ask them to do something against the will of the organization, as a token of their loyalty. So in summary, under two possibilities, these students will definitely have special behaviors next. One is based on the situation that these students are rebels themselves, and the other is based on the situation that these students are being recruited to become rebels. When the Minister of the Armed Defense Department followed the assistant's thinking, the assistant continued to analyze. According to my speculation, if Thorn really used this method to recruit the students on this list, then there should be an observer in the training base who is responsible for observing and analyzing the specific situation of these students. After confirming that they have the possibility of being recruited, this observer will hand the list to Thorn. The assistant pointed to the first name on the list, Fusidu. This student is very suspicious. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department looked at the list. Fusidu was the first student taken out of the training base by Thorn. He is different from the others on the list. He recently passed the midterm assessment. If Thorn's target is those poor students who are easy to control, why did they choose him? Based on the information we have so far, he is the most suspicious. If we want to conduct a follow-up investigation, my suggestion is to secretly investigate Fusidu at the same time, including his movements in the training base, and also his movements outside the training base after being taken out of the training base by Thorns that night. After listening to the assistant's analysis, the Minister of Armed Defense did not rush to give orders, but said, "It seems that you are more inclined to the second possibility." In the above analysis, the assistant focused on the second possibility, that is, the possibility that Thorns recruited poor students to become rebels, and paid too little attention to the first possibility. Yes, because if there are already rebels in the training base, Doesn't Thorn know that taking these rebels out of the training base is suspicious? I don't think Thorn would be stupid enough to send this list to us for nothing. Thinking about it, the Armed Defense Department believes in the brain of his assistant and asks, "So what do you think we should do next? If we arrest Fu Sidu directly and investigate him, how likely is it to find out the rebel faction?" "The possibility is very small," the assistant said helplessly. Thorn has not concealed his behavior at all, and it seems that they have not done anything at present. Even if Thorn and Fu Sidu are arrested, they can argue that they are training the bottom students. This is the right of the elite black soldiers, and there is no way to question it. And the assistant looked hesitant. "And what?" the head of the Armed Defense Department asked. The assistant answered honestly, "I smell the smell of the night of turmoil some time ago." Although she did not participate in the night of turmoil some time ago, she also read the files recorded by the Armed Defense Department and had a general understanding of it. Now she has the same feeling. The minister of the Armed Defense Department did not understand. The assistant explained, "From the night of turmoil some time ago, I can roughly see that the rebel faction has no open power. They can only win in chaos. They deliberately lure those of us who are open into the trap, mess up the situation, and then find opportunities to win in the chaotic situation. This incident is exactly the same as the night of turmoil. If it is really the work of the rebels, then I think it should be the work of the same person." The assistant stared at the report in the hands of the Minister of Armed Defense and muttered to himself, "This person is very confident, and at the same time, he is very good at finding advantages in chaotic situations. His method is to first throw out a very tempting trap to lure us, who were originally hiding in the dark, to the surface, and then use our actions to confuse the situation, so that we can enter the opponent's rhythm. The reason why I say he is very confident is that his plans are all based on the logic that as long as the situation is chaotic, he will definitely win. It can be seen that he is not worried about not grasping the context of winning in a chaotic situation. Such a person, will he really believe that we have relaxed our surveillance on the Thorns? No. Just like the night of turmoil, he is luring us to the end." Chapter 598, Zhu Shizhou's attitude. Is Zhu Shizhou trying to lure the Armed Defense Department to the end? If this question is put in front of Zhu Shizhou will answer not really. He did not think of targeting the Armed Defense Department alone. But from the beginning, he did everything with the mentality of exposing and then reversing. He did not know whether the organization had really relaxed its surveillance of Jingji as Jingji said. So he did not believe from the beginning that the organization really let her go. The worst case scenario is that the organization has been secretly observing Jingji and has noticed Jingji's recent frequent small actions of taking people out. So as long as you assume that Jingji has been watched all the time, and then act based on this assumption, there will be no more unacceptable possibilities. Zhu Shizhou is now in such a mentality. The result is that Jingji has not been found yet. Zhu Shizhou actually did not think of hiding it from the organization. But the current result is that Jingji's frequent small actions of taking students out did not alarm anyone. As if the matter did not exist at all. Did the organization really relax its surveillance of Jingji? Or did it want to play a long game to catch a big fish? Zhu Shizhou is not sure. He thought for a while, and then stopped thinking. He could take precautions no matter what. As long as he did enough things in one day, he could find out everything he wanted. At this moment, in the library of the training base, Zhu Shizhou closed the book in his hand, and recalled the details in the book with his eyes closed. The title of this book is Mechanical Encyclopedia. An extremely ordinary title. But its content is extremely extraordinary. It introduces the internal structure and scientific principles of various non-confidential machines in detail, including the internal structure and required parts of some experimental equipment that Zhu Shizhou needs, all of which are clearly written on it. There are 203 volumes in this book, and the number of volumes will continue to increase over time, as long as students or black soldiers develop machines that are recognized as useful by the organization. They have the opportunity to be recorded in the machine encyclopedia for others to admire. So strictly speaking, as long as there are enough materials and enough research and development sites, a person can completely rub any machine registered in the machine encyclopedia from scratch. Of course, he did not want to rub the experimental machine from scratch, but wanted to understand the internal structure of some experimental equipment to prevent problems during later disassembly and reassembly. At present, he has a preliminary plan, which is to buy second-hand experimental machines eliminated by seniors from the Point Mall, and then disassemble the experimental machines and transport them underground one by one according to the parts. and then reassemble the disassembled parts in the underground space of the alien insect forest. Why not transport the complete experimental machine? Small ones are of course possible. But Fu Sida gave him some necessary large experimental machines. It is a bit nonsense to want to transport the experimental machines to the alien insect forest in full view of the public. The disassembly and reassembly of the machine requires professional theoretical knowledge. And Zhu Shizhou is now learning this part of knowledge. But the embarrassing thing is that after finding this series of machine encyclopedia in the library, he found that he couldn't understand it. It seems that I can only cheat. Zhu Shizhou reluctantly admitted this, which was equivalent to admitting that his knowledge reserve was not enough. Or to put it bluntly, his IQ was insufficient. What to do? Cheat. He now has two cheating tools on hand. The first one is his replay, and the second one is Luo Suyi. The premise for the implementation of the whole plan is that he can perfectly disassemble and reassemble the machine without any problems. From the beginning, he thought of Luo Suyi. In his mind, Luo Suyi has a beautiful name of human recorder. She can perfectly record everything she wants to record. At the same time, she can also do it herself. If a machine is really disassembled from beginning to end in front of her, and every detail is recorded, then she can naturally reassemble all the thousands of scattered parts in the original mold. Originally, Zhu Shizhou needed to die hundreds of times. But with the help of Luo Suyi, he didn't have to die once. A phone call called Luo Suyi. Open and above board. Without any cover-up. The library is a public place, and people will naturally pay attention to public places. If he has nothing to do with Luo Suyi, meeting alone in the library will naturally trigger discussion and attract attention. But Luo Suyi is now his girlfriend in public. It's not uncommon for me and my girlfriend to date in the library. Right? Under the gaze of other lonely students in the library. Zhu Shizhou smiled and took Luo Suyi's hand and sat down on the seat. I don't know how many people who saw this scene were secretly gritting their teeth. Why are you looking for me? Luo Suyi lifted her hair, wondering if she had tidied her hair before going out. She just ran over. So it doesn't look a bit messy now. Right? But she soon found that her worries were in vain. I need your help. Zhu Shizhou pushed the machine encyclopedia in front of Luo Suyi, and then explained his plan to Luo Suyi in a chattering manner. Since they were in a quiet public place, any sound would be heard. So Zhu Shizhou lowered his voice and spoke in Luo Suyi's ear. To outsiders, they were just whispering sweet nothings, and they all looked at Zhu Shizhou with murderous eyes. Luo Suyi was silent for a while, then nodded. I roughly understand. He asked her to come here to use her again. Although she had guessed it in her heart, she still felt disappointed. Luo Suyi sighed and flipped through the book in her hand casually. It only took 2 seconds. I remember it. So fast? Zhu Shizhou said with some jealousy. This is Luo Suyi's innate talent. Luo Suyi said lightly. I remember it. But when I actually operate it, I still need to search for the relevant steps in my mind. If I can see the actual machine disassembly screen, I should be able to complete the reassembly task more smoothly. Zhu Shizhou turned the book to the location of several other machines. These machines were all on Fu Sida's list. Zhu Shizhou had flipped through all the machines that could be found in the machine encyclopedia. Luo Suyi simply glanced at it again. It took less than 10 seconds to read the detailed structure of a machine. In this way, Zhu Shizhou spent more time looking for the machine. In just 5 minutes, Luo Suyi memorized the detailed structures of a total of 6 large and small machines. For the first time, Zhu Shizhou felt so clearly how powerful Luo Suyi's talent was, which made people envious. Anything else? Luo Suyi asked. No more. Oh, then I'll go. Luo Suyi stood up from her seat with a calm expression, as if she was not affected at all. Wait! Zhu Shizhou suddenly stopped Luo Suyi. Luo Suyi's expression finally changed a little. Could it be that Zhu Shizhou finally got it? Before she finished thinking, Zhu Shizhou whispered, in the eyes of others, we are a couple. So even if we have nothing to do now, we have to be together for a while. Otherwise, from an objective point of view, we are a couple who have separated within 5 minutes of meeting each other. Which is too fake. Damn. This wooden bastard. Luo Suyi admitted that she thought too much, and her last hope for Zhu Shizhou was shattered. Although she wanted to leave right now, Zhu Shizhou's words made sense after all. Luo Suyi was at a loss for words. Where should we go next? I don't know. Let's just go somewhere and have a look. Zhu Shizhou's eyes wandered. At this time, Luo Sui also used her millimeter-level observation ability to discover Zhu Shurjio's slightly unusual attitude. After careful consideration, she came to a conclusion. This wooden man didn't seem to care about their relationship as much as she thought. Chapter 599, Underground Labyrinth. Fork in the Road. Speaking of which, can Zhu Shurjio really remain calm when he is with a girl who is in a relationship with him on the surface? The answer is naturally no. Zhu Shurjio is not a wooden man. He can actually vaguely sense Luo Sui's affection for him, especially after the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk in the hospital that day. Zhu Shurjio felt that his evaluation of Luo Sui was also positive. The two of them formed a surface couple relationship. This incident did have a little impact on him after all, but he didn't really want to continue to strengthen the relationship between the two, because his time is different from anyone else's. For example, he may gradually reduce his feelings for a person during the time of continuous replay. This is an inevitable thing, even if he really falls in love with Luo Sui. Once one day, he needs to keep replaying. Then from his perspective, it is equivalent to a long period of cooling off. But in Luo Sui's eyes, he will only be a scumbag who has lost interest in her inexplicably. For example, if a couple goes through a certain experience together, once the experience is replayed, only he will remember the whole picture. If a precious memory is mixed in the timeline of the replay, then he can only bear the pain of the memory no longer existing alone, and pretend that nothing happened. For various reasons, Zhu Shurjio kept a distance from love and always maintained a vague attitude towards Luo Sui. He undoubtedly had a good impression of Luo Sui, but he was afraid to go further. So Zhu Shurjio, who lacked experience in love, actually didn't know what to do. There was a legitimate reason for inviting Luo Sui to the library this time, and there was also a legitimate reason for inviting Luo Sui to go out for a walk. Zhu Shurjio took Luo Sui to the toilet. Luo Sui was a little confused. Is this what you call just strolling around? Going to the bathroom? How can you take someone to the bathroom on a date? Luo Sui found that she couldn't understand Zhu Shurjio's train of thought for a while. But then something happened that made her even more incomprehensible. Zhu Shurjio turned around and went into the women's bathroom. But after a moment, he came out again. Ahem. Go in and see if there are any other people. Luo Sui also reacted a little at this time. Maybe there was something in the women's bathroom that he wanted to show her, but why was the thing hidden in the women's bathroom? She went into the women's bathroom with a frown on her face, and came out after a while. No one. Then come in with me. There is a passage leading to the alien insect forest in the women's bathroom. I told you about my time in Papua New Guinea before. Now I'll take you to see Misha, the insect girl I brought back from Papua New Guinea. What's wrong? Luo Sui was speechless for a while, and shook her head. Nothing. That's right. If this guy really took her to stroll the streets together, it would not be in line with his personality. Zhu Shurjio was willing to trust her, and she was very happy. But she didn't like this way of expressing trust. When Zhu Shurjio met her, he always talked about business. If there was no business, it was as if there was nothing to talk about. This still showed that the relationship between the two was not deep. She could feel that Zhu Shurjio was always resisting in his heart, so she never tried to strengthen their relationship. Zhu Shurjio bringing her here today should be considered a major breakthrough. At this time, Zhu Shurjio had already lifted the floor tile in the middle of the women's restroom, revealing a dark hole. But Luo Sui asked cautiously, "Does the chess club agree?" Zhu Shurjio was slightly stunned. And then, he remembered his character. On the surface, he was just a powerful chess piece of the chess club. So in this situation, should we say that he acted on his own initiative? Or was this the order of the chess club? At this moment, Zhu Shurjio, who has both emotional intelligence and IQ, replied, "The chess club let me choose people I can trust, and let them know the core of the insect research plan." Luo Sui was relieved, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or unhappy on her face. "That's good. I thought you were going to violate the confidentiality rules, and bring me here on your own initiative." Zhu Shurjio thought for a while and asked, "What if I really violated the rules on my own initiative for you? Then I will leave now. I hope you don't lose your mind because of anyone. Are you sure it's the right choice to bring me here? Have you thought about whether I can be trusted? This not only involves the chess club, but also the Black Soldier organization." Zhu Shurjio directly stopped Luo Sui's worries. "Don't worry. I've considered it. I trust you 100%. Well, before the replay, he can trust anyone." Luo Sui was touched and murmured, "That's good. She didn't say anything. She looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. Then she went down the passage with Zhu Shurjiu and closed the floor tiles. The underground passage was dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. Luo Sui could only sense Zhu Shurjiu's breathing next to her, which was very close to her. If she were outside in bright light, and if someone was so close to her, even if that person was Zhu Shurjiu, she would distance herself from him. But now, she felt a subtle sense of joy, as if she was secretly enjoying the little luck she had stolen with the help of the darkness. However, the next moment, this little luck was broken. Zhu Shurjiu turned on the flashlight on his phone, and the light instantly filled the space in the underground passage in front of him and beside him. Luo Sui distanced herself from Zhu Shurjiu expressionlessly. After moving a little further away, she looked at Zhu Shurjiu with her peripheral vision and found that he did not notice her actions just now. And she was slightly relieved. In fact, Zhu Shurjiu did not pay attention to Luo Sui's actions now, but looked at the passage in front of him, observing the difference from the last time he saw it. The difference is that the passage has become wider, and the surrounding soil has obviously been repaired, becoming flat and smooth, and it can be seen that it has been compacted. In addition, the road ahead, which is visible to the naked eye more than 10 meters away, is no longer a straight road, but a three-way intersection. Su Chan is so efficient. Zhu Shurjiu sighed inwardly. Last time, he told Su Chan that it would be better to make the underground passage more complicated, forming an underground maze. Now the passage has indeed become more complicated when he comes here for the second time. Let's go! Zhu Shurjiu calmly led Luo Sui forward. Which one should he choose at the three intersections of left, middle and right? Zhu Shurjiu recalled the scene when he first entered the passage, and after thinking about it, he chose the middle passage. Luo Sui followed him without any doubt. After walking more than 10 meters with Zhu Shurjiu, he found that Zhu Shurjiu stopped again because there was another three-way intersection in front of him. At this time, she found an obvious problem and questioned, "Is this your first time here?" Zhu Shurjiu was a little embarrassed. "Why do you ask that?" "Because you paused twice when you saw the fork in the road, and it was obvious that you were thinking." "I don't think it was because you didn't remember the fork in the road." "Right." He was spotted, Zhu Shurjiu confessed. "To be honest, the road conditions were not so complicated when I came here last time. This is my second time here." Luo Sui figured it out. "Aren't you responsible for building the underground passage?" "I don't have that much time to do some chores, so I gave it to others." Luo Sui nodded, thinking, although Zhu Shurjiu said it so easily, it was obvious that the person who could be responsible for such an important underground passage must be someone who was deeply trusted by the chess club. From Zhu Shurjiu's tone, it can be heard that the person's status in the chess club is not as good as Zhu Shurjiu, and he is still a supporting role. Luo Sui didn't think much about it, and looked at the fork in the road ahead and said, "So, you don't know which road to choose now?" Zhu Shurjiu thought for a while and replied, "I guess I should choose the middle one." Through two simple forks in the road, he almost understood Su Chan's trick. Luo Sui didn't believe in the vague guess, and personally went forward to observe it, and then nodded. It is indeed the middle one. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu remembered Luo Sui's identity. She is a genius in the reconnaissance department, and has passed the midterm assessment not long ago. Chapter 600 The Dark Labyrinth Builder. What's that look? Luo Sui raised her eyebrows. Zhu Shurjiu waved his hands quickly. Nothing. To be honest, he really didn't expect Luo Sui's professional skills to be helpful. He has always believed that Luo Sui's greatest value lies in her extraordinary memory. And what about the others? Zhu Shurjiu didn't care, because usually there is no room for her to use her professional skills. So the useless skills have been ignored by Zhu Shurjiu over time. This attitude itself is a kind of arrogance. So it's not easy to tell Luo Sui. The two agreed and chose the middle road and continued to move forward. After moving forward 50 meters, the two found the third three-way intersection. Zhu Shurjiu now roughly understood what Su Chan was playing tricks on. If he guessed correctly, he should still choose the middle road. Luo Sui stepped forward again, squatted down and observed carefully for 2 minutes. Then stood up and said middle. 3 consecutive middles. This is just the beginning. This underground maze is probably full of three-way intersections. If there is no map of the correct route, it is easy to enter the wrong route. Zhu Shurjiu not only guessed that the middle road was chosen this time, but also guessed in his heart that there would be countless more three-way intersections ahead, and they would probably be the same. and the correct choice would still be the middle. Imagine, when a completely uninformed person enters this maze full of three-way intersections. What would they think when facing each three-way intersection? No matter how they think, 99% of them will not think that the correct route to the end is to simply choose the middle without thinking. It's like a poor student taking an English test full of multiple-choice questions. No matter how hard they try, they are unlikely to choose beyond all the questions. If a top student takes the same test, he will probably be confused by his choices. The whole test paper is full of BS, which will confuse everyone. Now Zhu Shizhou is like a cheater who roughly knows the answer, while Luo Suyi is a top student who is completely unaware. Now Luo Suyi has made accurate judgments twice in a row. What about the third and fourth times? If she is not very confident, she may make a wrong choice occasionally. And once she makes a wrong choice, she may get lost in this underground maze. This is indeed the case. Zhu Shizhou did not speak along the way, but silently observed Luo Suyi. They encountered more than a dozen three-way intersections. Luo Suyi went forward to check every time, and the time she spent was getting longer and longer, until she chose the middle road for the 10th time in a row. The 11th time, she spent a full quarter of an hour to judge. Zhu Shizhou knew that this time was abnormal, because the entire underground maze was created by Su Chan alone. This means that even if there are flaws that may be noticed by the genius of the reconnaissance department, they are probably very similar. So normally the time required for Luo Suyi to observe should be roughly the same. How long did it take Luo Suyi to make the first choice? Less than a minute. The second time? 2 minutes. Now? A quarter of an hour. Zhu Shizhou guessed that if it continued, Luo Suyi would probably doubt her choice even more, and even doubt her ability. A top student who could have scored full marks on the test paper, facing the same answers on the entire test paper, would probably doubt whether there were traps in some questions. Luo Suyi is thinking about this now. She is a little self-doubting. Are the flaws she found really flaws? Are these flaws deliberately set up by the maze builder to lure the scouts? Will there be more of the same choice questions next? She stood there and was entangled. Zhu Shizhou did not remind her, but silently watched the choice Luo Suyi would make in the end. After a full 5 minutes, Luo Suyi hesitated and said without confidence, This time, choose the right side." After saying that, Luo Suyi also deliberately glanced at Zhu Shizhou, full of apology and embarrassment. At this time, Luo Suyi felt that her face was too hot. The slightly hot face showed that she was annoyed and ashamed for her previous judgment, when she thought that she might have been confused by the flaws at these forks in the road before, and made a very confident judgment. She felt ashamed. Once she began to doubt the choice she made, she became less confident. Thinking of her mysterious self-confidence, she felt like a very arrogant clown. So she was waiting for Zhu Shizhou's answer. Zhu Shizhou didn't say anything along the way, but chose to trust her directions, which touched her. But what she didn't expect was that Zhu Shizhou, who had been silent and let her lead the way, didn't listen to her choice this time, but shook his head. "Look again. Which way is it?" Luo Suyi was a little nervous and turned back again. "Or the left?" Zhu Shizhou simply gave instructions directly. "From your hesitation, it can be seen that you actually have no sufficient reason to choose the right side. The left and the right side are not much different to you. I would like to ask, why not choose the middle?" "The middle, because the middle." Luo Suyi could not answer. To be honest, until now, she still thinks that the clues left in the middle are more like the correct path. But she has chosen the middle path 10 times in a row. Zhu Shizhou stepped forward and naturally understood Luo Suyi's entanglement. He smiled and patted Luo Suyi on the shoulder and said, "Believe in yourself. Let's go." After that, Zhu Shizhou chose the middle path and strode forward. Luo Suyi looked at Zhu Shizhou's back, slightly stunned for a moment, and then quickly followed. She could see that Zhu Shizhou was not very familiar with this underground maze. At the beginning, when he encountered 2 forks in the road, he could see that he did not have the correct route of the underground maze. However, after choosing the middle fork in the road continuously, he made a completely different choice from her. The most attractive thing about Zhu Shizhou was this kind of self-confidence beyond ordinary people, as if he firmly believed that his choice was correct, which was fascinating and had a dangerous attraction. In fact, Zhu Shizhou did not have the correct answer, and his guess was just a guess. Like Luo Suyi, he actually doubted his guess. Did he really choose the middle road at dozens of forks? But he had experienced much less time of entanglement than Luo Suyi. Within 3 seconds after he doubted his judgment, he killed all his doubts. He knew Su Chan. Su Chan was not the kind of person who could lay a trap that could deceive Luo Sui, the genius of the reconnaissance department. So Luo Sui's judgment was correct. The reason why he asked Luo Sui to explore the way was the same. He wanted to use Luo Sui to verify his judgment. However, the continuous choices along the way still made Luo Sui begin to shake her confidence. So he woke Luo Sui up in time. Middle, or middle. The two of them moved forward much faster than before. Zhu Shurjiu moved forward all the way, almost without hesitation at the fork in the road, and directly chose the middle without thinking. At this time, Luo Sui, who was a little slower in reaction, reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. So this is the trick. Damn. I almost got fooled. No. In fact, she had been fooled. If Zhu Shurjiu hadn't spoken in time, she would really have made the wrong choice. Luo Sui secretly pondered, and felt that this maze builder was a bit dark. Obviously, he could have made a normal maze with 3 forks. But he made the maze like this, and made her look bad in front of Zhu Shurjiu. It was really annoying. And 20 minutes later, Luo Sui finally saw the builder of the maze. Su Chan. The woman was just ahead. Su Chan stood at the final exit of the underground maze, looking at Zhu Shurjiu and the woman beside him, who were approaching from a distance, and narrowed her eyes slightly.